This audiobook contains 6 censored sentences and 0 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: the world where the hero and the Demon King continue to oppose each other. The grand magic from the hero and the Demon King cross over worlds and exploded in the classroom of a certain high school. The students who died in the explosion will be reincarnated in a different world. The protagonist, who had the lowest reputation in the class, was reincarnated into a spider. Nevertheless, she adapted quickly to the present condition with strong willpower. This is a story of she who has become a spider, trying whatever she can to live. Chapter 1, Prologue: The Battle of the Hero and the Demon King. This battle has been repeated countless times in this world. The Demon King who rule over the demon race. There's only one Demon King in each era. When the Demon King in the current era is defeated, a demon with extraordinary power will become the new Demon King in the next era. It is how this world works. Therefore, the Demon King lineage will never be perished. That character is multifarious. The Demon King can level a mountain with their abnormal strength. The Demon King who can use sorcery and thousands of techniques. Having strong hostility towards the human race was common for the Demon King. The hope of the human race. The hero who fights the Demon King. The battle between the hero and the Demon King is exactly like a seesaw. If the hero can kill the Demon King, then the Demon King can repel the hero. Similar to the Demon King, the hero's existence too can't be perished. The battle of those two continues without stopping. This is the fate of this world. If there's tragedy, the relationship between the hero and the Demon King will be mutually congenial. Both are masters of the rare dimension magic. Magic equal to the gods being able to control space and dimension. They use their magic according to their own fate. Two magic clashes. The world screams. Both, the hero and the Demon King, perished being unable to endure their own magic power. The aftermath of the magic reaches another world, crossing the dimension. The large explosion exploded in a world named Earth, in a country named Japan, in a certain high school. Inside the classroom, a total of 26 people, including teachers and students, died after receiving a direct hit of the magic. The case was reported as a mysterious large explosion. But those who died did not know about the broadcast, even if they are to be reborn. It is because their souls have flowed backward into the world where the hero fights against the Demon King. Their souls scattered in the new world, and each one of them will be reborn as a new life. This is a story of one of them. Yuguoga. I try to groan, but I can't seem to groan. Is my body in such a critical condition? Okay, calm down. There's no pain on my body. I recall that I was in a lesson of Japanese language, then suddenly I was attacked by a terrible pain. I probably fainted after that, but it doesn't hurt now. Even if I open my eyes. It's pitch black here, so I don't even know where am I. Or maybe I should say that I can't even move and I can feel that my body is covered by something. Is this the so-called vegetative state? Yua. Even though I want to deny it, but the possibility is high in this situation. I don't know what happened that time, but it looks like I have become a person in vegetative state. Naiwa. TL note. No way. Only having my consciousness, being unable to move my body, and it seems that I don't have my 5 senses. This is definitely going to be an insanity course. Naiwa. While I was thinking about it just now, I heard some faint rustling sound. This means that I still have my sense of hearing. Oh, even if I can hear, it doesn't change the current situation. Gun? Ouch. What was that? Did I bump something? I feel pain just now, so does it mean that I have my sense of touch? Huh. I should calm down for now. Thinking rationally, I feel a little uncomfortable, but it seems that I move my body. Geez. It looks like I was jumping into a wrong conclusion about the part being in a vegetative state. A while ago, my body was covered by something, but it seems that thing is exactly in the same state right now. Aha. No, it's not a laughing matter. Yeah. What's with this situation? I was abducted and putted into a sack. No. Who would gain profit abducting a poor reputation woman like me? Anyway, I need to escape. Crack. When I tried putting my strength to move my body, something which covered my body started to fall apart. Looks like it's not a sack. I wonder what is it? It is somewhat soft and somewhat hard, a mysterious feeling. Ma, I just have to keep moving to break it. I will break it and immediately escape. Crack. It's opened. I crawl out starting from my head. With this, I am free. Before my eyes, there's a large amount of spiders crawling around. How why? Yui, Kisho, what's with the huge spider army? Each one of them have the same size as me. Yeah, it looks like they're coming out from something that looks like an egg. So the rustling sound I heard is this. I instinctively step back. Something hits my foot and I turn around. Oh, is this that? The thing which I crawled out from a while ago? Somehow the thing looks like the egg of the spider army. Is it my imagination? Rather than looks like it, isn't it the same thing? Once again, I examine myself. My neck can't move, but on the edge of my view, I saw something that looks like a leg. The leg of a spider. Kakakakakandon. Is this that? Is it really that? The one that's popular in the internet? No. Like in a novel, where there's this godlike guy giving a privilege. I didn't get anything, so surely it's different. No matter how you look at it, there's still a pattern where the god doesn't comes out. A hero candidate for a man and a villain daughter for a woman are also one of the pattern too. I look to the side for an instant once again. Similar to those spiders moving around, there was a thin wire-like leg. I try to move my leg. It worked just as I wanted. Though escaping from reality is my forte, but I have to resolute myself to recognize it here. It seems that I have been reincarnated into a spider. Chapter 2 looks like I'm a monster. Well, it's regrettable to say that I have been reincarnated into a spider. Although I accept the fact that I'm a spider. What should I do now? Munch. For some reason, I heard a threatening sound. Oh, it's no good to turn my eyes away from reality. Before my eyes, there is the spider army that is probably considered as my siblings. They're the only one who can produce the sound. I glance ahead quietly. Munch. Hogya? What are they doing? Are they eating? They are preying on one another. The struggle to live between my siblings is what I can see. No. This is bad. This is really bad. Why must I fight against my blood-related siblings? It's for food. They're all hungry. In fact, I'm also hungry too. No. I escape from the reality again. In such a battlefield, I am just an innocent girl that will fall into the clutches of men in a blink of an eye. Literally, it's a metaphor. Fight tools escape. The only way to get through this situation is to beat a retreat. Should I fight? Impossible. I am a genuine go-home club. There's no way I can fight with such violent group. My current appearance is the same as them. I should escape if I have the time to think about useless things. Zun. Now what is it? A sound and vibration from the rear. When I turn around, there was a huge spider. Is it mother? Or is it father? This isn't going anywhere. I'm even confused now. Isn't that spider way too big? It's probably 10 times of my size. Was there a spider that big on Earth? Oi chomp. The huge spider stabbed the smaller spider with its claw and ate it. It's like eating a snack. Mother, even you. It looks like it uses its bottom to think. I should run away from here safely and aim to survive for now. I escaped at full speed. I finally calmed down after I was tired of running till I can't even move anymore. There's no spider chasing after me, even if I turn around. I thought I was going to die. Death immediately after I was born is not a good joke. Now that I am conscious, I have to think about various things. I am currently a spider. It's a fact that must be accepted already. Well, there's no such technique where a human can jump over their own height easily and run on vertical walls. What am I talking about? It's a story about escaping. With so many spiders in a place, it's impossible to escape by running straight. If I were to compare it and say, it should be like charging into a bargain sale where there's a crowd of ante. What a reckless act. No, I didn't even charge into a bargain sale before though. Anyway, when I was escaping, I jumped and ran on the wall, just like a ninja, and escaped from the spider encirclement. When I was running, I had an uncomfortable feeling because of the amount of legs, but somehow I managed to move it properly without getting entangled. Is it the so-called natural instinct? Well, being able to move my body without any inconveniences is a good thing. So if I'm a spider, then what was that super huge spider that I saw a while ago? Considering the situation, was that really my mother or my father? I don't know much about spiders' ecology, but a parent who eats their own child should be in the natural world. Well, it's a race where from the moment they are born, they started preying on each other, so it shouldn't be strange that the parent eats its own child. If that huge spider is my parent, then will I become that size someday? I'm starting to feel sick just by thinking about it. No, spider is a beneficial insect which helped other people. Isn't it better rather than the me in my previous life? Huh, how strange. Somehow I'm sad now. No. Let's return to the thought that had strayed a while ago. Comparing with that huge spider by the size of my body will be too much, because I don't know how big as my body is. If my size is just like a fingertip, then it's good. If so, then I can understand the size of that huge spider. Still, it should be around the size of a tarantula. However, if my size is bigger than that huge spider, should be a new kind that is yet to be discovered on Earth. An undiscovered new species is still okay, but I have experienced a reincarnation like in a fantasy, so optimistic thinking is probably not good. To confirm it, I have to find out my size without delay. Is there anything that I can compare my size with? I looked around the surroundings. It seems that I'm inside a rather big cave. Although there's no light, the view is favorable even it's dim. I looked around restlessly. What's on the ground was people's footprints. Oh, there are footprints of several people are left clearly. In other words, it means that a person came here before. That means there's human in this world. I'm deeply moved when I know there was a person. On the contrary, I realized a terrible fact. My body was way much bigger than the footprint of a person. Assuming that the height of the person is around 170 centimeters, my size will be approximately 1 m length. I had slightly thought so since I saw the huge spider. No matter how I think, I am not a spider that's living on Earth. In other words, this is a different world unlike the Earth, and no matter how positive I think, I am definitely a monster. Thank you very much. Chapter 3, there was a time when I thought that appraisal was a cheat skill. I am a spider. I'm still nameless. What am I saying suddenly? I just want to say it just because I don't have a name. What am I referring to? To explain about it, I need to look back on the past. I was dumbfounded after confirming my size. Well, isn't it normal? It's already a shock to me that I was born as a spider. Furthermore, I'm a monster. This sucks. A normal person would have fallen to despair and commit suicide already. Well, I haven't thought of wanting to die yet, but I can't keep on feeling down. If here is not Earth and it's in a different world, then I don't know how dangerous this world is. There's no guarantee that there are no other monsters besides that huge spider. That huge spider probably is about 30 meters in length according to my size. Can a person defeat that thing? I pray for the owner of the footprints to not meet that huge spider. However, things are different when they have heavy firearms. In addition, there's a possibility where magic exists in the world. If that's the case, then can they resist against that huge spider to some extent? I don't know. But that spider definitely looks like a formidable enemy of the boss-type enemy. Or rather, if I'm wrong, I would be dead. A while ago, I was assuming that the people will fight with that huge spider, but isn't it good that way? After all, I am probably the child of that huge spider. I'm the baby of a monster. Now is not the time to joke around. If somebody were to meet me, isn't it obvious that I'm going to be killed? It's possible. Or rather, the possibility of being killed is high. What shall I do now? Even though I want some information about human, I will be killed if I were to be discovered. This is bad. The lesser the information, the more I don't understand. What kind of world is this? What kind of people live in this world? How do they treat monsters like me in this world? There's a lot I want to know about, but I don't have the way to find it out. If this was a novel, then there should be an appraisal skill for me to gather information. Currently, you have 100 skill points. The skill appraisal LV1 can be acquired by spending 100 skill point. Do you want to acquire it? Seriously? Suddenly, I heard a voice in my head sounded like a machine. Oh, I see. There's appraisal skill. Phew, I'm fired up. It somehow became like a different world reincarnation already. My answer is obviously a yes. Appraisal LV1 was acquired. Remaining skill point 0, even though I used all my skill point. Such points would surely increase by the time I level up, so there's no need to worry about that. Leaving that aside, I should check out my appraisal skill by examining various things. How to use it? Well, for now, I should try focusing on a rock while chanting appraisal in my mind. I feel that it went well. Information flowed quickly into my head. Stone, huh? That's all. No, you can't mean it, right? I'll most likely fail for the first time. Let's try again. Stone, don't tell me it's only that. No. Surely, this rock has no information value in it. Therefore, I'm sure it's just a plain rock. Now, I will try to appraise the wall. By any chance, I might be able to know what kind of place is this. I would feel ease if there's a name and explanation about the cave after appraising it. Well, I won't say anything this time. Appraisal LV1. Purposely attaching a LV. I think I need to put a little more thought about it. In other words, the skill won't have much effect in LV1. Even though I want to raise the LV, I don't have skill points to be used. It'd have wasted all my skill points. I don't know what kind of skill there is other than appraisal, but there should be a skill much more usable even in LV1. No, I should think oppositely. If appraisal is in this kind of state, then other skill should have a useless effect in LV1 too. Let's think this way. Otherwise, I cannot continue. HAAA. Naiwa. While I am on it, should I appraise myself? Spider no name? It is as expected that Spider appeared after appraising, but no name? That sums up everything, and it's back to the beginning. No name. Well, I have a name in my previous life, so does that mean that the present me, as a spider, do not have a name? For the time being, I will put away this useless appraisal skill. Or rather, I should say that it became more complicated due to the appraisal skill. Skill point. I can probably acquire new skills if I save some points, but I don't know how to gain the points. If this world uses the concept of LV, then I should be able to gain some points by LV up. If it's like that, though, this world is like a game having LV, skill, and points. Isn't it fine like this? At most, I am just a spider monster. I can't possibly live a decent life. In the first place, I am just a spider. I will probably be living a spider life rather than a human life. Anyways, in this game-like world, born as a spider, I should live my life amusingly as a spider in such a world just like playing a game. For the time being, I am hungry. Chapter 4, Exploring a Dungeon for the first time now. It's no use standing on the same place for a long time, so I should start moving. Seems there are human footprints here, means that there are people in here, and I have a feeling that if we were to bump into each other, it would be troublesome. For the time being, let's move towards the opposite direction of the footprints. However, this cave sure is wide. The height of this cave is probably around 100 meters, and the width should be approximately the same. I'm not entirely sure, due to the uneven rocks scattered here and there, but it feels like the cave is considerably spacious. The wide path branches extending even further. Here is a Y-shaped intersection where there's the path where I come from, the path where the people go through, and the path that I am heading to. The path I'm going to is the one going downwards from the Y-shaped intersection. I climb the rock nearby, and I peek at the path ahead quietly. Something is there. There are monsters lurking throughout the path. Deer bat wolf dinosaur. The appraisal skill has gone rampaged. No, it looks like a deer, but the deer I know did not have a shining, sword-like horn. The bats are also different. It looks like an ugly rodent with devil wings. The wolf looks relatively normal, or so I thought, but it has 6 legs. At the back, there's a dinosaur lying down. It's like a T-Rex that has a horn and scales. Rather than dinosaur, isn't it a dragon? Must I break through here? Isn't it impossible? No, doing something absurd might be a good thing for a newborn small spider. The difficulty is lunatic. I stealthily descend from the rock. What to do? The front is a monster hazard. The back, one being a spider hell, and another one is human. Am I being checkmated? Well, wait. Calm down. I have prepared a solution just in case something like this might happen. Well, it's not an exaggerated thing. I just happened to found another path. Because of the huge Y-shaped intersection, it didn't stand out, but there's definitely a path. The passage was a hole in the wall. Still, the height of the hole is around 3 meters, and the width is approximately the same. If there's a problem, it is the footprints of human that came out from the passage. If a person came out from the passage, doesn't that mean that beyond this passage is the cave, or rather the dungeon's exit? The exit. Should I really go out? If I'm a normal human being, I won't hesitate to go out. After all, it's obvious that this dungeon is way too high-leveled. I don't know how strong am I as a monster, and the moment I thought that it's impossible to win, the option to fight is excluded. No, if this is a game, then dying won't be hard because I can revive, but if it's a reality, then dying will practically be the end. I don't intend to stake my life into a suicide attack. I want to take as many safety measures as I can. When thinking like that, the choice to escape the dungeon doesn't seem to be a bad choice. Though the choice was not bad, I cannot say that it's safe to go out. After all, I am a monster. At least if there's people going in and out of the dungeon, that means that there's a human population nearby. If a monster spider were to show up in a human territory, obviously I would get hunted. That's the risk of going outside. However, if I can settle down in a place where it's hard to find, then it might work out. It's a matter of luck to skillfully avoid from humans or to continue to stay inside the dungeon. Yash, I have decided it. For the time being, let's head to the dungeon's exit. I should watch the dungeon's exit, and I should escape as soon as possible. There's a possibility that the humans may have pitched their tent at the entrance of the dungeon. Now that it's decided, then let's go. I hesitated. No, can I say it again? This cave is way too wide. What's with this huge labyrinth? The path seems to branch until I don't even know where am I going. The number of branch paths? I gave up after I counted till 10. I encountered a considerable amount of monsters. The results of escaping from each encounter was me getting lost. Footprints? I have lost sight at such a thing long time ago. Oh, no way. A map is needed if anyone wants to conquer this labyrinth. Now's not the time to find the exit. My hunger is reaching its limit soon. Somebody give me rice, please. Chapter 5 Chapter of a New Home. I gave up escaping the dungeon. If I were to simply roam around here, all I can see is the end of my life. Whether it's monster or human, they are formidable enemies for me. Written as formidable enemy, it doesn't read as rival or friend. It's the one that really life-threatening dangerous. Fortunately, the monsters that appear in this small passage are not that fast enough. Otherwise, I couldn't have succeeded in escaping. My body of this spider is relatively quick. Probably my speed now is better than my previous life. I'm sorry, I put up a vanity. In fact, besides quickness, my physical abilities are also better than my previous life. In the first place, before I was reborn, I was an indoor type. Well, it is obvious that a wild spider has higher physical abilities. When I was a human, my only physical ability that I could be proud of is my thumb's movement trained by playing games. Well, let's put this topic away. In other words, that's how I can escape. But I can't keep on running forever. I will be dead if they launch a pincer attack, and it's not weird that there are monsters faster than me. In addition, I am seriously hungry now. You can't go to the war with an empty stomach. I might just die from starvation if this continues. Well, let's think about it. Q, what does a spider eat? A, insects. Ofu. Isn't it obvious? So, this is what you call to satisfy one's belly. Furthermore, it's impossible to judge that my prey is limited to insects due to my size. Probably my preys are such as monsters and another one. Well, I want to think about it though, humans. In the first place, my siblings prey on each other immediately after they are born. A parent like huge spider ate its child like nothing happened. My race probably thinks that all creatures except oneself are their preys. Or rather, in such a cave, there's no other option than that. I wonder what the deer-like monster that I met in the huge passage eat. Is it a carnivore pretending of being a herbivore? Well, there's no use even if I think about it. I'm worried about my meal now. Looks like there's no choice. I'm going to die from starvation if I don't do something now. If I don't want to eat it, monsters or humans, then I must eat any strange thing I can find here. Let's be prepared for it. Now that I'm prepared, it's time to decide what to eat. Of course, there's no food to be found nearby. Since there's no food nearby, I need to look for it now. How? To put this bluntly, the probability of me to win against a monster here is near to zero. The passage in the maze I'm currently in is more narrow than the huge passage from before. And there's no monsters that gives out an impossible to win aura like that huge spider and the dragon-like monster in the huge passage. The monsters here only had the size of a human. Still, it's impossible for me to win against it. Why? You say, it's because I never fought before. If it's a game, then it's my forte though. Because game and reality are different. 2D and 3D are different. I cannot be concerned about my appearance when it's the time for me to fight. Though I'm hungry now, but haven't reached the limit yet. Then, I should secure food like how a spider does it. Speaking of a spider, it's thread. The spider makes its nest with special viscous threads and catches its prey with it. I think that the topography in this cave is quite suitable. At any rate, I can spread my thread all over the place. Now that it's decided, it's time to make my new home. First, I produce a thread. Was it the bottom? The part where thread comes out. When I was thinking about it, the thread came out. I don't remember producing such a thing. Furthermore, it keeps on extending. Don't tell me that the thread came out from my bottom ever since I started moving. Somehow it's kind of embarrassing. Looks like I didn't notice all the time that I was releasing thread. Oh, what to do with this thread? Well, it might be useful, but for the being, let's cut the source and leave it for now. Now, let's start building my nest. I know that I can produce thread. I just need to spread my thread in accordance with the surface of the cave. I think that I'm rather skillful, but can I spread it well? There was a time I thought about it. I'm satisfied when I see my completed web. A magnificent spider web was spread to block the passage in the cave. Is this a spider's instinct? My body moved by its own when I started making the web, and before I knew what was going on, the web has been completed. However, I only made the lower half of the web here. The upper half was made 1 meter away from the lower half. Why did I do such thing? I want to secure an escape road, just in case. Now, I am at the T-shaped intersection. I spread my web on each passage, blocking each one of them. However, I can't escape if I block it up completely. I don't think there is, but there's a possibility that someone might break through the web that I spread. Therefore, I left a hole on purpose just to be able to escape in case of an emergency. Monsters without intelligence will get caught in the lower half web. Flying monsters will get caught in the upper half web. I managed to secure safety because I'm surrounded by webs in all 3 directions, and I had also prepared an escape route just in case something happens. The completion of the ideal shut-in space. My magnificent home. Chapter 6, I didn't regret after munching it. It looks like I dozed off after I felt relieved making the new home. There's a vibration transmitted through the thread that was tied to my leg, and it woke me up. All of this felt like a dream when I woke up, but it was not a dream. Well, I already know that. I stretched my body after waking up. All my legs stretched briskly. It's kind of disgusting. I pull myself together, and I turn toward the thread that's still vibrating. In my point of view, the thread was on the left passage, which spreads out to the lower half web. Looks like something is caught there. My first prey. I approach it carefully. Upon reaching the web, there's something with a flashy rainbow color familiar figure caught in the web. Frogon. This is really shape of a frog. Though the size is almost the same as me, and it shines in rainbow color, but it looks exactly like a frog. This is the first time that I agree with the result of appraisal skill. A frog. It's not a bad first prey, right? Though it's not eaten in Japan, but some areas seem to eat it normally. It seems that it tastes almost the same as chicken. To continue living, I might need to eat strange things in the future. So, isn't a good start for now? If I don't eat it, I don't think I can eat anything after this. If there's a problem, then this frog, no matter how you look at it, it looks like it has poison in it. No, having such a malicious color, it's impossible that it's not poisonous. What should I do? When I was thinking leisurely, the frog launched a counterattack in desperation. The frog spits out a malicious color liquid towards me. Oh, this is bad. Without enough time to avoid it, I took the liquid on myself. Arg. Well, what's this? Pain. Pain? Is it poison? Is it really poison? The part where I took the liquid is very painful. Oh, a second spit is coming. Wait, Jaya. It hits again. Pain, this is not good. Retreat, retreat. I moved my entangled leg and somehow managed to evacuate it from the spitting range of the frog. Yua, it's very painful. Is this the feeling being poor with acid? My body didn't melt right? Though I feel uneasy, but there's no mirror, so I can't confirm my body. Sheet. I was defeated, even if it's caught in the trap, but it's still a monster. I should not have been careless. Despair turns cowards courageous. Even a frog won't let itself get eaten by a snake without resistance. The pain doesn't seem to be deadly. The venom had hit mainly in my left half of my body and my back. Some of the venom hit my left eye, causing me to lose a part of my view. My left eye has been destroyed, but only a part of my view is missing. Is it because that I am a spider that I have a lot of eyes? It's probably so. This is newly discovered. Now's not the time for it. The pain doesn't seem to fade. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill, acid resistance, LV1 what? Somehow the pain softens. Can I acquire a skill, even without using any skill points? Then what's the point of using 100 points for that appraisal skill? I should not try to think deeply. Anyways, it seems that I acquired an acid resistance skill. The condition for the skill to be acquired was probably the attack from the frog. However, there seem to be other conditions because I didn't acquire the skill after receiving the attack. The most likely answer would probably be that I keep on receiving damage from the acid, right? Let's postpone all the thoughts first. The pain became better due to the acid resistance. When I think about it, my anger towards the frog starts to blow out. That frog, being just a food, sure have the nerves to attack me. Unforgivable. I have just decided it. I don't care if it has poison or not. When it comes to this, I will eat it no matter what happens. Now that it's decided, it's time to charge. As long as I don't lower my guard. That frog is just a pitiful prey caught up in the trap. The frog that spits out venom 3 times. Phoo. It's easy to avoid if I know it's coming. I dodge the approaching venom splendidly and charge at the frog. Receive it. My killer technique. Chomp. I bite it. Fwah. Don't think it's just a mere bite. I'm a spider. There's poison in my fangs. When I was able to produce threads, I was able to understand such information naturally. Foo. Be undermined by the poison and die. Splash. Hogyu. It spitted venom in that kind of state. Pain. It's still painful even if I have resistance. I pulled out my fangs unintentionally. Skill proficiency reached. Skill poison resistance LV1 has become poison resistance LV2. Is that so? Now's not the time for it. This frog, to spit this filthy venom on me not twice, but thrice. It's unforgivable. Though I don't have the intention to forgive that frog, but now that thing's done for it. Entrusting my anger, I attack it with a second bite. The frog writhed in agony. Fwaha. Suffer. Suffer more. I get carried away and I bite it over and over again. The frog that was struggling a while ago gradually became weaker and finally ran out of strength. Phoo. At last I defeated it. With this as my first prey, I feel uneasy about the future. But I did it. I tasted it once. Munch. Zuryu. Umu. It's bitter and painful. Is the poison the bitter one? Is the pain from the ingredient of the acid? Well, with resistance I can endure it. But it's not delicious. Skill proficiency reached. Skill acid resistance LV1 has become acid resistance LV2, though the frog is not delicious, but the skill was delicious. Chapter 7 24 hours vacation. Throughout the year, the belly was filled. Is it because I'm too hungry, or is it because to recover from the damage that I received? The frog that has the size similar to me was already in my stomach. Typically impossible? Skills are like mysterious phenomenon in this world. In addition, I cannot say that it's necessarily impossible, because my body is inflating like balloon. Phoo. If it's a human's body, then it's the time to think about dieting. Well, in my previous life, I had a body that won't gain weight no matter how many I eat, so I had never tried dieting before. For the time being, I need to restore the part of the web that's broken. Ugh, it's hard to restore the web with my current belly. I somehow managed to restore it. Thank God that no monsters came when I was restoring the web. Now that I think about it, isn't the danger not limited to when I was restoring the net, but also during the time I ate the frog? There's a possibility that other monsters will get tempted by the smell. Though I saw it in this narrow passage, but there was a six-legged wolf in the huge passage. No matter how I looks at it, it surely has sharp sense of smell, and it might be dangerous. Next time, I should eat after I return to my home. Among food, clothing, and shelter, I have food and shelter. Clothes? You want me, a spider, to wear clothes? I don't feel that I need it. This cave is neither hot nor cold, and in the first place, my body is covered by short body hair. There's no meaning to wear clothes, and in the first place, there are no clothes to wear. I think I can make it with my threads, and it doesn't seem that I need to so much effort making it. I don't know whether I can wear it or not even if I make it. Doesn't that mean that I have clothes too? Then that means that I would have obtained the necessities of life without working. No, I pretty much build my nest, and I had a hard time defeating the frog. It might be exaggerating to say that I didn't work. As long as nothing bad happens, it can be said that the environment is in good order for living a dreamlike lifestyle. If there's a problem, then there might be someone strong who can break through my web, or there's a possibility that I will starve due to no prey caught in the web. In the worst case, if someone strong were to break through my web, then I would escape immediately. Then, if only there are prey who would get caught in my web regularly. As long as it is fulfilled, then I can stay indoors throughout my life. Wonderful. Though I went to school normally, I lived my life mostly like a shut-in, spending my time in school without talking to anyone, and when I returned home, I did nothing besides surfing the internet or playing games. I pour hot water on the rice, then simply heat it up for 3 minutes with a microwave oven. Once in a while, I would go to the convenience store to buy bento. Both of my parents are working, and they usually come back late. Even if they came back, we hardly meet each other and hardly had a conversation too. As for housework, everyone does only the minimum. To put things bluntly, it was like a total stranger living in the same house. Probably because of that, it was troublesome to communicate with another person. Well, rather than life, it's probably my own personality that I had since I was born. Therefore, I don't even have any friends, and I hardly talk even in the game's chat. That's why my game character always had a silent image. My avatar is a rough and bald old man, a nice guy who talks with his back. Status and romance are temporary, so I raised only my physical attack and speed in the game. It's no big deal if I don't get hit, so I always evade every attack and use the hit and run strategy to defeat my enemy. I will die if I was hit though. Although it's trivial not being able to meet my parents or my classmates, it's a little lonely not being able to meet the bald old man again. In a free player group, only an influential person gamer who had a high social status fame can go up against a few paid gamer group, and it will be a regret if character gets destroyed halfway. I think I'm not a human already when I had more attachment with my game character rather than my parents. Nonetheless, it's a fact. Will my parents grieve over my death? It doesn't matter. I think even if our positions are reversed, I don't think there's a need to grieve over my child. I probably will be troubled in raising the money for the funeral. Telling things like this to a stranger might somehow anger them, but so what? Because I don't cause trouble to people, so it's none of your business on how I think. Trouble for my parents? Unfortunately, I have invested in stocks using my parents' name. Every month, I will bank in a sum of money into the bank account. You have to get a hang of it and also taking the risk, then only you can earn money with stocks. Therefore, I don't live depending on my parents. I never cause any troubles to anyone, so I don't want to hear it from someone who does it. Well, there's no use saying such a thing now, so I will declare it. Shut-in NET is the best. Chapter 8, A Spider Without Intelligence, is just a normal spider, ZZZ. I slept well. I overslept. After all, it's nice to be able to sleep in peace. I wonder how long did I sleep? My sleeping hours in my previous life is around 4 hours. I fall flat, due to anemia because of lack of sleep, and I slept throughout the whole day. I'm currently having that kind of feeling. However, the sense of a spider and human will eventually change, so I don't know how much time had passed. Oh, I want a clock. In the first place, how much time have passed since I was born? 2 or 3 days should have passed. In the dungeon, I won't know if it's morning or night now. I don't know anything about this world's calendar, and there's no guarantee that a day has 24 hours. 1 year is when the Earth complete traveling through its orbit around the sun. 1 day is when the Earth complete a rotation. I think it's impossible that this world has the same size or same orbital period as the Earth. Well, even so, it is still a physical interpretation. It might be a cult-like parallel world or a different world that uses another law to move. If this world is something like that, then it might be right, though I don't have the way to confirm it. I might leave this dungeon someday, but now, let's enjoy this lazy life. Well, rather than rolling on the floor, I should think about the mysteries that were left out. First of all, how did I die? No, I think that I'm the only one that feels that I'm dead. I convince myself that I have reincarnated into a spider, but I don't have any memories about my death. If I am not mistaken, the final memory was I am in the Japanese language class. Our teacher, who we called Oka-chan, asked us to read the kanji aloud. I dozed off, and suddenly I felt a terrible pain. Then, I have no memories of what happened next. If I die that time, I wonder what is the source of the pain. The most likely possibility is that I died after the pain and I was reincarnated into a spider. Another possibility is that I never died after the pain and my soul is currently possessing a spider, or my human body is currently in a vegetative state on a hospital bed. A more crazy possibility is where I am a total stranger with the memories of myself. The real me might still be in class normally. Oh, there's no limit when I start to think. Like the current me is not actually me. But how am I going to prove it? I also tried thinking that I am me, therefore it's me. Generally, the most likely possibility is being reincarnated is basically ignoring common sense already. For the time being, let's put a hold in this matter. I think, therefore I exist with my soul. I am me. I should assume it like that for now. Next is my present body. The spider's body is relatively convenient. I can move all my legs freely, and I can move faster than the time I was a human. I can even climb walls, and of course, I can even walk on the ceiling. If there's any inconveniences, then it will be that I don't have hands, and when looking back, I need to turn my whole body backwards. It is considerably inconvenient that I don't have hands. For the time being, I use the front legs as substitutes for hands, but it can't move like a human's hand, because the point of my leg is a sharp claw. With such dangerous thing, it's impossible that it can substitute a human finger. Though it's inconvenient, but I can somehow manage it for now. Here it is, the big problem. I can't see my back. This is quite dangerous. The spider's neck sticks to its body, and there is no feature that can look back without turning the whole body. I don't have problems with my left and right because I have a lot of eyes making me able to see quite a wide range. But if I can look back, then that means that I am definitely weak against a surprise attack from the rear. I intend to use my threads for countermeasures. If it's impossible to grasp the sight of my back in this body structure, then I have no choice but to rely on other senses. Specifically, I will keep on releasing thread on the rear, and this will help me to grasp what's there if there's movement. Well, it's not as easy as it is. I should practice this afterwards. If I keep staying in my home, I don't think that I would receive a surprise attack. But let's be well prepared before anything happens. Last but not least, skill. I still have some minor uncertainty, but this is the last major question. What's a skill? If it's a game, then skill is something like an ability or technique. What you can do increases with your skills. However, I don't know what kind of treatment the skill had in this world, but I should not try to think in this direction. More importantly, about the skill that I have and what skill I can acquire in the future. The skill I have now are Appraisal LV1, Acid Resistance LV2, Poison Resistance LV2. The Appraisal skill was acquired by using skill points. This skill point is also a mystery. Just by acquiring the Appraisal skill took all my skill points, and I don't know how to increase this point. If it's a game, then by leveling up, I should be able to gain some points. But I don't know whether the concept of leveling is in this world or not. Other than that, it may increase through time or when taking something. In the worst case, it's possible that it can't be increased. Like the skill point is something that you have since born, and once you use it, The points will decrease where you won't be able to use it after the point reaches 0. If it's like that, then it's considerably shocking. I hope it's not like that. Chapter 9 Skill Verification OMO. Let's put away the matter about skill point for now. To put things bluntly, there's no use worrying about whether it can be raised or not. Well, the condition to acquire the acid resistance skill is totally different from the appraisal skill. If its ability is just as its name, then I will have my defense against acid increased. I acquired this skill when I received the spit attack from that annoying frog. I think that the saliva of that frog have acid and poison attribute in it. I think that I acquired the skill after receiving damage from the acid. I can't decide whether it's the damage received or the saliva's attribute. I don't know which one served as the proficiency, whether its amount of the received damage or that I keep receiving the same attack in a row or time lapse. However, I acquired the resistance skill after receiving the related attribute attack. Though I need to go through a painful experience, if I can endure it, I should be able to acquire the resistance. For example, receiving a fire attack will make me acquire a fire resistance skill. It's better to have resistance skill if I'm going to stay defensive. From now on, should I receive the first attack if it doesn't seem to be able to kill me? Omomu. No, I don't want to experience pain, and there's no guarantee that I can get the resistance skill. It's not necessary to purposely cross a dangerous bridge. Oh, it's not that I dislike pain. I acquired the acid resistance skill, and my poison resistance skill has leveled up from the frog's attack. Apparently, from what the voice of heaven said, the poison resistance skill is a skill that I had from the beginning. Well, I am Spider that uses poison, so it's not weird that I have resistance towards it. It's not strange, but what about the me who don't even know what skills I have? If the voice of heaven didn't say anything, I would not notice that I have the poison resistance skill. That means, is there any other skill that I have besides poison resistance? It's not strange if I have some. Is it poison attack? If only I can confirm it, but there's no such method. Just to try it out, I shout status inside my heart, but nothing happened. Can I see if I raise my appraisal level? Appraisal level? Skill proficiency? Hey, doesn't that mean that I can level it? That means I need to keep using the skill until it reaches a certain point, right? If appraisal is similar with the resistance type skills, won't the level go up if I keep on using it? I was convinced that it needs skill points to level up before because I acquired it by using skill points. But now, maybe this will go well. I started appraising everywhere at once. Information, such as wall and floor, started to flow into my head. Ugh, I'm feeling slightly sick now. I feel sick due to excess information. Skill proficiency reach skill appraisal LV1 has become appraisal LV2. It was worth feeling sick. Hooray! Though it only rose by 1 level. The feeling moving a huge step forward sure feels good. I tried appraising myself while feeling excited. Small lesser Terratect, no name O. Something like a species name appeared. As usual, the information is still little, but compared to LV1, it's better now. However, I am small and lesser. Somehow, it's like I am an inferior species. The tension whirled up by the appraisal fell a little. It's not like I had high expectations on it, but I didn't expect that I am an inferior species. Well, it's the same during my previous life, so there's no use thinking about it now. Leaving that aside, I should keep on appraising to raise its level now. It won't go up. After that, I keep on appraising the wall, but the level just won't go up. By the way, the appraisal result of the wall was Wall of Labyrinth. A doubtful result. Well, let's assume it as something trivial. Now, why my skill level won't rise? Oh, the highest possibility is that once a thing is appraised, the skill proficiency won't increase if you appraise it again. Certainly, it will be easy to increase the skill proficiency if it's not like that. Just to be sure, I appraised my home in every nook and cranny, but the level did not rise. Looks like the skill proficiency is not enough. That means that I need to go out from my home in order to level my appraisal. Now that I think about it, I appraised a large crowd of monsters back then. The skill proficiency might have increased through it. However, the outside, troublesome, especially when I have a comfortable home like this. If I want to live safely, then I should just stay indoors. I must go outside if I want to increase my level. Though both has their own merits and demerits, the dangers of going outside is the biggest demerit. Oh, I have decided it. For now, I should enjoy my life here. There won't be any retributions, even if I slack a little. Chapter 10 Level Up. There was a reaction on the thread when I was sleeping. Looks like my second prey is here. Just when I started to feel hungry. What a perfect timing. I skipped towards the prey. The skip of the spider is surreal. Because I was attacked previously, I approach it carefully this time. Now, what kind prey did I catch? Elro frog. It was a frog. It's you again. Why? This dungeon should have other monsters than this. What kind of probability to get the same prey twice in a row? Huh. My pseudo-Kansai dialect came out unintentionally. Good grief, what to do? Splash. No. I received the frog's spit attack when I did a stupid one-man comedy. The surprising fact that is only revealed on the second life. I am a fool. I was able to calm down due to the pain. This time the resistance skill never leveled up. Looks like the skill proficiency is not enough. Well, I don't mind. I wrapped the frog with my threads so that it can't put up a resistance. I have to bite it from above. This frog didn't die from a bite last time, probably because it has poison resistance. Still, it should be weakened if it's bitten. I quickly bring back the frog to my home. After that, I return back to restore the web. All right, now it's perfect. When I return to the frog was struggling to get out from my web. Looks like one bite is not enough. Chomp. I bite it. Last time, it was defeated after so many bites, but now that I think about it, there's no need to bite that much. I just need to keep on injecting poison without releasing my fangs. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fong LV1 has become Poison Fong LV20. A skill leveled up. A skill that I heard for the first time. The skill leveled up at the same time as the movement of the frog stopped. Things are happening so suddenly that it startles me. Looks like the power of my poison have increased because of my Poison Fong skill has leveled up. Sounds great. Experience points has reached a certain point. Individual. Small Lesser Terratect LV1 has become LV2. Somehow my body is strange. What's this? My skin is ripping off. Shedding? Is this shedding of skin? Every basic ability, Rose Skill Proficiency, Level Up, Bonus Acquired Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Poison Resistance LV2 has become Poison Resistance LV3 Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Spider Thread LV3 has become Spider Thread LV4 skill point gained. Well, wait a moment. Just now, I feel that I was skimming through an extremely important thing. Say it once more. One more, please. Silence. Ofu. Seriously? No. Let's recall it calmly. Didn't it mention level up? It did say it, right? I didn't hear it because my skin suddenly started shedding. And no, isn't it weird that I suddenly shed skin? Is it because of the level up that my body had to reform? For the time being, let's peel off the skin that's still sticking on me. Yua, looks like my back is injured. This was the place where I received the frog saliva. Though I can't see it, it was a severe injury. Come to think of it, the part of my destroyed view was restored. A complete recovery after level up. What a considerate thing to do. This is certainly a level up. Somehow my body feels light and in an excellent condition. The reason was because I defeated the frog and gained experience points, right? For the time being, let's think while eating the frog. Well, let's recall it one by one. First was it said something like my level went up. Then the shedding of skin starts immediately, and when I was confused, I had a feeling that the voice of heaven said various things smoothly. Recalling skill, that's right, the skill leveled up, right? Furthermore, it's not only one, right? 2 skills leveled up at the same time? Why? That's right, it said something before the skills. Well, isn't it the skill proficiency level up bonus skill? That's it. That's right, it said so. In other words, there will be skill proficiency bonus point added to every time I level up. That's why 2 skills leveled up at the same time. The skill that leveled up were poison resistance and spider thread. So the thread was a skill too. I failed to hear its level. But won't it be easy to level spider thread if I keep on producing it? Looks like I obtained useful information. To summarize it, level up recovers physical strength completely. I think my status rose. And the most important is a bonus point will be included in each skill proficiency. I don't know how many points have been collected, but seems that 2 skills leveled up. It should be quite an amount, right? That means that I might be able to strengthen my skill efficiently by leveling up. Even so, level up. Though there's skills here, I thought before about whether level up exists or not, but it really exists now. Though I try not to think that way. But this world is really like a game. When it becomes like this, I was scared that I will live here with my game sense, but it's already too late. Well, I'm starting to feel a little excited. Looks like I can't go against a gamer's soul. Chapter 11, Itamaki Maki. Itamaki Maki? A white thin thread is attached to my 2 forelegs. It's stretched when I pull the outer. It gradually returned to its original length when I relax my strength. Oh, it became like a rubber, just as planned. What am I doing? Because I now know that spider thread is a skill, I started experimenting the spider thread in various ways while increasing my skill proficiency. Until now, I have only used my thread for making my nest and to restrain my prey. That's why I don't understand much about my threads, even though the one producing it is myself. Leave my home and level up? Impossible. Though I got excited when I leveled up, but it's impossible if I were to think calmly. Well, think about it. Do you think a woman who is good in games can win a real fight? Impossible. Even if my body is a monster, there's no meaning if the person moving it is frowning. As for moving a body in real and in game, it's like heaven and earth. In game, the character won't get tired, but in real, you get tired for how much you move. Besides, I only went to school in my previous life, and I was just a weak child lacking of physical strength. I think it would be difficult to fight against a genuine monster who live with its wild instinct. Though it's not like I can't do it, but failing dead. I want to avoid such a risky choice. If that's the case, then waiting for a pitiful prey to get caught in the net has a higher winning rate. I think this is much more efficient and safer rather than wandering around in the dungeon aimlessly. Someday, I think that I will leave my home. But that would only happen after I have leveled up more until I reached a certain point. Though I use such an absurd character in the online game, in other RPGs, leveling at early gameplay is my style of playing. Keep on leveling and defeating a boss while humming. Especially now that my life is on stake. I should act carefully until I have the confidence to win against other monsters. As part of level raising now, I'm trying to raise my spider thread skill proficiency. Now that I think about it, this spider thread is like my lifeline. I shivered while thinking that I would still wander around in the dungeon if I never make my home. In that case, probably I would be dead by now, isn't it? It's impossible to take a rest at ease, and it's also impossible to catch a prey. It's all thanks to the spider thread that I am living comfortably now. When thinking that, raising the level of my spider thread is the top priority for now. I don't know what's going to change if its level increased, but it definitely won't be a loss. Well, I thought I should find out the property of my thread while I am on it, so I verified in various ways. I began producing thread and verified the adjustment of thickness, adhesion, strength, and elasticity. The adjustment of thickness was considerably easy. When I intend to produce thin thread, a fairly thin thread was produced. Though it's impossible to make it invisible, it was possible to make it as thin as hair. In this dark dungeon, it should be hard to see even this thread. However, the result from the experiment on strength that I found out was the more thin the thread, the more easy the thread to break. Well, this alone can't be helped. If I think normally, it is obvious that it becomes weaker. If the level rises, it might increase its strength. Let's put some expectations on it. On the contrary, the strength rises when I make it thicker. The thickest string that I can produce now is about 2 centimeters in diameter, like a normal rope. Well, that's the maximum thickness I can produce right now. But I can make it more thicker if I tie the threads in a bundle. But it takes a while. I regret that I should not have done the experiment of adhesion. It's true that everyone thought that spiders' threads are adhesive, but to be honest, there's also non-adhesive threads. The reason why the spider itself won't get caught in its own web is because it knows how to use it properly. I understood it after making my nest with instinct. Well, to know more about it, I experimented on it, and I end up getting entangled by my own threads. To know about the proper use of both type of threads it was necessary to get entangled by my own threads. I am an idiot because I got caught by my own threads. I got impatient. Actually, I didn't know that the adhesive power can be reduced even after the thread was released, and I almost died getting caught by my own trap. The adhesive power can be changed to some extent if the thread is still connected to my bottom. After that, I tried to change the adhesive power of the thread that had been separated from my bottom, and the result was I can change a little only. I pull myself together and confirm the strength. It's weak if it's thin, where if it's thick, then it's stronger. But I don't know until what extent of power it can endure. What I mean, when I make its strength to maximum, I can't cut it no matter how much power I use. And the scary thing was that I can't even cut it with my fangs. If something were to be tangled by this thread, then it should not be able to escape. Well, there may be monsters far stronger than me that can tear my thread off. So overconfidence is a taboo. And lastly was the result of the elasticity experiment. Currently, I had a string getting stretched. This rubber thread seems to be pretty useful. It seems that I can make a simple sling by tying it with a stone. In addition, it seems that it's useful in various ways. I'm very satisfied with the experimental results. But even I used the thread that much, its level didn't increase. In addition, there's a problem that can't be ignored has occurred. The more thread I produce, the more energy I use. In other words, I am very hungry now despite not much time has passed since I ate the frog. It's not like I hate this consumption rate, but if I want to use a lot of threads next time, I better fill my stomach first before doing so, because it seems dangerous. Side story 1: the day when the daily life ended. Chapter side story 1: the day when the daily life ended. That day, it was just an ordinary day. I go to school, eat with my friends, attend the classes, play games once I go back home, eat, bath, and then sleep. It should have been such an ordinary day. On that day, I rubbed my sleepy eyes and went to school. It's all because I played online game till late night yesterday. Luckily, I was able to join the same party with Baldsan, and I played throughout the night. The Baldsan who I mentioned just now is a famous player in the online game that I play. Just as the name, a person who uses a bald-headed rough old man as avatar, a free player who throw away romance, and controlling such an amazing character with skillful technique in the front lines. Due to the fact that he doesn't even chat, many players were attracted to him. It's inevitable that I was feeling excited because I can play with the famous Baldsan. Upon reaching the school, I suppress my yawn and enter my classroom. Morning, good morning, Asu, what's wrong? You look sleepy. I greet my friends who are Sasajima Kiya and Oashima Kanata. Both of them played the same online game as me. This is what the so-called game comrades. Oh, listen and get surprised. Yesterday, I formed a party with Baldsan. Seriously? Oh, seriously. We almost complete the quest thanks to him. Yuwa. Seriously. Is it that? The one that I leave after that. I played with Kanata till around midway. But he logged out because it's already late in the night. Damn it. If so, I should have persevered for a little more. Kanata seemed to be really frustrating. But if Kanata didn't leave the party, I won't be able to play with Baldsan. How is it? Looking closely at Baldsan, asked by Kiya, I recalled the gallant figure of Baldsan. That is not a human. Avoiding the Bespal Witch's magic while advancing. Can you believe it? Bespal, which is a boss in a high-level dungeon, and this fellow is rather harsh. In the internet, it was called another game barrage due to its outrageous amount of magic attack that it can fire in rapid succession. This boss' troublesome point was there's no end in its magic. There's no opportunity to attack, and if you leave alone, it will keep on firing magic. Normally, you would raise magic defense, then attack with the resolution to die together, or using shields for the ones at the back, and keep on firing magic on it. But that Baldsan, he charged straight from the front, avoiding every magic fired, and jumped toward its bosom and cut it down. That was surprising. I opened my mouth wide looking at the game screen. As expected from Baldsan. Looks like his other name, Idadin, is not just for show. No, there's no way anyone can move that fast without some skills. In the end, it requires skills to perform such movement. Kanata said that while beating his own arm. Certainly, even with the same status and equipment, I don't think I can do the same thing as Baldsan. I want to get better, want a level after school ends? Sure, I also agree. Let's train it somewhere harder. The chime rang after we settled our talk. We separated and sat on our own seat, without knowing that the promise will not be fulfilled. I started prepare for the class after I sat, and I noticed that my pencil case was not in the bag. Come to think of it, I recalled that I used it to summarize the information of the game in a notebook. I'd probably forgotten to put inside the bag. Oh, what's wrong? The person who reacted was Hisabi Yuka, the girl who sit next to me. I forgot to bring my pencil case area. It can't be helped. I will lend mine to you, Hisabi says so, and hands a mechanical pencil and an eraser. Saudi umu. I will have you buy me a sweet, so it's not free. I accept it while smiling wryly and waving my hand. Likewise, not knowing that this was another promise that cannot be fulfilled. And then that time came. It was during the Japanese language class. I was sleepy. I was fighting against the intense sleepiness. In front, standing on the platform, was a small-sized teacher called by a nickname, Oka-chan, who was reading aloud the kanji from the textbook. Most of the students are dropping their line of vision to the textbook on the desk. I shake of my drowsiness desperately, and I unintentionally raise my head up. In front of my eyes was a figure of a female student sitting at the front left seat. It was the person called Rihoko. It's not her real name. Real horror child. Rihoko for short. She's an eerie woman who's very thin with a pale face and always have a gloomy expression. I don't want to speak ill of such a person that much, but an incompatible sense did it by all means, even if I understand it. Rihoko dozed off boldly, as if she is ridiculing me, who fought against drowsiness. While feeling unpleasant, I removed my eyesight from her. There it was there. It was a crack. I'm probably the only one who noticed it in this classroom. Exactly on the middle of the classroom, above, a crack appeared where there should be nothing there. There was no other words to describe it except a crack. Moreover, the size gradually increased. The crack looks like it was going to break at any moment. Even if I saw it, I couldn't do anything as I looked at it dumbfounded. The result probably would not change, even if I did something. The crack broke grandly. At the same time, I felt a terrible pain. And we died. Chapter 12, A Moving Reunion. LOL. I'm hungry. But if there's no prey caught in my web, then eating is impossible. It's inevitable, so I will sleep for now. I need to sleep to preserve my stamina. It's not that I'm lazy. Just when I thought I can sleep to my heart's content, I end up waking up forcibly. This is because there's a vibration transmitted through my threads. Their prey got caught? My joy turned into impatience immediately after knowing that. I know the state of my web connected by my threads very clearly. It was a different feeling from before. Something is touching the web. It's certain. It's not caught in the web. After all, it's moving on the web. Impossible. Though I thought before that there might be someone who can break through the web, but it didn't expect that someone can move calmly on the web. I became confused due to the unexpected situation, and it was too late to start moving. It has already climbed over the web and is invading my home. This is bad. Though I have decided that when there's someone who can break through the web, I would escape without hesitation, but am confronting it now. I was careless. With my brain not functioning well just after waking up, am confused. This is the first time I felt the danger of my life since I stay in my home. Small lesser Teratech, the one that appeared, was the same spider as me. Because of being the same species, it broke through my web without difficulty. Hello, brother. Note, she uses English here. I think this guy is probably my sibling. But I don't know whether it is an older brother or an older sister or a younger brother or a younger sister. A moving reunion with my lifelong separated sibling. However, there's danger to my life. Wait. Calm down. It's not decided yet whether this guy is an enemy or not. Even if they were preying on each other after they're born, it might overlook me because of our relationship as siblings. Kichi. Sha. It's an enemy, but it's only threatening me and haven't attacked me yet. Looks like it's looking around here. What should I do? Running away doesn't seem to be the best plan. The same species as me. That means that it has the same physical abilities like me. So far, I managed to get to this point with my running speed, but there's no guarantee that I can run away from someone who have the same speed as me. In addition, I'm worried about my safety, whether I can run away from it. because the outside is overflowed with a monster's threat. In my current hunger state, escaping at full speed, consuming all my stamina, I will be insecure if I am to go outside. Building a new home will wear me out, and above all, it is necessary to look for a good location. In an exhausted condition, wandering around looking for such location is a suicidal action. It's terrifying when I think about it. Then exactly what should I do? Of course, all that's left is to defeat this guy. Can I do it? I have a hunch that I'm at a slight disadvantage. Because of being the same species, there should not be so much of a difference in physical abilities. However, that is, if our level are the same. If this guy is born at the same time as me, then there should be no much difference in our level. Perhaps the same level, or maybe one level higher. Because this guy has traveled all the way from the outside and reached here. I should think that its level is higher than me. The worst possibility is that this guy was born before me and it's an old-timer. In that case, its level should be much more higher than me. It has reached a level where it can move boldly in the place I'm heading for in the future. There's no chance to win. Either way, it's a life-or-death fight. If that's the case, then I won't think about my opponent's strength anymore. I will do my best. If it's still useless, then it's just the end of this spider's short life. Though I don't want to die, this world has reincarnation in it, so it's not like I can abandon the concept of the world after death. Let's resolve myself. I concentrate for the fight. I clear my thoughts. I fix my eyes only on the enemy. The enemy and me seem to understand that both of us are ready to fight, so I stand ready. The back slightly inclined. It's as if the start of an approach run. The enemy jumped vigorously, just as I predicted it. It jumped. I glance my enemy with pity, who is currently in the air brandishing its claw. I take a step to the back while releasing threads towards the enemy in the air. This guy took the wrong choice. It chose to jump up into the air and attack with its claw rather than using our greatest weapon, Poison Fangs. The claw attack is not bad either. Though it's not bad, you should use it for restraining only. It's not suitable to use it as the main weapon. Our weapon are the thread and Poison Fangs. I won't be defeated by this guy who did not understand it. My brother who got caught easily in the air. It got entangled by the threads and falls to the ground. I rush over immediately. Chomp! I bite into its body with my Poison Fangs mercilessly. As the same as me, this guy should have poison resistance, but such a thing doesn't matter. When it is restricted by the threads, the outcome of the fight is already decided. What's left is I just need to inject more poison to surpass the poison resistance. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fang LV2 has become Poison Fang LV3. The Poison Fang skill leveled up probably due to the fact that I continued injecting a large amount of poison into the spider. Around the same time, my brother stopped moving. I won't forget you, brother. As the fool who invaded my home for the first time. Chapter 13, I received a disgraceful title. I succeeded in getting through my brother's attack easily. No, I was saved because this guy was stupid. Practically, it will be dangerous if it's a serious fight. I managed to grasp my characteristic to some extent. Given that I can't confirm my status like a game, I think I can judge my ability objectively. Considering from there, my greatest weapon are my threads and Poison Fangs. Restrain it with my threads, and finish it off with my Poison Fangs. This is my invincible winning combo. On the contrary, my defeat is decided when the combo is proven useless. That's all for me. Rather than that, for us, spiders, threads, and Poison Fangs are important weapons. This stupid assailant did not understand it at all. I, who was the same species as my opponent, predicted the results of the fight that the one who restrained its opponent first will win. Therefore, what's left was how to restrain the opponent with the threads, because this strategy is the core of the fight, and yet the result is this mess. Throwing itself without any measures. Are you an idiot? Are you stupid? Do you really want to die? It's already dead. Rather, how did such a fool manage to survive so far? I'm starting to admire that fool now. The monsters outside of my home, to be frank, I don't think I can win against those monsters. How did that guy survive so far? Well, there's no help thinking about it, and that guy is dead already. You should know that what kind of end this dead guy will have in my territory, right? I'm very hungry. Though it has a disgusting appearance, but I've already throw away my timid mind when I ate the first frog. Brothers? So what? Originally, it's a species that preys on each other. Therefore, Itadikamasu. Fu. Thank you for the delicious meal. Though it looks like that, it was more delicious than the frog. After all, is it that? Is it because that the frog has both poison and acid? Well, it was better than the frog, even though it's unchanged that this was not delicious because it has poison. When I was relaxing, I heard a machine-like voice which was the voice of heaven. Conditions met. Tidal Gross Feeder was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Gross Feeder. Skill Poison Resistance LV1, Corrosion Resistance LV1, was acquired. Poison Resistance LV1 has unified into Poison Resistance LV3, conditions met. Tidal Blood Relative Eater was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Blood Relative Eater. Skill Taboo LV1, Heresy Magic LV1, was acquired what? What's this? Every time I heard the voice of heaven, I would always be surprised, but this time, rather than surprised, I was dumbfounded. What's a title? Why don't I calm down for now? When it comes to this, I produce threads to calm down. I produce threads properly and roll it around and making a white fur ball. Phew! I calm down a little. Well, title. Is this that? The one that I get after achieving a special condition? Though it might be so, but the ones that I acquired was none other than some disgraceful and grotesque title. The Tidal Gross Feeder is just an insult rather than a title. Blood Relative Eater. With those words, it's definitely no good. Other people can't see this, right? If the level of appraisal is high, it's likely to be seen. Yua. If it were to be seen, then it's definitely no good. Well, I'm a monster and I would be dead before my title was seen if I was seen by a human. But if I ignore the words, isn't it the title's effects are good? Because I acquired 4 skill from it. Because I have the poison resistance from the start, and, judging from the words of the voice of heaven, did it get added into my skill proficiency? It's inconvenient that I'm not able to see detailed information at such time. I want my appraisal level to increase quickly. Leaving that aside, I'm interested with the remaining 3 skills. Well, I can somehow understand corrosion resistance. The skill proficiency might rise if I eat rotten things. I don't think I would willingly eat it. The problem is the remaining 2 skills. Though taboo skill seems to be dangerous, but I don't know its effects at all. To be frank, I can't even imagine it. Explanation please. There's no use to it if I don't know what its effect is. Heresy Magic is the same. I don't know how to use it. What? Will it activate if I recite an incantation? Even if I say that, I can't talk because I'm a spider. I can only cry kichi-kichi, or perhaps I should say grinding my teeth. No, even if I can talk, I don't even know the incantation. It doesn't change that it's not usable. I try to recite Heresy Magic is my heart for trial. No singyapo. It's useless. I thought that I got the title and skill was a godsend, but the only substantial one was corrosion resistance. No, well, I think that the poison resistance was also a gain. When thinking so, the only useful title was Gross Feeder, right? Blood Relative Eater does not serve any purpose. If the condition to acquire the title Blood Relative Eater is eating blood relatives, then there should be a lot of my brothers who have the same title. However, only the fool that was eaten by me a while ago reached here. That means there's no much change in battle abilities even if I acquired the title. It's meaningless if it's useless. I see. So there are some reasons for simple conditions. When the conditions of the title is easy, then its effect is low. However, knowing that something like title exists is big. If I can collect titles, then maybe I can collect more skills efficiently. I should try out various things to check whether I can acquire more titles or not. Chapter 14, Chapter of Reconstruction. A little time passed after the attack from my brother. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Spider Thread LV5 has become Spider Thread LV6. I played with my threads, and its level increased when I was using it for training. No, I had a hard time leveling it. Thanks to that, it's pure white in my home now. My home have changed a lot compared with the original look. First, the amount of webs has increased. Before this, the webs were placed in sets at the top and bottom in a remote place from the T-shaped intersection. But now, the web spread to the branch road in the passage. I have spread many sets of nets in the passage. With only a set of web, it would only allow invasion and breakthrough like what happened before. It should take some time to break through with all these webs. With this, my home security has increased. I decorated the walls because the skill didn't leveled up. I spread my threads on the wall and I painted it white. Of course, it's not a mere decoration. This wallpaper thread are linked to the webs. I adjusted it so that when a prey got caught, the threads will separate from the wall and wrap the prey. This is my boastful trap that I completed after various trial and error. When I started sticking my wallpaper threads, my skill level went up by 1. After I finished sticking the wallpaper threads, I set up some extra thin threads as it was invisible in my home. I never made this thread adhesive and it snaps immediately after touching it. It will snap eventually by the air even if I leave it, then it will get absorbed by the wallpaper threads. I think that the reason why I was able to produce such a thin thread is that my skill level became 5. The effect of this thread is to search for enemies. The threads are connected to me, and if there's something that touched the thread, I would be able to know what it is. Because I said that it's inconvenient that I can't look back before, so I thought that I should develop an enemy searching thread. I decided to set it up in my home because it was not necessary to mind the rear while I'm in my home. Someday, I hope that it can be operated remotely because I want to search outside of my home. Well, after doing so much things as expected, I didn't have anything to do, so I save up some threads idly, and finally, my skill reached level 6. Thanks to that, I'll leave the fur balls as it is due to the fine, quality-like silk thread, which had an overflowing luxury. This seems to be able to sell for a good amount of money to a human. Well, it's not like I know anything about humans' textile industry. By the way, if I release such amount of threads, it's obvious that I am hungry. Therefore, I have ate all the pitiful prey that was caught in the web. It seems that the monsters here has poison in their body. It doesn't die easily even with my poison fangs. Well, my victory was already decided by the time when my prey is restrained in the web. Still, I think that it's impossible to fight without threads. At any rate, even with my poison fangs, it won't be effective unless I need to keep on biting my prey. For such a long time, it would be ruined by a counterattack if I don't restrain it with my threads. Thanks to that, my poison fang has increased to level 4 and poison resistance has increased to level 5. I don't know whether it's because of poison resistance level rose, but the bitter taste of monsters with poison has become a habit. As for the monsters whom I defeated so far, were 3 Elro Randonel, 1 Elro Peccato, 1 Elro Basilisk, and 1 Fingegoth. All of them were caught by the web, and I restrained it with threads, then killed it with my poison fangs. Elro Randonel was a monster that looks like a small dinosaur. I got flustered because 3 of them came over at once. Well, I didn't have a hard time because all 3 of them were caught in the web. Elro Peccato was a strange monster with the arms of a monkey and the body of a penguin fused with a pelican. Fingegoth was a bee-like monster with a huge body that can fill up this passage that was around 3 meters. Because of that, it's much more easier to get caught in the web. The most dangerous was Elro Basilisk. It was a huge lizard-like monster, and, just as its name, it can use petrifaction attack. Probably the same as the fairy tale. It was the devil's eye of petrifaction that petrified one of my foreleg. Because of how slow the petrifaction progression speed was, I somehow managed to defeat it. But it was a terrifying enemy. After that, until I level up and shed my skin, I have to spend my time with my petrified foreleg. Though it might be a gain because I was able to acquire the petrifaction resistance skill. But it was much more dangerous than the first frog. I just said it smoothly, but I leveled up. Moreover, it's 3 level. I'm level 5 now. The skills that I know that I have were Poison Fang LV4, Spider Thread LV6, Appraisal LV2, Taboo LV1, Heresy Magic LV1, Poison Resistance LV5, Acid Resistance LV2, Corrosion Resistance LV1, and Petrifaction Resistance LV1. Though my level went up by 3, the skill did not rise to that extent. Appraisal doesn't level at all since LV2. It seems that the skill proficiency bonus from level up is little. And it seems that I missed it during my first level up that skill point increases by leveling up. However, the amount is quite little. I got excited when I heard the voice of heaven said that I obtained skill points, but after that, I try to acquire some skills, but it's no good. In such a time, I try to remind about all the possible skills like item box or automatic regeneration, but there was no skills that can be acquired. In the first place, the voice of heaven won't give me a response, even if the skill exists or not. Insufficient skill points, that was the only answer that came back. Looks like the method to become matchless by acquiring every skill is impossible. It seems that the skill limitation is more severe than I thought. Chapter 15. The time I lose my paradise today. Also, I spend my day lazily. On my home is. The meals come over from there without permission, and I can sleep soundly in a dangerous dungeon because the countermeasures has been secured. Because I spread some soft threads on the firm floor, it feels like sleeping on a bed. It has become a daily routine that I keep producing threads while relaxing. This is happiness. Thinking about my previous life that I spent my daily life restlessly. I did not have such awareness. Now that I think about it, what do you think of 4 hours sleep? My life cycle in my previous life was wake up in the morning and go to the school. Once school is over, I go back home and did nothing but playing games. Once my drowsiness reached its limit, then only I sleep. It was such a life. Though it's fun playing games, but thinking back now, there was an obligation to play it. Being a free player while also being one of the top player in the online game. Try to live up to the expectations with pride. I inadvertently think that exceeded my capacity. Such me, something like living up to everyone's expectations, it still feels good if it's a joke. Self-conceit. I don't mind the eyes of another person. Though I thought so. But looks like I still have such human sense, even though I noticed it after living this life. Therefore, the real meaning is when I'm living a life where I don't have anything to do, there's a feeling of freedom. At first, I felt uneasy when think that I can't bear with all the free time I have, but it looks like it was just a needless anxiety. Though I'm surely free because there's neither internet nor game in such environment, but it's not that unbearable. Looks like my standard of happiness is somewhat lower than normal people. To put things bluntly, it's already a happiness to be able to live. I'm already happy with the present life that have food and living secured. I'm happy till I think that I intend to spend my life in here. Though I don't know how long a spider can live. But I think that I will have to leave my home someday. Unexpected situation. Changes in environment. The appearance of a powerful enemy who can break through my web. I don't know when it is, but I think that time will come. There's nothing that doesn't change. Therefore, I should prepare when the time comes. Though I have decided it, it's still too early. I'm not prepared yet. In front of my panicking view was one of my home's entrance blaze up. I was falling asleep, and suddenly flames started arose. The home which I put great efforts to build it is currently swallowed up by a sea of flames without being able to resist. My spider thread, which I boasted for its invincibility, is unexpectedly weak against fire. However, why are there suddenly flames in my home? I understood the answer immediately. It's a human. There was a man in the depths of the fire. A torch is in his hand. He must have burnt my home using the fire from the torch. This is bad. Though it's hard to see clearly through the fire, but I can see the figure of several humans behind the man. I don't think they set the fire up accidentally. It's obviously an action that they are cautious of the spider web. Then, they must be aware that in the depths of the web, there's a spider which is me. If I keep on staying here, I only have two choices whether I would die wounded by the fire or I would die being cornered by humans. Fortunately, the flames have not reached my place yet, and if I escape on the opposite side, the humans should not be able to catch up with me. I look at my home one more time. I spent most of my time here after I reincarnated. I put great efforts to build it up, having done various discoveries in this place, and each time after discovering something, I would be swinging from joy to sorrow. So far, this was also the place that had protected me all the time. I might love this place more than my room in my previous life. I spent such long time in this place. I began to run, with the flames at the opposite direction. I go through the complicated spider web skillfully. The last web. I can never return to this place once I pass through there. There's no more security once I pass through there. Still, I passed through the last web without hesitation. Though I had the urge to look back, I didn't do so. Now, I need to escape as far as possible. Thus, I have been chased out of my home, though it's a sequel. But the adventurers who set my home on fire seem to discover my large amount of thread balls left in the center afterwards. Fortunately, the flames did not reach there, and they collected. It is said that the clothes made with the threads were sold for a large amount of money. It seemed that the king of some country even purchased it, and it became a topic for a certain period of time. I only know the fact after a very long time. Chapter 16, Leaving the Nest Trudging. My steps are heavy. The shock was bigger than I thought because I ran at full speed. I lost my dear home. Even if I became a spider, my heart will not falter even if I ate strange things. The shock was unexpectedly huge when the time comes, even though I intended to be prepared when there's a situation where I need to leave my home someday. I thought that would be a little delay, but the damage was huge. I wanted to keep my home at least until I reached level 10. Yuga. Yash, I end my hesitation. Let's have a change of feeling. For the time being, let's decide what to do in the future. There are several choices. 1. Build a new home in another place. 2. Wander around the dungeon. 3. Head towards the dungeon's exit. This is all I can think of now. I want to pick choice number 1 when I thought about the security, but I intend to reject choice number 1. My home is wonderful. The necessities of life are satisfied, and there's almost no need to work. It can be said as that it was an ideal paradise. But I would be ruined steadily if I keep slacking in such environment, both physically and mentally. I will become a good-for-nothing spider if I keep on hunting safely in my home, and I won't be able to overcome unexpected situation. I realized it after the human burned my home. As it stands now, if someone were to break through my spider web, I would only have the choice to escape. It's no use if it's like that. It would be endless if I'm depressed whenever I run away like this time. Above all, there's something smoldering within me because my home was destroyed. It seemed that I'm unable to allow myself to continue escaping. Yes, I'm really frustrated. My home was destroyed easily. I'm there, yet I can't do anything except thinking that escaping is the most obvious choice. Yes, the one who didn't hesitate to think of escaping was none other than me. But how is it after escaping? The feeling of frustration and how pathetic I am that can tear my body. Escape once again? Like I can endure such a thing. What sets me seething was my home was not just a convenient place, but was a place that was important to me. If I were to say it hackneyed, it was the place where I truly belong. In my previous life, I don't belong anywhere. My family relations have collapsed, and I didn't grow accustomed to school. Even in the game, it's just a fiction world. There's no place where I belong. Well, I took a defiant attitude that if I don't belong anywhere, my home, the place built only for me, the place where I belong, a place only for me without hesitating to anyone. It was taken away. It was plundered by an existence which was myself. I can never be proud of if I hand it over here. Is it happy just being able to live? I was a peace-loving idiot Japanese. Living without pride is just like being dead. I understood it from that matter before. My home was lost. My pride was hurt. I must become stronger so that my pride won't be stained. Hence, I can't shut myself in a new home and hunt safely. I must gain experience through combats. If that's the case, then it's either wandering in the dungeon aimlessly or head towards the exit. However, both choices look the same. After all, I don't know where's the exit. In the end, the only choice left is wandering aimlessly. In the first place, I hardly know about this dungeon. I don't know the name of this dungeon, even though I was born and raised in this dungeon. I don't know how large is this dungeon, what's the difficulty in this dungeon, and I even don't know about the dungeon's topography. There are many things I don't know. I feel that I have worried about things I don't know before this. That's right. The time when I acquired the appraisal skill. That's right. I have appraisal. It can't level up anymore when I am in my home, but now that I am outside of my home, its level could be increased. If its level rises, it might be useful, so I should keep on appraising from now on. Thus, I start appraising. Wall of labyrinth, floor of labyrinth, ceiling of labyrinth. It's not useful, as usual. The skill proficiency should be increasing because the appraisal results displayed one by one whenever I walk. I'm starting to feel sick because of the information flowing in my head. I need to bear it a little until I get used to it. When I appraised the large crowd of monsters for the first time, I didn't feel sick that time. At that time, rather than feeling sick, I think I was dumbfounded by it. At any rate, I should wander in the dungeon while appraising. Chapter 17, I use a dirty trick fair and square head-on skill proficiency reached. Skill appraisal LV2 has become appraisal LV3. The skill level went up easily. Not much time had passed since I started appraising, so it increases this easily if I don't shut myself indoors. I'm having a complicated feeling. Well, there's nothing better than the level increasing. Well, what will it show on level 3? I appraise myself at once. Small Lesser Terratect LV5 no name, there's level in it. Why? Well, it did add a new information. But when will this skill be useful? However, I wonder how strong is the Small Lesser Terratect, my species in this dungeon? Something unexpected occurred when I thought of such a thing. Small Lesser Terratect. Hatchling of the deteriorating Terratect species Is this the result of my appraisal after appraising my species name? Double appraisal? Oh, didn't I just discover an important trick? That means I have to try appraise things again. Terratect. A spider-type species of monsters, it was possible. Isn't this amazing? If I happen to appraise something and an unknown word comes out, I can also appraise the unknown word. The explanation is still short, and it doesn't give much information yet, but won't it be incredible if I level it up? I might be able to gain various information from one appraisal. Fuhioi. Appraisal San, I am sorry to say that you are useless. From here on, I will do my best to level my skill up. Well, it's good that I keep on appraising, but by now about 2 problems appeared. That is, I'm hungry and sleepy. That's what it is. After escaped at full speed from the surprise attack at my home, I wander in the dungeon, so it's obvious that I will get hungry and sleepy, though I can still endure with it. But sooner or later, I would need to eat and sleep. The existence of other monsters became the problem of the two. To eat, I need to find a monster and defeat it. On the contrary, I need to prevent being found by a monster when sleeping. I'm in a dilemma, unable to satisfy both. Well, there's actually a plan to solve both. I should make a simple home to sleep in it. With this, I can sleep in peace, and I can secure meals if a monster get caught in the trap. Killing 2 birds with a stone. But, since I have decided that I should fight a while ago, I want to kill my prey by my own hands as much as possible. When I sleep, I would build a simple home because it's inevitable. But I would like to fight at least once after waking up. The simple home is not a place for hunting, but it's a place to secure a place to sleep. Well, I would eat without reservation if there's a monster caught in the trap. For the time being, I will continue to wander around looking for monsters. It's there. Elro Frog LV3, ahead of the passage where I hide myself. There was a figure of the fated frog. That guy turns his back towards my direction. It has not noticed my existence yet. Should I launch a surprise attack? It noticed me when I thought about it. TCH Kisha. First of all, I threaten it. B. Spitting sound, OWA? You. It's no fair, suddenly spitting your saliva in a flash. I barely dodge it. B. Don't speak consecutively. Yua. Ofu. Like I can avoid that many at once. Pain. Though it's not that pain compared to the first time because of the resistance, but it still doesn't change that I'm feeling pain. Or rather you. I didn't know that you are that energetic if I never restrain you with my threads. Wait. Pidgeot? I failed to avoid one again. This is bad. If this continues, I would get defeated one-sidedly. Now that it's come to this, there's only suicide attack. Bay. Like I will receive the same attack after many times. After being attacked that much, I know that you can only spit 3 times. Don't underestimate the eyes of the gamer called Idatin and my avoiding technique. I avoid the saliva. I swing down my claw toward the frog. Ghoul. As expected, it was avoided and it jumped and used its tongue. Bitten. Pain. I was hit by the tongue as if I'm being smashed by it. Furthermore, the tongue had acid on it, and it's not just the pain for being nailed, but also the pain of acid on my body. This is a serious injury. If there's a stamina gauge, it would be in the dangerous zone. If I receive another blow, I might die from it. But that won't happen. The outcome has already been decided. Because I have set up my threads around the place where the frog jumped, the trick is simple. I just release my thread on the ground while avoiding the spit attack. As for me, it looks like I tend to release threads unconsciously on the ground when I'm moving. I used it for this time. I increased the adhesiveness of the threads that I had released unconsciously. After that, I just have to guide the frog to that place. I adjusted the angle and the speed of my claw attack to make it jump to that place. But I didn't expect it to counterattack in the air. The frog which got caught by the thread after landing. I wind an additional thread without mercy on it. After that, it's obvious what I'm going to do. Chomp! My first battle ended up with a narrow victory. Chapter 18, Complete Recovery After Staying at the Inn, is only in game skill proficiency reached. Skill Acid Resistance LV2 has become Acid Resistance LV3, a skill level went up. With this, the next time I fight against the frog should be a little easier. Actually, the possibility of the damage might have exceeded the maximum value if I don't have resistance against it. It was dangerous. My body is already worn out. 2 spit attacks and an attack with its tongue. With that attacks only, I am on the verge of death. Especially, the tongue attack was dangerous. My body dented after receiving the direct hit, and a few of my legs broke by the shock. I didn't lower my guard. I expected that the winning rate to be low if I fight head-on without using spiderwebs against other monsters. Still, somewhere in my heart, thought that I can somehow manage it. Honestly, it's unexpectedly tedious. Anyway, I don't think I can move properly with this injury. For now, I should make a simple home here and devote myself to heal the injury. I leave the dead frog there and start to spread my threads. Cool. An intense pain assaulted my body whenever I move. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill pain resistance LV10. Is it a new skill? Somehow I can feel the pain is relieving. Still, it's very painful. However, this skill seems to quite useful. I am grateful that the skill level will rise naturally if I continue to survive after this. Phew! Finally, this simple home is completed. With this, I can finally rest. If a monster attacks me now, I would definitely die. For the time being, let's eat the prey that I had a hard time killing it. My first ended up with a narrow victory. The battle with my brother? Such a thing can't even be called as a battle. Not counted. I realized it once again after experiencing my first battle. I am weak. I think that the whole small lesser Terratech species, including me, are weak. Well, at any rate, it's a deteriorating species. The offensive power is poor and the defensive power is fragile. Though only the speed was able to reach a certain level, but it can't avoid the barrage of spit attacks from the frog. My basic ability value is even inferior to a lower level frog. The reason I was able to defeat a monster without having a hard time was because of the spiderweb made by my threads. This is the outcome if I fight head-on. I understand well that how I relied on my home. At any rate, this has become clear to me. It's impossible for me to initiate a battle from the front. If I were to fight head-on, it can be said that everything is decided by how I were to restrain my opponent with threads. Alternatively, there's a measure where I can bite my opponent with my poison fangs, but with this poor status, I would be killed before I can bite. I can confuse my opponent with my speed and strike when there's an opportunity, or I can set up a trap like this time and restrain it with my threads. This seems to be my basic strategy, or I can set up a trap in advance and lead it there. When thinking so, my compatibility with the frog might be bad. It's a type where it keeps on sniping from long distance one-sidedly. Because it won't move so much, it won't jump into the trap. It's a pain that I don't have any long-distance attack. Though I can shoot threads, but the range is short, and above all, my opponent might be cautious to my threads. I want to keep this method as long as possible. I need to think about the countermeasures for the long-distance attacks as soon as possible. A lot of problems. I now know my weakness, or rather I'm full of weakness. However, I can't give in just because of this. I only need to build a new home if I only need to live on. But then it's no good. Since I decided to live my life proudly, I cannot cling to escaping here. But just let me rest for now. This injury, I wonder how long does it need to reach complete recovery? Or rather, can it even be cured? I am envious of the character in game that can fully recover after sleeping overnight. Anyway, let's sleep. Today was a tiring day. I need to sleep in order to recover. Thus, good night. Zzyin? I slept well. Rather than sleeping, it feels like I fainted. Ugu, there's still pain in my body. Well, it's impossible to recover from such injury in one night. Phew, act. When I tried to stretch my body, an intense pain ran through my bent legs. Especially my two right middle legs were the most painful. Want to get torn off if I'm careless? I became uneasy wondering whether this injury will recover or not. Chanshin. There's a vibration from the thread. A monster got caught by the web of my simple home. Usually I would wake up as soon as there's a vibration from my threads, but it looks like I slept soundly till I didn't notice it. It's all because of the damage on my body was too huge. Elro Basilisk LV for Yua. It's the petrifaction lizard. Another troublesome guy got caught again. What should I do? Because this guy has the devil's eye of petrifaction, it can attack if our eyes met. In addition to this injury, isn't it bad if I receive a petrifaction attack? But letting go of the monster is just... Hero. Our eyes met. NG. My leg is starting to petrify. No. When it comes to this, it can't be helped already. Chomp. The petrifaction speed is considerably slow due to my petrifaction resistance. But it's bad to be unable to use my unbroken foreleg. If things don't go well, it might be difficult to move. Please die while my leg is still functioning. Kuda. Wondering whether my prayer reached or not, the basilisk died before my leg fully turns into stone. Umamu, though I can still walk, but this is hard. Experience points has reached a certain degree individual. Small lesser Terratect LV5 has become LV60. Godly timing. Every basic ability rose level up bonus skill proficiency, acquired skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fong LV4 has become Poison Fong LV5 skill proficiency reached. Skill Petrifaction Resistance LV1 has become Petrifaction Resistance LV2 skill point, gained OK. I'm happy that 2 skills leveled up, but there's something much better than it. I can remove my skin from my body. It's shedding of skin. One of the benefits of level up. Complete recovery by shedding skin. I was worried whether my dented body can be cured or not, but it looks like it's fully recovered now. Thank you, Basilisk. And Itadakamasu. Though I didn't recover completely after sleeping overnight, I recovered completely by leveling up. Chapter 19, it's not a big deal if it does not hit. It's a pleasant feeling to recover completely. Oh dear me, I didn't thought that there was a recovery technique by leveling up. I completely forgot about it. But this can't be used that many times, right? I just leveled up a while ago, and that means that it would be a long way to go before I can level up again. If I were to bear such a serious injury after each time I fight, my recovery speed won't be able to catch up with it. Then I would need to build a simple home there and stay indoors in order to recover. It's no use if it's like that. After all, I would return to my original life. Although I say it, it's just a discussion about what to do. I don't get stronger suddenly just because my level rose. If it's my weakness, then I would use my head to find a way to win against it. To be frank, if I were to launch a suicide attack without thinking, it would be like crossing the Sanzu River. Even though I was reincarnated, I don't have the memories where I crossed the Sanzu River. Is there no other way than this? Though I don't want to get hurt if possible, but I can't say such luxurious thing. Rather, there's not even a guarantee whether I can win the fight next time or not. Even a while ago, too, I would die if I made a mistake. What if the frog didn't plunge itself into the thread as planned? I don't want to think about it. Getting through without being hurt in such a last-minute life-or-death state. The hurdle is slightly too high for me. No, wait. Though I assumed that I would get hurt every time, but isn't it slightly dangerous? I receive damage with my paper defense. It is very bad. Among the monsters whom I have met, the frog doesn't seem to be so strong, though I know its strength after fighting it. But its appearance just doesn't look strong. Though it has the color that makes people be cautious with its poison, but it doesn't look strong. Without poison, If it's only simple physical fighting strength, then there are others that seem to be more stronger than it. Well, I was driven into critical condition by a single blow from the weak-looking frog. When I get killed one hit, if it was an attack from someone stronger, it's possible. If that happens, it won't be an injury anymore. What should I do? No, there's only one measure. It's no use even if I have hope in my defense. I should think that it's death if I receive an attack. That means I just have to avoid my opponent's attacks. Isn't it easy? Ah, what an impossible game. In my previous life, the evasive ability I have in the game was the result of repeated practice. Now I will confess it, I keep dying in the game. It's the so-called learn by dying. I observe the attack pattern of my opponent with the premise to die and learn through it. With that as foundation, I could able to control weird character like dodging specialist for the first time. Therefore, I can't win against the enemy that I have never met before. My current situation is somewhat similar to the game character. The game character specialized in speed and also had offensive power increased. Other status are in their initial value. It was a worthless character with a paper defense and with no measures against long-distance attacks. Now, I'm suffering because of this. In the first place, the reality is way much different from the game. Because in the game, I only need to use my fingers to move, but in the reality, I need to move my whole body. Even my view, it's not good if I were to be glued to a game screen. Above all, there's a feeling of tension that it will end if I die. Do I not seem to be tense? Such a thing, huh? I don't feel tense. Huh? Let's forget about this talk. Anyway, it's different in the game and the reality. Even in the game, I'm premised to die. Me being an evasive character in the reality is impossible. Though there's no reason, but there's no good plan either. Umamu. In the first place, I have 2 little cards to play. Though the thread is useful in many ways, but the poison fangs only had one way to use it. I believe that the appraisal will become useful if it levels. Though the resistance skills are useful, my original defense is poor. What's left are the heresy magic and taboo with unknown effects. Heresy magic, it should be possible to use long-distance attacks if it's called as magic, but I don't know how to use it. I seriously want a tutorial. If it's possible to acquire it, I should have known at least how to use it. Magic which only exists in fantasy, and I thought I can use it if I imagine it. I think there should be a simple function like that. AAA. Well, it's no use pleading for something that doesn't exist. I peek in front stealthily from the rock shade. Small rock, turtle LV21. It's a turtle carrying a rock on its back. It can be said that it's big, probably has the same size as the Galapagos and the Earth, but there was no impact if it's compared with other monsters. But it has the small word in its name. Does that mean this guy is a child? Small rock turtle. Hatchling of rock turtle. Just as expected. Is that so? It's a child with that size. I absolutely don't want to meet its parents. Well then, let's get moving. It hasn't noticed me yet. Then, let's launch a back attack without reserve. I jump out of the rock and approach at full speed. I jump at the rock shell and shoot my threads. No, it was shaken off, but I succeeded in shooting my threads to it. The turtle can't move anymore. The turtle tore the thread and rushed forward. Evacuate, evacuate. I avoid it with a sidestep. Crash. With a terrible impact, the turtle plunges into the wall. I will be crushed flat if I receive that. It was the first time that my thread got torn. This is bad. The turtle turns around to my direction. It rushes again. I avoid it. Crash. It rushes again. I avoid it. Crash. It rushes again. It's enough already. I hook a thread on the foot of the turtle while avoiding its rush. The turtle stumbles and rolls in the reaction of the rush. It's lying on the ground upside down. When it comes to this, it would have a hard time to get up. Well, I won't give enough time for it to get up. Chomp! Though I would die if it hits, but it's not a big deal if it does not hit. Chapter 20, I am a spider. Currently behind you, I had a hard time to defeat the turtle. After having it lying upside down on the ground, I bite it once, but it withdraws itself into its shell. I almost got caught between the shell while biting it. Having such a feeble strength, it's impossible for me to drag it out of its shell. Therefore, I put my fangs into the gap of the shell and drip my poison. Then, the turtle came out quickly. It came out looking like it's in pain, and I quickly bite it. After that, I ate the turtle. I ate a meal without poison for the first time in my life. Well, it's hard and was not delicious. Umo. This time, it was a flawless victory. It's because I was able to avoid all of my opponent's attacks. Or perhaps I should say that the turtle only rushes forward foolishly and its movement is also slow. It does not mean that I have learned the secrets of avoiding. It's just that our compatibility was good. Oh, but I have a feeling that my speed has increased. Even if I level up. I don't know how strong my other status are, but it's obvious that my speed has become faster than before. I think I was able to move quite fast compared to the fight against the frog. Looks like the Terratech species is a monster specialized in speed. Nevertheless, specialized in evasion is impossible. Oh, my greatest weapons now are my speed and threads. Deriving from these two, the most suitable strategy for me is surprise attack. Cowardice? There's no cowardice in a life-or-death fight. Besides, it's just a preemptive attack. That's not cowardice. Well, the match would probably be decided by the preemptive attack. Shouldn't I suppose to experience combat? Even this is a legitimate combat. A great person won't be able to understand it. Well, even if I say to launch a surprise attack, the probability to succeed is only half. Even other monsters don't live in such a danger zone for show, and it should be sensitive with dangers. I would gain if the surprise attacks succeed. I will have to make my decisions quickly in the situation if I fail. The problem is if there's other monsters that can tear my thread like the turtle. Indeed, to tear my thread, which I thought that it's only weak against fire. My spider thread skill is on level 6. Within my skills, it has the highest level. To be able to tear it is approximately equal to my defeat. I was saved because the turtle was compatible. But it's frightening if I think that other monsters can tear my threads. At any rate, I put too much confidence on my threads. I will put it in my head that my threads might be torn in the future. After that, I didn't encounter any other new monsters except the turtle, and I became sleepy. I want to sleep in my simple home. The sun rises the next morning, even though I don't know whether it's morning or not. Anyway, I woke up. Well, let's restart my search. However, this dungeon is really wide. Though I wander around ever since I got lost in this labyrinth area, there's no sign that I can get away from this labyrinth. When there's a forked road in the passage, I would always go to the right. I heard before that placing your hands on a labyrinth wall while advancing will help you reach the goal. Advancing with a regularity is easier to remember. When the time comes, I can follow the thread, which I release into the ground unconsciously and return. Like that, I advance rapidly, but there's no sign of the labyrinth's goal. As usual, the appraisal skill which I had it running, keep repeating the wall of labyrinth and the floor of labyrinth in my head. Though I don't know the accurate distance I advanced, but it should be at least dozens of kilometers by now. I came very far when I thought so. When I was a human, I would die if I walked such a distance. And I found my first prey for today. Umu. It's a monster that I never saw before. It is a monster with a lot of legs similar to a centipede. For the time being, I should appraise it. Elroferect failed to appraise its statusum. It failed. The level doesn't appear. The appraisal can fail. I knew it for the first time. Well, it doesn't make any difference even if it fails. But wait a minute. It didn't fail because of the R level difference, right? If that's the case, that means that the centipede is much more stronger than me. But it doesn't look stronger than me. Is the failure of the appraisal have nothing to do with our level difference? If so, it's good, but what if it's like a wise man keeps some of his talents in reserve? There's no help even if I am at loss. Woman is brave. Let's go. I approach my opponent's back quickly without making sound. Su. Hello, D. The surprise attack succeeded easily. I'm a bit disappointed that it succeeded too easily. My opinion on the centipede that I feared of was a misunderstanding. Without tearing my thread, like the turtle, I complete restraining it, and I finish it with my poison fangs. The centipede looks unappetizing from its appearance, and it was unappetizing as expected. Moreover, it has a strange poison in it, and it made me feel sick after eating it. Somehow, my body feels a little stiff. I never ate anything delicious after being reborn as a spider. Although I think that it's a luxurious worry, I want to eat something delicious. Ah, why don't a cup noodle fall somewhere? Chapter 21, HP, MP, SP Skill Proficiency Reached. Skill Appraisal LV3 has become Appraisal LV4. Oh, finally my appraisal leveled up. Recently, I didn't feel sick from overflowing information. Everything's going well. Well, let's see what has been added to it. Small Lesser Terratect LV6. No name, huh? No change. Just when I was thinking about it, there were some lines with color under the species name. What's this? HP bar. I appraised the green line unintentionally. As a result, I know what the line means. HP, an abbreviation often used in games. In short, when you run out of HP, you would get a game over. A health gauge. The gauge appeared in the appraisal result. I'm simply glad. Up until now, I can only know how many damage I had received through my sense only. From now on, I can understand my current condition just by looking at the bar. Now, my HP gauge is approximately full. It looks like it decreased a little, and on the right end of the line, there is some bar color in black. Though I want it to be in numerical form, but I should appreciate what I have now. And there are 3 different bars under the HP bar. First of all, let's appraise the blue one under the HP bar. MP bar, well, it's as expected. If there's HP, then there's definitely MP. I think it should be showing the amount of my remaining magic power. Even if I say that, I can't use magic, so it's unrelated to me. It will probably decrease when I use magic. Of course, my MP doesn't decrease because I don't use magic. There are 2 bars under the MP bar, which is a mystery to me. It's a yellow and red bar, but the 2 of them sticks together and become a thick bar. I don't know what this bar shows. Appraisal. SP bar. Szkoła podstawowej. Skill point? Is it necessary to make it as a bar? No, wait. Maybe this is not skill point. Since SP is abbreviated, I don't know which abbreviation is it. Yash. I should appraise SP. SP. Stamina point. Ah. As expected, it was not skill point, and it was the abbreviation of a different word. It's confusing. Stamina. A physical version of magic power. Does it decrease if I move? But why there are 2 gauges? Moreover, the upper yellow gauge is full while the red gauge has decrease around 1/3. What are the difference of these 2? For trial, I appraise the stamina point again. Stamina point consumed by movement on. After all, I don't understand it. But won't I understand it soon if I observe it? If possible. I want to appraise myself continuously because I want to look at my HP constantly. I try to maintain the appraisal cast on myself. Is it like this? It looks like it went well. Now, I can always confirm my HP unless I cancel my appraisal on purpose. It became quite convenient. Though it's convenient being able to see my own HP, but won't it be advantageous if I can see my opponent's HP? By looking at the opponent's HP, I can know how many hits to defeat it, and if my opponent is a magic user, it's natural to win if I knew its MP. Well, I still haven't meet any monster that can use magic. But able to know a part of the opponent's information serves as a huge advantage in a fight. Did the appraisal skill finally raise the cheat skill flag? I intentionally acquired the useless appraisal skill because I had to anticipate that this would happen. It's not that I never knew that it's useless. Let's pretend that it's like that. Well, let's pull myself together and explore the dungeon. A monster. Elro Ferrect LV2 failed to appraise its status. I withdraw my previous remarks. It's still useless. Why does it have to fail in such a crucial place? Am a fool to expect from it. For the time being, I should do something with the centipede. But isn't it impossible to launch a surprise attack here? Although, it haven't noticed me yet, but it's heading towards my direction. I got a good idea. I crawl up the wall stealthily. The body of a spider is convenient for such time. Without change, I arrive at the ceiling. It's slightly hard to cling on the ceiling upside down, but I can hold on if I brace myself. I move along the ceiling stealthily. Hold on my leg. My stamina gauge is decreasing. Now's not the time for it. I need to concentrate on my strategy. I arrive right above of the centipede. Yash. That guy haven't noticed me who's right above of it. I attach a thread to the ceiling and descend quietly towards the centipede. And then I jump at it. The centipede starts to panic, but it's already too late. I wrapped it with my thread and bite it. Fuhahaha. This is my so-called be careful. I'm coming from the top strategy. A great success. Well then, itadikamasu. Fumo. I recall about the stamina gauge while eating. When I was clinging on the ceiling, it was the yellow gauge that decreased. I decreased slowly when I straddle my leg. But now it's fully recovered. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill paralysis resistance LV100. Centipede. I didn't know that you have paralysis in your body. Want to be dangerous if I failed to defeat it with my surprise attack. Let's be careful next time. Somehow the red line of the stamina gauge is recovering a little. Thought it should have decreased by around 1/3. It's recovering slowly, and now it's around a quarter from full. Why? Did I do anything that can recover my stamina? I ate my meal. So it's like that. I see. I understood it a little. In other words, the lower red gauge shows the current whole physical strength, and the upper yellow gauge decreases when stamina is used instantaneously. For trial, I try to run at full speed. The yellow gauge decrease instantly. I ran out of energy at the same time as the yellow gauge was exhausted. Z's. Gasping sound. Running at full speed after eating. I'm such an idiot. My stomach is aching. This is intense. However, with this, it's confirmed. The yellow gauge is the gauge of instantaneous power. I would lose my breath when it's exhausted. However, because it's consumed instantaneously, the recovery is fast. In fact, once my panting stops, the gauge recovers steadily. And the lower red gauge is my total physical strength. The red gauge decreased a little when I ran. It seems dangerous if the red gauge is fully exhausted. Like I cannot move if it's exhausted. I don't want to be in such situation. It would recover if meals or nourishment are supplied, and I should always pay attention to the remaining amount of the red gauge. S2 the 4th Prince Chapter S2 the 4th Prince. It's warm, like being soaked in lukewarm water. I can feel security in the warm feeling wrapping myself vaguely. It ends after a while, and I go out through a small hole. I feel uneasy after losing the warmth, but after going out, I can feel a freedom. I was enjoyed looking at the snowy scenery, but it seems that I have been standing here for a long time. It looks like recently, I will forget about the time when I concentrate on something. Yes, let's return. The maid lifts me up and carries me to the bed. There was a person on the big bed. It's still a young baby. The baby is sleeping comfortably. I gently laid next to the baby. The crib is a special order product that was made so that 2 babies can sleep in it. You should be able to understand, what am I now? I'm a baby. Why I, who is a baby, can think clearly. It's because I have my memories of my previous life. I was an ordinary high school student in my previous life. When I noticed, I became a baby. It's probably the so-called reincarnation. A dead man being reborn as a different man. That means that I died in my previous life. My last memory of my previous life was attending the Japanese language class. At that time, I found a crack in the space above the classroom, and from there on, I have no memories of it. A crack in the space, such a thing doesn't usually happen in the earth. That's probably the cause of my death. And somehow I was reborn with the memories of my previous life. I cannot say that there's no regrets in my previous life. It's full of regrets. I'm still in the middle of my youth, and I wanted to play more with my friends. And also, I didn't have the chance to get a girlfriend of the same age. In addition, I think I am undutiful to my parents to die earlier than my grandparents. I feel depressed when I thought that I would never be able to meet my family anymore. I am worried about the state of my school after I died. I remember correctly that the crack exploded. I died because of that, but how are the others? Kia, Kanata, Hasebi-san, who sits next to me, everyone. Did everyone die together with me? I become scared when I think so. It was normal during the morning, but now, it's impossible to meet anymore. After being reincarnated, I continued to fight against the uneasiness crushing me. Without understanding what's going on, I became a baby when I noticed it. It's obvious that I feel uneasy in this situation. Moreover, the country where I was reborn is not Japan. It was not even in Earth. Here is not Earth, but a different world. I didn't know that at the beginning. I don't understand the words here, and I never went out of the nursery before. Therefore, There's a lot of things that I don't know. At first, I thought that it was a country in Europe. But the moment I saw magic, I knew I'm not on Earth. There's magic in this world. The first time I saw magic was when the time where the great person of the church gave me something called blessing. Sparkling light surrounded me, and I can feel that my body was full of power. It was neither an imagination nor a trick. I realized there was magic after experiencing it. At first, I was excited at the fact that magic exists. But later, I became uneasy again. In a world with magic, can I do well in this world? I was really just an ordinary man in my previous life. When I was in Japan, there's no inconveniences in my life. But in this world, I'm not allowed to be ordinary. Can I live up to expectations? I become uneasy. I learn the words desperately. It's more terrifying than I imagined that I don't understand the words here. I don't understand what the other party says. I didn't think that I felt so helpless. It's like I'm the only one in the world being isolated. I'm uneasy because I was reincarnated in a different world. I'm uneasy because I don't understand the words. I'm uneasy because I don't know whether I can do well or not in the future. I, who was uneasy and everything, was saved by my younger sister who's sleeping peacefully next to me. This small younger sister, who was born of a different mother, did not held any uneasiness. She looks carefree, as if the world doesn't have anything uneasy. Well, it's natural because it's a baby, a frail existence that depends on the world and leaving all to the others. Originally, a baby is such an existence. I feel this uneasy is because I have the memories of my previous life. And I realized, because I have the memories of my previous life, I should at least be mentally stronger than my younger sister. And yet, why am I troubled with my worries when my younger sister next to me looks so peaceful? I'm the older brother of this child. How can an older brother show a miserable appearance to the younger sister? As an older brother, I need to show a cool appearance to my younger sister. It's just a mere vanity. However, after that, I stopped worrying, though the uneasiness has not disappeared yet. But I want to at least protect this powerless younger sister. I'll learn words, and I get to know about this world from the voices little by little. I move my body of a baby forcefully so that I can move as soon as possible. Thanks to that, I was able to crawl earlier than normal babies. Like this, I muster my motivation from the appearance of my younger sister, in order to become an older brother that my younger sister can be proud of it. It was the starting point of the fourth prince of Anarike Kingdom, Shurain Zagan Anarike. Chapter 22, Spider Thread Experiments, The Labyrinth Exploration, is going well. It goes too well until I might laugh loudly. It looks like this area is the territory of the centipedes. The centipedes are useful to gain experience from them. Their senses are too dull, and they can't stop my surprise attack. The victory is already decided if I take its rear or its top. Thanks to that, I can defeat it easily. After defeating a number of centipedes, my level rose to 7. Unfortunately, there are no skills that leveled up through the bonus point. The paralysis resistance skill level rose to 2 because I keep on eating centipedes. I can accumulate experience points here easily, and the usable skill paralysis resistance also gained a level. It was good as a hunting ground. Of course, I didn't take things easily. I gained experience through the combat for my objective, and I had increased the variations of my surprise attacks. One weakness of my thread is that I can only release it from my bottom, so I must turn my bottom towards my opponent when I want to restrain it. As for the pose, I stand with my 2 hind legs and stick out my bottom. Because of the chance of the opponent to strike back is big, the method I used was either to release my thread when I'm glued to my opponent or jump up into the air and launch an aerial bombing of threads. However, these methods are considerably dangerous. In the property of the thread, my victory is decided if I succeed, but the backlash when I failed is huge. It will be difficult to avoid my opponent's attack if I'm glued to it. I might get shot down if I jump into the air like how my brother did before. It's slightly different from the word high risk, high return. Well, that's why I developed some methods to use my threads safely. It's a new weapon called the portable web. In short, I make a small web and hold it with my forelegs. The advantage of this small web is that it gets rid of my chance of being counterattacked, because I only need to charge forward while holding it. Well, Compared to my unreasonable posture when I released my thread until now, it's considerably easier. On the contrary, its flaw is that I can't use my 2 forelegs when I'm holding it. Because I have another 6 legs, it gets off with a little feeling of inconvenience. Other than that, I need to make this web beforehand. Well, this would be an instant for me to make such a web, as I'm already a professional web craftsman, even though it's self-proclaimed. The completion of a wonderful weapon with low risk and high return. I tried making various weapons, but all ended up as failure. As the side who launches surprise attacks, I wanted some safety measures against surprise attacks. Therefore, I was going to develop the enemy searching thread, which I thought about for a long time. This is an invisible thin thread released into the air from my bottom, and I can sense the approaching enemy from the information obtained from the thread. It's different from the time I set it up in my home, which I have it hanging loosely. There's too much problems to set it up. It was disastrous. If I were to leave the thread alone, it would get tangled with other threads and get caught in the wall. Moreover, it's inevitable that I would get distracted if I can obtain every single information. Even if I try to concentrate so that it won't happen, I would put all my consciousness in it, and I want to be aware of my surroundings. At this point, I gave up on the implementation of the enemy searching thread. Next, I thought of raising my poor defense, so I tried making defense clothes with the threads. Well, if I were to say from the results, then it was not good. Though it's possible to make clothes, but it was extremely hard to wear it. In the first place, I'm a spider. I don't have dexterous hands like humans, and I have a complicated body structure. So I can't wear clothes no matter how much effort I put on it. Then, how about wrapping my body with threads? This is also rejected. Though I can wrap myself with threads, but there's a possibility that it might obstruct my movement if I wrap myself half-baked. I can't afford to cut down my speed, which is one of my characteristics for such a reason. Therefore, it's necessary to wrap myself properly, but it's not possible to wrap myself until I'm content because of the same reason a while ago. In addition, even if I was able to wear it, there's no meaning to it if I can't take it off. At any rate, my figure changes each time I eat. If I were to expand like a ball while wearing clothes, isn't it painful if it happens? Though I have another method if I can borrow someone's hands, but it's impossible with my legs and my body that can't even look back. This was also abandoned. When thinking like this, the spider's body also has its own merits and demerits. Though I can jump, leap, and stick on the wall, but not having a hand is really a bottleneck. I thought seriously that the human's hand was really convenient. By the way, the skill level of the spider thread didn't rise even though I experimented this much. As expected, the necessary skill proficiency increases with the skill level. Well, unlike the time I shut myself in my home, I don't want to use my threads wastefully as much as possible. Unlike my safe home, anything can happen in the outside, so I want to maintain a perfect state as much as possible. The reason I was able to experiment my threads after a long time was because there's a food called centipede around here. Though there were many failures in this experiment, there were things that I gained too. If there's an opportunity, I should do some trial and error in the future. Chapter 23. I'm sorry that I got carried away. Please forgive me. Even today, I work hard in hunting the centipedes. Geez, it sure is a centipede paradise. Though their appearance are disgusting. But if I were to ignore that part, it's possibly the best prey. Well, I don't have such a delicate way of thinking, and now I am quite fond with the centipede. Centipede is the best. My paralysis resistance went up to level 3 already. Will I level up soon? Good grief, a variety of centipedes. A while ago, I attacked 2 centipedes boldly at the same time, and I was able to win comparatively easily. The first one was restrained by a surprise attack, and I fought seriously against the second one. After fighting normally, I understood that the centipede is unexpectedly fast. Well, not as fast as me, though. In addition, it looks like the centipede only has one way to attack, which is biting. Probably I would be paralyzed if I were bitten, but it's not a big deal if it doesn't hit. If I am cautious to the bite, then it's easy afterwards. It's the first time I saw a monster weaker than my species. That's why I want lose to the centipede even if I launch a surprise attack, or I fight it head-on. Fooyaha! I'm really strong. My laughter can't stop. And also it's good that the centipede can be eaten easily. Though it looks like it has some volume in it, but when I eat, it doesn't have that much meat in it. A centipede can satisfy hunger, but it's not enough to reach full. Therefore, I can eat all of them, even if I overhunt it. For me who have a frugal mind, leaving behind is a crime that can't be forgiven. Therefore, it's very good that I can finish eating all of them. This is exactly perfect. TL note, not entirely sure about this. It's like the centipedes are born to be hunted by me. Yuhihi. After leaving my home, up until now, I have taken quite a lot of risks, so there won't be any retributions even if I have some fun once in a while, right? I explore the dungeon while humming. Well, I just play the music in my head only, and it's not like I can hum. Rather, I wonder where's my nose? Well, I don't mind it. Oh, the path breaks here? But it looks like it's not a dead end. Though this labyrinth is unexpectedly huge, but there's no dead end. Up until now, the path I advance always continues, and there's no blind alley here, though it's good that I won't get cornered when I'm running. But when I think about that the path continues on like this, it makes me sigh. Perhaps this dungeon is the underground of this world, is what I might think. Though I don't want to think like that, but I have never gone out of this dungeon before, so I haven't seen the scenery outside. That opinion may be possible too. If something bad happens, my life might end in this dungeon, even if there's the outside world. I want to accomplish my lifespan if that time comes, but before that, the possibility of my death is much more higher. In the first place, how long is my lifespan? Thinking from my size, can I live as long as a dog? If possible, I want to have a longer lifespan than my previous life. Well, let's put away such useless thoughts. Apparently, the broken path in front of me has become something like a cliff. A large space can be seen in the depths of the broken path. Does this mean that I can finally get out from this narrow labyrinth zone? Then, what kind of place will it be next? If possible, I want to refrain from places with high degree of difficulty like the huge passage zone where I was born. I would like to avoid from cannibalism, the huge spider, and a large crowd of monsters. I would still die no matter how many lives I have. Well then, what will happen after this? I stand at the edge of the cliff and try to look at the bottom. Elro Ferrect LV2 failed to appraise its status. Elro Ferrect LV2 failed to appraise its status a lot. Skill proficiency reached. Skill appraisal LV4 has become appraisal LV5 Yug. My head is aching. The information of the appraisal flowed into my head, and a shock hit my head hard. Yue, I almost lost my consciousness. That was close. I see, if I appraised many things at once, I would get a headache because of the overflowing information. It's considerable that I almost lost consciousness. The volume of information that can make me lose my consciousness. I look below the cliff once again. Even if it's a cliff, it's only around 1 meter. The extensive space spreads out. Though it was supposed to be a huge space, but it didn't give out such feeling. The space was full of centipedes. Hua? What's this? What's this? What's this? As far as I can see, it's all centipedes. Yua, as expected, am starting to feel sick. Not disgusting, but it makes me feel sick. Arir? What are you guys looking at? Me? In my personal opinion, I don't think I look delicious. Let's escape. Now I will become the wind. I turn around and run. Gaza 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 gaza. Hi. They came chasing me. I'm sorry that I got carried away. Therefore, please forgive me. The yellow stamina gauge runs out. Ugu, this is tiring. But I would die if I stop now. For the sake of living, I must do my best in running. The red gauge begins to decrease slowly instead of the yellow gauge. In the end, I continued running until my red gauge reaches its half, and I was able to lose the centipede army. Ah, I thought I was going to die. Chapter 24 Weak, huh? Centipedes are scary. Seriously, what was that? I felt the terror of the violence of numbers. I'm tired. My legs are trembling, probably because of the yellow gauge, which shows instantaneous power, is exhausted. Let's take a rest for now. I look back toward the rear once again to confirm whether the centipede army is still chasing me or not. Yash, nothing's there. I set up my thread and make a simple home. I felt relieved when the defensive walls of the webs completed, but at the same time, my body loses its strength. This would likely be my trauma. Even if one of them is weak, it will be a threat if there's so many of them. There's nothing I can do if I were to be attacked in waves with that many centipedes. Moreover, they have paralysis attacks. I will become the prey of paralysis once bitten. Then, I just need to wait for my whole body to be crunched. It's terrifying to think about it. I should have think about the reason why there's so many centipedes in that area. No, rather than thinking about the reason that there are many centipedes, shouldn't it be better to think about why there are no other monsters in that area? At any rate, the centipede is weak when it's alone. It's strange that there are no other predators when there's such a delicious food. Though it's possible to say that they hesitated to eat it because of the paralysis, but in this dungeon that is overflowed with poison attribute monsters, the possibility is low. It should be either the monsters knew that there's a swarm of centipedes, or the monsters stepped in without knowing and became a prey for the centipedes. I barely escaped even with my speed. Therefore, it's difficult for other monster to run away from it. Being caught up when trying to escape and being bitten by it. Being surrounded by a swarm of centipedes while in paralyzed state. It's terrifying. Even a weak monster has its own measures. If I look at my battle ability, I can say that I'm weak, but if I were to make a web and place my traps, I can even win against stronger monsters. I shouldn't relax my guard just because it's weak. I should think that I learned my lesson this time. Somehow, I managed to survive, and it's a fact that I did have a good time with the centipede. Thanks to that, I was able to level quite easily. I recalled it. Come to think of it, my appraisal leveled up because I appraised the centipede army. Is it a fluke? For the time being, I should cancel the appraisal on myself and reappraise myself. I didn't have the time to confirm it when I was being chased by the centipedes. Small Lesser Terratect LV 7 no name status. Weak, what's this status? Weak. It's too rough. Besides, no, I knew I was weak. Can't you be a little more indirect? The results of my appraisal show that I'm weak. So that means it's proven that I'm weak based on the world standard. Huh. I'm losing my strength. No, a while ago, I thought that I shouldn't be careless against a weak opponent. I have this thread. Even if this body is weak, as long as I have this thread, the word defeat doesn't exist. Actually, looking generally, I don't think I could be said as weak. Though there's prejudice. But isn't it that in the type, who is strong when my opponent got caught? Trap made with spider thread, a victory by surprise attack, and poison fong on the opponent who can't move. I'm considerably nasty. When this becomes a head-on fight, it's interesting because it'll go straight to being weak. The point is how long I can fight in my field. I should only force my strength without allowing my opponent to hold the pace. Well, there won't be any hardships if I can do any time. I'm tired. Let's sleep. I woke up, but I'm still tired. Despite that, I woke up suddenly. I wonder what's this feeling? I don't understand it well, but it's a dangerous feeling. I get up quickly and add more threads to the simple home. Then, I notice the identity of the dangerous feeling. Elro Beardrad LV9 failed to appraise its status. It was a huge snake. The thickness of its body seems to be able to swallow up a human, and its length seems to be more than 10 meters too. It's obviously strong. Furthermore, it's LV9. It's my first time to meet a monster who has a higher level than me. Up until now, the highest level I have seen was level 4. And now, it jumps up at a stretch to 9. It's obviously a high-rank monster. It also has a higher level. There's no chance to win if I fight directly. My cold sweat and my heart won't stop. I stay still like a frog glared by a snake. No, I mean a spider. I somehow managed to move my body, which became hard because of the tension. I retreat slowly and take distance from the snake. The snake didn't allow me to do that. It plunges itself forward, disregarding the webs around. Naturally, its body got caught in the web. However, the snake writhes and forcibly tears the thread. I turn around and escape at top speed. When I escaped through the escape hatch to the outside, the snake broke through the first web and charged towards the web that I just passed through at almost the same time. My instinct tells me to escape, but I didn't escape. I saw it. The snake is entangled in the web, though it can tear the threads. But it can't remove the threads completely. Now, the snake's body is entangled by the webs that's in good condition and the webs that sticks to it when it broke through forcibly. Good. This is my field. I cling to the writhing snake's body. I bite it immediately while releasing additional threads from my bottom. I somehow manage to barato its hard scales with my fangs, and I drive my poison fong into its body. The The snake moves intensely because of the poison driven into its body. It struggles intensely even though I have restrained it. Though my body has been thrown to the ground and the wall many times, I continue to cling on it with spirit and guts. The yellow stamina gauge decreases. Whenever my body is thrown, the green health gauge decreases. In addition to it, the red gauge decreases whenever I release a thread. If my red gauge is exhausted, then I probably can't release threads anymore. If it becomes like that, then it's a matter of time that the restraint will be torn. Before that, I need to defeat this snake. I continued biting and continued releasing threads. The resistance of the snake gradually weakens. When my yellow gauge has already been exhausted and my red gauge was under 10, the snake finally stopped moving. Just because I'm weak, it became like this because you relax your guard against me. Chapter 25, I make one part easier to understand in the level up screen, which is level up bonus. Skill proficiency, so that it shows that she gained skill proficiency by leveling. Also not to forget this skill. I used vision range expansion. Any better one? Just suggest in the comments. 25 delicious snake experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small, lesser Terratect LV7 has become LV8. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired, skill proficiency reached. Skill pain resistance LV1 has become pain resistance LV2. Skill points, gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small, lesser Terratect LV8 has become LV9. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired, skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fang LV5 has become Poison Fang LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Night Vision LV9 has become Night Vision LV10. Conditions met. Skill Vision Range Expansion LV1 was derived from Skill Night Vision LV10. Skill points gained, a lot of stuff leveled up. It looks like it's common to gain a lot of experience points if I defeat an opponent stronger than myself, no matter which world is it. I went up by 2 levels in one go. Certainly, the snake was a powerful enemy. The possibility for me to win in a direct fight is 0. Strong body. The defense covered with hard scale. Guessing from the time it charges to my webs, its speed should be considerably high. It might be faster than me. In addition, speaking of snake, it's poison. This guy probably has poison in it too. To be frank, the probability to win, even after restraining it in the web, was still 50-50. Though my wounds were cured after leveling up, but my physical strength has been decreased to the point where it's considerably critical. My stamina was also the same, and it was considerably dangerous. The return was even bigger than that. When I overhunted the centipedes, I thought that I would get to level 8 soon. But I never expect that my level went up to 9 in one go. Though I'm happy that I leveled up, but it's also big that the level of the skills rose. There's no loss that the pain resistance leveled up, and the Poison Fang is one of my trump cards along with the Spider Thread. If the level of my Poison Fang rises, my offensive power will also increase. Or perhaps I should say that the Poison Fang is the only weapon for the current me. If there's an opponent with high poison resistance, then it's bad. Next is the one caught my eyes in this level up, Night Vision. Oh, now that you mention it, it's not strange that I have it. Needless to say, there's no light in this dungeon. There's nothing here that could become a source of light, and it's pitch black in here. But I can see the surroundings clearly. It's a little surprising that this was contributed by the skill. I certainly thought that it was a species characteristic. Because of Night Vision leveled up, there's changes in my vision. From dim to bright, I can see the surroundings clearly. Apparently, 10 is the highest skill level. Otherwise, I can't explain about this brightness. Well, it's possible that only Night Vision has 10 levels as its limit. I don't know whether it's a bonus from the Night Vision that has reached level 10 or not, but I obtained a skill called Vision Range Expansion. To be frank, I don't know its effect, even though it's good. I thought that it widens my field of vision according to the name, but it doesn't seem to be it. Up until now, there's a lot of skills that I don't know its effect from its name. This is also one of them. Such time, I should just appraise my skill, but I can't. I can only appraise visible things, is the condition to use the appraisal. All the skills are things which the voice of heaven tells you. I can't appraise it because it's invisible. It seems that the appraisal result written in my head is judged as visible. If the level of my appraisal rises, the skills might show up in the status. Then, I might be able to appraise my skill. I have no choice but to leave it till then. Now then, let's eat this big thing that I killed it with much efforts. For the time being, in the middle of eating, I should rebuild the simple home so that I won't get attacked by other monsters. When thinking of the snake's large build, it's impossible to finish eating at once. So I think I should settle down here until I finish eating the snake. So I build the simple home carefully. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Spider Thread LV6 has become Spider Thread LV7. Good things seem to happen over and over again. The Spider Thread that didn't level easily was able to level up. Is it because that I keep using it while fighting the snake? At any rate, my main skills, which are the Poison Fang and Spider Thread, have leveled up. Honestly, the skill level up increases my combat ability more than the basic ability rise in the level up. I decide to eat my meal in a good mood. However, I need to remove this guy's scale first. Even I can't eat such a hard scale. It's necessary to remove the scales in order to eat it. I remove the scales. I'm tired. It was more tiring than expected. It took some time because it was hard and it's difficult to peel it off. The red gauge of the total stamina that was restored by level up has decreased by a quarter. It was a heavy labor. However, with this, I can finally eat without reserve. Thus, Itadakamasu. Yuwa, it's bitter. It's very bitter. Bitter is the taste of poison, right? With such bitterness, what a strong poison this guy have. It might be dangerous if I were bitten. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Resistance LV5 has become Poison Resistance LV6 on. Though the taste is bad, it's very delicious for a skill. Chapter 26 Dehiki Plan. Several days have passed since I defeated the snake. But I don't know the accurate amount of days passed because I'm in the dungeon. In the meantime, I'm living idly. I can't seem to finish eating the snake, and because of the new food get caught in the web, it's impossible to move from here. At first, I thought that this is a vacation, but this might be bad. At this rate, I will return back to become a Hiki. I took a glance at the mountain of praise that I killed in these past several days. Mountain. Yes, it's a mountain. It's not Yamada. That reminds me of the Yamada coin in the class of my previous life. No, now it's just something trivial. Anyway, the praise are stacking up and becomes a mountain at that place. It became like this because I killed all the monsters that got caught in the web. While I was in my home, I ate it as soon as I caught it. But I don't want to set my hands on another prey until I finish eating the snake, so I decided to keep it for the time being. And so it became like this. I was able to kill it easily because there was no monsters like the snake. Among them, there was a level 6 monster, and there's a considerably strong monster too, but they are now part of the mountain. Well, it may not be strong, even if its level is high. My level is 9. I'm equal with the snake in level. But the snake is overwhelmingly stronger than me in battle ability. On the contrary, I'm confident that I can't win against a lower level monster without using my threads. In my opinion, I think that the most important thing in measuring one's strength is the type of the species. Even in the same level, if the opponent is a higher ranked species, there may not be any chance to win. The only time where superiority and inferiority is decided by levels is when the opponent is from the same species. The one I know is probably the huge spider that should be the strongest. Supposing the huge spider is level 1, there's no way I can win against it. Against such large build, I would die easily no matter how hard I try, even if it's level 1. It's better to think that the difference in level as a reference. When thinking so, there's a gap more than the level difference between the snake and me. Actually, I managed to win because I happened to build my simple home, but if I were to encounter it without preparations, there's no way I can win. It can be said that I'm considerably lucky. As for the snake now, about 3/4 has disappeared into my stomach. Should I think that I have 8 3/4 of the large build? Or should I think that there's still a quarter remaining? There's still the corpse of the monsters which piled up like a mountain. So, I should say that there's still a quarter remaining. With this much stored, it might start to rot before I eat it. Well, I don't think I would have a stomach ache even if I ate rotten things because I have corrosion resistance. I rather prefer it to be slightly rotten because it might raise my skill level. The taste? I can endure eating it now because I have ate the poison monsters that taste bad continuously. Umo. It looks like it's impossible to move until I finish digesting all these foods. As long as I can finish eating the snake, I can somehow reduce the number of food because there's no large monster among it. Or perhaps I should say that I would really return back to a hickey if I don't finish eating. I thought that here was only a simple home, and yet this is becoming the same as the previous home due to the duration of my stay increased. Wait, isn't it because the home became excellent since it caught a lot of praise excessively? No. Still, even a monster won't try to attack my solid home. In my previous home, I used threads that's hard to see as much as possible because it's solely for catching praise. But now, in this simple home, I never set up such threads because this home is acting as a defense. When I'm thinking about it, a vibration is transmitted from the thread. It looks like something got caught in the web. Ofu, food will increase again. I didn't imagine that I would be troubled with such gluttony. For the time being, I head towards my prey. It's struggling with quite a strong power. Is it a big one? If it becomes so, then my withdrawal period will get longer again. If possible, I would prefer a small one, but it's just a luxurious worry. Elro Randonel LV3 failed to appraise its status. Elro Randonel LV4 failed to appraise its status. 3 monsters were caught in the web. It's the 3 guys that I caught before in my previous home. Are these 3 monsters one set? However, the quantity might be bigger than catching a big one. I mean the quantity of meat. For the time being, I strengthen the restraint by adding threads, and I carry all 3 of them with a web. Removing this web is the new technique I learned after coming here. It's convenient because I don't need to separate a part of the web one by one. I set up a new web and head back to the center of the home carrying the monsters. Ugh, as expected, it's heavy when there's 3 of them. I should have carried it one by one without being reluctant to do it. Dasiai. It was heavy. My body started to feel pain. Even my HP decreases plainly. I will have them compensate for this anger. Though it's considerably unreasonable, I don't care about it. Thus, chomp, chomp, chomp. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Small Lesser Terratect LV9 has become LV10. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill points gain conditions met. Individual. Small Lesser Terratect can evolve. What? Chapter 27 I'm going to evolve. Something unexpected was told along with the level up. You mean evolve? In other words, is it that? Is it something like the game where you raise a pocket monster? There are multiple choices of evolution. Please choose from the following. Lisir Taratek is Mol Taratek. Wait a minute. Just a moment. Let's think carefully. This is an important turning point of life. Not a human life, but a spider life. Anyway, I can't carelessly choose these. Ill evolve. Well, that's good. It's not strange that such thing exists in this game-like world. It would be endless if I start a retort about it. Well, since it's called as evolution, it should be a power-up. If I could evolve, it's obviously better to do it, maybe. There are some things that are better if it didn't evolve, though it's just a game knowledge. Well, I think that evolving is better because such a type is minor. The problem is that I have 2 kinds of evolution. Lesser Terratect and Small Terratect. It doesn't seem to differ much just by hearing the names. The only difference is lesser or small. It would be nice if I can use my appraisal on the voice of heaven. Then, I can understand the difference clearly. Well, generally, can you imagine it? I think I would probably change into adult form if it's Lesser Terratect. The word small disappeared from name. On the contrary, for the Small Terratect, will I become a higher ranked species from the deteriorating species because the word lesser disappeared? However, the word small remains means that I would remain as a hatchling. Perhaps I could depend on this recognition. When thinking so, I have decided on which I should choose. The only option is Small Terratect. It's not too good even if I evolve as a deteriorating species. In addition, if it's Small Terratect, then doesn't that mean that there's one more stage of evolution left? Removing the small and evolve into a Terratect. I don't know how much change will occur by evolving, but at least it's certain that I would get stronger after evolving. Then, it's obvious to pick the choice that can evolve a number of times. By any chance, the Lesser Terratect might be able to evolve, but it's impossible to bring myself to choose it by wishful thinking. In addition, if I chose Lesser Terratect, it's scary that I don't know how big I would become. Becoming an adult form probably increases my body size. Though I think that I probably won't get bigger suddenly after evolve, but I can't say that it's not possible. This is a fantasy world. It's scary that I can't cut the possibility of a development like ill-evolve. Poof, I became big. While the possibility exists, I can't choose it easily. Surely, I don't think I would become as big as the huge spider, but I would be troubled if my body enlarged into the size where I can't fit in this passage now. Though there was a monster called Fingegoth that I saw before. This monster has a large build that can fill up this 3-meter square passage. In such a state, moving should be hard. I think that probably those monsters originally inhabit in a wider place, and that individual accidentally lost its way into the narrow passage. When thinking so, it's possible that I can't move with a large build. Then, it's better that the size remains the same. That's one of the reasons to choose Small Terratect. Oh, I decided it. It'll evolve into Small Terratect. Individual Small Lesser Terratect evolves into Small Terratect. Ah, yes. Evolution, sure, starts abruptly. Though the voice of heaven is always abrupt, I want it to mind my emotions a little more. Even when I'm evolving with much EFF, or its evolution completed became the Small Terratect species, every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired, skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV1 has become Taboo LV2, skill proficiency reached. Skill Heresy Magic LV1 has become Heresy Magic LV2, skill proficiency reached. Skill Corrosion Resistance LV1 has become Corrosion Resistance LV2, skill proficiency reached. Skill Iditen LV1 has become Iditen LV2, skill points gained UO. When did I sleep? No. My consciousness fades away suddenly and feels like snapping off. Isn't this the effect of the evolution? Hey, voice of heaven Sant, you should say it beforehand that I would lose consciousness when evolving. Yin, did the evolution ended? It doesn't seem that there are any changes in my appearance. The appraisal has been cancelled. Yash, I appraise myself to confirm my current condition. Small Terratect LV, 1 no-name status. Weak O. Uo. It looks like the evolution succeeded because the species name has changed. However, LV1, is it the one where level falls after evolving? Don't tell me that my status also experienced a decrease. I can't judge it because the status still shows that I'm weak. I'm still weak. Leaving that aside, there's something that's bothering me, which is the red total stamina gauge is almost empty. So that's why my body feels so heavy since a while ago, and I'm very hungry. Probably because of energy was used in evolution. Luckily, I've stored up a lot of praise. It looks like the evolution somehow succeeded, but this is dangerous if I do it simply. I would lose consciousness and get hungry. In case there's a next one, it would be bad if I don't prepare beforehand. Chapter 28. Eat. I eat earnestly in order to recover the stamina that became empty after evolving. First is the remaining part of the snake. The remainder of the snake, which I had a hard time to finish eating, it is now inside my stomach. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Resistance LV6 has become Poison Resistance LV7. The Poison Resistance skill leveled up right after I finish eating the snake. Thanks to this snake, my poison resistance went up by 2 levels. Delicious. Before I evolved, if I ate this much, my stomach would have bulged like a balloon, but now I wonder whether the food that I eat disappear in a different space or not because my stomach doesn't bulge. It's really like whatever I ate seems to disappear. On the contrary, the red total stamina gauge is recovering rapidly. After coming to this world, I have encountered a lot of mysterious phenomenon, but it seems that my current stomach is the most mysterious one. What's going on in my stomach? Well, there's no help for it, even if I think deeply. I clearly get that this is that sort of world. Let's leave it to a scholar to clarify such a mysterious phenomenon. Therefore, my stomach didn't bulge even after I finished eating the snake. It didn't bulge, so there's no way that it's sufficient. The red total stamina gauge is still far from full. Fortunately, there's a mountain of monsters' corpses in the home. There's the quantity that I was troubled with how to finish it before I evolved. As expected, with this much, my different dimension stomach will surely be satisfied. Thus, Itadakamasu. Eat. I eat earnestly. I was a person with a small appetite in my previous life, but now, in this world, I am glutton. Now, I don't feel like I would lose to any food fighter. No, seriously, what's going on in my stomach? It's obvious that I'm eating something that's more than my Bodis volume, and yet I can still eat more. Don't tell me that it's real that my stomach is connected with another dimension, though I know that there's no help even if I think so, but am worried when it comes to my body. I want to understand anything even if I'm worried, but I'm getting impatient. Don't think. I shouldn't think about anything now, and I should continue eating. Eat. There's nothing to eat anymore. Hi. Did I ate all the food here? I ate them all. There's nothing left. Seriously. My stomach is an 8/10 though. The red total stamina gauge is also the same. I don't become full even if I ate that much. Don't tell me from now on. It's always like this. It is just this time only right because I used up my energy for my evolution. Otherwise, I'm sure that I will starve to death. That is troubling. That is very troubling, no, right? There's no such thing, right? If it is so, then evolution is an outrageous landmine. No, when thinking properly, isn't it that evolution is relatively a landmine? I would lose consciousness and my energy becomes approximately empty. I don't know how long passed since I lost my consciousness, and during that time, I would be defenseless, though I don't have any problems because I'm inside the home. But for other monsters, isn't evolution quite life-threatening? I am really lucky. In addition, even if I succeed in the evolution, it's dangerous because it'll run out of energy. If they don't have any stored food like me, they would need to hunt in such a worn-out state. Want to get defeated if it hunt in such state? I am really lucky. Is this the protagonist revision or opportunism? Well, there's no way a spider can be a protagonist. Up until now, my spider life was not peaceful to the extent that I need to count on my good luck. I should start preparing when I'm around level 9 if the next evolution occurs at level 10. This time, I managed to evolve in a perfect state, but normally, it won't go as well as this without any preparations. It was really good that I was able to kill that snake. If the snake was not there, I won't build the home, and there won't be a mountain of food. Snake-sama, thank you. Though it has recovered to some degree, my stomach is still not satisfied. Now that I have finished eating all the food, there's no reason to stay in this home anymore. Hey, race the start of the Dehiki plan. Therefore, I leave this home that I'm indebted to and start my aimless journey again. Thank you, my second home. Unexpectedly, I have stayed for a long time, even though it's just a temporary inn. Farewell. I depart triumphantly. For the time being, let's find a prey to fill my stomach. After that, well, I want to head towards the dungeon's exit, even though I will wander aimlessly as usual. If there's a next evolution, I think that my body will grow bigger. My appearance didn't change after this evolution, but it has such an effect. So it's not impossible that there's a pattern where I would become big immediately after evolution. Then, in this passage now, I'm a little uneasy with the size. If possible, I want to go to a bigger passage. I think the best choice is to go outside. It's possible that if I grow bigger inside the dungeon, I might not be able to get out if the exit is small. Indeed, living in this dungeon throughout my life is a bit too much. Anyway, let's find a prey. The talk starts after that. Chapter 29, the things that I need to do, is still the same, even if I have found the first prey. Elro Frog LV5 failed to appraise its status the frog that I'm familiar with, but it looks like it has the highest level among the guys I've seen before. I feel like wanting to know how much have changed in my abilities after evolving. I think I should have become stronger because it's called as evolution, but my level also falls to level 1. It's good if the revision is as much as the level I have raised, but it's dangerous if level 1 decrease my stats considerably. Well, there's probably no such thing here, but there's such a system according to the game. It's temporary weakening, and I would become much more stronger than before if I raise it once again. Though it's not wrong in a speedrun game, but it's a matter of life and death if it's forced to be done in reality. Oh, I think that it's probably all right, but let's go with the safety measures here. I should not do anything reckless if I'm uneasy. My life hangs on this, so I need to proceed carefully. I climb the wall stealthily. I head towards the ceiling and advance upside down. I fix my body using a thread once I arrive right above the frog. I also release threads to make a small web on my forelegs. Preparations completed. I hang down a thread towards a frog, and I move down on the thread. 3, 2, 1, go. I assault it from the overhead to cover the frog with the web which I held in my forelegs. The frog was caught in the web without an interval to avoid it, and I who hangs on the frog with a web. Shoots additional threads on the frog's body. Once it becomes impossible for the frog to move, I approach it and bite it. Umo. It's a skillful hunting even if I say so myself. Maybe it's time to call myself as an assassin. Cuckoo. Don't think you can escape from this thread and fangs. For the time being, let's eat the frog. Itida Kamasu. However, it's that. The things I need to do is still the same, even if I evolve. At first, my objective was to gain combat experience, but I feel like that the objective is getting hazy. After all, the monsters around here generally has a higher rank than me. My life won't be sufficient no matter how many lives I have if I fought it directly. Why there's no one that is in a reasonable level to fight with. Though the surprise attack from my assassination combo works well. But after I make my nest, I don't have the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Then I feel that my first aim is out of the track, because I was supposed to get stronger to be able to fight against those who break through my nest. No, I have evolved. My level rose. It would be advantageous if I raised my basic abilities. Up until now, my actions is not pointless. Let's put it that way. My activity in this area has become nearly meaningless. Dangerous. Umomo. However, the real problem, keep relying on a surprise attack, is kind of dangerous. One of the reasons I lost my home is because I was overestimating my home's power. And here, I want to develop something into a weapon. I won't have so much troubles if I can think immediately. The one that I come up with right away was none other than the unknown effect heresy magic. If I can use this, then I might be able to develop new strategies, but I just don't know how to use it. Gnunu. If I were a human, will I be taught on how to use it? Well, there's no help for it, even if I make such an assumption. But being forced to solve everything on my own is both comfortable and troublesome. It's comfortable that I don't need to associate pointlessly with other people, but it's also troublesome that I need to confront such a hopeless thing. Either way, in this figure, I don't think it's possible for me to interact with humans. I can't talk. If there's telepathy, that might be possible, right? Come to think of it, I have reached level 10, so isn't it time to use my skill points? My skill points should become 100 points if I assume that I gain 10 skill points in each level. I was able to acquire appraisal with 100 points, so I might acquire a new skill soon. Therefore, Voice of Heaven San, can I acquire a skill? Currently, you have 200 skill points. The skill Telepathy LV1 can be acquired by spending 100 skill point. Do you want to acquire it? Oyu. It's really possible to acquire it. Telepathy doesn't have its use in the present condition. This is rejected, but I have saved up 200 points. That means 20 points gained per level. Then I should be able to acquire a new skill when I became level 6. Because there's the Appraisal 2 that is useless after acquiring it, but if I raise its level steadily, it might be usable in the future. I might have did something wasteful. No, wait. Let's recall my memories properly. If I'm not mistaken, didn't I try to acquire a skill when I was level 6, but it ended up that I can't acquire it? Didn't it said that I'm lacking of skill points? The reasons that I can think of are the points gained increase by the height of the level and increase by evolution. Though both are possible, I have no way to verify it now. For the time being, I will put away the reason why the point increase. Chapter 30, let's acquire a new skill. Well, now that my skill points has increased, I want to acquire a new skill. But this is bad if I don't do it carefully. There's the Appraisal 2, and I would end up regretting if I simply decide what to pick. For the time being, I want to focus on thinking after safety is secured. I ignore the remains of the frog which I have finished eating and quickly build a simple home. I'm already skillful to be able to make a simple home like an odd job. TL note, not sure about this, Yash. With this, I can concentrate. First, the skills that I shouldn't acquire. I should refrain from acquiring anything that's related with magic, because there's the case of heresy magic. I can clearly see that the pattern where I don't know how to use it, and it will end up useless. I will also exclude all the skills that its effect can't be known just by looking at its name. Next, I also shouldn't acquire skills that I seem to be able to acquire myself. When thinking based on my experience up until now, each skill has its own skill proficiency. Once the skill proficiency reach a certain degree, the skill level will rise. I think that the skill proficiency will still increase even if the skill level is less than 1, and once it reach a minimal required value, a new skill will be acquired. It might be a feature only for the resistance skill, because up until now, all the skills I acquire through this way are all resistance skills. But if I can acquire it by myself, there's no need to use my skill points for it. When thinking so, I think that it was not a mistake to have acquired appraisal. After all, I don't know how to raise the appraisal skill proficiency from 0. In addition, unlike magic, I know how to use it. The appraisal might be rare skill, even though I have been saying that it's useless. After thinking about it, the skill that I should acquire must be a skill that I know how to use and skill that's difficult to acquire by myself. I feel that the conditions is quite severe. In the first place, with only the skill's name, acquiring a skill without knowing its effect is a very scary system. I need to continue inquiring about the name from the voice of heaven so that I can confirm it. Though I have tried it before, I need to request about the skill that I want to acquire to the voice of heaven in case when skill points is consumed and a skill is acquired. The voice of heaven will react when there's such a skill name, but the voice of heaven will remain silent when there's no such skill name. Therefore, I must inquire steadily whether there's such a skill or not from the voice of heaven. Because I often inquire when I'm free, some skill names are confirmed. I think I will acquire the skill that matches the conditions from that. There are 5 choices. Poison Claw Control, Thread, Automatic HP, Recovery, SP Consumption, Down Detection, Poison Claw, and Control Thread are skills that I can use to strengthen my skills. Poison Claw is similar as Poison Fawn, just that it's a claw version. Control Thread is a support skill to use my spider thread more efficiently. If there's a problem, then it's that the Poison Claw is considerably weaker than Poison Fawn after acquisition. Control Thread, I don't know whether I know the way to use it or not. Automatic HP Recovery and SP Consumption Down are both support skills. The effects are probably just as its name, and I think having it will make things considerably convenient. Last, Detection is quite a risk. After all, I want to take measures against surprise attack if I were to live in this dungeon, though it's the skill for that. The effect that I demand from this skill is doubtful, and the way to use it is also doubtful. TL note, don't know about this. I think that it will become some sort of bet to acquire this skill. Though there are other skills that I want, this was the lineup after I took the use of the skills. Still, I didn't think to pursue romance in this situation, which my life hangs on it. What's left are skills that I want, but lack of skill points. Like immortality. No matter how I think, the necessary skill points for it is way much higher. Unlimited loss. After all, rather than developing new strategies, I'm currently on the path of strengthening my strategies. Well, there's no help for it to prevent it meddling with an incompetent skill. TL note, not sure about this. That's why I think I should remove automatic HP recovery from the choices for the time being. After all, in my case, the possibility that I will die if my HP decreases is high. Since I want to stick with the assassin style, I must avoid any situation that can decrease my HP. If that's the case, then 2 from the remaining 4. What would I do? The SP Consumption Down is the only one without demerits. It feels too safe. If I have Poison Claw, then I can develop a lot of strategies, but it seems hard to raise its level. The Control Thread is useful if I can use it, but if I can't use it, the damage is large. The Detection is more like a gamble. Mumumo. Umo. Yash, I have decided it. Currently, you have 200 skill points. The Skill Control Thread LV 1 can be acquired by spending 100 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Control Thread LV1 was acquired. Remaining skill points 100. Currently, you have 100 skill points. The skill detection LV1 can be acquired by spending 100 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Detection LV1 was acquired. Remaining skill point 0, I acquired Control Thread and Detection. I have chosen the two skills that has the highest gambling element in it, even though I said that I want to take the risk because my life hangs on it. Maybe I'm not suitable for gambling. Anyway, it can't be helped for what I have chose. Let's pray that I can use this too. If it's not usable, it'll cry. Thought I know whether tears fall from the spider's eyes or not. S3 Fantasy Chapter S3 Fantasy. I'm currently looking at the picture book opened at my feet. Various creatures are shown in there. The strange illustrations which I had not seen before on Earth was drawn in the picture book. It's called as monster, the harmful creature inhabiting in this world. This is a goblin. Goblin is a human-type monster with green skin and has the size of a human child. Even though it's a human type, it's considered as a weak class monster because it has low intelligence and they don't have any skills, so its status is also low. However, when it levels up and acquires skill, an individual that can use weapons might appear among them. So you shouldn't be careless against it. The maid, Anna, who is sitting next to me, explains about the monster that appeared in the picture book. Anna looks young as in her 20s, but the truth is that she have lived nearly twice of her appearance. She had fought against monsters as a magician in the past, so she taught me about the things that didn't appear in the picture book using her knowledge. Opposite of Anna was my sister, Sue, who imitates me and look at the picture book. Recently, Sue had been imitating me. Unlike me, she can't understand Anna's words because she still speaks with difficulty. I listen to Anna's story seriously, perhaps because I think that I must listen it. I pat her head because the innocent figure was cute. The silky light blue hair feels too good. Sue laughed joyfully because she was patted. Anna and another maid who's at the door, Clevia, look at the figure heartwarmingly. At first, I was embarrassed when being seen like that, but now I'm already used to it. Your Highness and Princess are truly intimate on. Hi, Sue, and I answer Anna's words at the same time. The answer makes Anna's smile much more deeper. It looks like I have become good at pretending as a child. I return my glance to the picture book. Anna still doesn't know that I can read the words. I can already read the words of this country, even though I look like I'm enjoying the pictures. The illustration was at the center of the picture book and only simple words written in the explanation of a monster. Therefore, Anna's story was useful. However, the more I hear Anna's story, the lack of common sense in this world is remarkable. To begin with, there's too many game words like skill, status, and level, even though it's a serious story. This world is just like a game. Practically, I'm living in this world, so I can't think that it's a game, but still. It can't be changed that this world has the system like game. Skill seems to be draw from the soul, and once reaching a certain strength, a skill will be formed. Status shows the ability value. Level is the numerical value of the power accumulated by the individual. It's explained like that, but as a person who knows about game in the previous life, all of them are insignificant. However, things like this are common in this world, and there's no one who even doubted it. I have no choice but to be convinced that this is such a world, even though I feel a little out of place. I turn the page of the picture book. The illustration that appeared in the next page was a huge wolf. For comparison of the size, a human is drawn under its feet. For an instant, I thought that the scaling is weird, but Anna's explanation includes the accurate size. This is a Fenrir. It's a myth-rank monster with the size of a mountain and even destroyed a fort partially with only a bite before. Even I have not seen the real thing, that's obvious. Such a huge creature, rather than monster, it's a kaiju. This world is more strange than expected that there's such a huge creature. To begin with, how does it support such a large build? Nay, how does it stand? Anna becomes speechless upon hearing my question. Were the words insufficient? Isn't it heavy if it's this big? And Anna seems to notice the meaning of my question. It might be easier to understand by seeing rather than explaining it. Clevia Anna calls Clevia. Similar as Anna. Clevia is a maid and guard who formerly worked as female knight of this country. Different from the slim magician Anna, Clevia's body is stoutly trained. After Anna and Clevia made their arrangements, both of them took distance and stand. Clevia opens one hand and pushes it forward. Well then, here I go. Fireball Anna used a magic towards Clevia. Fireball is a low-class fire magic that shoots out a small ball of fire. The fireball that had its power held down hits Clevia's hand. Sue ardens in surprise. I was a little surprised that magic appeared suddenly. To our appearance, Anna and Clevia laugh as if their mischief succeeded. I'm somehow offended. Is it painful? Sue worries about Clevia's hand frequently. Yes, it's a little hot, but it's all right, Clevia answers with a strong voice that is deep for a woman. As what you have seen just now, the higher the status, the stronger it gets. Therefore, even a huge monster won't collapse by its weight. I became anxious and tried to touch Clevia's palm. The palm of a person peculiar to sword felt a little like hardened skin. However, it was not a feeling of hardness which she could receive the fireball unhurt. Your Highness, the increase in defense doesn't mean that it will become hard, is that so? Yes. Rather than harden, it's more like harder to get hurt. As I'm not to that degree, but when it's the hero Sama, it said that a normal sword can't even scratch him. Clevia answers my doubt politely. However, something like hard to be hurt. Will the intercellular bonds change? No. In this fantasy world, bringing up the Earth's common sense might be wrong. I shelved the hazy feeling in my mind for the time being. Chapter 31, I gain new skills. Yash. Let's try the newly acquired skills. First of all, thread manipulation. If it's as the same as its name, then the convenience of my spider thread should increase a lot. The invincible and wonderful spider thread becomes stronger is surely the best. For the time being, I try to release a thread. The problem is beyond that point. If I don't know the way to manipulate the thread, then it's useless to choose this skill. Like the appraisal, I think about in my mind. Move. Oh, there's a slight sense of discomfort on the thread. What's this? It's like something entered the thread. It's a strange feeling that's hard to describe. If I were to compare it, it's like a nerve entered the thread. Can this work? I try to send an order to move after entering the thread. Gugu. The thread moves a little in a slow movement. Oh, it moved. No matter how hard I try, I can't make it usable in battle. I understood it. I have prepared for this. I thought of such possibility. For me, it's still better for it to move. I didn't had any expectations. I really didn't. My MP decrease a little? I have never seen my MP decrease so far. But this is the influence of thread manipulation, right? Hey, thread manipulation consumes mepe. Well, I didn't use MP so far, and am particularly good with it. For the time being, I should use my MP when I'm free to level my skill. Let's believe that this is surely useful in the long term. I pull myself together, and the next is detect. I don't hold expectations on it. At any rate, this has a higher gambling element than thread manipulation. I don't know whether it's usable or not. To be frank, it's uncertain whether there's the function for enemy searching that I want or not. There's a possibility that the skill will be completely different. In addition, the thread manipulation is like that, and appraisal too the same. To be honest, I shouldn't expect much from level 1 skills. I must think that it's a congratulatory matter if it has the function I want and I understand the way to use it. For the time being, let's do the same as the appraisal. I somehow imaged the feeling of meditating, and it looks like it's a right on the mark. Up until now, I can't sense anything, and yet suddenly I can sense various things. What's this? The information is extremely thin, and I can't distinguish what is there. But the quantity is not ordinary. Various information flows into my head from many places. Ugu, like the time when I use a large amount of appraisal, a shock hit my head hard. I sever the detect in a hurry. Skill proficiency reached. Skill detect LV1 has become detect LV2, Isn't it too fast? Seriously? Did it just level because of that? No, certainly it did pick up an outrageous amount of information, but... really? No. Let's wait for a moment. To begin with, what's that? It's totally different from the detect that I imagined, and I want to scream about the mysterious phenomenon that occurred. Voice of Heaven San. Can I request an explanation for this? It's useless, right? I knew it. Phew. I need to calm down. Yash. I try using detect once again to confirm that mysterious phenomenon. I needed to be mentally prepared for this. After all, it's dangerous. Suha. Yash, detect start. Information that I don't understand, well, flows into my head even more than the previous one. Skill proficiency reach. Skill detect LV2 has become detect LV3. It's too fast. Goo. I'm reaching my limits soon. I sever the detect. Boha. This is tiresome. But I somehow understand it. Yes, about detect. The skill's name is detect. It didn't say what it detects. This detect skill, if my thoughts are right, then the effect is more than I imagined. Or rather, it has the effect more than I imagined that makes it doesn't seem usable. In other words, I think that the detect skill detects everything that exists around and the information is sent to the user. Then, it becomes impossible to process the excessive information in the head. Certainly, it has the enemy searching function in it. But to pick up that specific information from that amount is impossible for me, who have a tiny brain. It's impossible to do it unless I have the processing capacity at the same level as a supercomputer. Certainly, I did not imagine that the skill will not be usable because of the skill was too high performance. What kind of pitfall is this? What is this? The guy who thought of this, is he the guy who won't be satisfied unless he set up a trap in it? At any rate, detect is not usable. It can't work out somehow, even if its level rises, unlike thread manipulation. Or rather, won't my head explode if I raise its level? I already need to shelve it forever. Naiwa, can I return the skill back? It's impossible, right? It looks like I really don't have any talents in gambling. The feeling that I have done it is horrible. I'm losing strength. Chapter 32, Growth Period? Su. Basa. Guru. Chomp. Itida Kamasu. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small Terratect LV1 has become LV2. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired skill points, gained the level up came. Though I'm sad because no skills leveled up, but I will settle with this. I found a prey. Su. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill spy LV1 Basa. Guru. Chomp. Itida Kamasu. Didn't something different mixed in it? I think the voice of heaven said something. Skill? Spy? Something like harder to be discovered by the enemy? Up until now, I have not been discovered before. So, isn't it unnecessary? Well, I will take it if you're giving it to me. I found a prey. Su. Basa. Guru. Chomp. Conditions met. Title Assassin was acquired by the effects of the Title Assassin. Skill Spy LV1 Shadow Magic LV1 was acquired. Spy LV1 has unified with Spy LV1 Itida Kamasu. I heard something again. Title? Which reminds me that I didn't acquire any new titles since the time I acquired Gross Feeder and Blood Relative Eater. I tried to acquire new titles by performing various mysterious dance, but in the end, I didn't acquire any new titles. An assassin. I think that I'm becoming like a ninja. Oops. Found a prey. Su. Basa. Guru. Chomp. Conditions met. Title Monster Killer was acquired by the effects of the Title Monster Killer. Skill Powerful LV1 Solid LV1 was acquired. Itida Kamasu. I heard something once again. Monster Killer? No, but I've been killing monsters all the time in this dungeon. Why now? Is it that? Something like title acquisition after defeating a number of monsters. Fuya? Found a prey again. Su. Basa. Guru. Chomp. Itida Kamasu. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill, overeating LV1 again. Today is somehow amazing. What's this overeating? How's a skill name? This, don't tell me it's a skill with negative effect. But I ate. Since evolution, I have not become full at all, but finally, my stomach becomes full. Looks like that mysterious phenomenon of food disappears as soon as I eat is just limited to after evolution. Good. If I still have that different dimension stomach, then something terrible will happen on the angles coefficient. Well, I don't have money, so there's no angles coefficient. I'm penniless. Let's wait a minute. I feel hungry and pass through various things. Didn't that do that very hard today? That did that, and because it's that, it's that. Oh, let's calm down. My level rose. That's good. If I hunt, sooner or later it will increase, so it's not strange that it increase. I got spy skill. That's also good. When saying it's useful or not, well, it's better than nothing. If it's possible to get it, then I will get it. Title was acquired. Isn't this weird? No. Is it good to acquire a title? Is it very good? But getting two in succession. Heir, Assassin, and Monster Killer. Both are dangerous title. I don't have any decent titles. I wonder why now. Well, Assassin is a ninja-like title. I acquired Spy and Shadow Magic from it. When it's called as Shadow Magic, can I enter the shadow? A useful magic for assassination, like hide oneself in the shadow. Either way, I can't use it. That's why I've said that I don't know the way to use magic. Instruction manual, please. I don't understand about the Monster Killer. What? Powerful and solid? I don't understand the skills because it's too vague. If I think bluntly, is it a skill that increased the physical offensive ability and defensive ability in the status? Or maybe it's a support skill that raised status temporarily. If it's the former case, then it's good, but if it's the latter case, then I don't know the way to use it. After all, I have to leave it as it is. And lastly, overeating? Isn't this really a negative skill? Even as a joke, saying something like overeating to a girl, I feel like I want to fight against the voice of heaven. Do you want to say that I'm fat? No, absolutely no. It's just that after eating, I become a little plump only. I will become slim back if I sleep overnight. Look at this slim leg. A beautiful leg that seems to break any moment. The stick-like leg, which is impossible to be achieved by humans. Can you still say that I'm fat after that? If it's not after meal, I would be thin. Foo. It's futile. Nobody called me fat before in my previous life, so I reacted a little excessively. On the contrary, I have been called before as Gary and Bone. Well, still, wasn't today a day with great progress? This is indeed the first time that I get various things. If possible, I want to continue this condition. Promising? Obviously. Chapter 33, The Seriousness of Appraisal Sand Skill Proficiency Reached. Skill Appraisal LV5 has become Appraisal LV6 Appraisal. With this, victory is mine. When thinking that the maximum level is 10, a usable function should appear soon. I try to see my appraisal result while throbbing. Small Terratect LV2 No Name Status HP 3636 Green MP 3636 Blue SP 3636 Yellow 3436 Red. Average Offensive Ability 19 Average Defensive Ability 19 Average Magic Ability 18 Average Resistance Ability 18 Average Speed Ability 348 W H T. Who are you? TL note. Is this a reference? You're not the appraisal Sand that I know. The appraisal Sand I know should be a useless child that's overflowing with disappointing feelings. It's absolutely not a competent cool beauty like you. Where's the real appraisal Sand? What should I do with the word it's useless that I prepared secretly? You let me hold expectations every time, and when a new feature is added, didn't we made a promise that I will say it's useless in the end? Why do you have to betray my expectations for the promise? Say something. Ha. I lose control of myself for just a moment. I should take a deep breath and calm down here. Yash, I return to sanity. Didn't appraisal Sand evolve too much? The difference is extreme so far. No, this is one of the things which I wanted from appraisal Sand. But somehow I don't feel satisfied. If I were to say it, it's like the same person that graduated from the same middle school as you, made his high school debut shrewdly. No, it's incomprehensible even if I do say so myself. Anyway, this functional enhancement of appraisal is terrific. My strength that I didn't know up until now has become obvious. Specific numerical value has appeared, and it seems that I can verify various things from now on. Before that, just to be sure, let's examine the word with double appraisal. Small pterodactyl. Hatchling of the spider-type monster called the pterodactyl. Carnivorous and has poison in its fang. Average offensive ability. Displays the individual's average physical offensive ability. Although it's the average, the numerical value differs according to the body part's average defensive ability. Displays the individual's average physical defensive ability. Although it's the average, the numerical value differs according to the body part's average magic ability. Displays the individual's average magic application ability. Although it's average, the numerical value differs according to the operation average resistance ability. Displays the individual's average magic defensive ability. Although it's average, the numerical value differs according to the attribute average speed ability. Displays the individual's average speed ability. Although it's average, the numerical value differs according to the body part's amazing. Even the explanation has become longer and easier to understand. Appraisal san. To become so excellent. Fumo. Differ according to body parts should mean that if it's human, then it's the difference between hand and leg. The offensive ability changes in the hand and leg. The numerical value that appeared in the status probably is the average of all the body parts. However, my status, no matter how you look at it, it's low, right? I don't know how low my stats are because I can't compare it, but I have raised my level to 10 once and evolve. What's with this number? And among those stats, the speed stands out the most. Isn't it strange? Only the numerical value of the speed is 10 times higher than the others. What a speed specialized character am I, Umamu? When it becomes so, I want to compare it with other monsters. Predicting the results so far, the probability to fail is high when appraisal is used on others. Rather than high, it never succeed in appraising other status except the level. Perhaps, I think that it doesn't change much even if the skill level rose. However, I think that it's worth trying. Therefore, let's look for a prey. Is there a good prey somewhere? Found you. Yash. Appraise at once. Elro Grime LV2 failed to appraise its status. As expected, the appraisal of the another person's status is difficult. There's no help for it. For the time being, seems it's a monster that I see for the first time. Let's appraise its species. Elro Grime. The mouse-type monster that inhabit in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Omnivorous and has poison in its fongum. Wait a minute. There's a word in the explanation of the monster that can't be ignored. Elro Great Labyrinth. The world's largest labyrinth that connects the Dastoldia continent and Cassanagra continent underground. I confirm my location from an unexpected point. It seems the dungeon I am in is called the Elro Great Labyrinth. Certainly, I have thought before, what's the Elro that's attached to the monster's name? So it's the dungeon's name. The world's largest labyrinth. That explains why it's this wide. What does it mean by connecting continents underground? In other words, the top of the dungeon is the sea? Yi. Seriously? Then it's wide. I mean, is it possible for me to go out from this huge labyrinth? I don't want to think about it. While I'm at it, I appraise the name of the continents. Dastoldia continent. It's a continent called as the land of a human race. Human race nation exists in great numbers. Cassanagra continent, the central continent of the world. Proud of its world's largest area, Haman. That's the only impression that comes out. If I were to escape, I would like to avoid the Dastoldia continent that is roamed by humans. But I don't seem to have the composure to choose. For the time being, I was able to recognize and knew the current condition, and I was able to obtain some useful information. Sequel growth period chapter sequel. Growth period for the time being. Let's kill the mouse that I left it because of the appraisal. Su. Basa. Guru. Chomp. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fong LV6 has become Poison Fong LV7OU. Looks like my fever hasn't ended yet. Wonderful. When thinking about my weak status, if you take away my Poison Fong from me, then it can be said that I don't have any weapons. My first and last weapon, which is the level of my Poison Fong, is considerably important. TL note. Not sure with this. Let's stop today's exploration soon. My red total stamina gauge still has quite an amount, but I can't afford to force myself further. I'll make a simple home on the spot. Now that I have secure safety, I want to eat the mouse. Still, I don't feel hungry because I have eaten that much. It's not that I can't eat anymore, but rather than forcing myself to eat it now, I should save it till I wake up. Therefore, I'll lie down with my bottom. Before that, I have something to do before sleeping. Neuron. Onion. Nyan. It's not like I'm doing something indecent. In practicing thread manipulation, what I was able to understand when practicing was that I can only manipulate one thread. It can only move as an earthworm wriggles. The range I can manipulate it is quite wide as long as the thread touches my body. The consumed MP is insignificant. That's what I understand. For the time being, at the current stage, it doesn't seem to be useful in battle. Therefore, before sleeping, I practice while MP is consumed and raise my skill level steadily. If the level rises, its ability should also rise. Because Appraisal was a child who is capable, so thread manipulation should be usable when it reaches around level 6. But the journey to there might be slightly long. When its level rises, I want to try out various things, like the protective clothing that I gave up before, or a way to kill using it or redevelop the enemy searching thread because of the detect. My dream spreads in various ways. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Manipulation LV1 has become Thread Manipulation LV2 level up as soon as I say it. Neuron. Onion. Newen. I see. The movement is not bad. Really outrageous. The level rose and the movement improved a little. Still, it hasn't reached the level suitable for battle. But the movement improves remarkably. It might be usable earlier than expected. I still have an amount of MP, so I will earn skill proficiency until I reach my limit. FUA. I slept well. After all, I end up persisting until my MP almost exhausted and my thread manipulation managed to reach level 3. I intended to do it until my MP is fully exhausted, but when I'm running short of MP, I felt that it's dangerous to continue. Though I don't know what's dangerous about it, but I stopped my practice because I instinctively knew it would be dangerous if I ran out of MP. After sleeping overnight, my MP is completely restored. Oh, like this, I can practice thread manipulation before sleeping without any problems. No, wait. After all, it's fully recovered, so shouldn't I do it after waking up too? At any rate, I don't use MP usually, and if it recovers through time progression, then want to recover when I'm in the middle of hunting? Oh, that seems to be more efficient. If there's a problem, then I can change it to practice before sleep only starting from tomorrow. You'll never know unless you try. Thus, I practice my thread manipulation when my MP almost reaches its limit. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Manipulation LV3 has become Thread Manipulation LV for I Heard the Voice of Heaven. Yash yash. Everything's going well. Because of my MP is almost exhausted, I can't confirm how much the movement improved, but it has already reached level 4, so it should be able to move well. Still, it's not usable in battle yet, but in the simple home, it might be possible to experiment on making protective clothing. I'm looking forward for tonight. Now then, let's have breakfast. The menu is the yesterday's mouse. Well then, itadikamasu. Umo. It's bad. Even if I eat, there's no change in MP. It looks like MP doesn't recover by taking meals, because there might be something like MP restorative medicine, so perhaps there are ingredients that can recover MP by eating it. The meat of the monster with high magical powers seems to be able to recover. Well, up until now, I have never happened to meet a monster that can use magic like magic. However, after I evolved, I'm in good form. My skills keep on leveling, and I was able to acquire new titles. It can be said that the wave has come. It's like the era is telling me to shine. Fu. There's nothing that can stop me now. Phewie. I will become stronger with this condition, and I will advance steadily in the labyrinth. I already know that this labyrinth is wide, and there's nothing that I can do but to look for the exit. Well now, my brilliant day begins. Yuhi. Chapter 35 therefore. Don't get carried away that muchry fun fun. Exploring the labyrinth in a good mood. No, if it's the me now, the monsters around here are not my enemy. As long as I find the enemy first, I can launch a surprise attack. Even if it's not the case, isn't it possible for me to fight head-on now? I have evolved and got stronger, and my skill level is considerably high. So I don't think that I will expose such an unsightly appearance like the time I fight the frog head on again. When you say whether I can surely win or not, it makes me slightly uneasy, but I think I might go well. I think it's all thanks to the growth rush after evolving. Skill level keep rising, and I was able to acquire new titles. Though only the Detect turned out slightly disappointing, but the rest were all gains. Thinking back about this good condition, rather than after evolution, isn't it after defeating the snake? My level rise at a stretch because I defeat the snake. Food overflows due to the snake's corpse. Thanks to that, evolution is safely done. After that, the fever continues. Oh, as expected, this good condition starts after defeating the snake. What a good luck to meet Snake Sama. Thank you. Forked road. Right and left. Here as usual, advance to the right, on. Somehow, I have a bad premonition. A bad premonition telling me to get away from here quick. I look at the left passage for an instant. Elro Baradrad LV5 failed to appraise its status yet. It's a snake. Am I an idiot? Though it has a lower level than the previous snake. But isn't it impossible for me to win without my nest? It noticed me. Moreover, am definitely lock on. Escape. I escape to the right passage. Like I can fight against such monster. Who was the fool who said that the monsters around here were not enemies? It's me. No. That snake is clearly a boss unlike the other monsters here. Why are you popping up like any common monsters here? Isn't it stupid? Awawawawa. I can hear a dreadful sound chasing after me from behind. Fust. Why you can match with my speed? My speed is 348. I thought that I won. Lose in speed against other monsters. To be able to match with it, what are you? Crap. A different monster forward? Elro Randonel LV5 failed to appraise its status. Elro Randonel LV4 failed to appraise its status. Out of all the other monsters, why is it the 3 intimate friend monster? If it's only one of them, then I could have passed through the side. There's no gap to pass through if 3 of them form a line. What should I do? What should I do? Aya, I don't have the time to hesitate. Here I go. Sink or swim. I keep my speed and climb the wall. Yes, I did it. Wall run success. I passed through the 3 monsters. Though I heard a terrible sound from the rear, I want to turn around. Though I don't know how long those 3 can hold on. But I should escape before it's too late. Sorry, the 3 monsters I happen to pass by. This is also one of the skills of the law of the jungle. Become a sacrifice for me. Fuahaha. I managed to survive by sacrificing the 3 monsters. I pray that you will be happy. There's no path ahead? Wait, isn't this the same pattern as the centipede's nesting hole? Wawa. This is bad. I put too much of my speed, so I can't stop suddenly. The destination after I dive with all my might was the air. This is an extremely deep and wide hole. I would die if I fall. Falling. No, a stringless bungee is not a joke. String? Come on, spider thread. I shoot my thread to the wall and stick it. Yash with this. Gofu. It's very painful. Though the fall stopped, my body struck against the wall due to the recoil. I thought I was going to die. Chased by a snake, and the point ahead of my path was a precipitous cliff which I have to dive in it. I wonder is this the punishment for being carried away because of the good condition? I understood it. I will reflect my actions. Since I have reflected, can you do something with the threatening buzzing sound since a while ago? Fingegoth LV4 failed to appraise its status. Fingegoth LV3 failed to appraise its status. Fingegoth LV5 failed to appraise its status. Fingegoth LV4 failed to appraise its status. It was the bee. It's the monster of the huge bee, which I have only seen it once. It flies in this pit innumerably. Hello? I'm Sully. Please overlook me. Seriously, please don't look at here. There's only one way to dodge an attacking bee. 2. Dive once more. I fall, but this time, am different from a while ago. I gave elasticity to the thread that sticks to the wall and fall down safely like bungee jumping. After bouncing 2 or 3 times, I cling to the wall and stick a thread again. Bungee once more. I repeat it until I get down to the bottom layer. Yash, it's the ground. However, the sky is full of bees. I encourage my tired body and start running again. Side story 4 Magic Chapter Side story 4 Magic Author Note. I will submit the S series after every 5 chapters. I concentrate my consciousness. I recognize the magical power filled in the body. If you can do until there, then you can acquire the magic perception skill. I develop it more from there, and I can circulate the magical power in the body. The magical power run through the body like blood. Borrowing the power from the magic manipulation skill, I raise the speed of the circulating magical power. The speed of the magical power raise rapidly. I concentrate a part of it in the hand. The magical power continues to accelerate in my hand and changes into a high-density energy. After that, it will be completed if I give a form called magic to this magical power. However, I won't do until there. Or perhaps I should say that I can't do it. I gradually return the magical power that I gathered in my hand to my body and drop the speed of the magical power. When a magical power calmed down, I open the eyes which I close for concentration. Ahead after opening my eyes was the appearance of Anna, who's looking at me with cold sweats. Standing next to Anna was Clevia, but looks like she haven't noticed my abnormality, unlike Anna. It's amazing, isn't that amazing? Saying it amazing might sound a little cliched. Even if you look at the operational ability, the current princess is a beginner-class magician, while your highness has already reached the intermediate class. As for magic capacity, both of you have surpassed me at this age thanks to the efforts I put up in eavesdropping in order to learn this world's word. I acquired hearing enhancement, making me able to hear everything. Is this the guy called Genius? Anna nods seriously to Clevia's words. Genius, huh? Am not particularly a genius. Certainly, thanks to my birth, my amount of magical power is more than normal. But the rest are possible because I was born with the memory of my previous life. Though I'm still young, my mental age is a high school student. To be frank, the life of the baby is free for a high school student. So I started practicing magic to spend my free time. Thanks to Anna being an excellent teacher, it was not hard to understand the difficult explanation for me, who's a high school student inside. Thanks to that, I was able to acquire 2 skills, magic perception and magic manipulation early. Both have reached level 5 now. It's the result that I continue doing it all the time when I'm free. Usually, a person needs to practice for a long time before he can use it. But I have a lot of free time as a baby, and I have always longed for magic, so I practice whenever I'm free. Thanks to that, I have to show my magic that is not corresponding to my age to the surroundings. But if I were to say, who's the true genius? I would say that it's Sue. I look at the state of Sue who's sitting beside me. Sue imitates me and manipulates the magical power in the same way as me. Her molding is not as good as me, and the circulating speed is also slow. Even so, magical power is firmly controlled and manipulated. The manipulation of magical power is not as easy as it says. I had a hard time until the skill was acquired. In the first place, I who came from a world without magic, it was difficult to understand what is magical power. It said that, generally, the age to be able to manipulate magical power is 5 years old. By the way, 1 year in this world is 411 days. There's no human who can manipulate magical power since they were a baby, except me and Sue. I can do it because I'm reincarnated and I'm mentally an adult. But Sue is different. Sue only imitates me, with only learning by imitation. She managed to grasp the manipulation of magical power. She is a genius. To be frank, with such ability as a baby, it can't be helped that I feel uneasy about her future. Having all these talents, Sue will surely become an important person in the future, corresponding to me, who is an ordinary high school student in my previous life. I don't think that I'm talented. Now, I still have the advantage of being reincarnated, but once she catches up with me, she would overtake me in no time. Then, my dignity as the older brother. No, It has been decided that it will become so, and there's still a long time before it can happen. That's why I must extend the lead as much as possible. Hey, why can't I use magic? Anna prohibits me from using magic. I'm only allowed to use magic manipulation. From there, it's possible to use magic for the first time after acquiring magic skills of each element. Even though I know it, I don't have a magic skill. I don't even know how to acquire it. Your Highness, there are some reasons for that, but the best reason is that it's dangerous. Magic holds strong power. Given that the dangers are great, it's decided that magic must not be acquired until an appropriate age, though I understood Anna's explanation. I can't agree with it. Although I look like this, but I should have already reached the appropriate age. However, I'm the only who knows it, even though there's no other way. It's irritating. In addition, it's necessary to ascertain the aptitude element with the appraisal stone. You will have a hard time later if you acquire the element that doesn't suit you. A appraisal stone seems to be a magic tool, which can inspect status in detail. There are some people selling it at low price. But those appraisal stone won't show the information of the aptitude element. Only some of the influential people possess it. Of course, the royal family has the appraisal stone of that class, but I have never been appraised yet. Your Highness, I'm sure that you can become a world-eminent magician without hurrying. Even so, you shouldn't be self-conceited, okay? Hi, there's no way I will be self-conceited, because I'm still scared that my younger sister might catch up with me. Anyway, I must not get impatient. The secret lies in the foundation. Let's refine my magic manipulation even more. I was devoted in practicing my magic manipulation again. Chapter 36, Desperate Situation. The large swarm of bees are still flying in the sky. Anyway, I need to leave this place quick. Though I thought so, but my decision was one step slower. A bee way on my back, and then an intense pain ran through my back. Ouch! I was stabbed. Moreover, from the place that I was stabbed in, something is poured into my body. It's poison. Once it clings on my back, I can't do anything. No, there's one way. It's not the time to mind about my small amount of MP. I manipulate the thread with thread manipulation and attach it to the bee. Then I restrain it and bind it. Dosei. I grab my thread and thrust the bee down in the manner of the back throw. Though I want to finish it off, but escaping is my priority now. I hide myself in the shadow of the rocky area, close to the wall surface. If it's here with the bee's large build, it shouldn't be able to invade this place. Just as I expected, the several bees which chase after me fly around the surroundings for a while before it gave up and left. I somehow managed to survive. However, I was not flawless. Though I can't see it, but there's a large hole on my back now. In addition, my HP have 6 left. 30 HP was taken away by an attack. I'm not surprised. I understood that my defense is quite low. Rather, thanks to the spider's vitality that I can live on even if I bear such a serious wound. It was also good that my poison resistance level is high. The thing poured into the place where I was stabbed in is surely poison. I don't know whether the poison was nullified or not. Indeed, in that situation, I don't know whether it's the poison damage or the needle damage, but I would be dead by now if I didn't have poison resistance. With this wound, I don't think I can move for a while. I don't know whether it will cure naturally or not. Then, like from before, I want to aim for the complete recovery by leveling up. If that's the case, then I would like to recover the restrained bee that I threw away a while ago to gain experience points and food. However, it's not a good plan to get out of here. Should I attach a thread to it using thread manipulation and pull it slowly? Suddenly, I had an unpleasant premonition. I look outside from the rock shade quietly. There was the figure of the restrained bee struggling, and there's the figure of another monster approaching it slowly. Elro Beardrad LV5 failed to appraise its status. It's the snake. That guy, did it chase after me? No, it's not. It's probably a different individual, even though it has the same level. This is bad. From what I can see, there might be a lot of this snake that has the strength of a boss-class monster in this area. If I were to be discovered in such wounded state, I would die. The snake approaches the bee slowly. You can take the bee, so please don't notice me. However, the snake did nothing on the bee. To be exact, it can't. Something tore up the snake's body at tremendous speed. Huh. Did my eyes gone crazy? That snake easily became small pieces like a scrap of papers. That snake which was protected with strong scale. The snake that has the speed equal to me didn't even have the time to react. Earth Dragon Alaba LV-31 failed to appraise its status. It was there calmly. Contrary to the name called dragon, it has the form that looks like a wolf. The limbs which step firmly on the ground. A long tail, without wings. There is the figure of a majestic dragon. This is bad. Instinct as a spider. Reasoning as a person. The cry from the soul. All of it gathers the voice. That is not good. There's no chance to win. In the first place, it's not an opponent that can be decided in victory or defeat. Judging from it, I look only like a feed. I'm not even a prey. It's decided that I would be eaten when I entered its view. The existence is just that isolated. The high level is just a trivial problem. No matter how it is, that is definitely bad. Earth Dragon Alaba, choose the snake that have been torn asunder one by one. I desperately hold my breath. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Stealth LV-1 has become Stealth LV-2. Shut up. I beg you, please be silent. What would I do if it noticed me? When the Earth Dragon Alaba finished chewing the snake, it left without taking notice on the bee. I was saved. I don't know whether it didn't notice me or it didn't notice me, but it overlooked me. Anyway, I was saved, even though I have experienced many almost death situations, but in fact now am half dead. This might be the first time I thought that it was that dangerous. I'm even scared to recall about it. This is bad. With that guy roaming around this area, I must escape immediately by any means. I look around the surroundings. Here is the bottom of the pit where I have fallen. The diameter of the hole seems to be around 100 meters. The depth is more than that. At any rate, I don't know the height well. The large swarm of bees covers the sky like a wall. I'm glad that the appraisal didn't activate because there's a distance. Otherwise, I might lose my consciousness when I appraise such a number. I must face the large swarm of bees to return to the original area. Moreover, while climbing the cliff up, impossible. I can't fight while clinging on the cliff. In such state, I can't move quickly and my aim using the thread won't be accurate. This is the field that completely seal off my strong points. As for the bee, it can move around freely in the air. There's no chance to win. Even so, it's a suicidal act to explore the ground where such a monster exists. Some passages are connected in the bottom of the pit. Sink or swim. Should I advance to a different passage from the one that monster went? I can't. With such a serious wound, even if it's not that monster, everything will be over if I encounter a monster. This is bad. I'm probably checkmated. Chapter 37 struggles. After the Earth Dragon left, I watched the surroundings excessively for a long time. Even if I do that much, I still can't feel relieved. I can't be relieved, but it won't begin unless I start acting. I extend a thread with thread manipulation towards the bee, which was left restrained. Ugh, my back hurts, but it doesn't seem that I have any problem to release the thread. The thread extends slowly and finally, it connects to the bee. The bee is still struggling, but when it comes to this, I don't matter already. Moreover, I better recover it quickly before it draws a different monster. My wound hurts whenever I pull it. I want to think that it's all right because my HP didn't decrease anymore even though the pain is intense. Finally, the bee is recovered. I drive my poison fang immediately to kill it. When thinking that the poison fang is effective against monster that uses poison, isn't my skill level for poison fang and poison resistance is considerably high compared to the other monsters? Well, I don't care about such thing now. The problem now is what should I do from now on? To be frank, I think that it's a suicidal act to explore this area. When I think that there are other monsters like the Earth Dragon, I won't be able to survive. That is not good, even though I have crossed various dangerous bridges up until now. But that one, the danger is not equal. Even after saying this and that, I take pride in being able to fight. Though now, I wander around the dungeon and use the surprise attack strategy. My original style was to make a nest and withstand siege. I understood that the simple home was able to overthrow the snake. So, if I make a nest seriously assuming a defensive battle, there's no monster who can break through it. It should be. That will most likely break through it. Moreover, with great ease. that has the power to that extent. Thread, poison fang, surprise attack, speed. My distinctive characteristics, too, becomes petty tricks in front of that. Such petty tricks will be kicked about before the overwhelming power. I can imagine the figure easily. That was the second monster that I can't win no matter how I struggle after being born as a spider. By the way, the first one was my mother, father, which is a huge spider. Though it's a problem that I can't win, it's a big problem that its speed is faster than me. Even if the nest is broken through, I can still escape in the meantime. Perhaps I would be seething with anger, but in the end, I will surely escape with my life. It's possible with my speed, but that will exceed my speed. I can't win even if I fight it. It's impossible to escape. It becomes hopeless once I'm marked down. What an absurd existence. If I know that there's that, charging to the snake knowing that it's impossible was way much better. Moreover, that might not be the only one in this area. I'm scared. Up until now, this is the closest one to death. I'm surprised to learn that there's still feelings of being scared of myself. Even if I have various absurd experience, I never felt nervous and fearful before. So I thought that I have put away such feelings somewhere long ago. I understood it after him in this situation. Up until now, the dangers was only that much. It didn't reach the level that I would feel fear. It's not because my feelings have died, but it's because that it's not necessary to feel so. It's too late to understand it. I wanted to realize it before I'm checkmated. Then, I might be able to aware about the dangers a little. Let's stop regretting here. Let's think about what should I do to survive. First of all, securing safety. I will make a nest around this rocky area, even though it's useless against the earth dragon. In the present condition, my state is not good to move. Since it became this way, there's no use holding grudge. The third home will be made here. And if possible, I want to draw weak monsters like the bee and kill it. Aiming for the recovery by level up. It can't be helped until this wound recovered. With my current state, it's possible to die with a poke by a small fry monster. I better not expect for natural recovery. When it becomes so, I should have acquired the automatic HP recovery skill. There's no help for it, even if I regret it. I should give up resolutely here and switch my feelings. For the time being, let's build a base with this aim. To be frank, it's not a good plan to build a base here. It will only stand out if I build a base here and when a strong monster of the Earth Dragon class found it. It would be the end. But this is the only way I can take for the current me, who's wounded. After that, I have no choice but to bet on my bad luck. I will aim for leveling now. After my wound has cured by level up, I will think about escaping from this dangerous area. Either I break through the army of bees and go to the top, or explore the bottom knowing its dangers. Either way, I will experience hell. But now that I have fallen into the bottom, ultimately, there's only two choices, either to live or die. Live fortunately, or die unfortunately. Presently, the scale inclines towards the death. Will it continue fall, or will it make a recovery? Let's act to make a recovery. Fortunately, I still have the stamina to make the nest, because the bee is considerably big. It's very helpful for a food. Let's turn all the stamina that is obtained from this body to make the nest. From there ahead is up to my skills and luck. Chapter 38 Spider vs. Bee. On the first day, I made the minimum necessary nest and slept. Though it's hard to say that I was able to sleep soundly because of the backache, I'm relieved that I was not attacked while I'm sleeping. Not only the attack, I also thought that I would die because of the wound, and when I woke up safely, I felt relieved from the bottom of my heart. Will I confirm my HP? It's 6 just like before I sleep. It's a difficult position whether I should be disappointed that it didn't recovered or I should be relieved that it didn't decrease any further. On the second day, I spent my day on expanding the nest. There's the backache too, so the nest making ran into difficulties than I thought. Because the bees came close many times, I became more cautious every time and I have to stop working. Unlike until now, working while being cautious of the surroundings wore down my nerves. I took considerations of my stamina by eating the bee, which I caught yesterday little by little between times. In this situation, the danger rises exponentially if I were to run out of stamina. My dependency on stamina is especially high. Stamina is needed to produce thread and to act normally. Even without it, I must at least save enough stamina for one battle. In addition, I don't know whether I can secure food or not after this, and I need to be careful in my stamina management if I'm prepared for a protracted battle. And it became clear on this day that the pain resistance level jumped up at a stretch. The last time when the pain resistance leveled up, if I'm not mistaken, it should be on level 2, and yet what I heard from the voice of heaven while I was making the nest was skill proficiency reached. Skill pain resistance LV6 has become pain resistance LV7. It jumped up to level 7 straight. I thought about what happened to it, but I think that it leveled up while I'm sleeping. I had such an uneasy sleep. So if the rising condition of the skill proficiency is feeling pain, then the possibility that the skill proficiency accumulates when I was sleeping is high. When I think back, I have a feeling that I heard the voice of heaven while I'm in trance, though I understood it. But when I thought that the pain resistance was a skill that relieves pain, it was not so. I thought that it's strange that the pain didn't not ease at all even though the skill level is 7. But it seems that this skill is something like movement is possible by enduring. To be frank, it's subtle. There's no change that it's painful, and there's a limit on moving even if it says so. When I first acquired this skill, I really felt that the pain get eased, but it looks like I only felt like it. Then, the pain resistance rose to level 8 after one whole day. The third day, I already finished eating the bee that I caught. The nest also has expand within limitations, and now I must move on to the next stage. That is hunting to level up. The problem is how to catch a prey. Even though the bee come closer before, but it doesn't attacks, either it's being cautious or not. If it attacks without any plans, it will be as expected, but it didn't go well to that extent. For the time being, I should wait for a chance while watching the bee. Though I tried provoking the bee that came near indirectly, but it didn't come attacking. There are some things that I understood from observing the bees. First of all, they basically form a group of 5 or 6. It divides into groups and acts respectively. There's a leader in each group. High Fingegoth LV1 failed to appraise its status. It's High Fingegoth. Judging from the name, it's a high-rank species, and it might be an evolved individual. Its level is also 1, so the possibility is high. There's also bee with level 8 or 9 that's on the brink to evolve among the common species of the bee. Once it evolves, it should become the leader of the group. The captain bee has slightly deep color than the ordinary bee. That's the only difference. Both the size and figure are the same. Though I don't know because I never succeed in appraising its status, but the high-rank species should be higher than the ordinary bee. Well, still, I don't think that can break through my web. I think that it didn't do anything unnecessary because it understands it well. When thinking so, that bee might be considerably smart. The group masses and disappears in the passage bottom of the pit. After a while, it kills the prey and bring it back. Like that, groups are formed and they hunt efficiently. As expected, the captain seems to be smart, though there are several bees that seems to be lost are acting without permission. Apart from that, it's considerably important that there are monsters that the bees can hunt in this bottom. Not everyone here is a monster like the Earth Dragon. I'm relieved just to have know it. Still, there are groups that never return, so I can't relax my guard. Not returning means that they have been defeated. Among the group that returned, there are some holding their comrade's corpse, so this area is definitely dangerous. I continued observing the state of the bee. Chapter 39, Spider versus Bee, third day. When I think that I should sleep soon, there's a divine message from the voice of heaven. Skill proficiency reached. Skill pain resistance LV9 has become pain nullity conditions met. Skill pain alleviation LV1 was derived from skill pain nullity. The pain resistance rose again. Moreover, it looks like it went up from 8 to 9 before I know it. It probably rose while I'm sleeping. The level notation disappeared, and it changed into nullity in the name. Indeed, it feels like reaching max value in a game. This is the second skill to reach its max level after night vision. This should be the first time I raise the skill level to 10 by myself, because it looks like that the night vision was a high-level skill by nature, though it's doubtful that whether it's worth having felt pain or not. Well, I think that the derived skill is a genuine skill that relieves pain. No, the pain resistance is not a fake. There's no much change in level 1. As usual, the backache still exists. If the skill level rises, the pain might get better. Let's expect that the skill level rises while I sleep. That's why good night. Fourth day. Since my stamina is starting to decrease gradually, I intend to act soon. My aim is the bee that got lost. The risk is higher to aim at a group. I think I probably can win, though I think I should be more careful here. When there are multiple opponents, an unexpected situation can occur. In that respect, it's easier to do with the lost one. The lost one's judgment is vague because it's not commanded by the captain bee. When I was observing yesterday, there was an individual that entered the narrow tunnel that the group can't enter. I think that the individual that I caught once in the nest before also got lost after entering a strange passage. But I don't think that the individual managed to reach my nest from this place, so it's most likely that there's a different swarm of bees near that place. From what I saw, the lost one doesn't seem to be intelligent. Therefore, it might be contented with getting lost without forming a group. Anyway, the lost one might attack if I provoke it. However, I don't intend to go with this uncertain strategy. I take out the new weapon that I thought of yesterday. The hardened adhesion thread shaped like a ball, which is attached to the tip. I name it Q Morningstar. Fu. I will hit this on the bee in the air with the physical strength and the power of thread manipulation. Perhaps, or more precisely, it won't hit most of the times. But it's good. I just needed to recognize that I'm an enemy. After that, it should attack me arbitrarily. It's lucky if I hit it. I succeed if I manage to draw its attention. After that, I hope that the lost one comes near to the nest. From yesterday's observation, it should go well because the lost one came to see the state of the nest frequently. Skill proficiency reached. Skill pain alleviation LV2 has become pain alleviation LV3. While waiting, the skill level of pain alleviation rose. The level rise is considerably slow compared with the pain resistance. I thought that it will rise to around 5 while I sleep, but it didn't rise that much. The condition of skill proficiency accumulation is different? Or is it that the amount of necessary skill proficiency is different according to the skill? I don't know, but it's clear that the level rose. The pain alleviation is surely a skill that relieves pain. Thanks to that, my backache doesn't hurt much anymore. The wound on the back is considerably severe, though I wrapped the wound with the thread using thread manipulation on the first day, but a big hole opened splendidly. If it's a human, this is surely a death wound. Did I survive because I'm a spider? Or because I'm a monster? Either way, it's a serious wound that's mysterious to be alive. I thought I was going to die of the pain when my wound was cleaned with thread manipulation with the intention to scrape out the thing that seems to be poison. I need to level up as soon as possible to recover this wound. If I leave the wound as it is, it will definitely turn worse before long. Suppuration, necrosis, bacterial infection. Even though I washed it with thread manipulation, I didn't wash it with clean water and it was not disinfected. I must do something before the symptoms appear. And then a chance came. A lost one is coming here. There are no other bees around. When there's another bee, there's a possibility that it will rush towards its comrade's pinch. Now that I don't have to worry about that, it's the perfect opportunity. I swing the Q Morningstar. Concentrate. Aim well, and there. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill concentration LV1. It hit. I acquired a skill at the same time. I never thought that it would hit. The Q Morningstar that I threw hit the bee's body splendidly. Without delay, I used thread manipulation to coil a thread around the bee's body. I guide the bee that acts violently into the nest and make it as a victim of my poison fawn. It turned out well from the very beginning. This seems to be a good sign. No, I must not get carried away. Because of that, I had a terrible experience. Let's be modest here. For the time being, let's have a meal since I managed to step forward to the first step. Well then, Itadikamasu. Chapter 40 Spider vs. Bee. For the time being, I was able to secure food. When thinking about the size of the bee's body, I can survive from starvation for a few days. It's not necessary to worry about my stamina now. Then, the choices of action increase. The most realistic one will be keep hunting the bees with the same method until I level up. I can earn experience steadily and safely rather than exploring. Another idea is to expand the nest more. towards the top. I don't want to explore the bottom area here. It's not the problem whether it's possible or not. No way. Earth Dragon is scary. Impossible. That's why I want to crawl up back to the original passage. To do that, I must somehow dodge the bees. I would become the bees' prey if I climbed the wall simply, so I must think about some measures. Therefore, the idea that I can think of was to extend my nest to the top. Calling it an idea, or just basically bulldozing through. It's a terrible brute force, even if I say so myself. But I can't think of another method to return to the top. Of course, there are various demerits too. First of all, making the nest consumes a lot of stamina. Moreover, I need to make the nest to climb the wall to the top unlike the usual one. Because the situation is different, I don't know how much stamina I will use. It will become a considerably large-scale nest, and with the bee I have now, my stamina won't last long. It's necessary to replenish it somehow. Besides, I might end up fighting against the bee, though now I'm overlooked by them. But if I extend my nest upwards, I will be invading the bee's main territory. It's an airspace violation. Will those guys overlook me? The worst, several hundreds will attack, and if I'm unlucky, the large army of bees of several thousand will attack all at once. It might become such nightmare-like situation. As expected, the nest won't be able to defend against such a number. What I should be cautious of is not only the bee. At present, there's no other monster except the bee that enter the bottom of this pit. Only the snake and earth dragon at the beginning. But if that earth dragon appears suddenly, although I hide in the rock shade last time, I will stand out if I expand my nest. It's the end if it's curious about it. Even now, I'm still scared that the earth dragon might come or not. That's why, if I succeed, I can escape from this very dangerous zone, but the risk of the strategy is high. But I don't have any other choice. Perhaps there's one, but it didn't come into my mind. Therefore, I resolve myself and start making the nest. First of all, the foundation. At first, to build a house, I must make a strong foundation. It's not an exaggeration to say that the result of the house is decided by the foundation. A rock suitable for such a foundation is here. The first rock which I escaped to. The rock enshrined close to the wall having the height around 7 meters and the width around 5 meters. It's considerably large. I will make this rock as the foundation and expand the nest. The completed nest is made between this rock and the wall and a little protruded sideways. First of all, I block the gap between the rock and the wall on the other side, and I attach a thread to the wall diagonally from the top of the rock. I connect the rock and the wall with that thread as a core. With this, the foundation is completed. After that, I just need to expand the nest to the top slowly, recovering stamina by eating the bee and continue working. On the middle of working, the group of bees looked here several times, but as expected, it didn't attack. It seems that I'm still in the range that can be overlooked. I stopped the work on this day after I finished eating the bee and I went to sleep. Fifth day. I think that the pain has softened somehow. HP is as usual, still 6. My skill level of the pain alleviation didn't increase while I was sleeping because I didn't recover. It's probably so. It's wonderful that there are few pains. After all, thanks to pain nullity, I was able to move without any problems. But as expected, there's a huge difference between there's pain and there's no pain. No, it's not like the pain has gone completely and my wound was not cured yet. It's quite comfortable, because I never suffered such a serious wound before when I was a human. The most painful experience I had when I was a human was when my little toe hit the corner of the door. That was painful, but I can't compare it with the serious wound on my back. The work advances smoothly because I'm in a good mood. In the middle, a lost one came close, but the group is relatively near too. FOMO, with the meaning of experiment. I will meddle with the lost one. Whether the group will react for the lost one or not. If the group reacts, I will withdraw immediately deep into the nest. If it doesn't react, I will go as it is. I swing the Q Morning Star. That reminds me, the skill called concentration that I acquired previously, is it a skill that only increased the ability to concentrate? Well, it won't have great effects in level 1, and even if it has a different effect, I just leave it if I can't use it. Concentrate. Concentrate. The concentration is disturbed when I was thinking of concentration. What is this? I aim well, and here. Ah, it hit. Eh, eh. Isn't that amazing? Though I thought I can't hit it, it has hit 2 times in a row. In a physical fitness test of softball throw, me, who got the lowest score in my school year. Oops. I was surprised, and I didn't see the movement of the group. The group was there. FOMO. No movement. So there's no counterattack even if I attack a lost one. Aren't they heartless? Or is it that it can't live in the wild if it's not that strict? Well, either way, it's convenient that it doesn't attack. With this, I can hunt the lost one without reserve. I recover the bee that I caught with an overjoyed face. I finish it off with my poison fawn. Side Story 5 Appraisal Stone Chapter Side Story 5 Appraisal Stone. Today is the day that I will get my status checked by the long-awaited appraisal stone. There's status in this world. Though it's not that I never thought before that it's not a game, but reality. How about it? But I've already gave up on that. I noticed that thinking that this is such a world makes this world much more enjoyable. Yes, it's fun. This world is really like a game. The more the efforts I put, the more I am rewarded. Of course, there's the difference of talents, but this world should be a world where efforts are recognized easily compared with the earth. At any rate, there's the proof of the effort that becomes skill. Skill, by taking a suitable action according to the skill proficiency will rise, and once it accumulates, it's possible to acquire the skill. The acquired skill can be used at once as one strength. Moreover, skill proficiency rises the more you use it, and the skill level will also rise. The more the efforts a person put, the stronger the skill becomes. There's no case of not being rewarded after putting an effort. It's a wonderful world. And up until now, I was taught by Anna and Clevia, and various skills were acquired. The more I do it, the more it returns to me. I fell into the pleasant feeling and acquire skills greedily. Suhu imitates me, acquires skills almost the same as me, and there were times when I overdid it until Anna and Clevia draw away from me. It's fun. As for a game, stronger is more fun. Though there are people who likes to play in regulation, I'm a person who like to become strong. It's not the game character, but is myself. If it's the case, now is the time for it. Though it's good to become strong that way, but there's also inconvenience in this world. Status cannot be seen. There's the concept of status in this world, but in order to see it, it's necessary to clear a severe condition, a skill called appraisal. By using this skill called appraisal, status can be seen, but there are only few humans who have this skill. To acquire the appraisal skill, just like the Earth's appraiser, it requires deep education to be able to judge the worth of an object, observation power to be able to ascertain the material used to form the object, and so forth. A skill that requires advanced abilities that's beyond the grasp of an amateur. And even if a person acquired the skill, it's extremely difficult to raise its level. So this is the reason why there are only few people who have this skill. In fact, it's possible if it's merely acquiring the skill. The skill can be acquired by consuming the thing called skill point. So it's possible to acquire the appraisal skill as long as the skill point is paid. It's possible, but it doesn't continue after acquiring. To raise the skill level of appraisal, the person only has to activate the appraisal. Skill proficiency rises whenever appraisal is activated, and once it reaches a certain value, the level will rise. However, it's troublesome to activate the appraisal. The appraisal doesn't consume magical power and vitality, even if it activates. Then, certainly it's free to activate it. But it's not so. There's a pitfall there. When appraisal is activated, the person will be attacked by a headache and the feeling of intoxication. There seems to be an individual difference in the degree of the side effect, but the worst one will be that a person will faint just by activating the appraisal. Even for talented people, appraising more than 2 things at the same time will cause the person to be attacked by a severe headache and start to feel sick. Because of the damage caused for only activating once, it's an outrageous penance to activate it over and over again to accumulate skill proficiency. Moreover, this appraisal skill is useless unless its level is high. Because of that, there are few people who purposely acquire the appraisal skill. Only the heir of the house living as an appraiser for generations. If you were to ask how to confirm the status, then it would be the appraisal stone. The appraisal stone is a magic tool made with a special manufacturing method. While owning it, the appraisal skill can be used temporarily. The skill level of appraisal differs depending on the quality of the appraisal stone. There are only a few level 10 stone that the royal family owns in this world. Naturally, it's necessary to take special permission to use it. Only great nobles that are intimate to the royal family can use it. Because I'm a man of the royal family, there's no problem to use it. However, just because being the man of the royal family, it can't be used as one pleases. Though I have throw a tantrum to Anna that I want to use the appraisal stone, but it seems that a person need to reach a certain age to get the permission granted. I have been told that the appraising the status for the first time seems to be a special event. Even if it's for nobles, they will hold a ceremony and appraise in a solemn atmosphere. I also had to do the ceremony. Other than the appraising, this ceremony also includes the unveiling of the child. The appraisal result will be exposed in the public, and at that point, I will be valued by the adults. Though there's no problem that I have non-standard skills compared with my age. But it's terrifying that there's a possibility that I will be abandoned if my status is too low. At any rate, this will turn out to be the debut for me and Sue. Sue and I were made to change into the children's clothes for the ceremony, and the arrangements of the ceremony was told many times. The present king, who's our father, attends the ceremony too. In addition, some with eminent face seems to attend this ceremony, so am not allowed to make a mistake here. I'm a member of the royal family, even if I'm a child. Since I'm participating as the protagonist of the ceremony, it's necessary for me to shoulder the prestige of the royal family. It's a bit heavy for a former petit bourgeois like me. However, when I see the majestic appearance of my younger sister next to me, the determination that resembled the frustration that I must do it arises. Are you ready? I nod silently to the last confirmation from Anna. Then, Go At My Back was pushed by Anna, and Sue lines up with me, and we pass through the door to the venue. Off a note, because it became unexpectedly long, they'll cut it here. Continues in S6. Chapter 41, I achieved the desired level up. When I hunted the lost one many times, I heard the voice. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small Terratect LV2 has become LV3. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill powerful LV1 has become powerful LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill sturdy LV1 has become sturdy LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill overeating LV1 has become overeating LV2. Skill points gained the moment of the long-awaited level up came. The skin peels off completely from my body. I understood that the hole on my back has closed in the sense that I can't express it at all. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill automatic HP recovery LV1. Seriously? Oh, you. This is unexpected. I mean, will the complete recovery by level up become automatic recovery? I'm very happy, but I wanted it a little earlier. If I have it, I won't have such a hard time. No, that's really luxurious. I should be happy that I have leveled up and the anxiety of the future has disappeared now. Actually, it was considerably dangerous. Finally, my HP has begun to decrease. When my HP decreased from 6 to 5, I don't felt alive. After that, it decreased slowly and it decreased to 3 just before the level up. It was really dangerous. I suppressed my flustered heart, and it was worth to devote myself in hunting Lost One. The Lost One hunting went well. Unlike the first expectation, the long-distance attack of the Q Morning Star hits every time. That's surprising. Is this also a technique that the spider's body can do? Moreover, I don't know if it's thanks to that or not, but I managed to acquire the throw and hit skills at level 1 respectively. I think that both are skills that has raising effect. In addition, 3 skills rose in this level up. Only those that has unknown effects, but now that it has level up, that means that it accumulates skill proficiency somewhere. There's a possibility that I enjoyed its benefit unconsciously. There's no disadvantage of it, so it should be a good thing. However, I'm slightly uneasy about overeating. I made the nest and hunt the Lost One. with that many chance to use the spider thread and thread manipulation. Both skills also leveled up. Spider thread is level 8 and thread manipulation is level 5. The thread manipulation is more useful than I thought. It became level 5, and the speed and the precision that I could manipulate rose considerably. I was right to take this skill. The pain alleviation also rose to level 5. Thanks to that, it was considerably comfortable halfway. The strong point of this skill is, of course, not feeling pain, and even if I don't feel pain, I can know that the condition is dangerous. The pain is the signal conveying the danger, so there's a meaning on it. When it disappears, the feeling of danger will disappear. However, in the case of this skill, the pain can't be feel, but I can understand accurately the depth of the wound and how dangerous the wound is. It's difficult to put it in words because it's intuitive, a feeling of irritation from the wound, or how should I put it? Anyway, I understand it well, that it's a different feeling from the pain. Thanks to that, there's no demerit of not feeling pain. Well, the pain is not completely gone yet, because it is still level 5. Now that I have leveled up, let's see how much my status has changed. Small Terratect LV3 no name status HP. 3838 green MP. 3838 blue SP. 3838 yellow. 3838 red. Average offensive ability. 21 average defensive ability. 21 average magic ability. 19 average resistance ability. 19 average speed ability. 369 ho-ho. HP, MP, SP, offensive ability and defensive ability increase by 2 each, while magic and resistance ability increase by 1 each. And then speed, what are you? It should be 348 previously, so it went up by 21? Isn't it strange? Isn't it that there's too much difference with the other status that rose modestly? Why is it that the increase of the offensive ability and defensive ability are the same? The magic and resistance can overtake it in one level. Impossible. Well, let's overlook the awful status offset. Now, I was able to recover completely by level up, so it's possible for me to challenge with full strength aiming toward escaping. After all, the work became slow because there's a wound, and I also had to be cautious. From now on, I will hunt lost ones steadily and extend the nest while securing stamina. Now, the nest extends to around a quarter of the goal. It's still long ahead. The bees still haven't attacked me yet, but I don't know how long that will last. When thinking so, it's necessary to make the nest while keeping its strength to endure the attack of the bees. Though it's necessary, this is quite difficult. After all, it's different from making on the ground. Extending the nest upwards becomes harder the more I climb up. It's necessary to extend the thick thread from the rock that is the foundation to become a prop, and I must also bind it with the thread to fix the prop. Because this is only a quarter, the difficulty of the work rises more and more if I climb up. Still, I must do it. I don't know when will the earth dragon appears suddenly again. Before that happens, I must escape from here by any means. The worst case, I might have to abandon my nest and charge, taking the advantage of my speed. It's considerably disadvantageous, but I will surely die as it is. At times like this, I have no choice but to do it. Let's do my best in making the nest to avoid that situation. I touched the status notation. How about this? Chapter 42 Spider vs. Bee. Finally, the time has come. Fingegoth LV6 failed to appraise its status. Fingegoth LV4 failed to appraise its status. Fingegoth LV5 failed to appraise its status. High. Fingegoth LV1 failed to appraise its status. One of the groups of bees are flying in the air right in front of me. The atmosphere is obviously different from the usual wait and see. They certainly considered me as an enemy and have the intention to fight. The nest has reached around half of my goal. Since I've come this far, the bees look a little different now. It seems that they can't afford to leave me alone any longer. Although it's only one group. Am I being underestimated, or are these guys just a scouting party to check me out? Anyway, don't think that you can beat the one who made this nest with only one group. I prepare my Q Morningstar. Even though the nest was made in the shape of a net, there is still a gap to throw the Q Morningstar from inside. The gap is around 2.5 meters, so the bee can invade the nest due to its size. Although they can't break through the web, I can attack as much as I like from within it. Well, they can fly away from this place at any time, so I guess it's a draw. The two level 5s charge in. Fun! Even if the two of you charge in at the same time, my nest 1T give an inch. The skill level of spider thread is 8. I was proud of my thread S amazing durability, even when it was low level, but now with each level its sturdiness just keeps improving. Just as I thought. The two bees rammed the surface of my nest, and their bodies were caught by the unyielding threads. Although they had large builds and performed their attacks with great speed, my nest didn't receive any damage at all. Literally, it didn't even vibrate. My nest S stretchy thread has outrageous durability, and it's elastic enough to absorb the impact like rubber. The thread expands and contracts to release the impact to some extent when it is burdened. The bee's ramming attack didn't even reach that extent. In other words, that's all they have. My nest didn't need to release the shock. It simply endured their offensive ability due to its durability. It's not that the bees' ramming attacks were particularly poor. Although it's something I understood by observing, these bees, they are considerably strong. Even snakes were included among the monsters that the bees brought back. One-sided attacks from the air, attacks with their stingers, and attacks from their great physique. Normally, these all are considerable threats. They can launch preemptive strikes freely, because usually enemy attacks 1T reach them in the air. Well, that's why they're weak against anti-air attacks. I think that it's thanks to the bees not being cautious that my Q Morningstar has been infallible. That's why bees are a powerful enemy if you fight them normally. Yes, if one were to fight normally. My trump card, though, my home, is not normal. Abnormal defensive ability, abnormal binding force, and abnormal besieging potential. I bet that the bees have never seen such strategy before. Because the trump card of this creature that S called a spider is that it has human intellect. I neglect the two bees that were caught in my nest. I throw my Q Morningstar towards the remaining 3 that still couldn't comprehend the current situation. The leader bee received the Q Morningstar directly without having a chance to avoid it. If I were to aim, the first target should be the leader. It cleanly hits, due to the centrifugal force and the fall power. The leader bee's body strikes the bottom of the nest. With this, the elimination of the leader is complete. The remaining 2 stiffen, not knowing what to do without their leader. They're good targets. I dispose of the higher level 1 first with my Q Morningstar. Then, the remaining bee returned to its senses at last, but its response was poor. Although I don't know whether it's aiming to recover from this hopeless situation or not, it carried out a ramming attack on me. Did it not understand what happened to the 2 of them previously? Well, such a desperate attack could never reach me. The last bee crashed into the nest tragically, and it stopped moving. Disappointing. The terrifying bees that I met when I fell no longer had the means to defeat me once I made my nest. When thinking that my nest is unaffected at all by their ramming attacks, it seems that no matter how many of them come, none of them will be able to reach me. It was proven that the defensive ability of my nest is high. In a game, if their defense is too high, they won't receive any damage from small fry. That logic held true with my nest and the bees. In my imagination, I thought that if the nest received attacks, then it should receive enough damage for me to at least repair it. There are still about 100 worthless bees flying in the air. At first, I felt fear for the violence of that number, but now the story changes because I understand that the nest can't be broken through under any circumstance. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of you, your stingers won't reach me if you can't break through the nest. It looks like the probability of escaping is very high. I pleasantly deliver the decisive blow on the bees that I caught, and I began to act. Chapter 43, Spider vs. Earth Dragon. After repulsing the first group without difficulty, I was attacked by the bees continuously. I was able to annihilate the second group without any problem, but after that was a problem. Multiple groups came to attack me at the same time. Naiwa. No way. No, it's a right thing to do from the viewpoint of the bee. As for being the attack side, I prefer that they don't come in such large quantities. Even if it's safe inside the nest, there's a feeling of pressure. being surrounded by bees, flying around, and buzzing constantly. What's the situation? I sigh while looking around the surroundings. As far as I can see, bee. Really, what are you? When this much gathers here, the buzzing sound is staggering. It's very noisy. I can't sleep because it's too noisy. In addition, if I kill this much dutifully, I won't be able to eat all of it. Although it might be thanks to the skill overeating that I can eat more than before, there's still a limit to it. Each one of them is already huge. Getting 5 in a group is too much. Thanks to that, it made my skill level of overeating rise to 3. The thing that I'm troubled the most is that the expansion of the nest is delayed due to the bees. My first objective is to escape from here, not to accompany the bee. And yet, the bees attacked continuously, causing the work to make no progress. If only they never attack me. I have already secured enough food, so they should just leave me alone. Well, they don't know such circumstances. I have no choice but to make progress during the intervals of the attacks. When it's being this cautious, it's already a suicidal act to leave from the nest. It seems impossible to use my speed advantage to charge. Even if my speed is 369, I can't display much power on the vertical wall, and I can see the future that I got stabbed by the bees while climbing. Ah, damn it. I don't want to slow down here. I don't know when that earth dragon will appear suddenly. The earth dragon. Suddenly? Suddenly, a terrible chill ran. What's this? This is dangerous. Dangerous, 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 dangerous. I don't want to see it. Although I don't want to see it, I must see it. Earth Dragon Alaba LV31 failed to appraise its status. The guy that I feared came. Moreover, it's looking at my nest. What should I do? No, I can't do anything. It's impossible to do something. There's no way I can do something against that. The only thing I can do is to pray that it will overlook me. Such prayer was scattered. The Earth Dragon opens its mouth. Speaking of the greatest weapon of the dragon, it's definitely a breath attack. A thunderous roar sounded. A blast whirled up. A vortex of destruction raged. I don't know what happened exactly. Although I don't know, only this becomes clear. My nest disappeared together with a large rock that was made as a foundation, let alone the large rock. The wall at the back hollowed greatly. A big crack ran on the remote wall from the center of explosion. Moreover, the rock separated from the wall steadily, literally collapsing. As for my nest, more than half vanished at a blow. The remaining upper part also broke after swallowed up by the collapsing wall. I was in the upper part. Perhaps I avoided the direct hit of the attack that seemed to be a breath. I fall together with the surrounding webs. I struck the ground without being able to do anything. Ouch! HP decreased completely. But I'm still alive. Although I'm alive, I don't know what's going to happen after this. All depends on the Earth Dragon. I'm covered in the webs. Even though it's my own thread, I will still stick to it if I touch the adhesive part. But such a thing is not a problem now. This might be lucky. My body is covered in a bunch of threads, so I can't be seen from the outside. A falling rock also won't hit me directly. It might overlook me if I continue to hide here. Having light expectation, I hold my breath. I somehow manage to suppress my body that's trembling with fear. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill fear resistance, LV1. The tremble somewhat calmed down. Still, it's scary. My body trembles helplessly. It's scary, 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 scary. Skill proficiency reached. Skill stealth LV2 has become stealth LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV1 has become fear resistance LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill stealth LV3 has become stealth LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV2 has become fear resistance LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill automatic HP recovery LV1 has become automatic HP recovery LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV3 has become fear resistance LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill stealth LV4 has become stealth LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV4 has become fear resistance LV5. The voice of heaven pulled back my consciousness. Or it might be thanks to the fear resistance that level up at a stretch while I'm trembling. I don't know how long I have hid myself here. Judging from the way of the skill level up, I understand that I hold my breath for a considerably long time. Although I thought that I can check the stamina to know the time. The stamina didn't decrease for some reason. I strip off the thread that coil around my body with thread manipulation. It's understood that the spider thread property can be changed to some extent if I matched it with thread manipulation. I decrease the adhesion and remove it from my body. I crawl out from the bunch of threads slowly. The Earth Dragon was not there anymore. I was saved. Chapter 44, Escape from Despair. I survived. I savor the joy in it. Im Alive. What a wonderful thing. Despair in my heart gradually erodes while I was thinking so. What should I do from now on? The nest was destroyed. Completely destroyed. I glanced at the site of the attack that seemed to be a breath. A huge crater was created on the wall there. Haha, it's funny. Why is there a crater on the wall? Isn't it that a crater is made when a meteorite falls to the ground? Why is such a thing created on the vertical wall? Moreover, this even Barado, the large rock. It's funny, right? Although I'm dumbfounded and defenseless, the bees never attack me. Those guys might be scared of the Earth Dragon too. Well, it's an overwhelming existence after all. It's inevitable to be afraid of it. Even am scared. Really? What should I do from now on? It's possible to break through the bees and return to the original passage. This is only possible if I ignore the Earth Dragon. This time, I was able to survive luckily. However, if the same thing happens again, I don't think I can survive. I think that the movement of the Earth Dragon shows that it clearly recognized the nest as a troublesome thing. Otherwise, there's no way it will shoot such an attack. In other words, the act to make a nest is more likely to be glared by the Earth Dragon in the future. Then, I can't make the nest. Or perhaps I should say that I can't do such thing because I'm scared. My heart has already been broken. I don't want to do something that can infuriate the Earth Dragon. Even if it was a misunderstanding that the Earth Dragon break my nest without any great meaning. Because it's an existence like that, there's a possibility that it attacked with that degree of recognition. However, for the weak me, either way, the result won't change. I will die if I come across the Earth Dragon. That's all. I succeeded in evading it twice. I was blessed with good luck twice. But I don't think it's only good luck. Did it not notice me who it all the time? I think so. I want to think so. Otherwise, I won't have the thing to rely on. My only way to survive. I will hide earnestly and somehow escape from this Earth Dragon's biosphere. This is the only way. The skill I can rely on is stealth. Although I thought that it didn't seem useful when I acquired it, it's my lifeline now. The skill level is 5. To be frank, it's slightly unreliable. But I must do it. I strengthened my determination. First, I need to confirm where the Earth Dragon left to. I observe the ground. The footprint of the Earth Dragon was left there grandly. I look at the destination where the footprint of the Earth Dragon went to. Terre large passage. The Earth Dragon is ahead of it. I'm tense knowing that alone. I advance towards the opposite passage of the one the Earth Dragon left to. It's obvious. Who the hell will go to the direction same as the Earth Dragon? I don't know where this path leads to. To be frank, I think that I should ignore my feelings and climb the pit. But it's impossible after all. Not a reason, just that my heart refuses it. I advance carefully and slowly while hiding myself. I come to want the best stealth weapon, that is the cardboard. Phew, did I calm down a little? That reminds me that my HP decreased considerably when I fell, but now it's already fully recovered. Thanks to the automatic HP recovery. I should have used my skill points on this instead of detect. Well, it was good that I was able to acquire it by myself. I didn't have time to confirm it a while ago, but how fast is the recovery? Since it's still in low level, it shouldn't be able to recover rapidly, but it should be all right to neglect small wounds. And the one I'm bothered with is that the red total stamina, which is the SP, didn't decrease. Why didn't it decrease? Since it never happened before, there must be some conditions that stop the decrease, but I don't know what it is. Don't tell me that the stamina is actually decreasing, but it's not displayed in the status because it's bugged. I don't want to run out of stamina suddenly. No, I believe in appraisal, San. I believe that you're a child who can do it. I believe in it, but when I think about the rate of getting betrayed, I really believe in it. The appraisal might level up soon. It's been quite long since the previous level up, and I keep using appraisal all the time. When thinking about the large progress after reaching level 6, I can have expectations on the next level up. I will be grateful if I can see the skills. It's considerably inconvenient to not know the effect of the skills. In addition, among the unknown effect skills, there might be one that can overturn the current situation. I think that I expected too much, but it might be able to slightly improve the current situation. I want even a little advantage for me to escape from this hopeless situation. Is there any skill that can know the enemy's location? If there is, then I can advance while confirming the Earth Dragon's position. Although detect can be used, it won't help. I want a map too. I don't even know whether this path leads to a safe place or not. Perhaps there's a possibility that I'm going directly into a more dangerous area. If that happens, will I die? Anyway, I have no choice but to believe in my bad luck. Please, let this path lead to a place safer than now. Chapter 45, Elro Great Labyrinth Lower Layer. The path I advance is considerably wide. Well, even to be about 2.5 meters in length, can fly freely, and also the huge mantis that has the length around 5 meters can move freely in this passage. Elro Gresgard LV7 failed to appraise its status. The huge mantis intercepts the swarm of bees with the sickles on its hands. Unlike the ordinary mantis, it has 6 arms. It's like the Azura. Although the bees tries to attack it from the air, the bees can't step into the attack range of the sickle easily. The progress of the battle is in stalemate. I observe the situation while hiding in the rock shade. Neither of them have noticed my existence. The stealth demonstrated its effect more than I thought. I appraise it more while peeping stealthily. Elro Gresgard, the mantis-type monster that inhabit in the Elro Great Labyrinth lower layer. It's skillful in using powerful physical attacks with the sickle. One of the bees was bisected by the sickle. Cut into 2 by a blow. That's a great sharpness. If it's that sharp, it might be able to cut my threads too. Well, it looks like it didn't notice me yet, so I should pass through here quietly. Or rather, there's a word that can't be ignored in the appraisal result again. Elro Great Labyrinth Lower Layer. The area located between the middle layer and the bottom layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Countless powerful monsters inhabit here. Is that so? Hey, race the lower layer. There's even a bottom layer. There are a lot of powerful monsters. I might not want to know about this. By the way, although I try to praise the middle layer and bottom layer, the result that I got was the middle layer and the layer located at the most bottom in the thing that has the layer, because the word was not connected with the Elro. It's useless. However, it looks like there's another layer underneath when I thought that here is the bottom layer. No matter how I imagine about it, the bottom layer must be crowded with very powerful monsters. No matter what, it's the bottom layer of the world's largest labyrinth. Speaking of dungeon, the lower you go, the stronger the enemy becomes. If this lower layer is a place full of powerful monsters, then the imagination doesn't seem to be a mistake. Monsters of the Earth Dragon class might be all over the place. It's terrifying just to imagine it. However, the area where I came from is probably the upper layer. It should be connected to the surface because it was an area where human can enter. Then, the exit might be unexpectedly near too. Although I avoided humans and acted, would it be better if I run after the footprints? But even if I run after it and go outside, I'm in this figure. After all, even if I get out of this labyrinth, as long as I'm a spider, I have no choice but to live my life hunting as a monster. No, now's not the time for it. At any rate, I must escape from this lower layer. Even if I escape from the lower layer, there's still the middle layer. In the first place, I don't even know whether this path leads to the middle layer or not. I want to refrain from going to the bottom layer. Another bee got killed again. I say, this is the bee's defeat. Mantis is strong. Isn't that clearly stronger than the snake? This is strange. The snake should have been a boss character in my recognition. Although it can't be compared with the Earth Dragon, isn't it that the mantis is also considerably strong? The snake's ranking in me drops rapidly. Isn't it that the snake is not so strong in this lower layer? Well, it's still early to judge it. It might be that the mantis is just too strong. I also thought that before. After bisecting the third bee, something unexpected happened to the mantis. Its body was bitten by the fangs of a huge spider that appeared suddenly. Huh? No. Seriously? Greater Pterodactyl LV-18 failed to appraise its status. Wow. My super evolution form. Seriously? Greater Pterodactyl. The evolution form of a spider-type monster of the pterodactyl species. Carnivorous and has powerful poison in its fang OU. I will become like that if I keep evolving. Although it's still small if it's compared with the super huge spider, which is my mother, it still has around 10 meters in length. The mantis looks small. I mean, it killed the mantis only with the fangs without using threads? How can it be that strong in physical ability? My highest increase in status is only 21. How many times I need to evolve to be like that? For now, I need to run away quietly before it notices me. There's no way I can win against such thing. But now I understood it well. This lower layer is dangerous. What's dangerous? As what can be seen, there are a lot of enemies here at a doubtful level whether I can win or not even if I make a nest. Seriously, it's the matter where stealth is really my lifeline. Were I hasty? Should I have forced my way through the bees as it is? But at present, I didn't felt any sense of danger like the Earth Dragon. In addition, there's monster that could defeat the bees too, so it's not absolutely impossible. Although the mantis and the large spider seem to be strong. It might go well if it's a different monster. Well, if there's a monster that seems to be good, I will turn it into food. Other than that, I will go with the basic stealth. At present, the red total stamina gauge still haven't decreased. If I believe in this display, it's not necessary to get impatient, and I should deliberately confirm my prey and act. I don't want to do something careless that can draw a dangerous guy of the Earth Dragon class. Side Story 6 Status Chapter Side Story 6 Status. When I pass through the door, the big venue catches my eyes. A red carpet extends straight from the door and ahead of it. There's a pedestal and a man waiting behind it. A large number of people close to the wall. Look at the state here, quietly. Everyone who attend this ceremony are all senior nobles. Sue and I walk silently on the carpet. I have received lectures for this day to walk majestically. Although the gaze of the nobles pierce me, I try to not be conscious on it as much as possible. Before long, I arrive before the pedestal. Sue and I stop there and get down on our knees. The man who waited behind the pedestal is the present king who is our father, Magus Delua Anarike. From here, I will hold the appraisal ceremony. The voice of the king, full of dignity, sounds in the hall. Although I say that he's my father, I have only met him a few times. Therefore, rather than blood relatives, the feeling of a relative who's a great person is stronger. Because of that, the tension is overwhelming. Even now, the king continues to talk, but it doesn't enter my head. Then, Shurain Zagan Anarike. Stand, yes, I stand up according to the king's call. Start the appraisal, I move forward several steps, and get on the stool placed in front of the pedestal. If there's no stool, I won't be able to reach the pedestal at my current height. A black stone was inserted in the pedestal. The stone is the appraisal stone, but it's smaller than I thought. It's the size that can fit into the palm of an adult. I put my hands on the appraisal stone while thinking unexpectedly. As I was lectured beforehand, I try to have appraisal in my mind. It succeeded easily and my status was displayed. Human race LV1 named Shurain Zagan, Anarike status HP, 3535, green, MP, 348, blue, SP, 3535, yellow, 3535, red, average offensive ability, 20 details, average defensive ability, 20 details, average magic ability, 314 details, average resistance ability, 299 details, average speed ability, 20 details, skill magic perception LV8 magic manipulation LV8 magic combat act LV6 magic granting LV5 offensive magic power LV3 MP recovery speed LV7 MP consumption down LV2 sword talent LV3 enhanced destruction LV2 fighting spirit LV2 vitality granting LV1 1 concentration LV 5 accuracy LV 1 evasion LV 1 enhanced vision LV 4 enhanced hearing LV 7 enhanced smell LV 2 enhanced taste LV 1 enhanced touch LV 1 life LV 5 magic amount LV 8 agility LV 5 endurance LV 5 powerful LV 5 sturdy LV 5 magician LV 8 protection LV 7 dash LV 5 divine protection of heaven W skill. Points 1000. I can see the status. At the same time, the appraisal result of the status was displayed in the screen-like thing attached to the wall in front. The screen is connected to the appraisal stone, thus, the appraisal result can be displayed in the big screen. This world doesn't seem to have the concept of personal information. A commotion occurs. The king speaks to pacifies it, but the commotion didn't settle. My status must be really out of the standard. Still, it was just as I expected. My magic-related ability value is considerably high, and it can vouch for it, compared with the physical ability that is appropriate as my age. No, it seems to be considerably higher than others in the same age, but it's not out of the standard like magic. So, it became such an unbalanced status. As for the skills, I roughly know that there's a voice called Divine Words that will inform you whenever a level rose or a skill is acquired. However, I have 2 unknown skills, Divine Protection of Heaven and the last unknown skill that looks like a garbled text. I'm interested about the 2 skills and I appraise it. Divine Protection of Heaven. Protected by the Divine Protection of Heaven. It becomes easier to obtain the desired result in every situation W. Impossible to appraise? What's this? The Divine Protection of Heaven is terrific. A skill that can be called as a cheat. However, it says that it becomes easier to obtain it. So it won't be as I desire always. Although it's a great skill, overconfidence is a taboo. The unknown one is the other skill. If the name is incomprehensible, the appraisal result is also incomprehensible. I don't know what kind of skill it is at all. It's also incomprehensible that this is the result from the best appraisal stone. If this can't appraise it, then it's impossible to check the details of this skill. Really incomprehensible. Is it the same as the Duke's daughter? That genius, however, His Highness is the same as the Duke's daughter. No, he has the talent more than that just now. In the commotion, the word Duke's daughter can be heard here and there. Is there a guy besides me who have the same status as me? I don't think that there's such a guy other than Sue. Quiet. To the shout of the king, the hall becomes quiet. The king presents me a sheet of paper. This paper is a magic tool connected to the appraisal stone, and the appraisal result will be written on the paper with printing magic tool. I receive it respectfully, and I bowed and withdrew behind. With this, my appraisal is complete. Next is Sue's turn. It goes without saying that the hall become noisy again because Sue has almost the same result with me. However, unlike me, Sue didn't have the divine protection of heaven and the mysterious garbled text skill. Chapter 46, Survival of the Fittest, or so I thought, but moving stealthily, I observed the battle of the other monsters while escaping in haste. Gee, the lower layer is terrifying. The mantis, which I know who's very strong. It's only around the mid-level in here. This place is a treasure house of monster with monsters like the large spider that ate the mantis, the lion with wings, and the serpent that looks like the snake's evolution form. Naiwa. No way. I move while hiding so that I won't be discovered by those guys. At present, I managed to go past it somehow without being discovered. Well, it's the end when I'm discovered. And then, my red total stamina gauge began to decrease because I endured to sleep and continued to move. In the end, I still don't know why it didn't decrease, but finally, a time limit has been displayed. It's necessary to eat before this numerical value of 38 runs out. However, because there's no suitable target for me to kill, I decided to sleep on that day. To be frank, I was not able to sleep. That's obvious. Up until now, I will make a simple home and sleep within it so that it's safe when I'm sleeping. However, when thinking that sleeping safely in such a monster house, a simple home is just not enough. I have to make a home firmly. But if I do that, I would stand out. I don't want to stand out that much. In other words, the earth dragon is scary. If I make a nest firmly, the earth dragon might chase after me. Persecution complex? How should I know? Earth dragon is scary, seriously scary. No. Therefore, I slept without making a home for the first time in life. I was very uneasy. I never know that sleeping outside the home makes me feel so helpless. I doze off, woke up by the sounds, and I doze off again. Just like that, I was unable to sleep soundly. Next time, I should make a simple home as a temporary peace of mind. Although I can still endure, if the lack of sleep continues as it is, I feel that something is going to happen someday. Well, I think that it's somewhat okay because my average sleeping hours is only 4 hours in my previous life. Well, the sleep is like that, but the problem is the meal. I must somehow get a meal in this monster house. Even though I become determined, it looks like I can somehow get the meal, because there's a food that can be obtained easily. I thought of it before. The strength of the monsters here are unusual, but among these strong monsters, there are also monsters that looks relatively weak, which I saw before in the upper layer. The snake is also one of those species. I never thought that the day that I will say that the snake is weak would come. Well, therefore, I'm interested in what those weak monsters eat. After all, the weak can only be eaten. Such a thing is obvious in a world of survival of the fittest. Up until now, the trend of this dungeon is exactly that. Still, these guys are relatively sneaking around. The bee must have made such weak monsters their main target. And, as a result of observing such weak monsters, I understood that there's a certain common point in these guys. All of them have poison. This is what you called to see the light. Because I was born with poison resistance, I didn't mind eating it. But, normally, a person won't eat poison, even though it's weak. Monsters without poison resistance won't eat them willingly because they have poison. Then I might be overlooked for such a reason, even if I'm discovered. Although I say that, it's better to stay hidden, so I should keep on sneaking around. I understood that those weak monsters mainly eat two things. One is other weak monsters. This is the main. A weak guy fights with another weak guy. I think that I should kill it with a surprise attack, if there's a chance, after confirming that there are no strong monsters nearby. One more is this is what the weak monsters eat when there's no other choices. Elro Girish LV3 failed to appraise its status. The appearance of that guy is a flat black insect. However, in my image, it looks more like a snail. Those guys stick to the labyrinth's wall and creep slowly. The appearance is just like a snail. Let's call it the snail insect. There's a lot of snail insect in this lower layer. When the wall enters the site, at least one of them can be seen. It is a lot to that extent. I thought about it shallowly, that why the other monsters never eat it even though there's so much of it. Yes, I was shallow. After I had resolved myself more, it was necessary to confront this guy. I can't even regret it, even if I want. I noticed it after eating it that eating this guy is really the last resort. Yes, I ate this guy. I have eaten it. I pull it off from the wall with the threads and kill it easily with poison fong without knowing this guy's true terror. I want to warn my past self who said Itida Kamasa leisurely. It was really unappetizing. That's not the taste of the world anymore. After being reborn to a spider, I have ate various strange things, but that is a no. It was unappetizing to the extent that my HP even decreased. That's absolutely not a food. Somehow my corrosion resistance rose, but it's not a good thing if I think with common sense. If there's no belief that I shouldn't leave leftovers, I will never finish eating it. That's why the food can be obtained immediately, but it comes along with an intense pain. Well, starved to death and death after eating an unappetizing thing. If I were to pick which one that I hate, I would say dying. Let's eat the snail insect again when it's really hopeless. Though I will pray that it won't happen as much as possible. Chapter 47 Poison today, in moving stealthily again. Although the labyrinth zone in the upper layer has a lot of forked road, this passage is a straight road all this time. It's good that I won't get lost, but if this passage leads to the bottom layer, will I be able to return? Let's put away the unpleasant imagination. It surely leads to the middle layer. Let's believe so. Well then, the red gauge will decrease soon. Though I ate the snail insect last time, I want to make it as the last resort. Although there's several of them moving slowly on the wall, I don't think I want to eat it willingly. With that taste, other monsters won't be eager to eat it. That's why I want to find a normal meal somehow while the Gage still have time. Let's put away whether the monsters with poison are normal or not. Well, I have eaten a lot of monsters with poison. It's that guy now. I didn't think that I want to eat something delicious. I missed the cup noodles. Now then, front, all clear. Rear, all clear. No dangers around. Yash yash. Elro Randonel LV8 failed to appraise its status. Elro Randonel LV7 failed to appraise its status. It's the three intimate friend monsters that appeared before my eyes. These guys really comes in 3 anywhere and anytime. However, should I say it's as expected from the lower layer, their level is quite high. If I assume that evolution occurs at level 10, then that level 8 guy might be able to evolve soon. Well, such future will never come. I go around to their rear stealthily, and here, the appearance of a new weapon, Castnet. It's just as its name. Who cares? It's not like I can think of an exquisite name every time. Even though I grinned when I thought of the Q Morningstar, I would be troubled if that quality is demanded every time. Therefore, Castnet go. Don't think that it's just a mere Castnet. This new weapon, it's a little lonely without a name. Explanation? Yeah. This guy, even though it becomes a lump immediately after throwing it, the moment it reaches the target, a cobweb spreads and wraps its target. This is made delicately with the dream combo of the spider thread and thread manipulation. The 3 monsters are wrapped in the net without being able to do anything. Haha, big catch, big catch. Now, I just need to kill them with my poison fong, as usual. Hi, Jom. Conditions met. Tidal Poison Technique user was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Poison Technique user. Skill Poison Synthesis LV1 Poison Magic LV1 was acquired. Ooh, I get a title. Is it poison? It is poison. No, finally, after I have been using poison all this time since I was born. Isn't it hard to acquire this title? I mean, the titles I have acquired up until now, all of the conditions are considerably strict. Is the title that difficult to acquire? Well, I acquired it, so it's fine. And the skills are Poison Synthesis and Poison Magic. The Poison Magic is, as usual, I don't know how to use it, so I'm leaving it as it is. My magic increased again. As for the Poison Synthesis, I don't know what kind of effect it has. Poison Synthesis, does it mean I can make poison? However, because I'm a spider, poison is made involuntarily. No. For the time being, let's postpone the verification of the skills. First of all, I must kill the remaining 2 quickly. Therefore, I bite them with Poison Fong. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fong LV7 has become Poison Fong LV80. Is today the poison day? Good. If I assume that level 10 is the highest, isn't level 8 a considerably deadly poison? It was quite effective against the bee that should have poison in it. This one is more pleasant than acquiring the title. Yash, I carry the dead 3 monsters to the shade of a rock. Ugu, with my weak status, carrying 3 at once is tough. It might be better if I carry it one by one. Didn't I do the same thing previously? At that time, didn't I regret that I should have carried it one by one? I don't remember. I don't remember such past. It's not that my memory is bad. There's no such past. Okay, Yash, for the time being, let's try Poison Synthesis while eating. Even if I say so, I don't know how to use it, so I should just try Pray silently. Thus, I whisper and pray silently. Poison Synthesis. Something appear when I pray silently. It's the feeling that an image is displayed in the head like the appraisal. Poison Synthesis menu weak Poison Spider Poison LV8. What's this? But it's displayed in this way, so appraisal should work. Poison Synthesis menu. Poison can be synthesized weak poison. Very weak Poison Spider Poison LV8. Lethal poison secreted by the spider. LV8 is very powerful FOMO. Spider poison is my original poison. And perhaps the Poison Synthesis level 1 can only make weak poison. I select weak poison for trial. A ball of water rose in front of me and it drops to the ground and forms a puddle. Oops. Is this the pattern where there must be a container? I appraise the puddle just in case. Puddle of weak poison on. It seems to be weak poison. I see. In other words, this poison synthesis skill can create poison without any material. Although it seems convenient for a human, I'm a spider. It might be useful depending on how I use it. Producing poison with no cost is surely great. Oh no, wait a minute. My MP has decreased. It's not for free. The doubtful degree increased at a stretch. Although the poison that can be synthesized might increase when a level rises, I can already make powerful poison that is called the spider poison. I don't feel the charm from it, but it's good that there's use to it. It's entirely better than the annihilation of magic-related skills. Chapter 48 Forked Road. I continued advancing on the straight path, and finally, I reached it. A forked road. Road? Oh, a needlessly big space spreads out before my eyes. The road is forked, or perhaps I should say, the road spreads out, or rather, the road disappeared. If you ask me how wide is it, I can't see the other side even though I have night vision in this darkness. Which way should I go? Up until now, I haven't worried about getting lost because there was only a single straight path. But now in this empty wide space, I'm troubled. It's like I have entered a desert. It's quite terrifying that I don't know where I should go. If I'm not mistaken, when walking for a long time with no change in scenery, a person will unconsciously advance in an arc and eventually return to where they started from. Still, I don't think it will happen with a spider's body, but I really don't know which way I should go. Speaking of things that could be used as landmarks, there are only rock pillars here and there. They all look the same, so none of them can be used as landmarks because they don't have any distinct features. Because there are snail insects everywhere, even in the worst case, I won't starve to death. However, I don't think I will be able to realize that I'm lost even if I'm lost. Well, let's go back to the basics of labyrinth capture and advance along the wall. As usual, I advance along the right wall. However, it sure is wide. The width span is amazing. In addition, it's also quite tall. The ceiling supported by the rock pillar seems to be around 100 meters in height. A towering height. Thanks to that, there's no feeling of being locked up even though I'm inside the dungeon. How should I say it? Although it's full of rock, there's still the magnificence of nature. When I'm in here, I understand, well, how small my existence is. In my previous life, there was a TV program that showed the world's unexplored region. To be honest, I was not impressed by such a thing that time. For me, the beautiful scenery shown in the screen was just a totally irrelevant story of a distant world. There were no feelings like excitement, just indifference. Why I watched that program is a mystery. But I'm here now. This is the world I live in. It's not irrelevant. I can't be indifferent. Being impressed by the place where I currently am, when I was a human, that would have been unimaginable. In addition, I also think that I wouldn't have been able to do it if I only stayed indoors in the nest called my home. With such significance, I might have to thank that pyromaniac human who dragged me to the outside world. I feel irritated when I recall it. No, it's not all right. Like I can thank such a guy. The next time I meet him, I will wrap him with my threads, drag him into the dungeon, and finally finish him off with poison fall. Phew! I remembered something unpleasant. I should look at the magnificence of this dungeon to heal myself. Bugregratch LV-14 failed to appraise its status. A huge monster appears slowly. Although its overall atmosphere gives off the impression of a sloth, its mouth completely destroys such an impression. Countless jagged fangs protrude out, resembling a crocodile's huge mouth. When such a brutal mouth is attached to a monkey-like body, it's very unbalanced and looks fiendish. Am not healed. Oh well. Here dungeon, not nature. Here danger. Okay. Yes, understood. Therefore, I start escaping while erasing my presence. It ended without being found somehow. Well, I imagined something that I didn't really want to. This needlessly big area. Don't tell me this is the bottom layer? Although I don't know what the difference between each layer is. It's not strange to think that the layer has changed after advancing on the straight road and ending up in such an excessively big area. The single road was just straight, and there's no sense that I'm descending Perhaps the decline was so gradual that I didn't even notice it. When thinking so, isn't it so? No. It's surely different, right? I merely enter a large place. Oh, or, on the contrary, I ascended to the middle layer. Oh, let's go with that. Yes, here is surely the middle layer. At last, I have escaped from the dangerous lower layer. Buglergratch LV8 failed to appraise its status. Buglergratch LV4 failed to appraise its status. Buglergratch LV11 failed to appraise its status. Is there a reason why such monsters are in this middle layer? I'm an invisible man. It should be Spider. For the time being, I erase my presence, and I escape stealthily. After sufficiently distancing myself, come to think of it, I haven't appraised the monsters yet. Buglergratch, a deformed monster that possesses a huge jaw. They act together as a herd and attack their prey en masse. They flock together even though they look that strong. I can't win. Let us scrap the theory that this here is the middle layer. This degree of difficulty is too much to be the middle layer. I pray that this is really not the bottom layer. Chapter 49 Appraisal Sand. You are a cheat. After all, I move along the wall stealthily. After eating the 3 monsters, the red stamina gauge didn't decrease again. I was certain that the amount is large because it almost recovered to max after eating one of them. But the probable cause, is it the overeating skill? Did it stock the excess food? If I'm not mistaken, this phenomenon occurred after acquiring the overeating skill. When thinking so, it doesn't seem to be irrelevant. Skill proficiency reached. Skill appraisal LV6 has become appraisal LV7. Appraisal has arrived. Appraisal Sand has arrived. With this ill win, when I think about the last progress, can I expect more from you? Is it okay? I won't forgive you if it's something disappointing, you know? Can you jump over the hurdle that I have raised even further properly? You must not go under it, okay? Well now, how's the appraisal result? Small Terratect LV3, no name, status HP. 3838, green, MP. 3838, blue, SP. 3838, yellow, SP. 3838, red, average offensive ability. 21 average defensive ability. 21 average magic ability. 19 average resistance ability. 19 average speed ability. 369 skill automatic HP recovery LV 2 poison Fong LV 8 poison synthesis LV 1 spider thread LV 8 thread manipulation LV 5 throw LV 1 concentration LV 1 accuracy LV 1 appraisal LV 7 detect LV 3 stealth LV 5 heresy magic LV 2 shadow magic LV 1 poison magic LV 1 overeating LV 3 night vision LV 10 visible range. Expansion LV 1 poison resistance LV 7 paralysis. Resistance LV 3 petrifaction resistance LV 2 acid resistance LV 3 corrosion resistance LV 3 fear resistance LV 5 pain nullity pain alleviation LV 5 powerful LV 2 sturdy LV 2 Iditan LV 2 taboo LV 2 WF. Seriously? Really? Not a mistaken vision? Oh, you know. Skills have arrived. Seriously, appraisal Sand. Good job. You really cross over the raised hurdle. Yao, my heyday came. Appraisal Sand, you're seriously incredible. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. With this, I can finally double appraise the skills with unknown effects. Which one should I pick? First, let's start from the overeating that I've thought about a while ago. Overeating, it becomes possible to take meals exceeding the limit, and the excess part will be stock as a surplus. However, weight is gained accordingly. The amount that can be stocked increases by level 00. Ho-hoo, it's almost as expected. In other words, it's a skill that the stamina won't decrease as much as I eat excessively. However, I will gain weight. Am I that fat? I don't know such feeling. Is this because that I'm a spider that it won't stand out? If it's a human, this might be a huge demerit. Next, I will pick this. Powerful. Increases average offensive ability equivalent to the skill level he. I see. In other words, this is just a simple status strengthening skill. Which reminds me, this skill level rose after I leveled up. I surely thought that my offensive ability increased by 2 through level up, but it looks like 1 of the point is from this skill. That means Sturdy increases average defensive ability equivalent to the skill level as expected. This skill is the defensive ability version of Powerful. Fumo, although the effect is low, judging from my rubbish status, am grateful that it can rise, even if it's a little. Let's continue steadily. The next one, first time seeing it. Because it's level 2, its level should have risen somewhere. Did I miss the voice of heaven? Ida 10. A bonus of skill level 100 is added to the average speed ability. And a growth correction of skill level 10 is added when level up. It's thanks to this skill that my speed is abnormally fast. I see. Hi. And what's with this outrageous skill? I surely thought that my speed is fast because of my species, but it's because of this? Oh, you. Ida 10. Don't tell me that this is the rumored reincarnation privilege? Oh, seriously? Being born as a rare skill holder. Reincarnation privilege is delicious. I wasn't called as the Ida 10 in the game for show. Ooh-yeah, the tension increased. Then what about this skill? Impossible to appraise him? Impossible to appraise? Why? After coming this far, an unexpected fumble. Well, judging from a name, it looks like it's bugged. Although it makes me feel slightly unpleasant, there's no help for it if I can't appraise it. I hope that it's not a negative skill. I pull myself together and appraise the next one. Taboo, a skill that is acquired by the person who violated a taboo. You must not raise it, Yua. This time, it's saying something unbelievable to confuse me. But these words, no matter how I think, it's definitely a curse or a negative effect. Yua, I don't need it. Even if you say that I must not raise it, it's already level 2 before I know. Seriously, my increased tension fell down at a stretch. Chapter 50 Mahou Xiaozhou Magical Komoko Automatic HP Recovery. Gradually recovers HP over time. Even wounds that can't be recovered naturally can be recovered poison form. A poison attribute attack with the Fang's poison synthesis. Consume MP to purify and customize the poison. The poison that can be synthesized differs depending on the level. LV1, Weak Poison Spider Thread, a special skill owned by the spider-type creature. Able to produce customizable threads. Customize field, viscosity, elasticity, resilience, texture, strength, size, thread manipulation. Threads can be manipulated freely throw. Increases the power and accuracy when throwing something concentration. The ability to concentrate increases accuracy. Increases the hit rate in every situation appraisal. Read the information of something detect. A skill that combines all perception type skills. Overview. Magic perception, magic formula perception, material perception, presence perception, danger perception, motion perception, heat perception, reaction perception, space perception stealth, conceals presence night vision. Sight will still function even if there's no light source visible range expansion. Visible light range is expanded poison resistance. The defensive ability against the poison attribute increases paralysis resistance. The defensive ability against paralysis attribute increases petrifaction resistance. The defensive ability against petrifaction attribute increases acid resistance. The defensive ability against the acid attribute increases corrosion resistance. The defensive ability against corrosion attribute increases fear resistance. It becomes harder to sense fear pain nullity. The ability restriction of the body and mind by pain are nullified pain alleviation. Pain is mitigated. When doing so, danger signal continues. I appraise the remaining skills. Although the result was approximately the same as I expected it, there were several new discoveries too. First of all, the true colors of the visible range expansion becomes clear. This, in short, I can see infrared rays or ultraviolet rays. But I can't see such a thing at present. Is it because it's still level 1? Or there are neither infrared rays nor ultraviolet rays in the dungeon? Well, it's not something to be troubled even if I can't see it, so this doesn't matter too much. And I understood something when I examined the resistance type guys, but a rather terrible fact becomes clear. Although most of the resistance were the same as the name, there's one guy that doesn't match with its name. Corrosion attribute. The attribute controlling the decay of death. What's that scary thing? I certainly thought that it was a resistance that I would be fine even if I eat rotten things, but it looks like it's a strange attribute. This resistance rose when I ate the snail insect. So does that mean that guy has this attribute? Yuwa. No wonder it doesn't has the taste of the world. Oh, I will really make sure that eating the snail insect is the last resort. And the next one I'm interested in is detect. Detect, it's more efficient than I thought. What with that all perception type skills? No matter how I think, how can 100 skill points acquire such a high performance skill? I mean, can't I activate it individually? It's impossible to do it. I've already tried a lot of times, but it looks like I can only activate all of them. The only thing I can change is the on and off. There's no individual activation. Although I wanted to activate the presence perception and danger perception, because I have to activate all of them, I don't know which perception that grasps the information. I mean, there's no way my small head can handle such a large quantity of information. It won't end with just a headache. Or rather, the level rose again even though I only tried out a little. Needless information increases even more, making me to lose my reasoning. It won't be useful unless I have a skill that can improve the result of my head. Although it's too good because it's highly efficient, it's useless because it's highly efficient. Cast pearls before swine. Cast detect before spider. Huh. Well, the last one. Depending on this appraisal result, my future might change greatly. That is the appraisal of the 3 kinds of magic. Up until now, I didn't know how to use it, so I had no choice but to leave it as it is. The skill that should be useful if it's usable. If I can use this, then it's okay for me to call myself a magician. Yash. Appraisal San. Please. Heresy magic. The magic that violates the soul directly. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1. Disturb LV2. Phantom Pain Shadow Magic. A low-rank dark magic that manipulates shadow. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1. Dark Shadow Poison Magic. The magic that manipulates poison. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1. Poison Toucho? Aun? Oh. Sutud. No. Although it's a large progress if it's compared with the time, I don't know anything. Still, I don't know how to use it. The heresy magic in short. Is it a mental attack type magic? The shadow and poison are the same as it is. And apparently, the spell that is usable at level 1 is there. Although it's there, how do you use it? Is it the same as appraisal, where I just need to pray silently? Yash. Then disturb. Nothing happens. No. It might only be a misfire because there's no target. Let's try a different one. Dark Shadow. Nothing happens. Poison Touch. Nothing happens. MP didn't decrease too. Rather than misfire, it didn't even activate at all. Seriously. No, although I have a little expectations on it, it's no good after all. No. Wait. If I examine magic with appraisal, I might get a hint. Magic, the thing that establishes a phenomenon after magical power is changed by the skill on. It's useless. Ah. It looks like I still can't use magic. Sheet. It looks like the day when I will call myself as Mahu Shoujo Magical Komoko is still far. Damn it. Side Story 7 Duke's Daughter. Chapter Side Story 7 Duke's Daughter. Although the appraisal ceremony became a slight uproar, it managed to end safely. The cause of the uproar was not only that the both of our status were abnormally high. When I eavesdrop on the noble's conversation with my enhanced hearing, apparently skill points can only be obtained by level up, and am abnormal because I have 1,000 points at level 1. Come to think of it, Sue's skill point was 0. This is perhaps because I'm reincarnated, but I'm interested in the Duke daughter that comes up occasionally in conversations that's also born with skill points. When I put Noble's story together, the Duke daughter seemed to have undertaken the appraisal ceremony several days before me. Then, she has an unprecedented excellent status, and she has the skill points that shouldn't be there. And it said that the Duke daughter also had the skill that seemed to be garbled. A certain deduction appears inside me. If it's so, I must meet this Duke daughter by any means. The chance came immediately. After the appraisal ceremony, we moved to a different venue and a light party was held. Sue, and I are led by the king to greet the line of nobles at the center of the party. Each of the nobles who lined up have brought their children who are on the same age as me or a little older than me. In other words, this place is a place for the nobles who are around the same age to introduce themselves. Then, I was introduced to the Duke daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the eldest daughter of the Duke Annibald house, Carnatia Seri Annibald. It was an impressive Bishujo with burning red hair and have a strong-willed face. She has the presence that can attract attention just by glancing her, but even more than that, my magic perception saw through her enormous magical power, an amount almost equal to me and Sue. Speaking of Duke Annibald, it's the distinguished great noble in this country. Regarding the accomplishments of the country for generations, there's a history that the blood of the royal family is connected to the hero's blood. Men who were born in the Duke house have high talent and is raised through complete education with rigid discipline to be worthy to serve the country. But still, the amount of her magical power is abnormal. She has already exceeded the man with the red hair who seems to be her father. Nice to meet you. Im Shuhain Sagan Anahaish. Yoroshiku, I have a certain conviction, so I said the last word in Japanese. The eyes of the Duke daughter opened wide for an instant, then went back to normal. I understood well that my expectation was proved right by the movement. Father, may I talk with this child? Oh? The king showed the behavior to hesitate in my word a little. Well, behind the Duke daughter who was brought in first, there's still a lot of nobles who brought their child in the line. However, I can't pull back now. Is it bad? Omu the king opened his mouth after he compared the Duke and the nobles who waited behind with me. I don't mind. Don't leave for a long time. Return after a while. Hi. Thank you. I take the hand of the Duke daughter like a child and begin to run. Although I can feel that Sue pouts with an awful force behind, I can't mind it. I go out of the hall and enter the private room that has become the waiting room. Because there were times when a noble slips out of the party to talk about negotiations, such a private room was built close to the hall. If it's here, it's soundproof and it's safe because there are guards standing in front of the door. Fu. It should be good here I speak in Japanese without concealing it anymore. Never thought that the prince is a person who got reincarnated and the Duke daughter also speaks in Japanese. Ah, this is bad. It's been a long time since I hear someone speaking in Japanese other than me. I'm deeply moved, although the strong-willed impression doesn't change. This girl, she has a light tone. And I want to hear it, but do have the memory of Haishin High School? I ask her about the former school that I attended. I have a lot. You were a friend from the same high school who got reincarnated in this world, after all is expected. This girl seemed to be my former classmate who got involved with a mysterious crack in the classroom in the same way as me and got reincarnated in this world. My former name is Yamada Shunsuke. How about yours? Buha. When I say my former name, the girl burst into laughter. Buha-ha-ha-ha. Hi. Fuahaha. Jojo desu-chan. Shunna Prince Cuckoo, it doesn't suit you. The girl who burst out laughing. What's this deja vu? Although there's no recognition of the girl in front of my eyes, that speech and behavior looks like someone I know. Hey, are you Kanata? Oh, this time it's my turn to burst out laughing. As former male friends, that game comrade, Kanata, is the girl. The existence itself was reborn to an exact opposite creature. Donrog. Even though things may appear this way, I seriously felt down immediately after I was reborn. No, sorry. But even you laughed at me. It's even now sure is. But it was good to meet you. Up until now, it was quite tough being alone, I agree with that. It's good to be able to meet Kanata and I nail a fist to each other. Then, a roaring sound emitted from the door. What is it? Kanata panics. I also panic for an instant, but I calm down after knowing who was it. No, I panic in a different meaning. The door is blown off inward by the second roaring sound. Outside the door, there's Sue who had her physical ability raised with Magic Combat Act. She stood there and prepared the swung fist with offensive magic power. Sue puts her view in Kanata and me, and Kanata was lock on. Sue, stop. In a hurry, I slipped my body between Sue and Kanata, and Sue's fist was about to blow Kanata off. I want hand over knee-sama. Sue embraces me and mutters in a whisper. Your younger sister is scary. Kanata complained in Japanese. On this day, I met the first classmate. Extra Bestiary Chapter, Extra Bestiary Author Note. To commemorate the 50th chapter. It's the status of the monsters at level 1 and its brief explanation. The status is purely a reference. It differs depending on the individual. Small Lesser Terratect LV1 status HP. 2626 green MP. 2626 blue SP. 2626 yellow. 2626 red. Average offensive ability. 8 average defensive ability. 8 average magic ability. 8 average resistance ability. 8 average speed ability. 8 skill poison Fong LV1 spider. Thread LV. 3 night vision LV9 poison resistance LV1 We are the spider's initial species. Weak. The subjugation danger degree that the human determined is the lowest F. Because it's weak in status, it will only charge foolishly. That's why the subjugation is easy. However, there's also individual that rarely makes nest. In that case, the danger degree springs up. It is said that a person got caught in the nest without any preparations. The worst, it can be said that it's the end for that person. Therefore, destroying the nest in top priority when discovered it is the adventurer's basic. The thread and the main body are vulnerable to fire. Small Terratect LV 1 status HP. 3636 green MP. 3636 blue SP. 3636 yellow. 3636 red. Average offensive ability. 18 average defensive ability. 18 average magic ability. 18 average resistance ability. 18 average speed ability. 18 skill poison Fong LV4 spider. Thread LV. 4 night vision LV. 10 visible range. Expansion LV. 1 poison resistance LV for the spider's normal species. Still, it's weak as usual. Its property is also about the same with the deteriorating species. Lesser Terratect LV 1 status HP. 8585 green MP. 3636 blue SP. 8585 yellow. 8585 red. Average offensive ability. 42 average defensive ability. 42 average magic ability. 18 average resistance ability. 18 average speed ability. 42 skill poison Fong LV5 spider. Thread LV. 5 night vision LV. 10 visible range. Expansion LV. 1 poison resistance LV. 5 the grown form of the deteriorating species. It grows up to approximately 5 meters in length, and physical-related status improves. Still, it's weak. However, the probability to meet it is very low because it's rare that a hatchling of the deteriorating species can evolve to this. Elro Frog LV1 status HP. 6565 green MP. 4545 blue SP. 5555 yellow. 5555 red. Average offensive ability. 35 average defensive ability. 35 average magic ability. 28 average resistance ability. 28 average speed ability. 30 skill poison synthesis LV1 acid attack LV. 1 shoot LV. 1 night vision LV. 6 poison resistance LV1 acid resistance LV1 also known as frog. It's approximately 1 meter in length, and it has a rainbow-colored body surface. It uses the strategy where it shoots the droplets that has weak poison created by poison synthesis and the acid attribute from the acid attack. Even if the opponent gets closer, the opponent might receive an unexpected counterattack because of its stable physical ability. Danger degree E. Elro Randonel LV1 status HP. 125 125 green MP. 2525 blue SP. 125 125 yellow. 105 105 red. Average offensive ability. 78 average defensive ability. 65 average magic ability. 22 average resistance ability. 34 average speed ability. 77 skill poison Fong LV. 3 poison claw LV. 3 cooperation LV. 7 night vision LV. 6 poison resistance LV. 3 also known as the 3 intimate friend. a small dinosaur-like monster measuring about 1.5 meters in length. They always act in three and make fun of their enemy with skillful cooperation. They corner their opponent into poison condition with Poison Fang and Poison Claw. They're good at cornering their opponent slowly. Danger Degree D. Elro-Pekito LV 1 Status HP 155 Green MP 4646 Blue SP 180 Yellow 125 Red. Average Offensive Ability 58 Average Defensive Ability 39 Average Magic Ability 32 Average Resistance Ability 32 Average Speed Ability 100 Skill Poison Attack LV 3 Evasion LV 1 Night Vision LV 8 Poison Resistance LV 3 Only the name appears. A monster with a strange figure that has the body of a fused penguin and pelican and the arms of a monkey. Although it only has 4 skills. It's a troublesome monster that can jump around at high speed in the small cave, and it attacks in 3 dimensions. In the story, it was caught in the nest and was quickly eaten. Danger Degree D. Elro Basilisk LV 1 Status HP 138 Green MP 126 Blue SP 4646 Yellow 65 Red. Average Offensive Ability 58 Average Defensive Ability 52 Average Magic Ability 108 Average Resistance Ability 105 Average Speed Ability 58 Skill Magic Eyes of Petrifaction LV 1 Poison Attack LV 1 Shoot LV 1 Magic Perception LV 1 Magic Manipulation LV 1 Earth Magic LV 1 Night Vision LV 10 Visible Range Expansion LV 1 Petrifaction Resistance LV 1 Poison Resistance LV 1, also known as Petrifaction Lizard. A gray-colored lizard-like monster measuring just a little over 1 meter in length. It petrifies its opponent with the basilisk inherent skill, Magic Eyes of Petrifaction. In addition, it has poison. Furthermore, it can use earth magic, although there's no opportunity to show it in the story. It uses the strategy where it shoots the soil made by the earth magic, but there's no time to do it because it was caught in the nest. Taking the troublesome petrified condition into account, the danger degree is C. Small Rock Turtle LV 1 Status HP 180 Green MP 10 Blue SP 25 Yellow 100 Red. Average Offensive Ability 108 Average Defensive Ability 236 Average Magic Ability 8 Average Resistance Ability 58 Average Speed Ability 6 Skill Shell LV3 or Body LV3, also known as Turtle. The turtle-type monster that carries a rock shell on its back. It's very slow-witted, and it has high defensive ability, but the other abilities are altogether low. Although it only has the ramming attack, the power of the rush can't be underestimated. Danger Degree D. Elro Ferrect LV 1 Status HP 25 Green MP 15 Blue SP 15 Yellow 15 Red. Average Offensive Ability 5 Average Defensive Ability 5 Average Magic Ability 4 Average Resistance Ability 4 Average Speed Ability 90 Skill Paralysis Attack LV 1 Paralysis Resistance LV 1, also known as Centipede. A insect-type monster that has brisk feet growing on it. Most of the status is low. Only the speed is strangely high. However, it can be subdued easily if there's only one because it doesn't have the night vision despite being the endemic species of the Elro Great Labyrinth. The terrifying part of this monster is that it springs forth in large quantities and it lives as a colony. Although the individual's danger degree is F, the colony's danger degree is considered to be B. Elro Beardrad LV 1 Status HP 350 Green MP 100 Blue SP 350 Yellow 350 Red. Average Offensive Ability 320 Average Defensive Ability 320 Average Magic Ability 100 Average Resistance Ability 280 Average Speed Ability 300 skill poison, Fong, LV, 5 dragon scale, LV, 1 night vision, LV, 7 heat perception, LV, 4 poison resistance, LV5, also known as snake. A huge snake-type monster that seems to be able to swallow a person wholly. Physical status is high. It has the skill that can be seen in the dragon species called the dragon scale. By the effect of a dragon scale, it has a high defensive ability for both physical and magic. Danger degree, C. Chapter 51, Isn't it great to know the enemy's strength? I stay hidden behind the shade of rock. Elro Daznach, LV23, status HP. 786, 818, green, MP. 335, blue, SP. 779, yellow. 723, 781, red. Failed to appraise its status. That guy advances slowly from the rock where I am. I wonder what is that? How should I express it? It's a huge fish with limbs. It's slightly different. It's an unknown, mysterious creature. Well, it doesn't matter at all that it's a mysterious creature. No, it matters. It's dangerous if I'm found. But there's something more important than such thing. Yes, the appraisal sand did it again. I can see the enemy's status. Although I can only see the HP, MP, and SP. Isn't it amazing? Although the success rate is not very high, that it will succeed once in 3 or 4 times. Still, it's great to know some of the opponent's status. The opponent's strength can be known even with only the rough numerical value of HP, MP, and SP. I must not take on an opponent with a clear difference in status. Strategy, treasure my life. This is the pattern where I must not take on the mysterious creature that's passing nearby soon, because it has a strange numerical value. What with the HP 818? There's still a balance left, even if you kill me 20 times. Won't it be an inflation? That mysterious creature that has a stupid face on it has this status. So the Earth Dragon absolutely has a 4-digit HP. Naiwa. No way. Although this is what I understood in these several days. All the monsters that has level higher than 10 are strong. I think that it's the so-called advanced level monsters that doesn't evolve at level 10. Therefore, even if it's lower than level 10, when there's a same species before that is higher than level 10, I should devote myself to escaping. On the contrary, the monster that doesn't have level higher than 10, even if I look for it, is probably weak. However, the shocking thing was even the small fry that I usually hunt has a higher status than me. There was even a guy with a 3-digit HP. It's like, seriously? Were you that strong? Well, if I fight head-on, then I won't be able to win. I will bet everything on the surprise attack. It was the moment when I decided so. However, when thinking so, it's a higher rank than me, even though I call a small fry. And the spider thread that can incapacitate that higher-ranked monster without any problems is a considerably strong skill. If I don't have this, I wouldn't be alive now. Although the status is important, the skills are also important. If that's the case, then I want to know the opponent's skill quick. If I know the skills, I should be able to fight advantageously. If you extract the skills from me, then speed will be my only merit. If fire were used as measures against spider thread and poison fong is nullified by an antidote, I won't have a chance to win. Oh, this is bad. Skill countermeasures are bad. If such preparations were made firmly, I have no choice but to die. Well, I don't think that the monsters have such wisdom. That's why a weak monster like me can survive. After all, wisdom is important. It's the human's greatest weapon. Human. This dungeon. I wonder how much the human have explored. The only time when I saw a human was the time when my nest was burned by them. Although the human footprint is still there, after that, when I'm exploring the labyrinth area, I hardly saw it. It's called the world's largest labyrinth, so perhaps the exploration is not making any progress. If I think about it, I'm all right that I can eat the monsters, but humans have to bring food. In this wide labyrinth, it's necessary to carry a large amount of food if they want to explore it. With that alone, it's a considerable labor, and it's necessary to fight against monsters too. Things will change if there's a convenient skill to store things in a different space like the item box or magic, but still, it doesn't change that it's hard. In my opinion, the range that a human can explore is only one part of the upper layer. If so, then I can understand why the footprints were not seen on the way. Is the place where the footprints can't be seen is the human's limit range? But wait, then, the place where I found the footprints for the first time, where the super huge spider and those strong crowd of monsters are. No matter how I look at it, can humans explore that area? Yeah, can that area be explored? Even though my mother is there, can that be defeated? Impossible. If my expectations are right, it shouldn't be strange that that is equal to the Earth Dragon. Can that be defeated? Isn't it impossible? I mean, if it's not impossible, then how strong is a human? I have imagined something unpleasant. If I assume that the humans are strong enough to defeat my mother, then I should give up on going outside. I won't be able to survive no matter how I struggle. If so, then living in this dungeon is better. For the time being, let's make reaching the upper layer the objective. Let's look for a place where humans don't come when I reach the upper layer. No, before that, should I take the risk and appraise the human status? Well, there's no need to be in a hurry. I don't even know whether or not I can reach the upper layer. Chapter 52, Threadness and Sadness, and Heartening and Stealthily. Right, all right. Left, all right. Front, target. Elro Kohakuro, LV, 7 HP. 6789, green, MP. 2121, blue, SP. 7979, yellow. 5485, red. Failed to appraise its status. There's a monster resembling the pill bug in front. Although the body is a pill bug, the head looks like a mouse. I want to be clear whether it's a mammal or an insect. If it's a pill bug, then its defensive ability will rise when it becomes rounded. When I fight against the turtle monster before, it withdrew into its shell, and I had a hard time dealing with it. Well, if it got caught in my threads, its movement will be restricted before it can become rounded. Thus, cast net standby. Teria, hit. The rest is just a piece of cake with thread manipulation. Conditions met. Tidal Thread User was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Thread User. Skill Thread Manipulation LV1 Decapitation Thread LV1 was acquired. Thread Manipulation LV1 has unified with Thread Manipulation LV5 skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Manipulation LV5 has become Thread Manipulation LV6. Ooh, I acquired a title. The Tidal Thread User? The thread user that can titillate the Chinibu? Hey, pill bug, I will finish it quickly because I have no time to care about you. Okay, no digictive. Therefore, poison fong, and carry it to the shade of a rock. Well then, let's verify the title I acquired at once. Thread user, the acquisition condition is as expected. Is it keep using the threads? If so, then it doesn't seem to be strange that I could acquire the title a little earlier. Or it might be a different condition. Well, there's no help for it, even if I think about the acquisition condition of the title that I have acquired. The most important thing is whether the title is useful or not. And there's a conviction. This title is useful. No, well, it showed the results already because the level of thread manipulation rose. The importance of the thread manipulation increases day by day, and I'm very glad that the level rose. Even with this much only, it shows the worth of this title. But my interests are fixed in the other skill. Decapitation thread. Don't you think that it's a word that titillates the Chinibu? In short, it's that, right? It's the one that I can slash my enemies with a thread, right? Ridiculous. An invisible slash? What? What's cut with? Th, this is thread. Such development can be done, right? Good. This is good. Well, even if it's such Chunibu, this seems to be an increase to my strength. Up until now, my only weapon is my poison fong. Finally, my amount of weapons increases. And in addition to that, my main weapon, that is my thread, is going to be that weapon. Oops, I haven't appraised it and experimented yet, so I shouldn't be delighted with it. First of all, appraisal. Decapitation thread gives the decapitation attribute to the thread Omo. The effect is as shown in the name. Here, I thought, what should I do if it was an astounding effect? For now, one of the concerns has disappeared. The remaining problems are whether or not it can be applied to the spider thread, whether or not it can be activated, and what degree of effect it has in level 1. The pill bug that was killed a while ago is helpful here. Now become my guinea pig. First of all, I release spider thread. First, I make the strength to max and the adhesiveness to 0. I swing the thread towards the pill bug while praying decapitation thread silently. Oh, it looks like I activated it properly. The thread got repelled by the body of the pill bug. Moo. As expected, it doesn't have such power at level 1. Ah, but there's a small wound. Isn't this enough for a level 1? Up until now, most level 1 skills are lacking in some parts, so this skill is considerably high performance because it can leave a wound on the body of the pill bug. Come to think of it, how's the consumption? Did my MP decrease? MP didn't decrease. SP, because of the effect of overeating, I don't know much about it. But when thinking about poison synthesis, I think that it shouldn't be without any consumption. Then, although the red gauge didn't decrease at all, I think that it decreased a little internally. Although I don't know how much is the normal consumption, the cost performance doesn't seem to be bad. In addition, the red stamina gauge will last long by overeating in the future, so it's good. Next, I try giving adhesiveness to the thread. I attack the pill bug in the same way as a while ago. Although it activated properly, it didn't leave a wound. Well, about here, it's as expected. I experimented on the spider thread variously, and I understood that there's a limit in the customizable field. For example, it becomes difficult to give resilience when I maximize the adhesiveness. Although it's possible to do it, the effect becomes smaller. There's a limit in the property that I can give to the thread at a time. It's like distributing each property. Therefore, by giving the adhesiveness to the thread, I think that it's impossible to give the maximum decapitation attribute. Although the adhesion and the slash property are not compatible, it doesn't seem to be realistic. But the decapitation thread is a considerably good skill. The compatibility with me is outstandingly good. I should raise the skill level quickly. That's why Pill Bugcoin, although I'm whipping the already dead you more and more. You will have to accompany me to raise my skill level. I continued hitting the pill bug with decapitation thread. Chapter 53, I have become stronger, even if it's a little. The skill level of severing thread rose to 3, because I kept tormenting the pill bug. Although I wanted to continue it more, there's no help for it, because the pill bug has entered the state that's impossible to talk about without Mosaic. Although it still can't leave a big wound at level 3, it's like piling up the garbage. Pill bug, I think that I probably won't forget you. Of course, I ate it after that. As usual, it was bad. When I think about it, it was not necessary to make the pill bug to accompany me. I could just hit the rock nearby. Oh dear, it's lost that the pill bug was killed. No, I'm sure that the pill bug is crying with pleasure because I was benefited. Fiend? I don't know what it is. And then, when I just finished tormenting the pill bug, I'm not sure whether or not I were drawn by the sound, but a different monster came. Anagrach LV8 failed to appraise its status. It was a monster that I saw for the first time. It's a monkey-like monster measuring around 2 meters. Even the status appraisal failed, and if possible, I want to pass through it, but it was not possible because I was found. Well, I managed to win somehow. Although it looks like the other party was the type that's confident in its own quickness, I was better. I kept dodging the attacking monkey's arm, and I attacked it in an instant chance. And finally, I succeeded in capturing it with spider thread. I was really scared. No, I'm serious. It's been a long time since I experienced such serious battle. Moreover, this monkey is fairly strong. The sound when the arm swung is terrifying, and it's not a laughing matter. I would die if it hits me. That's why I avoided it desperately. If I had a mouth, I would scream, Kaya? Of course I would Kaya. I wonder whether or not I acquired a skill called evasion because I kept avoiding desperately. When I appraise it, it was a skill that raises evasion. I did it. I acquired a speed specialization skill. Furthermore, I leveled up at the moment when I defeat the monkey. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small Terratect LV3 has become LV for every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill concentration LV1 has become concentration LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill throw LV1 has become throw LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Accuracy LV1 has become Accuracy LV2. Skill points gained 3 skills went up at a stretch. I'm very glad that all are simply useful skills. A level rose, and this is my status now. Small Terratect LV4 no name status HP 4040 green MP 4040 blue SP 4040 yellow 4040 red average offensive ability 22 average defensive ability 22 average magic ability 20 average resistance ability 20 average speed ability 390 skill automatic HP recovery LV 2 poison Fong LV8 poison synthesis LV1 spider thread LV8 severing thread LV3 thread manipulation LV6 throw LV2 concentration LV2 accuracy LV2 evasion LV1 appraisal LV7 detect LV4 stealth LV5 heresy magic LV2 shadow magic LV1 poison magic LV1 overeating LV3 night vision LV10 visible range expansion LV1 poison resistance LV7 paralysis resistance LV3 petrifaction resistance LV2 acid resistance LV3 corrosion resistance LV3 fear resistance LV5 pain nullity pain alleviation LV5 powerful LV2 sturdy LV2 Idaten LV2 taboo LV2W. As usual, the status other than speed are low. If I don't have Idaten, then my speed will also be low, and in that case, my merit will only be my threads. Idaten is useful in various ways. Although I'm glad that a lot rose at a stretch, it's bad to take it easy. There might be other monsters that got drawn besides the monkey. For the time being, it'll eat the monkey. Umo, this guy doesn't have poison. That is no viternis. But there's a peculiar bad smell, and it's also not delicious. The cow and pig in my previous life were great. Although my stamina is full, it's not wasted thanks to the overeating skill. When I first saw the overeating skill, I thought it has a negative effect, and I was considerably cautious of it, but it was a fairly good skill. Although I said it before, my stamina dependency is considerably high. My stamina is consumed when I release threads and when I'm running. Therefore, this skill that can stock stamina excessively has a good compatibility with me. If I can use magic, then the burden on my stamina might decrease a little, but there's no help for it to plead on nothing. Speaking of magic, I appraise the details of each magic spell. Disturb. Plants discomfort directly into the soul phantom pain. Plants illusion pain directly into the soul dark shadow. The shadow thickens poison touch. Adds the poison attribute attack to the touch target. It looks like the effect of Disturb is just as its name, a mind attack. Phantom Pain and Disturb are both similar. Although Poison Touch seems to be a strong magic to learn at level 1. It's level 1 after all, so there might be a pitfall. Dark Shadow is just as its name, but how to use it? Oh, like using it together with a higher level shadow magic? Then this won't be useful when it's the only one. Well, either way, it's not usable. Now that I have finished eating the monkey, let's move quickly. Chapter 54, Quiet Sleep, Great Strategy. Sleepy. My sleepiness is getting quite dangerous soon. I never thought that camping without a simple home sounds to have so much effect, although I thought I can endure a little more. It will be dangerous if I don't think of a way to sleep soundly soon. However, if it's possible to sleep soundly that easy, I won't force myself to explore till I'm lacking of sleep. As expected, the Earth Dragon won't chase after me if I come here, but I'm in a situation where there are strong enemies everywhere. If it's a simple home, then it might be broke through. Even so, making a home with all my might is out of question. I don't want to set up a route here. I want to escape from here as soon as possible. For that reason, I must not make a home that needs a long time to make. When it becomes so, then I will have to make a simple home as before, but I don't know whether it has an effect on the inhabiting monsters or not. This turns out that I'm going around in circles. I strain my sleepy head and think about what to do. Even if it's a simple home, won't it go well depending on the way of doing it? For example, I don't make it a random area, but I will hide myself at a place that's hard to be found and make it there. Even though I say it, the rocks around here are quite ragged. Even so, there's no such place that I can hide in peace. No, wait. Won't it go well even if I never hide? In short, isn't it enough if the monsters can't interfere? If so, then there's a good place. I go there at once. The ceiling, the point after climbing the wall all the time. Yoo-hoo, it's high. Scary. Can I have a quiet sleep like this? But, at present, I have not seen any monsters that can climb the wall or fly in the air. The snail insect is a different case. I have not seen any bees after reaching this wide space, so I thought that I will make a simple home between the wall and the ceiling, and I will be safe if I sleep in there. Thus, let's start making the nest. It's seriously high. If it's around 100 meters above ground, then how many floors is it in a skyscraper? I will surely die if I fall. Well, I don't think I will fall because I have a lifeline, but still, it's a scary thing to work exposed. Do your work, fear resistance. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV5 has become fear resistance LV6. I'm sorry. I said it irresponsibly. Therefore, don't insert a retort in such a perfect timing. It surprised me. For the time being, the border is completed. The border is made between the wall and the ceiling in a net with adhesion threads. In this border, I think I should make a bed like the hammock. But this is completely exposed to the outside, right? Want to be an easy victim against long-distance attack like the Breath of Earth Dragon? As expected, I should cover it more. Can I somehow make use of the rocks scattered around here? I get down to the ground for the moment. I look at the rock. It's huge if it's as it is. Can I process it somehow? Can I cut a little with severing thread? I tie a thread to the rock and activate severing thread. Pull. Although it cuts a little, it's no good. Will it work if I move it like a saw? Even though it's a little, it's working. Skill proficiency reached. Skill severing thread LV3 has become severing thread LV4 thanks to the skill level rose midway. Work efficiency rose. Yash, the thinly cut rock, is completed. I stick this on the surface of the nest and use it for camouflage. I stick a thread to the rock firmly. On top of that, I will climb to the nest 100 meters above ground while holding the thread. Yash, now I just need to pull this thread. Fun. H heavy. Ugagug. Cool, I put my weight on. Sewer. Skill proficiency reached. Skill powerful LV2 has become powerful LV3, the skill level of powerful rose midway. Although it rose, it's still heavy. This consumes a lot of instantaneous force and stamina. This is hard. Skill proficiency reached. Skill agility LV1 was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill endurance LV1 was acquired. I acquired some skills. But I don't have the time to confirm it now. Sewer pull. At last. I was able to lift the rock. The stamina has decreased, exceeding the stocks from the overeating. That's why it's hard. This is strange. Although I should be thinking about the way to have a quiet sleep quickly, why am I doing such heavy labor diligently? It's a defeat if I think deeply. The rock is concealing the nest properly, so there's a result of my hard work. Now I just need to make the bed and complete. It's absolute heaven. After all, I can calm down in the thread. This is it. As expected, I can't sleep in peace without this. I must confirm the effect of the newly acquired skills before sleeping. Agility increases SP, agility, equivalent to the skill level endurance. Increases SP, endurance, equivalent to the skill level small note. Agility yellow gauge and stamina's force. Endurance red gauge, total stamina. It's the SP version of powerful and sturdy. My SP, which was 40, increases to 41 each. Stamina is important, so this is delicious. Yash, now that I have confirmed the skills, and I'm tired after the work, let's sleep. It seems that I'm able to sleep soundly after a long time, so let's sleep to my heart's content. Therefore, good night. Chapter 55, The Defensive Battle of 100 meters above ground. I slept. I really slept. But what's this? Although I was going to sleep a bit longer, I suddenly woke up. The sense that my whole body hair stands. This might be dangerous. I appear from the rock and look at the bottom. Anagrach LV6 failed to appraise its status. Anagrach LV3 failed to appraise its status. Anagrach LV8 HP. 165-168 green, MP. 38-38 blue, MP. 38-38 yellow. 109-118 red. Failed to appraise its status. Anagrach LV5 failed to appraise its status. A troop of monkeys took up their position before my eyes. There are around 50 of them. You gotta be kidding? Those guys definitely recognize here. Why? The camouflage of the rock should be perfect. I understand it well, because I saw it from the outside. It should only be seen as a wall that's protruded out at a glance. Why? The one that I can think of is the similar monkey that was defeated some time ago. Did that guy did something? Is it special smell? I don't know. But currently, the monkeys are waiting for me. It seems they're going to climb the wall at any moment. I mean, they began to climb it. Yuwa, this is bad. As expected, even the monkeys seem to have a hard fight in climbing the vertical wall, and the climbing speed is considerably slow. It should take several minutes until they arrive here. Meanwhile, I must also take some actions. Here, escaping along the ceiling seems to be the best. It's obviously impossible for me to fight against the monkeys of that number. Yash, now that it's decided, let's escape quickly. Huh? The color of the ceiling changed halfway? No way. It's very slippery. My threads almost can't stick. The ceiling's lithology changed at around 1 or 2 meters from the wall. Not to mention my legs. Even the thread with maximum adhesive power hardly sticks to the slippery rock. Now, it's impossible to escape along the ceiling. If so, then I have no choice but to escape sideways along the wall. Although I think those guys will probably chase after me. Then we will have a match of perseverance. Yash, let's G-bam. What? Stone? Yuwa, those guys are throwing stones. I mean, it reached even though there's a considerable height from the ground to here. Yuwa, they threw it again. I evacuate in the rock in a hurry. The stone hits the place where I was. As expected, it looks like the stone doesn't have that much power because it's thrown from the ground. But if I were hit when I'm clinging to the vertical wall, I will probably fall. When seeing that it hits the place where I was accurately, they should have throw or accuracy or maybe both of the skills. I feel a chill and unpleasant. It's impossible to escape. What should I do? No, there's only one way left. I have no choice but to intercept it. Fortunately, the home is here even though it's simple. I must strengthen here as much as possible before the monkeys arrive. Though this fight requires clinging to the same wall, this time, the other side doesn't have the geographical advantage unlike the bees. Rather, the geographical advantage is here because the simple home can be used as footing in a fortress. I have no choice but to do it. First of all, I scatter the threads. I stick it on the wall with thread manipulation. Although it's simple, it should become difficult to climb the wall. The work doesn't make much progress because I was working while avoiding the hurled stone. While doing so, the first group of monkeys has climbed half of the wall. This is bad. The climbing speed of the monkeys are faster than what I expected. It's impossible to stop all of the monkeys with the amount of threads I have scattered just now. What should I do? Is there anything that can attack the other side from here? I have the throw and accuracy, so I just need something to throw. Although it's not something to throw, I have something that can be dropped. I appeared from the rock and activate poison synthesis. Of course, I'm not using weak poison. The powerful poison that's well trained by me in this spider life, spider poison. A ball of spider poison that appeared in front of me is pulled by the gravity and falls as it is. The monkey climbing the wall cannot avoid this. It hits the face splendidly, and the monkey falls while writhing in agony painfully. This is good. I confirm the MP consumption quickly. Consumed MP is only 1. In other words, I have 40 shots in maximum. If I think together with the amount used by thread manipulation, it's around 25 shots. If I can hit every shot, about half of the monkeys would drop out from the battle. I drop the second shot at once. This also hits it, and a monkey falls. Let's do this rapidly. When you can drop it, you should drop it like this. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Synthesis LV1 has become Poison Synthesis LV2, although the skill level rose. I will confirm it later. After all, the spider poison is stronger than the newly added poison. Although I succeeded in reducing the number of the monkeys start to deal with it. They avoided moving under the nest and started moving toward the side. I drop all of the poison before they finish moving to the side. Skill proficiency reached. Skill accuracy LV2 has become accuracy LV3 Yash Yash. The monkeys fall amusingly, but they have moved to the side. It doesn't seem that the poison drop can be used anymore. There's uneasiness about the remaining MP, so it might be a good timing. I release threads towards the direction of the monkeys that move sideways. This fight has just started. Side Story 8 Skill Encyclopedia Chapter Side Story 8 Skill Encyclopedia. Am unable to take my eyes from the book in front of me. How is it? It's amazing, right? The one saying it with a self-satisfied look is Kanata, aka Katia, the Duke's daughter. Since the appraisal ceremony, Katia came to play with me frequently. At first, I called her Kanata, but it was said to be unnatural, so I was told to call her current name. Carnatia, nickname Katia. But Katia calls me Shun as usual. There is no strange feeling when she calls me Shun because my name is Shurain, thus, it seems that it's decided to call me as it is. Although I don't mind it, the problem is that the people around us thinks that Katia and I are intimate enough to call each other with nicknames. Although it's a fact that we are intimate, Katia is a girl now. There are those who considered such meaning of intimate too. The first on the list is the younger sister. Sue placed herself between Katia and me. Whenever Katia comes to play, she will scowl at her with a frightful look, and she will enter between Katia and me. Katia showed a wry smile each time. Although I have aimed to become an ideal brother, why did it become like this? This is the skill encyclopedia that the Duke's house holds. This detailed one has not appeared in the markets, yet the details of the skills that is confirmed were written in the book in detail. Not to mention the effect, even the acquisition condition is covered. It's like a plain guidebook. By the way, the Katia's tone changes the atmosphere considerably when she speaks in Japanese or this world's language. In contrast to the Japanese of a man's tone, because of being a noble, her tone sounds like Oju-sama. As I knew the who's inside, at first I almost burst into laughter because of the gap, but now I have become accustomed to it. Amazing. If I have this, I can acquire any skill I want. It's not so. Time is limited. You must decide the skills that you should acquire in priority, and you must use the limited time efficiently. I'm somewhat excited, and I turn the page one after another. If there are known skills, then there are also unknown skills. When I saw there's an unknown skill that seemed to have a high effect, my hand stopped unconsciously. Shun and Sue, both of you have already acquired all the basic status skills, am I right? Then, it's necessary to raise it while it's still early. The basic status skills are skills that raise status represented by life, magic amount, powerful, etc. The basic status skills will evolve once reaching level 10. The effect will rise one stage, and on top of that, the growth correction continues when level up. Currently, our level is 1 because we still haven't fight against monsters yet. If we acquire these skills that has growth corrections before leveling up, then it will surely be useful in the future. Our level is still 1. Level rises not only by killing monsters only, but it also rises by killing a creature. Because we still haven't got the permission to fight monsters, we also haven't got the permission to go out for the present, our level won't increase. Still, the status gradually improves by growth and training. However, the status only change extremely when level up. If possible, I would like to evolve the skills twice, but as expected, that's a little ambitious. When the skill level becomes 10, the skill will evolve and derived skill can be acquired. There are various benefits. However, the higher the level, the harder to increase. The necessary skill proficiency to increases per level. So raising to level 10 is quite hard. The status will start to change greatly when the skill has evolved to Fortitude, Fortress, Iditon, etc. It's quite satisfying if it evolves to there. I would like to reach its former stage, by all means that's right. But it's unexpected that there's no skills that can improve the experience points or skill proficiency gaining in case of RPG. It's a useful companion for growth. There's no skills like experience point increment. Yes, And did you notice it? Yes, I see the skill recorded in the skill encyclopedia, roughly, and I understood what Katia wanted to say. Although Sue looked at the skill encyclopedia with me, Sue didn't seem to notice it. Seems mysterious, and even though Katia and I understood it, I seemed to be dissatisfied. There are no production-type skills, on the contrary. There are only skills for combat, yes. Despite having that amount of skills that are recorded into a book, the production type, or the so-called non-combat skills, doesn't exist at all. There are skills that seem to be a production-type skill if it's used, but all of them are only the secondary effect of the combat skill. Despite having this much skills, there's a strange feeling that all the skills have one-sided contents only. It's the strange feeling that we were able to notice probably because Katia and me have played games in Japan. The people who live in this world originally must be convinced that skill is such a thing. As if this is the world for fight, I felt fear in myself to the words I muttered. A world where level doesn't increase unless something is killed. Only the combat-type skills. It's like the world is really encouraging the fight. Although this is something not well known yet. The Demon King forces seem to be increasing their armaments rapidly. It's likely to fight someday. Until then, we have to become stronger as much as possible. I nod on Katia's words silently. Chapter 56, The Defensive Battle of 100 meters above ground. The monkeys climb the wall. I make full use of thread manipulation and stick the adhesion threads on the wall of the monkey's movement direction. This is bad. The remaining MP is unreliable. I might have spent too much on poison synthesis. But when the time comes, I have to persevere without thread manipulation. Because a stone flew, I hide myself in the shadow of the rock quickly. The monkeys that remained on the ground throw stones continuously. Although it's not likely to get a fatal wound, even if it hits, it's very annoying. The first wave of the monkeys rushed into the adhesion thread zone that I had stick. Of course, the monkeys stick to the adhesion thread and their movement stopped. If it's impossible for the first wave to move, then it should be able to hold up the following wave for a while. Ack. Those guys, they use their owlie's body as a footing to climb further, although there's still more in the adhesion thread zone. It looks like this will be broken through sooner than I expected. Now's not the time to hold back. I release the cast net aiming at the monkeys group that has the most monkeys gathered there. I leave the monkeys caught in the cast net as it is. The more you struggle, the more the adhesion threads get entangled, and it becomes even more impossible to move. If there's such a mass of monkey on the course, then it should be useful as an obstacle. The monkeys caught in the threads are basically ignored. From a monkey status, what can be understood is that they can't escape from my threads. This time, I want to use severing thread. Anyway, as a safe method, I should make all of the monkeys incapacitated with the adhesion threads. I can defeat it slowly afterwards. I released the second cast net. Several monkeys got caught in it again. When I was going to release the third one, a stone is thrown to me. I avoid in a hurry. Despite being an enemy, it supports at the right time. Moreover, I wonder whether or not they're cautious of my cast net because the monkeys disperse to the left and right. Like this, I can only catch one or two of them using the cast net. These guys, unlike the monsters up until now, they are intelligent. If you are really intelligent, then notice that I'm not worthy prey. There's no profit even if you defeat such a small spider. But the monkeys approach with the spirit to defeat me by all means. I want you to stop it. Give me a break from such passionate thing. Let's point this passion to another thing. For example, like self-imposed restraint. I scatter my threads while thinking something stupid. Because the monkeys have dispersed to the left and right, it's necessary to scatter it thoroughly all over the place. I use the thread manipulation in moderation as much as possible. In this situation, it's quite dangerous if my MP runs out. The reason why I didn't shut myself in the simple home is because it's 100 meters above ground here. Although my thread is certainly strong, it's not invincible. It's vulnerable against fire, and it was easily blown off by the Earth Dragon. Although it boasts of its high defensive ability, if a power more than it is exerted, it will be broken through. I don't think that the monkey can do that. If I'm on the ground, I will certainly choose to withstand a siege. But here is not the ground. If the monkey attacks the simple home, and at the same time, the body sticks to it, naturally, it will have to take the load of the monkey's weight. And if it happens simultaneously, the simple home can never endure the load. The simple home doesn't have a foundation. I only stick it with adhesive power between the ceiling and the wall. It can support if it's only me and the rock. But I don't know to what extent of weight it can support. Although I thought about expanding it to increase its stability, I chose the way to prevent the monkeys from approaching. I thought that it will only increase the amount that it can support even if I expand it. Still, it might be good when thinking about the number of monkeys. While it's the beginning. Why? It's because the number of monkeys doesn't decrease at all. Although I thought whether or not I failed to kill the monkeys with poison, the monkey's corpse seemed to be piling up right under the wall. It didn't seem to be revived. It's simple, the number of monkeys have increased more than at the beginning. The so-called reinforcement. Wondering where did those guys come from, and the number increases rapidly. It should be around 50 of them at first, but now, it's simply double of the number. Moreover, it increases much more. A marathon without an end is scary, right? What should I do? Seriously, what should I do? The red stamina became unreliable, let alone the MP. I have been releasing threads all this time since a while ago. It's over when the stamina runs out. It becomes impossible to release threads. I must evade that by any means. I prepare the Q Morningstar. The aim is the nearest monkey from here. Throw. Hit. Yash. I pull it up, taking advantage of the adhesive power forcibly. I restrict the monkey that struggle with a thread quickly. I drive in the poison fawn. In the middle of that, a stone hit me. Ouch. But my HP only decreased by 5. As expected, it doesn't have a great power because there's a distance from the ground to here. Although it's painful, I ignore it forcibly by power of pain, alleviation, and pain nullity. I kill the monkey with the power of poison fawn. I eat it as it is. As for this work, the match is the quickness. I have to end it and return to the front early. The monkeys are still putting up a hard fight against the adhesion thread. Most of them have stick to the threads and becomes impossible to recover from it, but the path built with the monkey's body is being completed accordingly. They are approaching to me steadily. My stamina managed to recover, and I should consider that this is the last. Therefore, I must be quick to finish eating completely and make them my foods. Buha! I finished eating it, although the feeling of killing the monkeys somehow rose. Now, after such a long time, it's me who eat. I won't be eaten by the likes of you. Chapter 57, The Defensive Battle of 100 meters above ground. I scatter the thread recklessly. Skill proficiency reached. Skill concentration LV2 has become concentration LV3. The skill level of concentration rose, maybe because I concentrated considerably. It doesn't matter now. As expected, the composure has disappeared. The monkeys lie on top of one another before my eyes and get covered with threads. Still, the number of monkeys doesn't decrease. Instead, it's increasing steadily. Although the number of monkeys that can't act increases, the number of reinforcement is more. As if all the monkeys are gathering in this area. My MP only left 2. When the MP becomes 0 completely, I don't know what adverse effects exist, so I can't use my MP anymore. It becomes impossible to use thread manipulation. But at present, the effects are little, because the first wave of the monkeys have already approached within a stone's throw. The enemy has approached to the distance that I don't need to use my thread manipulation. I release a thread. Again, one of the monkeys got entangled by the thread. Moreover, that guy took an unbelievable action. It jumped off. A dull sound is heard, and the monkey struck the ground. When it's this height, as expected, a monster will not survive. The monkeys weigh on the options either to die itself or to become an obstruction to its comrades. But the monkey chooses to die. Impossible. The abnormality makes me shivers. I have a light expectation that if I continue to intercept them, the monkeys might give up sooner or later, but it was smashed splendidly. The monkeys won't stop until I'm killed. There's only 2 choices to end this. Either I finish killing all the monkeys or the monkeys kill me. A stone is thrown to me, but I won't avoid it anymore. There's no time to avoid it. A stone hits my body. My HP decreases. Still, I ignore it by the power of pain alleviation and pain nullity. I will leave the decreased HP to automatic recovery. At the moment when the stone hit, I continue to scatter the threads. If I don't do so, I can't overcome this difficult situation. I made light of the monkeys somewhere. It's not a big deal if I compare it with the Earth Dragon. Certainly, most monsters are not a big deal if they're compared with that. But it's not a good reason to make light of them. Am I an idiot? Did I forget my own weakness? Compared with the weak me, it can be said that the surroundings is full of powerful enemies. Why did I think that I'm taking on a small fry? Moreover, the opponent launches a suicide attack unhesitatingly even against the lower rank me. When a higher rank monster attacks at the risk of its life, there's no way I can overcome it foolishly. When it comes to this, I have to steel myself and challenge it. A stone hits my body again. For an instant, I flinch from the impact. In the chance, one of the monkeys finally gripped my leg. It stretched out its right arm while more than half of its body being caught. An unpleasant creaking sound can be heard from my leg. I thrust my poisoned fang into the hand that's gripping my leg while enduring the pain. It was approximately simultaneous that my leg was partly torn off and the monkey ran out of energy. It's painful. This is extremely painful. It's painful even though I have pain alleviation. Can the automatic HP recovery recover my lost part? Or I recover by level up. But now's not the time to worry about my lost leg. Time was gained considerably by that just now. Another monkey climbs at once. I release a thread. I became impatient. My remaining stamina decreased again. The monkey that caught the thread jumps out into the empty sky as it is. I release the next thread without watching its fate. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small Terratect LV4 has become LV5. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill concentration LV3 has become concentration LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill accuracy LV3 has become accuracy LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill sturdy LV2 has become sturdy LV3. Skill points gained at the moment when I heard the voice. I evacuate quickly in the simple home. Although it's a good timing, it's also bad. The shedding of skin. I take off the old skin impatiently. The torn leg has recovered without problem too. I throw off the old skin and return to the front immediately. When it's this situation, even a little time spent on the shedding of skin is fatal. As expected, a monkey cling to the simple home. Finally, the monkey's threat have approached the final defense line. Both MP and SP that ran out before recovered by level up. But I might already pass the stage to be able to do something with that. No, there's still a way. I stretch my legs out from the edge of the simple home. Even though my leg is gripped by the monkey, I don't care. I touch the scattered threads that have become a huge lump of threads now. I activate thread manipulation with all my power. My power gradually barato in the thread. The skill level rose, and the number of threads that I can manipulate increased considerably too. As expected, it's impossible to manipulate this lump, but still it's good. The recovered MP decreases at an awful force equivalent to the amount. And the gripped leg makes an unpleasant sound again. At the same time, my whole body is pulled towards the outside of the simple home. The monkey's arms stretch from the outside. I somehow avoided it from gripping my head, but my body was caught. The monkey puts its power to crush my body without mercy. HP decreases rapidly, and intense pain runs. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill life LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill magic amount LV1. The thread's preparation completed at the same time as the voice of heaven. I exert my remaining strength and manipulate the threads. The threads come off and fall from the wall according to my instructions. Of course, together with the monkeys that are stuck there, together with a roaring sound, the lump of the threads and the troop of monkeys that can be called as the another wall becomes the aspect, and it falls toward the troop of monkeys that remained on the ground. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Small Terratect LV5 has become LV6. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Manipulation LV6 has become Thread Manipulation LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Overeating LV3 has become Overeating LV4. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Small Terratect LV6 has become LV7. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Pain Alleviation LV5 has become Pain Alleviation LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Stealth LV5 has become Stealth LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evasion LV1 has become Evasion LV2. Skill points gained. I succeeded in killing a large amount of monkeys in one go. Chapter 58 The Defensive Battle of 100 meters above ground. Thanks to the shedding of the level up, my body and leg separated from the monkey's hand. The monkey's hand gripped the 2 layers of old skin. Although most of the monkeys were knocked down to the ground due to the big fall of threads, the monkeys that clung to the simple home are still in good health. However, their bodies have already been caught in the simple home's thread. I add more threads so that they can't move, and I finish them off with Poison Fawn. After finishing off the last one of them, I feel relieved. Although it's not over yet. I overcame a wave. I whip my heart that becomes less tense. It's not over yet. The monkeys are not exterminated yet. I must not relax my attention until they are exterminated. I go out of the simple home immediately and see the state below. A terrible scene was there. There was the ruin of the monkeys caught in the threads, struck the ground without being able to move, and the figures of the crushed monkeys. And in the appalling scene, the monkeys that survived didn't lose their fighting spirit. I set up a new thread on the wall immediately. The monkeys have not given up yet. They will attack again as soon as the preparations are in order. I must prepare before that. The monkeys' reinforcement are still coming. Really, how many of you are there? Give me a break. And there is a thing that must not be in the reinforcement. Bugergratch LV3 failed to appraise its status. Bugergratch LV4 failed to appraise its status. Bugergratch LV6 failed to appraise its status. The mouth similar to a huge crocodile. From the mouth, I can see the countless brutal fangs similar to the saw, about twice the length of the monkey. It's also fat. The deformed huge monkey was there. That was the first monster I saw in this area. The monkey species name is Anagrach. I should have noticed that the names are similar. That huge monkey is the monkey's evolved form. The monster that must not come over as the monkey's reinforcement has came. The number of those guys who appeared slowly are 3. When I look at their levels, they are lower, but since they are the higher rank monsters, I can't rely on the level even if it's low. In the first place, even the monkey is a powerful enemy when I fight it directly, so there's no way that the evolved form is weak. Judging from its fairly brutal appearance, I should recognize that it's stronger than the monkey. As expected, it's not the Earth Dragon class, but still, there are 3 monsters more powerful than the monkey. The degree of difficulty increased again. It's an instant that I was dumbfounded and stopped movement. My consciousness was pulled back to the reality forcibly because the monkeys that survived have started to move. The monkeys avoided the lump of threads that fell down, took a big detour, and they begun climbing the wall from the left and right again. From the movement, I understood that they are considerably cautious of the threads. It's really a tough opponent. I had a thread while paying attention to the huge monkeys. The huge monkeys have not moved yet. Is the cooperation with the monkeys not so positive? Although it's good if it is, I cannot be optimistic. I must always be careful about their movement. The monkeys doesn't seem to throw stones anymore. There's not much effect in it, and the lump of threads that fell down obstructive, so it might not be able to reach me. It seems that they abandon the stone throwing and devote themselves to climb the wall. For me, that is grateful. That works simply. HP is reduced, and movement is obstructed. If there's nothing, it has not been exceeded. There is a movement from the huge monkey. It lifted a rock slowly. What rock? Although it just lifted it easily, that rock. Isn't it that the origin of the rock that I stick in this simple home? It should have been buried under the ground firmly, but it was pulled easily. It's the rock that's heavy, even if it's thinly sliced, right? What do you want to do with the rock? Wait a minute. Why are you swinging it? Don't tell me. I evacuate from the simple home in a hurry. The rock becomes a cannonball and pierced the simple home just after that. After the smoke cleared up, the simple home was crushed splendidly by the rock. No way. What power? If I receive such a thing, I will definitely die. Fortunately, there's no rock around the huge monkey. That ridiculous cannonball won't fly here. But the final defense line, which is the simple home, was destroyed easily. From here on, I must fight without the simple home. That is bad. Although it's a problem that I can't rely on the defense of the simple home. It's the worst that there's no footing. Up until now, I was able to intercept the monkeys because I have a steady footing, so I can devote myself to attack. Now, without the footing, my body might fall suddenly. Although I won't fall headlong to the ground because the thread is connected to the ceiling. It's unchanged that I have become defenseless. If I expose such a chance, there's no way the monkeys will remain silent. I quickly make a decision. I don't mind that it's hastily made. I need to make a footing. Meanwhile, I can't set up the threads in the other places, but when the monkeys approach, I won't have the time to make the footing. If I don't make it now, I will definitely regret in the future. Yash, the footing of the size that I can stand is completed. I will attack the monkeys here. The second round of the defensive battle is beginning. Chapter 59, the defensive battle of 100 meters above ground the monkeys advance on. I keep scattering the threads there. It was like reproducing the first time. However, there are altered parts too. The monkeys have already understood the property of my threads, that it's impossible to escape once caught. Therefore, the monkey that advanced at the head extends its body intentionally and invades the thread area, to stick the threads of a wider range on itself, to make the following monkeys to be able to proceed easier. For that reason, several monkeys lay spread eagle on the wall. Moreover, in preparation for the big fall of threads, they stick on the wall solidly. Like that, the path of the monkeys is made and the following monkeys advance. The following monkeys also throw themselves once receiving my threads. The desperate strategy that was violated for insanity without concerning themselves. Despite all that, I'm astonished because they can think of a strategy precisely. It's really tough, but no matter how many countermeasures you used, as long as it consists of sacrifices, the more they advance, the more the number of monkeys will decrease. Since the huge monkey appeared, the reinforcement stopped coming. If it proceed as it is now, the monkeys will be exterminated before reaching me. That is if the huge monkey doesn't move. I continue to be cautious of the huge monkey. I must be cautious of that one while fighting the monkeys. It's a work that wore down my nerves considerably. Thanks to that, the skill level of concentration rose again. And finally, there was a movement from the huge monkey. The one who moves is the guy with the lowest level. It turns around and withdraws to the back. Although it's good that it would just leave, life is not that easy. When the huge monkey turns around facing here, it started running straight. Don't tell me. When thinking that it's possible, my intuition strikes a warning. I prepare for the interception immediately. As expected, what I thought came true. The huge monkey applied an approach run to jump over the lump of threads. And, with a dreadful jumping power, it jumped to me at a stretch. I hurled a cast net that I managed to prepare it in time at the jumping huge monkey. It can't avoid it in the air, and the huge monkey got caught in the cast net disappointingly. The trajectory of the huge monkey shifted slightly downward by having caught in the cast net. It crashes into the wall right under me. It gets entangled in the thread with a dull sound and stops in the state stuck to the wall. The huge monkey revives from that state immediately and begins to act violently to escape from the threads. Without delay, I added threads on it while creating spider poison using poison synthesis, and I dropped it at the big mouth. The huge monkey writhes in agony because of the double pain of thread and poison. I used poison synthesis once more while being impatient that it didn't die in one spider poison. The drops of poisonous water enter the big mouth neatly. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small Terratect LV7 has become LV8. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill visible range expansion LV1 has become visible range expansion LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill acid resistance LV3 has become acid resistance LV4. Skill points gained. I understood that the huge monkey died because a level rose. I throw off the old skin hastily. I can't afford to feel relieved now. I turn around towards the invading monkeys, and the one of the huge monkey was there, taking the advantage when I was busy with the huge monkey that has jumped over a little while ago. It has already crawled up here using the same route as the monkey. Fast. It should have been on the ground a little while ago, but it has come this far. The monkeys that became the path of the huge monkey were crushed without mercy. It has the leg strength and grip strength to that extent, and it ran the whole distance to here in the blink of an eye. I release a thread at the huge monkey in a hurry. The huge monkey avoids it quickly, even though it's on a vertical wall. But there's no path of the monkeys ahead it. My threads covered all over the wall, stickily there. The huge monkey sticks on the wall. Although it struggles to tear it off immediately, it seems that my threads can't be removed easily, even with the power of the huge monkey. But the wall begins to produce a disturbing sound earlier than the thread. Of course, I will never allow such a thing. I added threads all over it immediately, and I leave it as it is. It should be able to last for a while. I return my eyes immediately. The second one have moved, so that means the third one must be moving already. The prediction was proved right. I found a third one immediately. The approaching figure was just about to close its mouth towards me now. It's no longer the time to be concerned of falling anymore. Or rather, I moved reflexively without thinking. I jump into the air from the footing. I was not able to avoid it, and my legs on the right side and a part of my body were crunched. My HP decreases at a stretch. Together with a terrible pain, my consciousness blinks. But if I lose my consciousness here, then I will never wake up anymore. I fire a thread hastily in the air. The thread that sticks to the wall prevents my fall. But I struck against the wall in reaction, and I almost lose my consciousness for an instant. I clench my fangs and hold on to my consciousness. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill feint resistance LV1, wondering whether or not it's because of the new skill I somehow managed to hold on to my consciousness. I turn my eyes towards the place where the footing is. The third huge monkey destroyed the footing and was caught in the ruins of threads. It's natural. There's no way that I would make a normal footing. When the time comes, the footing is made to be able to become a trap. But I didn't thought that it would be destroyed by a blow. I moved to the top. Because half of my legs disappeared, I moved using thread manipulation to pull me up. I moved up further than the raging huge monkey. I make full use of thread manipulation to restrict the huge monkey and fix it to open its big mouth. I synthesis spider poison using poison synthesis and let the huge monkey swallow it. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small Terratect LV8 has become LV9. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill automatic HP recovery LV2 has become automatic HP recovery LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill life LV1 has become life LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill agility LV1 has become agility LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill endurance LV1 has become endurance LV2. Skill points gained shedding of skin by level up. Phew, I thought I was going to die. That one just now was really dangerous. I might be seriously dead if I didn't level up. But it's until here. Because the second one seems to break out of the restrictions soon, more threads were added. Because the huge monkey crushed their precious path. The monkeys didn't advance as much as I expected. It looks like I can still recover the time I have used to fight against the huge monkeys. If they still have any cards to play, then it's a different story, but right now, The monkeys have no way to reverse this situation. Even so, I can't be careless. Because of that, I have experienced a lot of painful experiences. I don't intend to relax till the end. Chapter 60, The Defensive Battle of 100 meters above ground in The Last Monkey is caught in the thread before my eyes. The stretched hand can't reach me. I coil a thread around the hand to completely seal its movement. I look around the surroundings. There are monkeys caught in the threads everywhere. There are no free monkeys. Just to be sure, I look around the ground briefly in my vision range, but the monkeys' reinforcements didn't come. Even if I listen carefully, I don't hear the sound like it. Finally, I managed to incapacitate all the monkeys. Although I almost feel relaxed when I think that I won, it's not over yet. I only incapacitate them, and I haven't finished killing them yet. Below, there are monkeys caught in the threads to the extent that it's troublesome to count them. Among them, there's also the figure of the especially big, huge monkey. The last huge monkey is still struggling to tear the threads. Actually, the power of the huge monkey exceeds the limit that the thread can endure. Although it won't tear immediately, it will get away soon if I leave it. Therefore, I added threads each time to restrict it again. I continue restricting the huge monkey while intercepting the monkeys. It was unexpectedly hard. I'm glad that I didn't relax after I defeated 2 huge monkeys, because I have to use more power than I thought to restrict the huge monkey. Both MP and SP are almost exhausted. The reason why I didn't kill it earlier was because I didn't have the time to do so. I didn't have the time to kill the huge monkey in the situation where the monkeys are approaching. There's also that the huge monkey was on a route that the monkeys are using. If I were to kill the huge monkey, then it's necessary to approach the monkeys myself. There's no way I can do such a suicidal act. The thing that I feared the most was that whether or not the monkeys will help removing the restrictions on the huge monkey. I was considerably afraid that it might break through my restrictions if they have the power of the huge monkey and the cooperation of the monkeys. But the monkeys didn't do it. The monkeys that give priority to efficiency, even if they die, somehow didn't pick the most effective strategy in this situation, that is to save the huge monkey. Although I feel relieved, the monkey's behavioral principle is mysterious. Well, when I say that, I don't understand the attack itself. I don't think they consider me as a food, so I don't understand the why did they attack me. The one I can think of is that I killed a monkey some time ago, but is there a need to do to that much just because of that? Oh, it can't be helped even if I think about it. I can't understand what a monster thinks. For now, I will kill the huge monkey. As expected, I don't have the courage to bite such a dangerous creature directly. Therefore, I make spider poison using poison synthesis and throw it into its mouth from the top similar to the other 2. After drinking 2 drops of poison, the huge monkey stopped moving. Because the biggest worry disappeared, I will kill the remaining monkeys one by one with Poison Fang. Although the Poison Fang uses a little SP, it didn't bother me so far. The cost is low, and I haven't experienced the situation where my SP runs out so far. But as expected, there's a lot of monkeys. Indeed, even the Poison Fang will run out against such number. I ate a monkey halfway to recover my stamina unwillingly. The incapacitated monkeys intimidate me when I approach them. Although I feel that there's fear mixed in there, I don't care about it. You guys should be prepared to be killed because you guys are the one who came and picked a fight with the intention to kill me. When you become the one to be killed, don't accept it meekly. Thus, I killed it without minding it. Conditions met. Title Merciless was acquired by the effects of the title Merciless. Skill Heresy Magic LV1 Heresy Resistance LV1 was acquired. Heresy Magic LV1 has unified with Heresy Magic LV2. I acquired title. Moreover, it's another dangerous one. This is the second title that has the Heresy Magic. I cannot help but to express a regret. I'm not a heretic. It's true. For the time being, let's postpone the confirmation of a new skill. I have acquired skills when my level rose in the middle of the fight, so I will confirm it all at once when I have the time afterwards. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual. Small Terratect LV9 has become LV10 every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired, skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Synthesis LV2 has become Poison Synthesis LV3, skill proficiency reached. Skill Throw LV2 has become Throw LV3, skill proficiency reached. Skill Magic Amount LV1 has become Magic Amount LV2, skill points gain conditions met. Individual Small Terratect can evolve. When I was dealing with the monkeys, a level rose. I see. I'm already level 10. Already? Certainly, it rose rapidly when I was fighting. But can I evolve already? There are multiple choices of evolution. Please choose from the following. Terratect, Small Poison Terratectum. It's as expected that the small was removed from the name, but Small Poison Terratect? Is it specialized in poison because it has poison attached to it? Well, let's postpone this too. There's no way I can evolve in a situation where I can't feel relieved. I must kill all the monkeys quickly. Conditions met. Tidal Monster Slaughterer was acquired by the effects of the Tidal Monster Slaughterer. Skill Herculean Strength LV1, Solid LV1, was acquired. Powerful LV3 has unified with Herculean Strength LV1. Sturdy LV3 has unified with Solid LV1. Again, a title. It also has a dangerous name. Is it a higher rank of the monster killer? Did the powerful and sturdy unified with a different skill? I must confirm it later. After that, I just kill the monkeys plainly. Poison Fong eats sometimes and reinforces it with threads. And all the lives except me were defeated. Side Story 9 Skill Point. Chapter Side Story 9 Skill Point. I spend my time with Katia leisurely. Until a while ago, we move our bodies at the sport ground in the castle to raise the skill level. We just finished it, and we are now taking a break like this. This is tiresome. Although my magic-related status increased considerably, my physical ability was never high. Katia talks in Japanese today because Sue is not here. When it's just the two of us, it became normal to talk in Japanese. Sure is. But still, our reflexes are better than our previous life, and it's good that the more we train, the more we grow. I know what you mean. I have always thought, why must the school keep doing the marathon? But here, the more we run, the more stamina increase. Although it's the same for the skills, the status improves as much as you train. Now that we can't level up, we have to train steadily to increase our status. But if we train steadily, then we will definitely get stronger. The training is hard, but if I think that it will become a gain, I will become motivated. So how's yours? Agility, endurance, powerful, sturdy, and dash. Each of them went up to level 8. I confirm my status with the appraisal stone in my hand. This appraisal stone is the level 9 appraisal stone that Katia's house holds. It's a valuable that might be appointed as a national treasure depending on the country. But Katia brought it out from the Duke's house casually. I think that is the Duke's house okay with it, but seems that it's convenient. I will use it gratefully. As expected, your skill level increase very fast. Is this the difference of talents? Katia muta in frustration. Actually, even though we did the same thing, my skill level up speed is different than Katia. In this world, anyone can get stronger if they put in efforts, but the speed differs. It's said that it's the difference of talents. Even I'm called as a genius since the time I reincarnated into the Duke's house. You know, how come there's a huge difference between us? You cheater, I avert my eyes from Katia's resentful look. Even if you say that, what do you expect me to do? Which reminds me, did you use your skill points? No, I missed the chance to use it. So it remains untouched. Skill point is the points consumed to acquire a new skill, and it can also be used to increase skill proficiency. Normally, a person shouldn't possess any skill points since born, but somehow Katia and me had it since born. A savings of 1,000 points. This bourgeois cheater, it became more terrible than before. No, I really have missed the chance to spend it somehow. At first, I thought of acquiring magic skills, but I stopped it because Anna told me not to use magic. Although Anna didn't thought that I have skill points, I somehow can't acquire skill silently because it make me feel that I betrayed her. Since then, the intention to use the skill points disappeared somehow. Did Katia use it? Only 1,000 points if I'm not mistaken. Katia should have 5,000 points. because she bring up the subject. I thought that she have used considerably, but she didn't use that much. What did you acquire? Keep it a secret, huh? No, just say it. Absolutely don't laugh, okay? I won't laugh. Just say it already. Appraisal, although I didn't laugh. I think that I look strange. Speaking of appraisal, it's a classic example of the skill that must not be acquired. I'm interested that why she acquired it. Why did you acquire it? No, it's a standard in novels when it comes to reincarnation. Isn't it difficult to gather information in a different world? Therefore, in the novels, appraisal is peerless. So, I won't follow it. No, the appraisal skill is a must-not-acquire skill that is first on the list. After hearing that, why did you acquire it? I acquired the skill when I was a baby. It's during the time when I was reincarnated without understanding anything, you know? Of course, I would want information. And then, when I remind of appraisal, I heard the divine words. It can't be helped that I acquired it on impulse. I hear it and consented for the time being. Certainly, when I was a baby and I didn't understand the situation, I was considerably uneasy. I didn't understand the words and the conversation from the surrounding people, so it made me feel excessively uneasy. And then, when I heard the divine words that talks in Japanese, I understand the feeling of wanting to rely on it. And is appraisal a loss? A big loss. It's useless when it's low level. My head hurts whenever I use it, and on top of that, the skill proficiency won't increase if I don't have the time, and it's also hard to increase its level. Even though I've been earning skill proficiency during my leisure time, it's still in level 4. My heart will break. It seemed tedious just by hearing it. I appraised the column of the skill point again using the appraisal stone. Then, the list of skills that I can acquire are displayed with the necessary points. When I look for appraisal in that, it's there. I can acquire the appraisal skill with 100 points? Seriously? Speaking of 100 points, it's the lowest point to be able to acquire a skill. The skill that can be acquired with 100 points is either the skill that has low effect or the skill with good compatibility with the person. It's hard to say that the appraisal is a skill with low effect, as I understand that Kadia used 1,000 points. Its effect is certainly low when its level is low, but if it becomes high level, it might be a useful skill. Then, I must have a good compatibility with the appraisal. After I hesitated, I acquired appraisal. The point decreases to 99,900. I acquired appraisal. Seriously? Kadia says the same thing as before. Don't regret that later, well, when the time comes, that is. There's still a lot of points left for the time being. I will keep the remaining points for emergency. Chapter 61, I'm going to evolve. Part 2, well then, it's good that the monkeys have been exterminated, but what should I do in the future? For the time being, the surroundings are quiet. Other monsters didn't come near in spite of the noise here. It might avoid it because it's noisy. At any rate, it looks like there's time. It's hard to say that it's safe if I make a simple home near the ceiling again, but if it's a weak monster, it won't be able to approach. To be frank, I think that I can evolve if it's now. Although I don't know how long is the interval when I lose my consciousness after I evolve. Judging from my sense before, I don't think it's a long time. It's just a sense, so I can't expect on it. Either way, whatever the case is, evolution is haunted by danger. Then, it doesn't look like it's a good timing to evolve if I exclude the large amount of food that was secured unexpectedly. When saying whether I should evolve or not, I will absolutely evolve. Besides, if I assume that I don't evolve, I might stop at level 10. After I became level 10, I have killed a considerable number of monkeys. But the level didn't rise after all. It's good if the experience points was insufficient, but there's a possibility that I may not grow anymore if I don't evolve. When thinking about it, I think I should acknowledge the risks and evolve. The problem is, which one should I evolve? Terratect and small poison Terratect. I don't know. Last time, there's a clear difference, that is the deteriorating species and the normal species, but I don't know what to choose this time. I think that Terratect is probably the evolution to become an adult, but it's unknown that how much I will change. I also don't know about the poison. Because it has poison on the name, it might strengthen the poison type abilities, but how about the others? I'm at a loss. It would be good if appraisal is possible at such time. Appraisal. Possible? At bottom of the appraisal result of the status, there's something that looks like an alert. Evolution possible? What's this? The word evolution possible is blinking. I double appraise it just in case. Evolution possible. Terratect or small poison Terratect, WH. At Appraisal San. Are you serious? You're the best. Yasa. With this, I can appraise my evolution. No, recently, Appraisal San's function is not ordinary. I appraise it immediately. Terratect. The standard adult form of the spider-type monster called the Terratect. Carnivorous, and has poison in its fang, small poison Terratect. The rare species hatchling of the spider-type monster called the Terratect. It has very powerful poison, I have decided it. The poison one. I mean, it's a rare species, you know? Rare, it's rare. I would obviously pick the rare one if you asked me to pick a standard or a rare. Japanese are weak against words like rare or limited. Now that it's decided, I need to make a simple home first. I don't have much stamina left. Here, I should eat a nearby monkey and recover my stamina. Phew, thank you for the meal. Well then, let's make a simple home. The empty rocky area, well, what can I say about it? An excellent cobweb is there. This time it's without rock. In this state where the monkeys stick all over the place, it won't be a camouflage even if I use the rock. However, I'm tired, mentally and physically. After such a fierce battle, of course I will be tired. Although faint is different with sleeping, it feels like a short rest. Individual small Terratect evolves into small poison Terratect, yes. Therefore, good night. Evolution completed became the small poison Terratect species. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Fang LV8 has become Poison Fang LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Spider Thread LV8 has become Spider Thread LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Manipulation LV7 has become Thread Manipulation LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Concentration LV4 has become Concentration LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Appraisal LV7 has become Appraisal LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Heresy Magic LV2 has become Heresy Magic LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Shadow Magic LV1 has become Shadow Magic LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Magic LV1 has become Poison Magic LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Resistance LV7 has become Poison Resistance LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Petrifaction Resistance LV2 has become Petrifaction Resistance LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Faint Resistance LV1 has become Faint Resistance LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Heresy Resistance LV1 has become Heresy Resistance LV2. Acquired Skill Poison Attack LV5 by Evolution. Poison Fang LV9 has unified with Poison Attack LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Attack LV5 has become Poison Attack LV9. Skill points gained. Chapter 62 Poison Spider. Good morning. I was able to wake up safely. That means the evolution is completed. The same as last time. I'm extremely hungry and sluggish. Here, as expected, I will have the monkeys to become my food. I glance at the outside from the simple home. Yash. There's nothing. Safety confirmation, good. Then, let's eat one after another. Itada Kamasu. Well, let's confirm my status while eating. The skill levels kept rising during the battle, and there are also new skills. So I think there's a great change because I evolved. Well now, how's the appraisal result? Small Poison Terratect LV1 no name status HP 5656 green MP 156 blue SP 5456 yellow 156 red average offensive ability 38 average defensive ability 38 average magic ability 27 average resistance ability 27 average speed ability 537 skill automatic HP recovery LV3 poison attack LV9 poison synthesis LV3 spider thread LV9 severing thread LV4 thread manipulation LV8 throw LV3 concentration LV5 accuracy LV4 evasion LV2 appraisal LV8 Detect LV, 4 Stealth LV, 6 Heresy Magic LV, 3 Shadow Magic LV, 2 Poison Magic LV, 2 Overeating LV, 4 Night Vision, LV 10 Visible Range Expansion LV 2 Poison Resistance LV 8 Paralysis Resistance LV 3 Petrifaction Resistance LV 3 Acid Resistance LV 4 Corrosion Resistance LV 3 Faint Resistance LV 2 Fear Resistance LV 6 Heresy Resistance LV 2 Pain Nullity Pain Alleviation LV 6 Life LV 2 Magic Amount LV 2 Agility LV 2 Endurance LV 2 Herculean Strength LV 1 Solid LV 1 Ida10 LV 2 Taboo LV 2 W Skill Points 200 O? Ooh. Status rises. Yes, it did rise. Although I thought that it will increase dramatically, the others are lower than the speed as usual. Only the speed is way too high. I wonder how many kilometers per hour will be displayed if I run at full speed. I seem to be able to escape by only running if it's an average opponent. My skill levels rose considerably. There are some that changed after evolution. It's unkind that I don't know what changed during the time I sleep. I wonder if there's a log or something. SP decreased as expected, but I didn't expect MP to decrease. I didn't notice it last time. Well, when I evolved last time, I hardly used my MP. Now, I'm using thread manipulation and the one that performed excellently this time, Poison Synthesis. No, I was really helped by Poison Synthesis this time. Although I thought that it's strange when I acquired it, unexpectedly, it has many ways to use it. Let's try it variously in the future. Which reminds me, seems the skill level has increased. The poison that I can synthesize might increase. Poison Synthesis Menu Weak Poison, Spider Poison LV9 Damage Adjustment, Duration Adjustment. Although there's no new poison, there's something under it. Damage Adjustment and Duration Adjustment. Damage Adjustment. Change the power of the poison attribute duration adjustment. Change the effect duration of the poison FOMO. This, in short, is it able to adjust the poison's power and the duration of the continuous damage when the poison invades the body? I try to adjust the weak poison. The amount of damage and the duration appeared, and the numerical value of plus minus is displayed. Now, it's 0. I try adding the damage. The numerical value rose to its maximum, that is 3. Oh, I understood it roughly. With this, I can customize the poison freely. When I want it to suffer longer, I need to increase the duration, and when I want to damage it, I need to increase the power. I can make poison of my preference. However, it looks like that there's a customizable limit value that is the skill level. Although I try to adjust Spider Poison, it's impossible to change the damage to 9. The customizable field might increase if the skill level increase. Then, I can use poison properly depending on the situation. Oh, the poison synthesis stock rose again. Next, let's see the poison-related skills. The poison Fong disappeared and changed into poison attack. Poison attack gives poison attribute to the attack well. Does this mean that I can give poison to all of my attacks? What's with that terrifying skill? In short, does that mean that I can give poison to my threads? No matter how you look at it, isn't that too strong? The rule breaker spider thread won't restrain itself anymore. You know, is it okay? Is it really okay? I must test it as soon as my stamina is recovered. Oh, poison magic also leveled up. It's also a poison connection, so let's check it. Poison magic, the magic that manipulates poison. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1, Poison Touch LV2. Poison Bullet shoots a poison attribute bullet. This is a long-distance attack. It's a considerably standard long-distance attack. I want to use it, but I can't. Really, how to use magic? Poison resistance also increased. Is this all for the poison-related? As expected from the poison rare species. The improvement of the poison-related is impressive. The poison attack is particularly dangerous. I must verify it as soon as my stamina is recovered. If this skill is as I expect, then my strength will increase to a great extent. Although my status didn't increase much, the skills increased considerably. Because I depend on my skills, it might be better to increase my skills instead of increasing my status. Chapter 63 Appraisal San. No. Appraisal Sama. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Overeating LV4 has become Overeating LV50. The overeating skill level rose when I kept eating the monkeys. Well, I guess so. When I have eaten this much, it will increase too. Haven't the number of monkeys I've eaten already reached 3 digits? Still, it's strange that my belly doesn't swell. It's the mysterious phenomenon that happens just after evolution. But really, where did the large amount of things that I have eaten disappear? And I can still eat even though I have eaten so much. For the time being, let's eat all of the monkeys by force. I confirm the skills other than the poison related while eating. This time, a lot of skill levels rose. I'm particularly happy that the spider thread and thread manipulation leveled up, because both are my main skills together with the new skill, the poison attack originally. The spider thread skill level is hard to raise, but after it becomes high level, it really stopped rising. I'm happy that it leveled up here. Concentration rose too. It should have a lower level before I fight with the monkeys. That means that the fight with the monkeys was that intense. Because I concentrated deeply, a good amount of skill proficiency is earned. Gaining more experiences makes the skill proficiency to increase better. Because accuracy rose frequently, it might be like that. Which reminds me, when I hide myself from the Earth Dragon, the skill levels of stealth and fear resistance rose in an incredible speed. That time, I was literally desperate. Next is, 2 kinds of magic other than the poison rose too. Let's see. Heresy magic. The magic that violates the soul directly. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1. Disturb LV2. Phantom Pain LV3. Phantom Madness Shadow Magic. A low-rank dark magic that manipulates shadow. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1. Dark Shadow LV2. Large Shadow, Phantom Madness. Plants insanity directly into the soul. Large Shadow changes the size of the shadow. What should I say? The heresy magic is seriously a heretic. What? Planting insanity? Does it mean that it makes people go mad forcibly? That's nasty. I want to use it. And the shadow magic one is strange. It's the same as level 1 Dark Shadow, and that means it's pointless if it's not used together with high-level magic. Either way, although I can't use it, magic seems to be hard to raise, because up until now, it doesn't have any use in the combat. Either way, it's not usable. I said it twice because it's important. The resistance type also increase frequently. Let's examine the newly acquired Feint Resistance and Heresy Resistance. It might be a skill that has a different effect with its name like Corrosion. No, just by looking at its name, it's obvious that I would think, what is this? When I see the Heresy Resistance. Feint Resistance. It becomes harder to feint Heresy Resistance. The defensive ability against the effect that violates the soul directly increases as expected. It's as it is. Although Heresy Resistance is good, is the Feint Resistance effective against sleep attacks? No, I don't know whether there's a sleep attack or not. If there is, won't it become sleep resistance? How was the Feint Resistance at that part? If there's an enemy with sleep attack, let's not rely on the Feint Resistance. FUMO. Next is life and magic amount, then Herculean strength and solid. Though I can roughly predict it. Life increases HP equivalent to the skill level magic amount. Increases MP equivalent to the skill level Herculean strength. A bonus of skill level 10 is added to the average offensive ability. And a growth correction equivalent to the skill level is added when level up solid. A bonus of skill level 10 is added to the average defensive ability. And a growth correction equivalent to the skill level is added when level up well. It's as expected. It's the status raising skills. I'm happy with the Herculean strength and solid, because powerful and sturdy were unified. I have expected it to some degree that it's the strengthening type skills, but I didn't thought that it comes with a growth correction like I did 10. After all, the Monster Slaughterer title is the higher rank title of Monster Killer. I also acquired powerful and sturdy from the Monster Killer. If I express my selfishness, I want those two to stay without being unified. When thinking of my poor status, I want even a slight rise. Especially the defensive ability. I was almost dead in the fight with the monkeys. Oh, but will it level up early if the skill proficiency was added into the skill after it's unified? When thinking so, is it better to unify it? Well, it's already too late. Well then, the last one. Yes, the last one. I left it till the last. That's obvious. At first, it keeps betraying my expectation, and recently, when I think that it's in good form, it's in this state. Finally, just when I thought that it finally came to meet my expectations, this poor treatment. Do you understand my disappointment? Hey, Appraisal San, your level rose, right? Why there's no progress, even though you leveled up? No, it's all right. Certainly, it became possible to see the skill points from the status. It's convenient. But, judging from your recent progress, are you slacking? You have been in good form recently. So did you get carried away? Hey, how is it? Huh. Naiwa. Can I say it after a long time? It's useless. Ah. Well, I will endure it, because it's convenient that the skill point is displayed. Let's appraise the skill point while I'm at it. Up until now, I have used it without understanding it well. So let's just see the summary. With a click, something appeared in a line. What's this? For the time being, let's see the contents. Appraisal San, no, Appraisal Sama. I have said it irresponsibly. I'm sorry. You are the greatest. The petty me was not able to understand your greatness. Please forgive me. The thing displayed, there was the list of skills that can be acquired with the current skill points. Chapter 64 Appraisal Sama is really an intelligent person. Appraisal Sama is really incredible. The skills that I can acquire appear in the list displayed with how many points they cost. The current number of points I have is 200. Because a skill requires a minimum of 100 points. I can either acquire 2 100-point skills or 1 200-point skill. Well, that's fine. The thing that's important here is that the appraisal displays unacquired skills. As long as it's displayed, it's possible to double appraise. In other words, I can check the effect of unacquired skills before acquiring them. Splendid. If I use this function, I can find useful skills. It's not necessary to acquire them while worrying whether they're usable or not. Besides, depending on the situation, I can find skills that seem to be attainable by earning skill proficiency without needing to use my skill points. The unacquired skills spread out before me. Thus, let's appraise the skills displayed in the list one after another. Skill proficiency reached. Skill overeating LV5 has become overeating LV6. The skill level of overeating rose again as I continued eating while appraising. But there's still a lot of monkeys left, and it seems that my belly is still far from its limit. My belly is incredible. Is there a different dimension belly title? Phew, it's wonderful. Even what is displayed now seems to be an illustrated encyclopedia. Won't it increase even more if I save up 300 points? It will probably increase, but I need to raise my level to that extent. Although my level rose due to fighting the monkeys in a struggle to the death like an idiot. It doesn't usually increase that much all at once like this time. But the displayed skills now will no longer be displayed if I use up my points. That's troublesome. But if there's a good skill, I want to acquire it. What a dilemma. What should I do? Should I acquire a skill? Or should I save up my points? Cool. Im Tublit. I have already finished appraising all of the displayed skills. There are some skills that I'm interested in. Magic perception. Becomes possible to perceive magical power. Magic manipulation. Becomes possible to manipulate magical power. Aren't these two necessary to use magic? It really looks like it. Considering the way these two are displayed together, it feels like it's on purpose. Perhaps these are skills that show their effects when in a set. I can acquire both of them at just 200 points. But there's a big problem. Actually, I already had magic perception. It's in the detection skill. Yes, magic perception is also included in the detection skill. That means even if I acquire magic perception, it might unify with detection. That's unacceptable. Or perhaps I should say, if that happens, I might not be able to use magic for the rest of my life. I can't activate detection, and if that happens, I want to be able to activate magic perception too. According to my expectations, if these two skills are a set necessary to use magic, then I might have been checkmated. What's with this vicious bug? No. It hasn't been decided that it will happen that way. Surely, I will become able to use magic someday. Therefore, I will put this matter on hold. There might be a skill that can make detection usable, but it's doubtful that it can really become usable, and I don't want to use my valuable skill points any further on a useless skill. Here, a skill that can be used immediately with clear effects is good after all. The Poison Claw skill that I considered before is no longer needed because I already have the Poison Attack skill. Although acquiring SP consumption down would not be a loss, its priority is not high because I have Overeating. Or rather, I was able to acquire the automatic HP recovery naturally. So I might acquire SP consumption down sooner or later. Well, although I look troubled, I've already set my eyes on a skill. Now I just need to decide whether I should acquire a skill or I should save my points. The skill was clearly distinct from the others. In various ways, still, power capable of reaching the gods. The rate at which you gain experience and skill proficiency rises greatly, and each ability growth value rises. In addition, the W system is surpassed, and the right to interfere with the area is obtained. I don't understand it. The explanation, and also why only 100 points is needed to acquire such a skill. Although I appraised W area, all of the results were impossible to appraise. The thing I managed to understand from the explanation was that this skill has an effect that increases how many experience points you receive, and it increases your skill proficiency. It also gives growth corrections. With that alone, it's already an extraordinary ability. To be honest, I'm unsure of what I should do. Such an incomprehensible skill is too dangerous. I don't know what kind of demerits it has, but if I think about it, there are a lot of benefits. There's no other skill that can increase the rate at which you gain experience and skill proficiency. I don't know how much of an effect the growth corrections will have, but the difference seems large. Really, what should I do? Chapter 65, Pride. The word known well in the 7 deadly sins. It's considered as the most serious sin among the 7 deadly sins, and it's used as the title of the Satan. If this name appears in the game, it's an enemy of the last boss class, and it is also used for the name of the cursed weapon, even though it's strong. From the sound of the word, I can imagine that it's a useless skill, but the confirmed effects are very attractive. There's a temptation that makes me want to jump at it, even if I know that it's a trap. Exactly like the devil's temptation. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Overeating LV6 has become Overeating LV7. I ate up all of the monkeys before I knew it. Incredible. Did I eat all of them? As expected, my stamina is fully recovered. That means I have a large amount of energy saved if I add up with the overeating stock. Come to think of it, the overeating skill said that I will gain weight accordingly, but is my body that fat? Oh, although I can't say anything because I can't see my body, I don't think I seem to be fat. Come to think of it, my appearance didn't change at all even though I evolved. Although it was the same as before, is the Pterodactyl species a species that doesn't change its appearance much? Or it changes gradually? I feel like there's no change. When looking at the monkey and the huge monkey, it clearly becomes a different creature. I don't think that it's the result of gradually changing. Well then, let's stop escaping from reality here and think seriously. This explanation of the pride skill is similar to the mysterious skill that I have that is W. Because it's this similar, so it doesn't seem to be unrelated. At present, the effects of this mysterious skill is still unknown. It's neither a plus nor minus, probably. When thinking so, there's no demerit. It's not good to assume it easily. But my heart has decided it. No, I have decided it from the beginning. I have such feeling. I must acquire this skill. I have such a vague feeling. I must acquire this skill. It can't be helped that I felt like that. Currently, you have 200 skill points. The skill Pride can be acquired by spending 100 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Pride was acquired. Remaining skill points 100 Yash. I did it. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV2 has become Taboo LV4. I have done it. Conditions met. Title Ruler of Pride was acquired by the effects of the Title Ruler of Pride. Skill Abyss Magic LV10 Hell was acquired. I did it. Why did it become like this? No. Isn't it impossible? What's this? I will say it once more. What's this? Taboo level rose. Moreover, it's 2. I have done it. I acquire an amazing title. Yay? No. Something like Abyss Magic. It's definitely a high-rank magic, right? Moreover, it's level 10. Isn't it strange? For the time being, let's confirm the effect of Abyss Magic in Hell. Small Poison Terratect LV1, no name, status HP. 5656, green, MP. 14156, blue, SP. 5456, yellow. 5656, red, average offensive ability. 38 average defensive ability. 38 average magic ability. 127 average resistance ability. 127 average speed ability. 537 skill automatic HP, recovery LV, 3 poison, attack LV9, poison synthesis LV3 spider, thread LV9, severing thread LV4, thread manipulation LV8, throw LV3, concentration LV5, accuracy LV4, evasion LV2, appraisal LV8, detection LV4, stealth LV6, hell heresy magic LV3, shadow magic LV2, poison magic LV2, abyss magic LV10, pride overeating LV7, night vision LV10, visible range expansion LV2, poison resistance LV8, paralysis resistance LV3, petrifaction resistance LV3, acid resistance LV4, corrosion resistance LV3, faint resistance LV2, fear resistance LV6, heresy resistance LV2, pain nullity pain alleviation LV6, life LV2, magic amount LV2, agility LV2, endurance LV2, Herculean strength LV1, sturdy LV1, ID10 LV2, taboo LV4, W skill points 100 weight. Wait a minute. It's strange. The status is strange. When did my MP, magic, and resistance increase that much? All increased by 100. Why? Is this also the effect of pride? No, well, I don't care about the increased amount, though. Oh, it's a defeat if I care about it. Well now, appraise. Abyss magic, the highest rank dark magic that manipulates the darkness of the abyss. The magic that can be used differs depending on the level. LV1, Helgata LV2, Insincere Hell LV3, Lust Hell LV4, Gourmet Hell LV5, Greed Hell LV6, Rat Hell LV7, Hirsi Hell LV8, Oppression Hell LV9, Deception Hell LV10, Rebellion Hell, Manifest the Hell What should I say? It's extremely dangerous. What's with this Hell series? Something like manifesting the Hell, it's clearly dangerous. Hell Gate, the gate of the beginning, insincere Hell. Hell of those who are insincere and innocent, lust Hell. Hell of those who are tainted by lewdness, gourmet Hell. Hell of those who enjoy delicious food, greed Hell. Hell of those who will do anything for their greed, wrath Hell. Hell of those who were affected by wrath, heresy Hell. Hell of those who leaned on heresy, oppression Hell. Hell of those who committed violence, deception Hell. Hell of those who whispered lies, rebellion Hell. Hell of those who raised a rebellion. Moreover, what's with this appraisal results? No, the effect of the magic doesn't matter. Who's the guy who made this appraisal result? For the time being, I tried whether the Hell is usable or not, but nothing happens. I feel like disappointed, relieved, and strange. Side Story 10, The Second Prince, Chapter Side Story 10, The Second Prince Sue and Clevia are facing each other with the practice sword before my eyes. Making use of her small build, Sue attacked from feet, but Clevia repelled it easily. After that, Sue attacks boldly, but everything was blocked by Clevia's precise defense. The small build Sue sword technique gives an impression of leaving all to strength, whereas the muscular Clevia's sword technique reminds me of a flowing clear stream. Both of their impression of the appearance and impression of the movement are the exact opposite. Sue is not weak at all, but against the experienced Clevia, it looks unskillful by all means. It's only natural because Clevia has acquired the higher rank skill of sword talent, sword prodigy, to level 7. Sue's sword talent is on level 6. There's a difference that can't be filled. But still, the match didn't end quickly is simply because of the status. Su activates Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit at the same time. It's the skills that consume MP and SP to raise status. But when Su has a huge amount of MP uses Magic Combat Act, the increase of the status is incredible. Because the physical ability status rose considerably recently, Su wins in the status. However, Clevia doesn't use Fighting Spirit for the handicap, but if she uses it, the situation will incline instantly. But then, Clevia will still win even if she doesn't use Fighting Spirit. Although I say that Su's status is better, it's only a little difference, and the basic that becomes strength is too different. Su has no way to reverse this situation. It was as I expected that Su received a counter and was defeated after getting tired. Her body was struck with the back of the sword, and she falls to the ground. Anna, who waited on the side, immediately rushed over to Su and used recovery magic. The recovered Su stood up with a frustrating look while removing the soil on her clothes. "I lost. You can surpass me soon if you can move this much at your age." Haim Sama's talent is wonderful. Compliments are unnecessary, and applause sounded immediately from the side when she approached the frustrated Su. "No, I think that's not a compliment, but it was a true feeling. It was a good movement. Everyone who were in this place, including me, opened their eyes wide in surprise. Su and I, even Clevia and Anna, didn't notice that appearance. Although I also stood at the side, I didn't feel the presence at all. Julius ni-sama. Yeah. Were you surprised? That man is the second prince, who is also my older brother born of the same mother. Julius and I-sama was smiling brightly that his mischief succeeded. When did you return? It was yesterday. I wanted to at least come to see you yesterday. But I didn't have the time for it because I met father and older brother Julius, and I-sama is way older than me, and he already acted variously outside the country. So, it's unusual to return to the country like this. Su also became splendid during the time I'm not here. I'm surprised at the growth every time Julius and I-sama speaks to Su kindly. But Su didn't answer back. It seems that Su disliked Julius and I-sama for some reasons. Judging from me, Julius and I-sama is friendlier than the two older brothers. Above all, I respect Julius and I-sama. To be honest, I don't like that my respected older brother and my lovely younger sister are on bad terms. Sue, what's with that attitude towards Ni-sama? Haha, it's okay. Su is in a difficult age. Julius and I-sama, who is guessing something. If my previous life is included, I should be the older one here. But I don't think I can win Julius and I-sama by mental age. Well then, how about Shun? Do you want me to train you? Is it okay? I would like it by all means. To have Julius and I-sama train me. It's the best I could ask for. Then, I will borrow it. Why yes, Julius and I-sama receives the practice sword from Clevia, who has shrunk. It's unusual that Clevia is being this tense. Well, it can't be helped because it's Julius and I-sama. Yash, anytime when you're ready. Attack me from anywhere high. I activate Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit immediately. I will go serious against Julius and I-sama. I concentrate all of my power. I step nimbly and slash diagonally from the bottom. Ni-sama stops it easily with one hand. The single blow that I released with all of my power was easily stopped by the sword held with one hand. But it's as expected. There's no way Ni-sama can't stop this level of sword attack. I pull my sword immediately and unleash the next attack. It's also stopped. This is fun. I can't reach it all even if I use all of my power. No matter how much I swing my sword, no matter how much power I put, no matter how many technique I use, it doesn't reach Julius and I-sama at all. I can't even imagine how can I surpass that swordsmanship. To be able to fight with such a strong person in this way. It's extremely fun, but contrary to the feelings that I want to continue it forever, the end comes. My Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit wear off. I get down on my knees while breathing heavily. Shun's sword is very straightforward and it's pleasant. It's just like Shun's growing talent. Thank Edvi. Much I thank him intermittently. Even though I'm this exhausted, Julius and I-sama is fine. As expected from the hero. The world's strongest human. Will a day where I can be equal to this person comes? One of my dreams in this world is to be equal to this person. Now, I still can't reach him at all, but surely one day, I will become someone who can protect the back of Julius and Aisama. That is my aim. Chapter 66 qui le recha. The feeling that I have done it is incredible. Such an outrageous skill. What kind of pitfall lurks in it? No matter how I think. Isn't it weird that the title was acquired right after acquiring the skill? Besides, it's a clearly dangerous title. Leveling Taboo seems to be dangerous too. Omomo. It's scary that there's no demerit that can be known immediately. Both Pride and Taboo have yet to show any effects. Please don't let me get into a situation where a noose is gradually tightened around my neck without my notice until it's too late. Well, when I think oppositely, it won't happen right away. There's nothing I can do, so I should panic when that time comes. That is if I have the time to panic. For the time being, I will save my remaining skill points. Although I want to use the newly acquired magic, I think I can't make progress if I don't do something about detection. The magic manipulation is probably necessary, and if that's the case, then it's necessary to acquire magic manipulation and a skill that can do something about detection. With only 100 points, I can only pick one of them. For the time being, let's wait until it becomes 200 points. Now that I have eat up all of the monkeys, there's no need to stay here anymore. Let's move quickly. I start moving along the wall again. However, it's quiet. Usually, the monster's voice can be heard from a distance, but now, I can't hear it much. There's no figure of a monster either. It's a rare quietness. Is this because of the monkeys? Well, when there's such a large crowd moving, it's obvious that the other monsters will run away. I think it's probably so. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill prediction LV1. Skill acquired? Let's see. Prediction. The thinking ability increases when predicting them. Well, I won't be troubled if I have it, but even without it, it's not particularly a good skill, because it's not possible to know the answer or the result. It just makes me able to be quick-witted, and it only has effect in limited situations. I mean, it was in the list of skills that can be acquired with 100 points. This has the same points as Pride. It's strange after all. However, there's really no monster here. I don't feel any dangers, and it doesn't seem that there's a dangerous guy wandering around. There's nothing here even if I look around the surroundings. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill enhanced vision LV10. Again, a skill was acquired. Let's see. Enhanced vision. The vision is enhanced. It's as it is. Well, it's obvious. But this is also no needed. The spiders are considerably good. Although I can't live without glasses because I'm short-sighted in my previous life, I can see way ahead now. I mean, this skill is also 100 points. Come to think of it, there was a similar skill that enhanced the other 5 senses. If the condition to acquire the enhanced vision is to strain my eyes, then will the skill proficiency of the other skills accumulate if I'm conscious? Thus, let's try it immediately. First of all, ear. How does the spider's ear work? It's a mystery, even though it's myself. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill enhanced hearing LV10. The skill that I aimed was acquired. Then, let's try the others. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill enhanced smell LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill enhanced touch LV1. Let's do the taste when I eat next time. However, it's this easy to acquire skills. Certainly, because of the spider senses are excellent, I was not conscious up until now. As expected, if I don't concentrate my consciousness, my skill proficiency won't increase. Otherwise, I would have acquired it already. Skill proficiency reached. Skill prediction LV1 has become prediction LV2 already. I acquired it just a while ago, right? Why a level rose already? No, well, it's fine. I welcome those who increase. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill parallel thought LV1 again. Moreover, then I thought of the skills that can assist my thoughts. One of the skills is parallel thought. I did it, but how did I acquire it? I didn't particularly think about several matters. It's the appraisal Sama. I always turn on the appraisal Sama. I'm in the condition where the appraisal results of the surroundings always flow into my head. Although I always ignore it because I was hardly interested, it can be said that I'm thinking about several matters. There's no other cause, and it seems that way. With this, as expected, it's strange, right? I acquired too many skill. No matter how you look at it, isn't it strange to acquire this many skills suddenly? Well, I know the cause. Pride. The skill proficiency that can be acquired increases greatly. Oh, that must be it. I mean, isn't it that the skill proficiency is increasing absurdly? Although I can't say anything because I don't know the exact numerical value, it seems to increase considerably. Skill proficiency reached. Skill prediction LV2 has become prediction LV3. Look at it. Chapter 67, a formidable enemy appears. The name is detection. Well, now that I have acquired a new skill that might make detection usable, let's try it immediately. Suha. Yash. Detection on. Gahoa. Impossible, impossible. Off. Skill proficiency reached. Skill parallel thought LV1 has become parallel thought LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill detection LV4 has become detection LV5Z. My head hurts. Well, the skill level of parallel thought is 1. Judging from his skills so far, I shouldn't expect much from a level 1. I hardly felt any changes. Although the skill level of parallel thought rose just now, detection also rose at the same time. It's pointless if detection rose. It's no good when the skill level of detection rises because the information volume will increase. If detection rose whenever parallel thought rose. It's like a cat and mouse game. The skill level of detection rose whenever it's activated in an absurd speed. Rather than a cat and mouse game, I seem to be left behind, and the growth becomes faster by the effects of pride. However, really, what is this guy called detection? What a terrible monster it is. That I can't do anything. I never thought that there was a formidable enemy of the Earth Dragon class so close to me. I don't feel that I can win. Anyway, for the time being, I should just wait for the skill level of parallel thought to rise. At present, it doesn't seem to be able to divide thoughts. And the way to accumulate its skill proficiency that I can think is to think about something while looking at the appraisal results. It will increase if I activate detection, but that would be putting the cart before the horse. But I think that the idea itself is not wrong. Detection should be usable if the thinking ability is enhanced. But still, the parallel thought skill is the one with the highest possibility among the confirmed skills in the list. I confirm the list once again. My points have decreased, and the number of skills displayed from before decreased. But still, a good amount is displayed. Most of the skills are probably skills that could be acquired at 100 points. Removing the skills that have some high abilities and mad skills, well, I was able to acquire the pride skill at 100 points somehow. Skills that seem to be able to make detection usable are calculation processing. The calculation ability of the thought is enhanced memory. Improves memory, I think that's all. It's unexpectedly few. And I think that memory is slightly different. Then, it will be calculation processing. But if I acquire this, can detection become usable? Mumumo. Even parallel thought that I thought to be the best is in this state. Calculation processing seem pointless when it's low level. Wait. The calculation processing, in short, it's mathematics, right? Won't I acquire it if I do mental arithmetic? I have free time when I'm walking, so it might be worth trying it. Then, let's calculate 2n for a long time. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 81, 92, 16384. Air. Is it 32,768? It's getting harder. The next? Skill proficiency reached. Skill calculation processing LV10. Yash. Goal achieved. Let's try this once for the time being. Although I think that it's probably useless, I will try taking a risk. Suha. Yash. Detection on. Gobaraba. Impossible. Off. Skill proficiency reached. Skill calculation processing LV1 has become calculation processing LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill parallel thought LV2 has become parallel thought LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill detection LV5 has become detection LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill heresy resistance LV2 has become heresy resistance LV3. 3Z. Ha. My head hurts. This is definitely impossible. Impossible, impossible. My head will split. I don't want pain. Naiwa. I mean, pain alleviation. What's wrong with you? Although I have experienced a lot of near-death experiences, what's with that pain that I can't endure? I mean, why did heresy resistance rose? Is it that? Is the attack of detection sand that bad? Is it okay to call it an attack now? After all, the resistance rose. Let's think seriously. The reason heresy resistance rose should be that the effect of detection is not only affects the thoughts, but it also affects the soul directly. Perhaps half of the headache comes from the soul. Yo, what's scary? The soul won't wear out if I continue this, right? I don't want to be crippled when I realized it. Skill proficiency reached. Skill prediction LV3 has become prediction LV4. Yes. Thank God that the effective prediction is not guessing the right answer. Safe. It's safe because it's still a prediction. Let's decide it like that. But then can detection be endured if I have the skill related to the soul? But there's no soul-related skills in the list. The only skill is heresy resistance. I have no choice but to raise heresy resistance. How to raise it? It's no use. After all, let's decide to raise the skill level of parallel thought and calculation processing as originally planned. The skill level of parallel thought and calculation processing rose when detection is activated means that it's somehow working. Detection is sealed again until then. I'm scared when I use it badly. Chapter 68, the end of the lower layer after giving up on making detection usable. I tried the combo of spider thread and poison attack. The result was Gufu Fufu. I look forward to testing in a combat. Yuhi. After that, I continued walking all the time. I didn't encounter any monsters during the time. It was very peaceful. My stamina doesn't decrease because I ate too much, and it looks like there won't be any problems even if I don't hunt a monster for a while. That's why. Now is the chance to advance further since there are no monsters. Because I'm free when I'm walking, I raise skills that seems to be able to raise while walking. As a result, the 5 sense type skills, enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, enhanced smell, and enhanced touch rose to level 5. When doing so, concentration rose secondarily, and it became level 8 now. Although the concentration skill rises considerably fast before, the level up became faster by the effect of pride. This skill, although there's no actual feeling in its effect, it's a considerably effective skill. It's also thanks to this that I can still concentrate on fighting even in such extreme state during the monkey battle. It's a plain skill, but the degree of contribution is fairly high. And as for the 5 senses type as expected, the difference becomes clear when the skills become level 5. The view that I can see originally became clearer. I can even see the surface of a rock far ahead if I intend to see it. It's the same for the sense of hearing and smell. All the sounds and smells in the labyrinth have been understood. However, enhanced touch can be said that it has the advantage and disadvantage. I became too sensitive. I don't mean the erotic one. Don't expect it. Those fools who expect it will receive a punishment of being coiled by my threads, and I will make you ascend to heaven with my poison fang. But still, for those who are to reward in our industry, as expected, I will run away. The story about enhanced touch. To be specific, I can't calm down because I can sense the flow of the air. I got used to it a little after a while, but originally it should be raised slowly and gradually accustomed to it. Because the level was raised rapidly, the sense of discomfort is horrible. It seems to take a little time until I'm completely used to it. Well, when it becomes impossible to endure anymore, it's possible to switch it off, so I think I will do that. When you say which one, the sense of smell has a lot of chance to switch it off. I don't think that I want to smell something smelly willingly. When thinking so, I feel that there's no point acquiring the enhanced taste. After all, the monsters in this labyrinth taste bad. I have not met a delicious monster before. Among them, there's this snail insect that must not be eaten. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a snail insect since a little while ago. It was all over the place before I received the monkey's attack. Now, there's not even one anywhere. Where did it go? Even so, it's hot. I want an air conditioner. What kind of treatment is this that I, who enters the half-hickey state when I'm in a room where the air conditioner works during summer, to move in this heat? The frail me is weak and hot and cold. Hot. Wait a minute. Hot. The labyrinth that the upper layer and the lower layer are always at a comfortable temperature is hot. I look around the surroundings slowly. There's no appearance of a monster in the vicinity. I also don't sense any special dangers. And yet, my body feels the changes in the environment. I look ahead along the wall. Although it's hard to notice, the slope is rising upwards. Up. Up. It's going up. Yuwa, I did it. It finally came. Going upwards means that, right? It should be that. It means I'm ascending from the lower layer to the middle layer. Hi ahoy. I did it. This path was the right one. With this, I can finally escape from the nightmarish lower layer. I don't have to be scared of the earth dragon anymore. I won't be attacked by a large troop of monkeys anymore. I don't need to hide myself earnestly and escape stealthily while being nervous about the monsters around. I began to run instinctively. As expected from the speed specialization, I run up the slope at the speed that even I'm surprised. But my yellow stamina gauge won't last. Even if I have the speed, I won't last long if I don't have instantaneous force. This was a blind spot. When the time comes, I can use my red stamina gauge to continue running like what I did when I ran from the centipedes, but I should put this in my head as one of my weakness. Leaving that aside, I will finish climbing up the slope soon. If I finish climbing this slope, I can finally see the middle layer that I have only seen it in my dreams. It was a long way to here. The beginning was when I was chased by a snake, and I messed up and fell into the lower layer. From there, it was dangers in rapid succession. I was nearly killed by the bees. I was nearly killed by the earth dragon. I escaped from the den of the powerful monsters. I was nearly killed by the taste of the snail insect, and I was also nearly killed by the monkeys. There's nothing but nearly killed. I have survived well. Isn't it eventful? I think that there won't be a punishment, even if there's even a little good thing to happen. But with this, it's time to say goodbye to such a life where I'm living side by side with death. Goodbye, lower layer. Hello, middle layer. Beyond the slope was a scorching earth where magma spreads all over. Chapter 69, Elro Great Labyrinth, middle layer. What's this? I don't know. What's this? This is no good. This is impossible. This is a fool. What's with the magma? Why is there magma flowing in the dungeon? It's fine because it's a dungeon. No, that's impossible. Hot. It's not hot anymore, and it's hot. Yuwa, my HP decreased by 1. Does this mean it decreases because of the heat? Yuwa, an area that can deal terrain damage is not funny. My HP decreased again while I said it. At least there's a path that magma can be avoided. Although isn't it impossible to advance here? Because I can receive damage even when I'm far from the magma, my HP will decrease rapidly if I get near the magma. Because it's near, what if I touch the magma carelessly? Naiwa, just after I escape from the lower layer, in this. No matter how I think, getting through here is impossible. I found a figure of a monster in a long distance. Enhanced vision is plainly doing a good job. I mean, that monster is swimming in the magma calmly. Although I'm scared to see it, appraisal result please. Elro Gene Rush LV7 status HP 167 green MP 145 blue SP 155 yellow 165 red average offensive ability 85 average defensive ability 83 average magic ability 81 average resistance ability 79 average speed ability 89 failed to appraise its status. Appraisal sama? Is it my imagination? There's something added in the status? Oh, appraisal sama. Incredible. Although it only displayed until things like HP before, now it displayed things like offensive ability. As expected, I don't think that the success rate is 100, but with this, I can know my opponent's accurate strength. This is amazing. This is incredibly amazing. It's very advantageous to know my opponent's strength. Besides, seeing the sequence, the skill will be displayed next, right? When I can even know the skills, it's obvious that my opponent is already naked. Victory is mine. With this, he'll win. Ah, I wonder why don't you level faster? It's good that I understood Appraisal Samus' greatness well. That monster is not so strong. Although it's a monster that has the limbs of a seahorse, it's swimming in the magma calmly. Impossible. I mean, it has a more stable status than me, even though I say that it's not strong. Because I don't use magic. The magic status are useless status, and all of my physical ability is low other than my speed. I've already know that even if I have speed, I can't run for a long time because I don't have enough instantaneous force. The yellow gauge decreases when I run, and I will be short of breath when it becomes 0. After all, if I fight directly, I'm the one at disadvantage. Well then, let's examine it further with double appraise. Elro Gene Rush, the low-rank monster who belongs to the dragon that inhabits in the Elro Great Labyrinth middle layer. It can manipulate flame, and it's protected by the flameness. Elro Great Labyrinth middle layer. Elro Great Labyrinth middle layer. The area located between the upper layer and the lower layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. The entire area becomes a scorching earth terrain where magma flows. And countless monsters that have resistance to flame inhabit here. Seriously? Yua. Naiwa. The entire middle layer is this? In order to get to the upper layer, I must get through here? Isn't it impossible? The terrain which can deal damage just by staying here. The river and pond of magma that will kill me if I fall. And the monsters inhabiting there have resistance to flame. In short, the monsters here can use flame, right? Do you know what is the weakness of my spider thread? It's flame. Let's wait for a moment. What remains of me if you take spider thread out of me? Poison and speed. Well, although it's better that I have it, it's a huge loss to lose my greatest weapon. I mean, I want to be able to use my poison thread like this. Even though I'm looking forward to use it. What's with this? Ah, my HP decreases considerably. Let's evacuate for the moment. Phew. Again, to the bottom of the slope towards the lower layer. Although it's still hot here, my HP doesn't decrease. I will recover completely by the effect of the automatic recovery if I take a little rest. However, come to think of it, I do have automatic recovery. I wonder will the damage accumulates even if I have it. Isn't this impossible no matter how I persevere? If I want to capture this, isn't it necessary to have a recovery medicine or a cold drink? I don't have such thing. Will this get better if I acquire fire resistance? But my thread is probably not the only one that's weak to fire but also my body. Although I noticed it when I saw the skill list, fire resistance was not there. In other words, fire resistance can't be acquired at 200 points, right? Even though there are other resistances, there's no fire resistance. I think that because I'm weak to fire, it becomes harder to acquire fire resistance. Skill proficiency reached. Skill prediction LV4 has become prediction LV5. Ah, yes. Your level really rises very fast. I wonder, is this the effect of pride? Well, let's leave that aside. Really? What should I do? It's necessary to capture the middle layer to go to the upper layer. But I don't think that I can capture the middle layer. Then, look for other methods? One of the confirmed ways to go back is to climb the bee's pit. Going back to the place where the earth dragon is again? No, impossible. I don't want. Then, find other pits? Is there such a convenient pit elsewhere? There's a possibility. Before, when I was in the upper layer, a bee got caught in my web, so there might be a similar pit in another place. And there's a possibility that the bees made a similar nest there. But that's only a possibility. Either I break through the middle layer, or I should explore the lower layer again to look for a pit that I don't know whether it exists or not. Now, what should I do? Chapter 70 Training Part 1 decided to spread my nest between the lower layer and the middle layer for a while. There's no need to be in a hurry. After coming this far, as expected, the earth dragon will not come over here, and monsters won't interfere me if I make a nest near the ceiling. Making use of the time with the monkeys, I want to make a simple nest, but a firmly made nest. My aim is that the nest is alright even if the huge monkey throws a rock. Fortunately, thanks to the monkeys that I ate, my red stamina has enough stock. Well, I will make this nest into a base, and I think that I will make preparations to capture the middle layer little by little. Specifically, I aim to acquire fire resistance and raise the skill level of automatic HP recovery. Therefore, I think that I need to go into the middle layer several times on a day and return after my HP decreases and repeat the process. Receiving damage in there means that the skill proficiency for the resistance of fire or heat should be accumulating. Although I don't know how long it will take. I think I will acquire fire resistance or heat resistance someday. If my HP decreases, then automatic HP recovery will activate. So it's killing two birds with one stone because skill proficiency is accumulated. It should be possible to walk if my defensive ability and my recovery ability is higher than the damage. I will raise the level of other skills when I have the free time. If possible, I want to raise parallel thought and calculation processing, but I'll have to leave parallel thought because I don't understand the way to raise it well. As for the calculation processing, I will just do mental arithmetic. In addition, let's raise poison synthesis and thread manipulation to make good use of my recovered MP. Especially the poison synthesis skill that I have come to see various new ways to use it, so I want to concentrate and raise its level. And the thread manipulation might be useless in the middle layer, even though it's one of my main skills. After that, I will raise the status raising skills. I want to give priority in I to 10, Herculean Strength, and Solid because the growth corrections increase whenever the level increases. I to 10 seems to rise if I run, and Herculean Strength seems to rise if I do push-up, but how to rise Solid? It's defense after all, so do I have to receive an attack? Oh, should I try whipping myself while I'm raising thread manipulation? Although I don't like pain, I try it once. And I must secure food if I want to stay here for long term. Although my stamina won't decrease now, because of overeating, I'll have to eat something someday. Therefore, I must patrol the surroundings a little and make preliminary arrangements for hunting. It might be good to make an installation-type cobweb for capture. A trap made with threads that's hard to see for capture. It's a good idea, so let's do that. Even if there's a powerful monster that can tear my threads. It's not harmful because I'm not there. Now that it's decided, let's begin the action immediately. First of all, make the home. I climb up the wall. Because I had a desperate struggle with the monkeys, I have gained the resistance to heights. Although I was scared to the extent that fear resistance rose before. I don't feel anything now. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill 3D. Maneuver LV1M. A new skill was acquired. Let's see. 3D. Maneuver. Possible to do three-dimensional movement, such as the wall run, ceiling landing, etc. I see. I don't need it. Originally, I can do this. Well, if the level rises, my movement might become better, so it might be unnecessary to say I don't need it. It's not an important skill, so I think I should leave it. Oh, the start of the home, making after acquiring a doubtful skill. Phew, Yash, it's done. The completed home is placed between the ceiling and the wall, and it extends sideways all the way. Actually, I wanted to make it diagonally to the ceiling and the wall to make the balance well, but because of the lithology on the ceiling here, changes into a surface where threads become hard to stick to it. It became like this because I can't extend it on the ceiling. The thickness on the surface is slightly insufficient because it's extended sideways. It doesn't seem to be able to withstand the rock thrown by the huge monkey. But the foundation is steady, and fall can be prevented. It will be alright even if 100 monkeys get on this. As long as the huge monkey doesn't have any powerful long-distance attack, I think that it's difficult to break through this home. But still, I can't be completely relieved because it won't work against monsters like the Earth Dragon. I will live here for a while. So I have this home act as my fourth home. Well then, the base is done, and my HP has recovered. I will go into the middle layer again, and reduce my HP. It's an unpleasant work. Thus, here I come, middle layer. It's hot. The temperature right now is impossible to measure. I don't have a thermometer. Today, the ground is also devastated by the lava. It's already exceeded the level where the weather girl refrains to go out. This concludes my report from the middle layer. Withdraw. Phew, it's hot. None of the skills rose yet. Well, let's do it at leisure. Why One Hero and the King chapter, Why One Hero and the King here. It's the local sake of the Buddy province. Oh, I never drink that before. I look forward on what it tastes like, although it's clean. The room has a lot of documents mixed up in it. Thereupon, I passed the sake that I brought as a souvenir to Father. Father is a big drinker, usually when working alone. He drinks sake while working secretly, and it's becoming an open secret. That's why I bring back unusual sake whenever I return. From the standpoint of the king, who can't go outside freely, this is a souvenir enough to make my father happy. And it's a custom to have a drinking bout together with the sake. Father, is your work going to be all right? There's no problem. I can just reduce my sleeping time if there's a problem. The time together with my son, who returns once in a while, is more important than work. I smiled wryly to Father's answer. The king's work is not as light as it can be said. Besides, Cirrus have become accustomed to his position. Even if something happens to me by any chance, the country will be peace. Father, I admit that brother is excellent, but this country still needs you. Please don't say such ominous thing, I sigh quietly to Father, who apologizes lightly. Father took out 2 glasses from the shelf and poured the sake into each glasses. Fumo, a unique smell, yes. I bought it because I also like the smell. You will surely be pleased by it. A mellow smell fills the room. When our glasses touch, we drink the sake. Umo, the feeling of the sake going down my throat is soft. If it's like this, I can drink as much as I like. It's also popular among the women in the local. I heard that the flavor becomes better if you drink it with fruits. Thus, please have this. I present the prepared fruits. Father puts it into his mouth and drink the sake. Delicious. This is not bad once in a while, because I usually drink strong sake, right? I feel relieved because Father is satisfied this time. This time, I wonder whether this sake is suitable or not, because Father likes to drink strong sake. Apparently, I worried for nothing. We continue to drink the sake for a while. My mouth loosened unintentionally when I recalled the daytime. What's wrong? No, I went to see Shun and Sue during daytime. I just recalled that time, the younger brother and the younger sister who displayed a shocking talent, even though I'm the hero. Although I train with Shun, it's fairly difficult to pretend to be composed. I shouldn't have thought that I should show off by fighting with one hand. Let's use both hands on the next time I train him. Fumo, in Julia's point of view, how are those two? They are both frightening talents. Especially Shun. If he's born a little more early, the one who holds the hero title might not be me, but Shun, without a word of lie. Actually, Shun and Sue is far higher than me in talents. In this superior is because I have the hero title that reinforce my status. If I don't have the hero title, I still won't be defeated, but I will be surpassed soon. No, he has talent to that extent. Perhaps he can even catch up with me, who have the hero title, and maybe surpass me. I want to avoid that because my honor as the older brother will collapse. Especially Shun, who seems to respect me. He might not be able to recover from the shock if he know that he's disillusioned. This is a grave situation. I should train over again so that I won't lose to my younger brother and younger sister. Let's do so. Or are you agreeing alone? I can't say it. It's not easy to keep the older brother's dignity, come to think of it. Shun also seems to try to keep his dignity to Sue. That succeeded. Sue is actually clinging to Shun, and she's even jealous of me. Although she will part with her older brother once she reaches the appropriate age, she is very cute that she becomes angry whenever her loved older brother was taken away. I did a terrible thing on them. Bitterness floats on Father's face. Both of them are born immediately after the death of the previous Hiro-sama. I succeeded the hero title at the same time. The previous Hiro-sama, which no one knows his whereabouts and his activity was a mystery, suddenly dies. I became the new hero. The increase of the demons' movement suddenly. Those come in succession, so Father didn't have the time to accompany those two. Although Father is a person who values family, before that, he is the king. It's necessary to give priorities to the country. Father worries about that. It can't be helped. At that time, various things come in succession. So there's nothing that can be done. However, those two have never hugged me once. I think that's the precise answer. It's all right. Those two will surely understand once time passed. I hope so. Father drinks the sake with a sad face. To be honest, there are times when I'm irritated by this position as the king. Not only those two. Julius, it's the same for you. I don't want you who's my son to shoulder such important title called hero. However, as a king, I have no choice but to tell you to go. Although it might be correct, as the king, am disqualified as a father. Father spits out his accumulated feelings together with a really heavy sigh. Father, I'm proud of being the hero. Therefore, please don't say that in such manner. In the first place, if you take away the hero from me, nothing will remain in me that's not true. No. I don't have the knowledge to be related to the politics like brother. I don't have the belief that pierce myself like Leston, and I can't marry into a family like sister. Speaking of what I can do, I can only swing my sword as the hero for the people. Therefore, there's no need to worry about it. Because I'm doing the best I can do for myself. Leston is just living his life on his own way. Sure, is both of us leaked a smile. Father, you're a very great father from my point of view. Therefore, I will keep working as the hero to become father's help. Chapter 71, Leveling. I raised my skill level. No, these must be raised. It's since my first home that I settled down to raise level, but that time I only raised spider thread. Or rather, I didn't know what to skill. The number of skills have increased since then, and above all, appraisal Samus level skyrocketed. While that's possible to do efficient leveling. Besides, I see the skill list and select skills that can be acquired, and took actions that seem to increase the skill proficiency. As a result, a considerable amount of skills were acquired. Appraisal Sama is really excellent. Aiming for skills that can be acquired, what a cheat. Next, for securing food, I have set up some traps. Although, it's a simple trap that's only sticking the adhesion threads on the floor. If a monster passes there, it will get stuck to it. I left it as it is and went to see it after a while. As a result, a monster was caught. It was a weak monster, so I kill it as it is. That time, the poison thread comes to light finally, giving poison to my threads and surpassing severing thread, my greatest weapon. By only wrapping this around the opponent's body, damage is dealt slowly by the poison. This is amazing. Seriously amazing. Even though it's amazing, I don't know whether it has its turn in the middle layer or not. One absurd thing. And I level up that time. Don't say there. Because I said what? After all, it's just a small fry. Isn't weird that I leveled up? That was surprising. This might also be the effect of pride. Leveled just by killing one small fry, what high effect. After that, monsters got caught in my trap. Thanks to that, I won't run out of food and my stamina won't decrease. There are some monsters that manage to escape from my trap sometimes, but it's fine. I don't want to fight with a strong monster that can escape from my adhesion threads. Thanks to that, only safe monsters remained in the trap, and I was able to kill them pleasantly. The level also rose considerably, so I was all smiles. After this and that, this is my current status. Small Poison Terratect LV5 No Name Status HP 8383 Green MP 181 Blue SP 8282 Yellow 8282 Red Average Offensive Ability 92 Average Defensive Ability 92 Average Magic Ability 135 Average Resistance Ability 168 Average Speed Ability 830 Skill Automatic HP Recovery LV 5 MP Recovery Speed LV 3 MP Consumption Down LV 2 SP Recovery Speed LV 2 SP Consumption Down LV 2 Enhanced Destruction LV 1 Enhanced Slashing LV 1 Enhanced Poison LV 2 Fighting Spirit LV 1 Vitality Granting LV 2 Deadly Poison Attack LV 3 Poison Synthesis LV 7 Thread Talent LV 3 Spider Thread LV 9 Severing Thread LV 6 Thread Manipulation LV 8 Throw LV 63D Maneuver LV 3 Concentration LV 9 Prediction LV 8 Parallel Thought LV 4 Calculation Processing LV 6 Accuracy LV 7 Evasion LV 3 Appraisal LV 8 Detection LV 6 Stealth LV 7 Hell Heresy Magic LV 3 Shadow Magic LV 2 Poison Magic LV 2 Abyss Magic LV 10 Pride Overeating LV 7 Night Vision LV 10 Visible Range Expansion LV2 Destruction Resistance LV1 Blow Resistance LV2 Slash Resistance LV3 Fire Resistance LV1 Deadly Poison Resistance LV2 Paralysis Resistance LV3 Petrifaction Resistance LV3 Acid Resistance LV4 Corrosion Resistance LV3 Faint Resistance LV2 Fear Resistance LV6 Heresy Resistance LV3 Pain Nullity Pain Alleviation LV7 Enhanced Vision LV8 Enhanced Hearing LV8 Enhanced Smell LV7 Enhanced Taste LV4 Enhanced Touch LV6 Life LV7 Magic Amount LV8 Agility LV7 Endurance LV7 Herculean Strength LV3 Solid LV3 Protection LV3 Iditan LV3 Taboo LV4 W Skill Points 180 I surely have become stronger. Really? With this status? Won't I be able to fight with a monster of the upper layer? Although it's something that I understood from the status, apparently each ability can increase even without level up. Although I did some running to raise the skill level, thanks to that, the status rise too. It seems that it's the same as my former world, that training makes a person stronger. This one here is much easier to understand the growth of the status. As for the status increase by level up, it increased twice of the previous one. You might not know what I'm saying, but I also don't know what's done on me. No, it's the effect of pride. The speed increased by 42 when I leveled up once. That's surprising. Apparently, the growth corrections of pride doubles the growth corrections of the other skills. Pride, what an amazing skill. Skill level also raised a lot. And look at all of the poison-related skills. Yes. Did you saw that poison attack has become deadly poison attack, and poison resistance has become deadly poison resistance? This, when the skills reach level 10, they evolve. I'm amazed that skills have evolution. The effects are the upgraded version of the previous one. It seems to become my main weapon in the middle layer, so the skill evolved here contributes a lot. Why did poison resistance rose? It's because I whipped myself with poison thread. After all, the skill level won't increase if I don't do it. If it's for skill level, I will somewhat endure the pain. Everyone will do it. Even I did it. And only I will do it? There's no such thing. Probably. Chapter 72, Leveling Result in the Poison Connection. Poison synthesis also rose considerably. Poison synthesis becomes level 7, and the kind that can be created and customizable field increases. Poison synthesis menu: weak poison, medium poison, strong poison, deadly spider poison LV3 damage adjustment, duration adjustment, contact damage adjustment, synthesis amount adjustment according to the level of poison attack. The spider poison changed into deadly spider poison. Although medium poison and strong poison are added, it's only stronger than the weak poison. But still, the effect of deadly spider poison is way higher. Unfortunately, only the deadly spider poison will be used in combat. And about the newly added customized function. The contact damage adjustment is just as its name, that it can adjust the damage dealt by touching it. The damage adjustment adjusts the damage of the poison that's injected into the body, while this one adjusts the damage on the outside. Because the deadly spider poison exceeded the limit that can be adjusted in both damage adjustment, there's no need to adjust it. Although the synthesis amount adjustment is just as its name, that it can change the amount that can be synthesized all at once. The MP consumption increases when the synthesis amount increases. When I was leveling, it can be done instantly, and it's convenient. If I don't make a mistake in using it, then I can torment my opponent with a large amount of poison. Sink in the poison swamp. Saying something like that while dropping a large amount of poison down. Skills other than the poison-related also rose considerably. I succeeded in acquiring the MP and SP-related skills. As for MP, it were recovery speed and consumption down. The effects are just as the name. Increase the natural recovery speed and decrease the amount consumed. SP is also the same, recovery speed and consumption down. However, the recovery speed only applies to the yellow stamina gauge, but the consumption down applies to both yellow and red. When I sprint with all my power, the decrease of my yellow and red stamina gauge becomes slower. Because the red one doesn't decrease by the effect of overreading, a thing was understood from Appraisal Samus result. Enhanced Destruction is a considerably cheating skill. The effect is that there's a damage correction when destroying something. Creature is also included in the something. In other words, the attack is Strength and Holy. The resistance corresponding to this is Destruction Resistance. Just because both skills are scary, I thought that it's better if I acquire them. Enhanced Slashing and Enhanced Poison strengthen the attack of their own attribute. Severing Thread and Poison are simply enhanced. Fighting Spirit is an unusual skill that consumes the red SP to increase physical ability status. This is the so-called boost skill. But the red stamina gauge is considerably consumed. The red stamina is my lifeline, so I don't want to use it so much. And the consumption is not too good, so it will be better to not use it unless I'm greatly cornered. Vitality Granting is a similar skill to Fighting Spirit, but the target it can enhance is an object. If I were to use it, it would be the threads. However, it doesn't seem that I will use this much because of the same reason as Fighting Spirit. The best from thread-related skills that I have acquired is Thread Talent. This is a convenient that gives a bonus correction to the whole thread when I use it. Things like the power of the thread and the maneuverability of the thread rose. Even though it's simply a positive effect, it does its work properly. Throw and accuracy also rose plainly. As for the 3D maneuver, I never did anything special, but when I keep going down and up from the home and the ground, the level rose strangely. Neither parallel thought nor calculation processing rose that much. Well, this can't be helped. Let's wait for it to rise slowly. But on the other hand, concentration and prediction rose considerably. Prediction is trivial, but concentration is now at level 9, and it's just a little more to reach level 10. When thinking about the tendency up until now, when reaching level 10, either the skill will evolve or the skill will derive a new skill. Concentration is quite useful, so I look forward for its evolution or its derived skill. There's no change in a magic-related skill. The resistance, too. I encourage myself, depending on the circumstances, to acquire Destruction Resistance, Blow Resistance, and Slash Resistance. And I also finally acquired Fire Resistance. After doing all those things until now, it's finally level 1. The HP recovery speed doesn't increase easily either, so the prospect might be too good. All of the 5 senses were raised. I also acquired the Enhanced Taste just in case. As expected, it's useless as long as I'm in this labyrinth. Status-related skills also rose. As a result of using poison on myself, I acquired protection that raised the resistance status. And the resistance status increased considerably when poison resistance became deadly poison resistance. Although I don't know what relation does it has, it might increase when resistance is increased. The skills that I had a hard time in the status-related skill were Ida-10, Herculean Strength, and Solid. It doesn't rise easily. I ran a lot, and finally Ida-10 rose by 1 level. Compared with the other status-strengthening skills, I understand that these 3 are way harder to raise. While considering that they're high effects and being high-ranked skills, it's natural. Now that it's understood that there's skill evolution, perhaps the other status-strengthening skills will evolve if they reach level 10. In that case, I want to evolve it quick. The regrettable one is that Appraisal Samus level still haven't rise. I think that only a little of skill proficiency is gained recently because my range of action is limited. Then, it might be good to start capturing the middle layers soon. For the time being, it's possible to offset the terrain damage. I have confirmed it when I go near the magma once, but it's only offsetting it. If my HP decreases by other factors, my only way to recover is by level up. If I think about safety, I should raise more of my skills, but I want to accumulate Appraisal Samus skill proficiency. I'm troubled. Chapter 73 Death Flag. Suddenly, that's right. Let's go to the middle layer. Make hay while the sun shines. If it's my current speed, it's likely that I will be able to run away from most enemies. And up until now, I have acted while carrying death wounds. Nothing can be done if I'm scared of wounds. I depend too much on recovery. I know it well. Usually, it's better to raise the level a little more properly. But I think that I should get away from here quick. I'm feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus, let's leave the fourth home after today. Goodbye, my fourth home. I'm indebted to you. Stay healthy. In the next moment, my fourth home bursts and scatters. It was blown off. I rolled and stopped near the center of the slope. My HP has decreased slightly. It became like this because I was at the outside, but what if I'm inside the home? I see the person who caused this disastrous scene. Earth Dragon Kaguna LV 26 HP, 4198 green, MP, 3339 3654 blue, SP, 2798 yellow, 2995 3112 red, failed to appraise its status, that's a dragon. Compared with the Earth Dragon Alaba, it gives an impression of short and stout. That being the case, the power looks strong. There are no wings. I run. I run at full speed towards the top of the slope. I keep on running even after I cross the top of the slope. My yellow stamina gauge is exhausted, but still, my legs will not stop. My legs had exceeded its limit screams. It's painful, but my legs will not stop, avoiding the magma, and I run at full speed on the small land. Skill proficiency reached. Skill SP consumption down LV2 has become SP consumption down LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV6 has become fear resistance LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill agility LV7 has become agility LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill endurance LV7 has become endurance LV8. I wonder how far did I ran, and, as expected, my leg stopped after reaching its limit. Although I have the urge to fall down, I strain my willpower and look back. The Earth Dragon didn't chase after me. I was saved. I sink down to the floor after confirming that there's no monster in the surroundings. Naiwa. An attack from the Earth Dragon without any advance warnings. Seriously, Naiwa. I thought I was going to die. No. Actually, if I ran a little later, then I might have died. That uneasy feeling was this. However, what's that? Is it a rule that the Earth Dragon have to use the breath whenever it sees a cobweb? What's that? Scary. Is the lower layer the den of the Earth Dragons? What's that? Scary. No. As expected, there shouldn't be a place where those guys are all over the place. I recalled the status that was managed to be appraised. All of them were 4 digits. It's strange, right? There's no way I can win. And what's more is that even after it destroyed my home, it still has a lot of MP and SP. In other words, that attack is not one shot at a time, but it can be fired in rapid succession. Impossible. What's with that monster? Earth Dragon. Scary. Nevertheless, that Earth Dragon seems to be a different kind from the previously seen Earth Dragon Alaba. Although its level is lower than the Earth Dragon Alaba, I don't know which one is stronger because I can't appraise Alaba. But either way, it doesn't change the fact that I can't win against them. Are Alaba and Kaguna somehow related to the Earth Dragon? Something like it's the same kind, but different branch of evolution. That's possible. Dragons are the symbol of the high-ranked species, so it's not strange that it has many evolution line. Or the Earth Dragon exists only one of a kind respectively. That's also possible, although there's not much of it because it's a high-ranked species. Each individual is very powerful. It's all right to say that status is very powerful. If that's the case, the probability to encounter it is low. No, wait a second. In that case, it would mean that I was attacked twice by the Earth Dragon that has a low probability to encounter. Isn't my luck very bad? It shouldn't be like THTH that. Although I have experienced a lot of near-death experiences, I always ended up surviving, so my luck should be good. But in the first place, will a person with good luck experience near-death experiences several times? This is not good. I should not think any further. It's really a paper-thin difference. Thank God that I didn't thought of leveling more. Bad luck still haven't abandoned me. Let's decide it to be like that. Someone please say so. Skill proficiency reached. Skill prediction LV8 has become prediction LV9. I never asked you. What's with that perfect timing? Waiting to retort. Voice of heaven sure have the talents of a comedian? Phew. I got agitated for a moment just because of a foolish thing. Although it's the worst start, let's start capturing the middle layer little by little. I want to part from the Earth Dragon as soon as possible. Chapter 74 Middle Layer Capture starts well. Let's confirm the current state for the time being. Now, I'm right in the center of the boiling magma. The ratio of the land and the magma is roughly the same. Although I came here naturally, is this the right path? Well, I don't know whether it's right or not. So, I have no choice but to just advance. The results of the aftermath of the Earth Dragon's attack, and running even after exceeding my limits, my HP decreases a little, as the decrease is not a big deal. But in this scorching area where I will keep on receiving damage, I can't expect from the recovery, because the automatic recovery offsets with damage. In order to recover, I can either recover by level up or raise the skill level of automatic HP recovery or fire resistance to break the balance of the recovery and damage. However, in the worst case, the damage might become bigger because the magma is just nearby. I would like to avoid hotter places as much as possible. But what will it become? Judging from the upper layer and the lower layer so far, it's better to think that this middle layer is considerably wide. After all, it's the world's largest labyrinth. It's to the extent that it connects two continents. So I should be resolute that it might take many days to escape from the middle layer. Even though it's still long ahead, I'm already depressed at the start. A bad omen. Yash, then let's go. Umo. However, it's hot, because I lived in a comfortable temperature since I was reborn into a spider. When the environment changes suddenly, I'm becoming heavy, because I have came here occasionally to raise the skill level of fire resistance. It's not that I can't endure the heat. But still, when thinking that this state continues until I escape from the middle layer, as expected, I will be tired. Especially my legs. This is a place where magma flows in the vicinity, you know? It's obvious that the ground is hot. This is already not like being affected by the summer's heat. If an egg is cracked here, it will get burned rather than becoming a fried egg. And I need to move in this area barefooted. Hot, or perhaps I should say it already go beyond pain. I can't continue if I don't have pain alleviation and automatic HP recovery. Oh, found a monster. Elro Gene Rush LV, 5, status HP. 159, 159, green, MP. 145, 148, blue, SP. 145, 145, yellow. 116, 145, red. Failed to appraise its status. That's the first monster I saw after arriving at the middle layer. It's the guy that looks like a seahorse. It's swimming in the magma calmly, just like the first day. Naiwa. It doesn't seem that I'm noticed, so I want to pass through it like this. But that guy is there in the traveling direction. What should I do? Here, let's battle once. I want to experiment to what degree my threads can be used in the middle layer, and if it's the status of the previously seen monster, I think I can win even if I fight it directly. It's convenient as the opponent, and at present, there are no monsters around here. Let's go. It seems that the other side haven't noticed me yet, so let's get a preemptive attack without reservation. Thus, come on, severing thread. The thread is extended, and I swing it sideways. I swing the thread, aiming at the seahorse's neck. But the thread burn out as it is on top of the magma. Because it will be troublesome if I catch a fire here, I detach the remaining thread from my body. It's no good. It burned even though it didn't touch the magma directly. Does this mean that my thread is useless in the middle layer? Yua. Seriously. My strongest weapon is sealed. It was a shock even though I expected it. And something is flying towards here. It's a fireball. It's painful if it hits. With that size, won't I be burnt? Sui. I avoid it. Of course I will avoid it. A second one is coming. Sui. The seahorse is spitting out fireballs from within the magma. At that level of speed, it won't hit me. Although I can avoid the frog saliva attack long ago. Now, I'm much more stronger than that time because my speed has increased and I have the evasion skill. Now, I have the godly evasion ability that can't be outdone by my game character. Even if I'm paper armored, it's not a big deal if it doesn't hit. However, this is bad. Both of us don't have the winning move. The other side's fireball can't hit me. But since I can't use my threads, I have no way to attack it. Both are deadlocked. No, that guy's MP is going to be exhausted. That fireball seems to consume MP. That means fireballs won't fly here anymore once its MP is exhausted. Appraisal Sama is really a cheat. The opponent's information can be known while fighting. Yash, I avoid the last fireball. With this, that guy no longer has MP. The next move that guy makes will change the outcome of this battle. But what will it do? It crept out from the magma. It rushes as it is. Stupid. If it's me, I will do a strategic withdrawal when my MP is exhausted. I avoided the rush with composure as it looks slow for me. I cling on the seahorse's back and stab my claw using poison attack. This guy's body is hot. My HP has decreased. My valuable HP. For the time being, the seahorse that got affected by the deadly poison died easily. I managed to win my first match. However, the greatest enemy in this middle layer might be the terrain. Chapter 75, it's good to do my part by myself. But there are times you feel frustrated when it's done by someone else, right? I avoid the flying fireball. 2. Well, even if it's 2, I can avoid it easily now. I turn my line of sight towards the other side, and there are 2 seahorses. It looks like this area is full of seahorses. Although each one of them wander around in their own way, when they get together by chance in this way, they will attack at the same time. Well, it doesn't attack in crowds like the monkeys, so it's good that it's easy. I avoid the flying fireball again. Their cooperation is not that good because they usually live individually. They shoot the fireball individually as they like. It's not like their fireball can hit me even if they cooperate, though. However, it's troublesome. Staying inside the magma, that's cheating. They use long-distance attack, taking advantage of the fact that I can't do anything. Can't you fight fairly? Don't you think that it's unfair? Don't you have pride? Boomerang. I don't understand. What are you saying? I don't understand. I never did anything unfair before. I never shut myself in the nest and launch one-sided attacks before, Look, I'm a girl of great rectitude, right? Come on, say that it is. But these guys don't shut themselves completely like me. One of their MP is going to be exhausted soon. Look, it's here. I don't know why the seahorse won't retreat. It faces me by all means. Although they don't escape to the Emperor. Are these guys the Emperor's pedigree? Come to think of it, these guys look like the dragon. Well, it comes out from the magma after its MP is exhausted. After that, it's my turn. I quickly kill it with my claw that is clad in poison. Because the second one came out from the magma conveniently, I kill in the same way. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small poison Terratect LV5 has become LV6. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Poison LV2 has become Enhanced Poison LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evasion LV3 has become Evasion LV4. Skill points gained. Level up. My HP decreased plainly, so it's grateful. My decreased HP recovered after shedding my skin. Although I can win against the seahorse easily, I will receive damage when I touch its body. It's not a big deal if it's only 1, but when the damage accumulates, the damage will become larger. In the current situation where I have no way to recover except by level up, I don't want to receive even a little damage. By the way, when I want to eat, it can be cooled if I just leave it for a while, and I will eat it after it's cooled. Although I hope that either fire resistance or automatic HP recovery to rise in this level up, the world is not that easy. Fire resistance stays at level 1, and automatic HP recovery also stays as it is. It can't be helped that fire resistance doesn't rise. It looks like my species is weak to fire in any way, and it can't be overcome in a day. Automatic HP recovery is a convenient skill, but its level raising is quite slow. Well, in the game, the automatic recovery skill is usually a skill obtained near endgame. And to acquire this skill naturally without using skill points and hoping it to grow faster from there, as expected, it's quite greedy. It's a gain by just having it. Actually, I don't think that I will break through the middle layer if I don't have automatic HP recovery. After all, it's impossible. It's like committing suicide if I enter this area that continues to deal damage without automatic recovery. I don't have a hobby like committing suicide, and in that case, I would probably search for a pit in the lower layer. In the lower layer where that earth dragon lives. Ah, there's a seahorse again. I will be found if I advance like this. I can run away if I want, but that's... Should I try throwing a stone, like the monkey? I think it's better than doing nothing. Although I can't hold a stone with the spider's body, I can stick a thread and throw it. Let's experiment at once. First, I need to find a handy stone. There's a lot of stones of a suitable size everywhere. I hold it with the thread. Swing. Soya. Oh, it hits. Is it thanks to throw and accuracy? But its HP didn't decrease much. The fireball of counterattack came. Afterwards, after we throw stones and fireballs at each other, the seahorse's MP got exhausted and it became a land battle in the end. Although it's better than doing nothing, it doesn't change much even if I do it. Well, if it's only one, throwing stones might be acceptable. The skill level of throw and accuracy will rise, so it's not pointless. However, it would be better to concentrate avoiding if there are two or more of them. It won't be a joke if I got hit by the fireball. Side Story 11 Elf Girl, Chapter Side Story 11 Elf Girl, I was called by father. And in addition to that, it's Katia and me. Without knowing what's the matter, both of yous tilt our head to the side. Is this possibly an engagement? Whose? You and me. I can't think of a word after hearing Katia's astounding words. No, that's impossible. Well, it's impossible for us. But what about the people of the surroundings? We are man and woman of the same age who are in a good family. Furthermore, our relationship is also good. Then, it's not strange, even if it's a discussion of getting engaged before it's too late when said like that. It might be possible in one of the royal family. And Katia is the daughter of the Duke's house that has a history. We go well together. But are you okay with it? Like I'm fine with it. I can't even imagine getting married with a man. But it's likely to happen sooner or later. So don't you think that we should be prepared for this? I never thought that you will think about it. That's rude. But you being the fiancé is way better than someone I don't know. You know my circumstances, and when the time comes, we can just show a bad appearance, and we can cancel the engagement in mutual agreement. There's such a move too. Fiancé. Although I have never thought of that so far, in one of the royal family, so it's not weird even if such discussion comes. If that's the case, then it might be convenient if Katia becomes my fiancé that both of us are not conscious of it. However, excluding one point. And what will you do about Sue? All right, my younger sister, Sue doesn't allow anyone to approach me. Recently, she allows Katia a little, but I don't know what will happen when it becomes an engagement. Then I might get killed by that girl as expected. That's an exaggeration. I think it's possible although Sue is raised like that, she's not to that extent. Meanwhile, a man and a small girl enter the waiting room. Katia and I look at the two who entered the room, and our mouth open wide. The ear of the two who entered the room were longer than human's ear. Nice to meet you. This occasion, I came to this country as the goodwill ambassador of the elf, named Potamus Hyphenath. I'm the one who called both of you. Hereafter, at your own discretion, that man, Potamus of the elf, introduced in an indifferent tone. It's my first time to meet an elf. Although I know that there's elf in this world, when seeing the real thing, the real feeling that this is a different world surges. Fumo. You have it. Potamus close his eyes partly together with an uncomfortable feeling. Oka, these two have it. The rest is all yours. Hi. I understand then. I will take my leave. I appreciate your efforts. Potamus goes out of the room quickly. Katia and I who were left behind can only be dumbfounded. Without even the time for us to introduce ourselves, he left just like that. Without understanding what to do, I look at the small girl. Fumo. Then, I will introduce myself. My name now is Firearms Hyphenath. Please take care of me from now on. Katia and I look at each other. Even if such a small girl introduces herself, we don't know what to do afterwards. I think that it's a manner to introduce yourself, if the teacher introduce herself. How about it? I'm Sully. I'm a fourth prince of this country, Shurain Zagan Anarike, and the eldest daughter of the Annabald Duke's house. Carnacious Sari Annabald, we introduce ourselves because we were prompted by the girl. Unun Prince Sama and Duke Sama. That's nice. Moeru, I stiffen by that word. From a while ago, this girl unusual speaking way, and that speech and behavior is similar to a person I know. Katia also seems to be the same as her eyes are open wide. Okotson. You shouldn't attach Chan to a teacher's name, you know? But you're right, the girl in front of us was our class teacher in the previous life. Oka-chan, aka Okazaki Kanami-sensei. This teacher, who's called by the nickname of Oka-chan, was quite a regrettable person. When she was a student, she imitated the tone of a character from the manga she likes, and it became her normal tone. She enters a university and majors in history just because of the Sengoku manga. She became a teacher after drafting the reverse Genji plan. She was a quite regrettable teacher. However, that regrettable part is greatly received by the students, and she was popular. So, why is Sensei here? That's because I know that both of you are here. It became quite a news. You know, few outrageous geniuses were born in Anarike. We who met our teacher after a long time speak in Japanese. We already told her our previous lives' name. The moment she heard Katia's name, her eyes opened wide, but in the next moment, she spat her moru. You came to meet us specially? That's not the only purpose. Even though I may appear this way, Sensei is a teacher. After all, I think that I must confer my students' safety. Well, the point where we reborn, there's no safety on it, although Sensei says it jokingly. I think that the will is splendid. I never took consideration on anything other than trying to live in this world. I never think of searching for my other classmates. This world is dangerous, unlike Japan. It's better if I do it quickly so that I can protect you all. I also have never thought about that. There are monsters in this world. If I think about it, it's natural, and yet because I'm safe, I think that my classmates are also safe. Then, will Sensei protect us? No. I can't take you along because both of your position doesn't allows me. Normally, the person must wish for it by himself to be protected in the village of Elf. That means some of them are found. Hi, 12 people in the village of Elf, and the other students that we were able to contact. Adding you 2, it will be 5 people. The whereabouts of another 2 people were confirmed. So, I'm going to meet them later. There were 25 students in our class. That means there are only 6 people that their whereabouts are not confirmed. But, on the contrary, there might be no whereabouts of the another 6 people. Finding only 6 students in this huge world must be considerably difficult. Sensei, you go so far to do that just for us, it's my responsibility as the teacher. Besides, most of students are found as a human race in the human race territory. It's not that difficult as said, but still, it's obvious that Sensei have put much efforts in it. I bow once again to Sensei. Well, although it's another story, Sensei is going to enroll the school in this country soon. At that time, let's have a detailed talk again, Katia, and I also will go to the school soon. My new life has approached close by. Chapter 76, Let's Become Even Hotter. The middle layer capture is going well. Although I met with several kinds of monsters other than the seahorse, all of them are not a big deal. If only that there's no disadvantage in the terrain, I don't think I can lose. However, the disadvantage in the terrain is a problem. First of all, magma. This is hard. When the other party is in the magma, I can't do anything but throwing stones from here. It won't deal a great damage even if I throw a stone. After all, if the other party doesn't go up ashore, I can't do anything from here. It's good if it comes up when its MP is exhausted like the seahorse, but it's troublesome that there are some monsters that stay inside the magma and some monsters that run away. There's also a guy who starts on the land, and once it gets cornered, it runs into the magma. It's also hard that thread can't be used. Although it can be used to throw stones, it will catch a fire on the land if I keep releasing it. I'm troubled about the threads that I release unconsciously. When I move, I will release threads unconsciously, but if I release it here, it will burn. Having burnt, it moves like a fuse and my buttocks will become hot. At first, I panicked when my buttocks caught a fire. My HP decreased considerably because of that. My HP decreased further because I used poison synthesis to extinguish the fire. After all, that's the only thing I have that can extinguish the fire. Because it can't be helped, I cut the threads frequently. If I don't do that, my buttocks will catch a fire again. It's not a metaphor. The bed is also a problem. If I make a nest in such state, the nest will be burnt. I have to give up on it because it can't be helped, so I decided to sleep in the shadow of the rock. Well, there's no way I can sleep. I have to sleep in this continuous damaged terrain while being afraid of the monster's presence. No matter how bold my nerve is, there's still a limit. But still, I must sleep. Although it can't be helped that I didn't sleep much, I make sure to sleep when I found a suitable rock. Well, although the surroundings is more worse than the lower layer, the sole reason I survived is that the monsters are weak. There's no great difference in strength if I were to compare the monsters here with the monsters in the upper layer. There might be strong monsters in the area like the snake, but up until now, I have only encountered weak monsters. The difference with the monsters in the upper layer is whether they use the terrain or not. Because of this, the monsters that are not very strong become troublesome existence. Really, it's good that I do my part by myself, but when it's done by the opponent, it's a troublesome thing. Well, the number is large, but it's possible to do it. As the result of training for leveling, I have become stronger. If it's an opponent of this level, it's possible to win even if I think about the disadvantage in the terrain. However, as long as the recovery means are few, it will be a pinch even if I receive only one attack. So I must be on guard. Besides, the monsters here have another troublesome property. 3 monsters appear in front of me. Elro Peak LV8 status HP. 164 green MP. 168 blue SP. 175 yellow. 181 red. Average offensive ability. 137 average defensive ability. 123 average magic ability. 121 average resistance ability. 117 average speed ability. 143 failed to appraise its status Elro Peak LV8 status HP. 163 green MP. 170 blue SP. 174 yellow. 171 red failed to appraise its status Elro Peak LV8 status HP. 166 green MP. 169 blue SP. 177 yellow. 182 red failed to appraise its status. This guy is a monster that have the appearance of a red dog. Although it has a relatively cute appearance, this guy's ability is relatively nasty. Especially, the compatibility with me is bad. First of all, its nose is good. It's a dog after all. My stealth is easily seen through and it attacks me. Because of that, I can't do the usual surprise attack. Well, it never succeeded much after I enter the middle layer, so this is irrelevant. And next is this. The red dog body is covered with fire. Right, this red dog, fire is clad in its body. It's hard to interfere it from here when it's in fire. I will receive damage just by touching it directly. This is the troublesome characteristic of the monsters in this middle layer. The body is hot overall. There's a guy that can set fire on its body like the red dog, and even those that don't do it is also considerably hot. The seahorse is also the same, and when I touch them directly, I will receive damage. I endured it when it's the seahorse, but as expected, the amount of damage won't be a joke if I do it against opponents that can ignite themselves like the red dog. So, I took certain countermeasures. I avoid the red dog's attack. Although these guys' speed are SOSO, still, it's slower than me. It's easy to avoid. After avoiding the second one, I avoid the third one by jumping. And then, when the overhead of a red dog is going to pass under me, I activate poison synthesis. The red dog, bathed directly in a powerful venom, falls by momentum. Although my poison is strong, the monsters here probably don't have poison resistance. That's why it can be defeated easily if I pour poison on it. Because I don't need to touch the opponent, I don't receive any damage. I visited the remaining pitiful red dogs with venom. Chapter 77, Unlucky 7, I can feel something unpleasant. Because the seahorse is a dragon. Dragon, a kind of monster called as the lower rank dragon species. Although it's a lower rank, there's also one that's equal to the dragon species on. The lower rank monster that belongs to the earth dragon. Will it become a fire dragon? The earth dragon exists, so the fire dragon might exist. It's not in this middle layer, right? Let's pray that it's not here. Well then, although my thoughts have gone into escapism feeling for a moment. Let's think seriously on what to do about this problem in front of me. Elro Jeans Even LV7 status HP. For 61,461 green, MP. 223,223 blue, SP. 218,218 yellow. For 51,466 red, average offensive ability. 368 average defensive ability. 311 average magic ability. 161 average resistance ability. 158 average speed ability. 155 failed to appraise its status Elro Jeans Even. The lower rank monster who belongs to the dragon that inhabits in the Elro Great Labyrinth middle layer. Omnivorous, and it can swallow anything with its big mouth. That monster is swimming slowly in the magma. Even though it's called as the lower rank dragon, its appearance looks like a catfish. In addition, the 7 in the name doesn't suit it. It's no use even if I complain about this world's naming sense. Its characteristic is the big mouth like the catfish after all. I don't want to be swallowed by that. And if it's my size, it seems to be able to swallow me completely. Having succeeded in appraising the status contributes a lot. The probability that the status appraisal succeeds is roughly once every 3 times. It's lucky that it succeeded by 1 time. Attacking the catfish without knowing its status is too dangerous. In this middle layer, most monsters are weak, but this catfish is way stronger than the others. If possible, I want to pass through it. But the catfish is swimming near the path that I'm using. When thinking about the tendency up until now, the probability that it will attack is high. Oh, what should I do? No. I think I can run away with my speed if I thought of it, but it's troublesome if it chases after me with its excessively high red stamina gauge. Even though the yellow gauge is little, still, it a few times more than me. Above all, I can't see until its skill. If that catfish have SP consumption down at a high level, then I might not be able to run away from it. Well, I think that it doesn't have it. It's a little strong to fight. Then, as expected, should I run away? Oh, I shouldn't challenge the impossible. Although recently, my condition is improving, being carried away at such time will only experience pain. I have already learned my lesson. I must not get carried away. I must be modest. Thus, let's begin moving. I will escape with all my power when I'm found. Then, another catfish came up from the bottom of the nearby magma. Huh, you why? That's not what was said before. I'm at a pinch, even though I never get carried away. The catfish matches its eyes to me, and after it looked blankly for a moment, it opened its big mouth. Backstep. The catfish closes its mouth at the place where I was. The catfish goes up to the land, sluggishly as it is. This guy, although I didn't notice it when it's in the magma, it has limbs. Besides, its whole body is covered with dragon-like scales. Indeed, the defensive ability is high. Oh, let's escape. Ack. When I look at my escaping route, the catfish that I saw before crawled up to the land. It's impossible to run because from my position, I will get attacked on both sides. What should I do? Yeah, if it's like this, then I will defeat the catfish in front of me immediately. Poison thread is wrapped around the catfish's body, although it will burn it once. I just need the poison to enter it even a little, the thread that burns at once just as I thought. In order to confirm the effect of the poison, I see the catfish's HP. It decreases a little. It looks like poison is effective. Then, I must somehow administer poison. The catfish opens its mouth wide. It rushes as it is. New, dash, scary. But I attract it to the very limit intentionally. When the big mouth reaches just in front of me, poison synthesis activate. I withdraw by a paper-thin difference. The catfish swallows the synthesized deadly spider poison instead of me. In an instant, the catfish's HP begins to decrease at an incredible rate. The speed of the decrease is incredible. Besides, the catfish writhes painfully. Oh, my poison has become this powerful. And the other one? When turning my gaze, the another catfish feels a little frightened after looking at its comrade's disastrous scene. Oh, well, seeing your comrade to suffer this much, of course you will think that this is dangerous. I thought that the dragons don't escape, but it was the seahorse only. The healthy catfish turned back and escaped as it is. Seriously. At first, I'm the one who thought of escaping, though. I never thought that the other side will escape. This, isn't it okay, even if I get carried away? Aren't I considerably strong? For the time being, I will kill the suffering catfish. I use poison synthesis towards the face of the catfish. The twitching catfish's movement stopped. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small poison Terratect LV6 has become LV7. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill concentration LV9 has become concentration LV10. Conditions met. Skill thought acceleration LV1 was derived from skill concentration LV10. Skill proficiency reached. Skill evasion LV4 has become evasion LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill life LV7 has become life LV8. Skill points gained. Apparently, concentration have reached the max level at the same time as level up. QA Corner 7 Chapter QA Corner 7Q about the stamina and instantaneous force. This is the author's lack of the ability to express it. The details are in Chapter 21, but I will explain it here again. Even though I'm using agility and endurance, this is only used for convenience. Systematically, the yellow gauge, agility, represents the amount of a person can move. It decreases when a person sprints at full speed, etc. When this becomes 0, a person will lose his breath and it becomes painful. If I say it oppositely, it's alright to move while the person still have this gauge. Because Komoko has only a little in this gauge, she can't last long if she sprints at full speed. This is the situation where there's no agility and can't continue. The red gauge, endurance, is the energy that the creature saved up. It will die from starvation when this is exhausted. Although it's confusing, I can't think of another word for it. So it became like this. Q. It's a reward in our industry. Live strong. Komoko is relatively okay with dirty jokes. Although it won't be so vulgar, I think she will blur it out occasionally from now on. Q. He was a good person, eh? He's a very good person. He's an extremely fresh and good person. Because he's suspected to be wicked on his debut, I made a story of him in a hurry. LOL. Q is why the Yusha's why? Hey, that's right. However, I never consider any meaning on it when I attach it. At first, the S means side. But I might as well make this as the initials of the prince. Then the prince's name is decided. Using the simple method again, Y was decided to be Julius, Julius, and Yusha. I never thought that the spelling would be misunderstood. It's my mistake. Q, woman's ability remark, and because this was hard to understand, I revised it. Julius Wanise marry into another country. So-called political marriage. The woman's ability, whom Julius says means the role that can only be played by a woman. I have rewrite it, and now it's straightforward, saying that she marry into a family. Q. Creature's poison can be classified into enzyme poison and neurotoxin. Kumo-san have which one? Because it's a spider, I think it's neurotoxin, but it seems to be enzyme poison as it has effects after pouring on the body. A. This will likely become a spoiler, so I will ignore this now. Chapter 78. It's an amazing skill. The concentration skill that I have expected have reached its max level. Let's appraise the derived skill. Thought acceleration. Thought acceleration accelerates the thoughts, and the perceivable time is extended. It's an amazing skill. No, isn't this seriously amazing? This. In other words, it's that, right? It means that the flow of time feels slower, right? It's the phenomenon that the top-notch athlete experience. It's sometimes where the ball looks slow, right? To be able to activate it. Isn't it amazing? I activated immediately. The activation itself succeeded without any problems. So how does it feels? The magma's movement is a little slow, and there's an uncomfortable feeling. The various senses of the body feels fast and yet slow. It's a strange feeling that can't be said. I try to move my body. Somehow, there's a strange weight like being underwater, like impatience that can't be moved. So, this is the default of thought acceleration. Recently, because I will get carried away by my speed, when I use my top speed, I should probably activate this. But this doesn't consumes anything? Neither my MP nor SP has decreased. That means this is a skill that can be activated continuously, a passive skill. Although it looks like it can be switched between on and off, there's no demerit even though I switch it on continuously. Isn't it amazing? I thought it will surely consumes MP something like MP is consumed, and it can only be activated for a few seconds. No consumption, anytime and anywhere. Isn't this an outrageous skill? The demerit is none in particular. If I were to say it, then there's an uncomfortable feeling to get used to this feeling. I might have acquired an unimaginable cheat skill. Skill proficiency reached. Skill prediction LV9 has become prediction LV10 conditions met. Skill prediction LV10 has evolved into skill foresight LV1. Prediction standby. Come to think of it, this also was on the brink of reaching max level. Well, although it was a useless skill, did it become useful after evolving? Foresight, the effect of prediction rises. As a result, the possibility of the future can slightly be seen. The possibility of the future? And what does it mean? For the time being, activate. This also can be activated without any problems. But nothing changes? No. Somehow, the magma's movement is a little weird. Some parts are blurred. No, it overlaps with what I'm seeing. Is this overlapped part the one that's called possibility of the future? In short, does it mean that I'm seeing the future? Well, I can't believe on it because it's just a possibility, but this skill might be useful if I raise it. The magma that overlapped is also few now, so it doesn't seem to be useful. Wait a minute. This also doesn't consume anything? This is also a passive skill. It's an amazing skill. I never thought that a treasure will come out from the useless child. Prediction. Imsoli. Prediction. It's possible to become competent even if a useless child work hard. Skill proficiency reached. Skill appraisal LV8 has become appraisal LV9. The head of the former useless child came. Appraisal Sama. How? Was a level up this time? Please, let me see it once. Small poison Terratect LV7, no name, status HP. 8888, green, MP. 185, 185, blue, SP. 8888, yellow. 8888, red. 612, average offensive ability. 109, average defensive ability. 108, average magic ability. 139, average resistance ability. 173, average speed ability. 956, skill automatic HP recovery LV5 MP recovery. Speed LV 3 MP consumption down LV2 SP recovery. Speed LV 2 SP consumption down LV2 enhanced destruction LV1 enhanced slashing LV1 enhanced poison LV2 fighting spirit. LV1 vitality granting LV2 deadly poison attack LV3 poison synthesis LV7 thread talent LV3 spider thread LV9 severing thread LV6 thread manipulation LV8 throw LV73D maneuver LV4 concentration LV10 thought acceleration LV1 foresight LV1 parallel thought LV4 calculation processing LV6 accuracy LV8 evasion LV5 appraisal LV9 detection LV6 stealth LV7 hell heresy magic LV3 shadow magic LV2 poison magic LV2 abyss magic LV10 pride overeating LV7 night vision LV10 visible range expansion LV2 destruction resistance LV1 blow resistance LV2 slash resistance LV3 fire resistance LV1 deadly poison resistance LV2 paralysis resistance LV3 petrifaction resistance LV3 acid resistance LV4 corrosion resistance LV3 faint resistance LV2 fear resistance LV7 heresy resistance LV3 pain nullity pain alleviation LV7 enhanced vision LV8 enhanced hearing LV8 enhanced smell LV7 enhanced taste LV5 enhanced touch LV6 life LV8 magic amount LV8 Agility LV8, Endurance LV8, Herculean Strength LV3. Solid LV3, Protection LV3, Idatan LV3, Taboo LV4, W skill points. 220 title gross feeder blood relative eater assassin monster killer poison technique user thread user merciless monster slaughter ruler of pride OU. The titles are added. I've been interested in this plainly, and the figure seen next to this red gauge, certainly, it's the overeating skill stocks. It's stocked this much. Then, no wonder it doesn't decrease no matter how long time progress. Well then, let's appraise the titles immediately. Chapter 79, How's a Spider Who's Full of Dangerous Titles? Because of Appraisal Samus power, the titles can be seen. Let's appraise the details immediately. Title: the reinforced code acquired by meeting specific conditions. When obtaining it, 2 skills can be acquired. Among the titles, there are those with special effects and those that have the effect of raising status He. The title doesn't only acquire 2 skills. I surely thought that it was like that. That means my titles might have some special effects. This is making me getting excited to appraise it. Thus, let's go. Gross Feeder. Acquisition Skill Poison Resistance LV1 Corrosion Resistance LV1. Acquisition Condition. Intake a large amount of poison for a certain period. Effect: stomach becomes stronger. Explanation: the title presented to those who made poison as food. Ah, yes. That's right. I have only ate poison since I was born. Then, I can't complain even if I were to be called Gross Feeder. I mean, what's with that stomach becomes stronger effect? Well, I have only ate poison. Was it unexpectedly useful? If I don't have this title and the corrosion resistance, then I might die at the moment I ate the snail insect, so I might be indebted to it. However, the name is like that. Blood Relative Eater. Acquisition Skill Taboo LV1 Heresy Magic LV1. Acquisition Condition: eat blood relatives. Effect: none. Explanation: the title presented to those who ate their blood relatives. Effect: none. Is there a point to acquire this title? No matter how I think, when there's the taboo skill that has a negative effect, isn't this a must-not acquire title? Heresy Magic can't be used, so it not a gain. At present, only the bad one haven't played their role. Assassin. Acquisition Skill Stealth LV1 Shadow Magic LV1. Acquisition Condition: after the number of succession and assassination by surprise attack reaches a certain point. Effect: damage bonus to the first attack of the surprise attack. Explanation: the title presented to those who repeated assassination O. Although it's the same as the acquired skills, the effect is also quite real. As expected, this is Ninja. Because Ninja also had the assassin side, it's not wrong. Can I behead someone in a surprise attack with bare hands sooner or later? In the first place, even though I'm bare-handed, I have claws, so I could do it if I want. Monster Killer. Acquisition Skill Powerful LV1 Sturdy LV1. Acquisition Condition: defeat a certain number of monsters. Effect: a slight increase in damage when the opponent is a monster. Explanation: the title presented to those who defeated a lot of monsters. As expected, the number of monsters killed was related. Although I don't know how much exactly is the certain number. When I acquired this title, I have defeated quite an amount of monsters. The effect is also quite delicious. So this is a good title to acquire. Poison Technique User. Acquisition Skill Poison Synthesis LV1 Poison Magic LV1. Acquisition Condition: use a certain amount of poison. Effect: enhance the poison attribute. Explanation: the title presented to those who uses poison, the very useful title number 1. Immunity to Poison Synthesis. I mean, the effect is also amazing. It's like the title for me. If I can use poison magic, then I have nothing to say. The acquisition condition, a certain amount of poison, is it unrelated to the strength of the poison? If I assume that my poison is considerably strong, so I might have used only a little amount. Even though I have been using poison ever since I was born, the reason that I can acquire this title easily might be that. Thet usa acquisitan scutet manipulitan levemot sing thet levemot acquisitan conditino. The number of attacks using the thread reaches a certain point. Effect: The offensive ability using the thread is increased. Explanation. The title presented to those who take thread as a weapon, the very useful title number 2. It's the title that super strengthens my main weapon, thread. It won't do much in this middle layer though. However, the acquisition condition, effect, and the explanation are fine. I never thought that this title is a title for those who use thread to attack. In my case, the adhesion thread was my main force. That, rather than an attack, it's more like a support. So, I acquired this title quite slow. With the adhesion thread, it didn't judge it as an attack. When I began to use Q Morningstar and Castnet, were those counted as attacks? If only I know the acquisition condition a little more early, it might be a little easier to acquire it. Merciless. Acquisition skill Heresy Magic LV1 Heresy Resistance LV1. Acquisition condition. Take merciless action. Effect. Feelings of guilt disappears. Explanation. The title presented to those who became merciless vague overall. Elaborate the explanation more. Isn't the acquisition condition too vague? The effect is also strange. So it's a strange title overall. Monster Slaughterer. Acquisition skill Herculean Strength LV1 Solid LV1. Acquisition condition. Defeat a certain number of monsters. Effect. An increase in damage when the opponent is a monster. Explanation. The title presented to those who defeated a great amount of monsters on. This is completely the higher rank of the Monster Killer title. Perhaps, when I defeat more monsters than the Monster Killer, I will acquire this title. Looking at the effect, or explanation, it feels like that. Ruler of Pride. Acquisition skill Abyss Magic LV10 Hell. Acquisition condition. Acquisition of Pride. Effect. Every ability of MP, Magic, and Resistance rise. Accorrection whenever Mind type skill proficiency gained. The ruler class privilege is acquired. Explanation. The title presented to those who rule Pride wait. Wait for a while. What's with that effect? The reason my status skyrocketed suddenly is you. I mean, not only that, but a plus correction whenever skill proficiency is gained. Even though the effect of Pride has already been added, so that's why my prediction rises so fast. I mean, what's the ruler class privilege? Ruler class privilege. The authority to manage a part of the world given to the ruler, What's that? Can I use that? Receive the use request of the privilege form the ruler of Pride. There's no authority that the ruler of Pride can use now, none. Seriously, what's this? The Pride skill is too mysterious. Well, I understood various things about titles. As expected, Appraisal Sama is reliable. Chapter 80 Spider vs. Fire Drake. Because I'm satisfied with Appraisal Samus results, I eat the catfish that cooled. I need to wait like this for the monsters in the middle layer to cool down in order to eat it. Even if I waited, only the outside is cooled and the inside is still hot. My HP will decrease if I'm careless. It's unpleasant to use my nerve in order to eat. The catfish is delicious. Seriously? It's the first time I meet an ingredient that's delicious in this spider life. Amazing. I shouldn't have let the other one go. No, I could still catch up with it. That guy was considerably slow. So can I catch up now? But I can't do anything if it escape into the magma. Sheet, I failed. For the time being, let's eat this catfish. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Taste LV5 has become Enhanced Taste LV6 Delicious. I'm glad that I'm born. Seriously delicious. Although it's still far compared with what I ate in my previous life, I have only ate unappetizing things so far. Finally, I really meet something delicious. Though I'm not particularly picky in eating in my previous life. I only know how blessed am I in those days after I became a spider. I'm already sick of unappetizing monsters. I want to eat delicious things. Yash, let's hunt the catfish. There's no need to worry about the catfish being a little stronger. To satisfy this desire, I will risk my life. That shows how worthy it is. Now wait for me, catfish. It'll consume you until extinction. Catfish, 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 where are you? I wander around the labyrinth, searching for the catfish. None. When I don't want you to appear, you appear suddenly. And when I want you to appear, you won't appear at all. Come out quickly. Come out and be eaten by me. The other guy appears at such a time. Elro Gene Rush, LV8 status, HP. 170 green, MP. 161 blue, SP. 158 yellow. 167 red, average offensive ability. 87 average defensive ability. 84 average magic ability. 84 average resistance ability. 81 average speed ability. 91 skill Fire Drake LV, 1 accuracy LV, 4 swim LV, 4 heat nullity, 3 seahorses appeared. One of the status among them has something added on it. Ooh, that's right. Appraisal Samus level rose, so I can see the opponent's skills. Finally, Appraisal Sama looks like a cheat. However, Seahorse, aren't your skill too few? Only 4. It's too lonely. It's no wonder that I feel that you are weaker than your status. Moreover, Heat Nullity is obviously the max level of fire resistance, and the other skills are all low. For the time being, let's appraise the skill that I've seen for the first time. Fire Drake, a special skill owned by the Fire Drake species. A special effect is displayed according to the level. LV1, Fireball Breath Swim, increases the swimming movement FOMO. The Fire Drake is, as expected, a special skill that exists only in the Fire Drake species. Similar to my Spider Thread skill. It looks like it can only shoot the fireball at level 1. I mean, even though the guy itself is level 8, the Fire Drake skill is level 1. Is the skill level hard to raise? Or is it just because this guy is lazy to earn skill proficiency? And swim is a skill that makes a person swim better. I'm convinced after seeing the skills. I want lose against these guys. Thus, quickly. Well, this one in quickly. After all, these guys are in the magma. I only have stone throwing as an attack from here. Oh wait, what will happen if I smear deadly poison on the stone? You'll never know unless you try. First of all, avoid my opponent's fireball, and pick up a stone in that interval. Thought acceleration is doing a good job. If it was before, I might need to devote myself to avoid if there are 3 of them, but thanks to thought acceleration, I have the composure to counterattack. Facing the stone, I use poison synthesis. Yash. Now that the poison sticks to the stone. Darasa, dash. The stone that I threw hits one of the seahorses splendidly. How's the decrease of HP? Oh, it's not very good. Although it's better than doing nothing, it doesn't increase that much. After all, by putting it on the stone is not enough to stick to the opponent's body firmly. My Deadly Spider Poison has 2 kinds of damage, which are contact damage and intake damage. The contact damage is the damage that occurs when the poison is attached to the skin, and the intake damage is the damage that occurs when the opponent's inside is invaded by the poison. In the case of contact damage and intake damage, the intake damage is overwhelmingly higher. Although the contact damage is not so high, the damage increases tremendously after a certain time when leaving it with poison on it. It's because of the adhering poison that enters the opponent's inside. In other words, contact also will eventually become intake. Well, it will be a different story if it's washed off before that. That's why, if the opponent is a monster that won't wash off the poison, I don't need to aim at its mouth purposely, because all I have to do is to stick the poison on its body. When I'm in a hurry, the best will be aiming the mouth or the eyes, but when thinking about safety, I should stick it at the place that has a lot of chance, that is used properly in the situation sometimes. Thus, let's cover the seahorses one by one with poison, because the seahorses' MP are exhausted, and they have came ashore nonchalantly. For these guys, because their mouth are small, I have no choice but to splash it on their body. QA corner 8 chapter QA corner 8Q. For example, if she plays in an area with water, will she be able to be a water spider by the effects of the environment? And this come into my mind suddenly. For example, the lesser Terratect can pick to evolve into a small Terratect, and it became small again. Well, such thing happens. There's a limitation for the range of evolution. Although there might be evolution by environment, it's just probably. It want to generate. Because the lesser Terratect is grown form. Even if the small Terratect is the higher rank species, it will never degenerate into a small Terratect. Q. The higher rank of monster killer, monster slaughterer, isn't it better to overwrite the previous title? Because Komoko is going to acquire more titles from now on. The notation will only get more A. The title evolves but doesn't overwrites. Because there are not so many titles, and because the acquisition condition is quite hard, it's difficult to acquire a lot of titles. Komoko acquired a lot, though. Q. 12 people in the village of Elf. Isn't the elf population too low? Or, people other than elves live in there? A. This means that 12 people are protected in the village of Elf. It's not that there are only 12 elves. Side Story 12 Academy Chapter Side Story 12 Academy. There's an academy in this country. In the former world, going to school was natural, but in this world, only few who goes to school. Privileged class nobles, etc., or some affluent commoners, or those who are blessed with talents, only can go to school. Because from the royal family, it's not a problem to go to the academy. Sue is also the same, and Kadia, who is the duke's daughter, also clear the conditions. It has been decided that the three of us will enter the academy together. General studies is taught in the academy, similar to the school in the former world. The lesson to fight will also be attended at the same time. That is the main one, although Dastordia continent is a human race territory. In the case of other continents, the fight against the demon race and monsters is still intense. Monsters also inhabit in the Dastordia continent, but the people who can fight is insufficient. That's why fight is often learned in the academy. The three of us is in the hall where the academy's entrance ceremony was held. If I look around the surroundings, the students who entered the academy this year sit on the seat while waiting for the ceremony to start. Because this academy boasts of being the largest structure in the neighborhood. Children from foreign countries came to enter the academy. Among them, there are also demi-human, etc., can be seen here and there. When I look at such students, I avert my eyes quickly and am watched by the students. I can feel the glance sometimes, and the voice speaking of a rumor can be heard. The person over there, I heard that he's the prince in this country, although he is said to be a genius. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't look strong. Can I get acquainted with him somehow? Although I'm said variously, because of enhanced hearing, I can hear everything. It's very uncomfortable. Good morning, a nonchalant voice breaks such atmosphere and reaches my ear. Turning around, as expected, Okachan aka Fire Rhymes of the Elf was there. Good morning. Somehow it feels strange that Sensei is a student. Sensei is excited that Sensei can taste youth once more. Sensei, sit down next to me. Sue, who sat on the opposite side, sends a glare at Sensei. Rather than glaring, she's staring usually. Come to think of it, this is the first meeting for both of them. In the next moment, fear runs on my back. Imudo-chan, the next time you release your killing intent towards Sensei, Sensei will kill you. You know? Sensei, who says it while smiling. Her tone is still the same as always. But her eyes didn't laugh at all. Sue is also pressured by that power. Kadia and I were surprised at such Sensei's appearance. Because she was called by the nickname Okachan, Sensei should be a person who had the charm. She never got seriously angry, and she was a friendly teacher. Even if it's wrong, she shouldn't be a person who release a dreadful and cold killing intent. Did that surprise you? But if we don't do this much, we won't be able to survive in this world. Because the elf's growth are slower than the human. We get underestimated of being small, but if you want to pick a fight with Sensei, then please come after you have resolved to die, okay? Sensei might have experienced unimaginable experiences because she was able to use the word resolute to die without hesitation. I stealthily use appraisal that I raise steadily on Sensei. Appraisal was obstructed. Shunquin. It's not an admiration to look at a lattice profile. Without permission, my head was hit by something almost at the same time as the result of appraisal failed. Sensei has never taught you to be a peeping Tom, although I don't know what's the principle. Sensei senses and obstructs my appraisal and counterattacks. And in addition to that, in a method that I can't react at all. Just in that exchange, I understood that I can't defeat Sensei. I'm sorry, I got interested on. If you do something bad, the best is to apologize. But the next time you appraise Sensei without permission, Sensei will have you feel a bit more pain, okay? Hi. I will engrave it on my heart, really. It's better that I don't do anything imprudent. But Sensei, if you have the ability to that extent, then is there a need to go to the academy? I suddenly held such a doubt. Actually, Kadia, Sue, and I have been training, but we have no experience in combat. For this reason, we came here with the purpose to perfect our basics. But judging from Sensei's ability and the way she speaks, she looks like she has already gained combat experiences. Is there something to be learned in this academy now? There is. There are plenty of things to be learned in this academy. But that's just half of my official stance, and this country will be the base of activity for a while if that's the case. Then there's no need to go to the academy. The activity that Sensei is saying is not searching for students. Then what? That is still a secret. But the search of the remaining students is entrusted to the elves. I stiffened towards Sensei's shocking remark. When we met before, Sensei said that 6 students are yet to be found. What on earth Sensei wants to do to the point that she abandoned that? You might think that's cold-hearted, but here is the limit of the search. The place we haven't searched is the demon race territory and the untrodden land. To be honest, Sensei don't think that they are still alive, Sensei, are you serious? Serious, really serious. Action in the earliest stages is important for such disaster relief. Sensei has done the very best after being born again. But I think it's good that half of the number were found. It's great as a result because it was exceeded drastically, but then, will you look for the remaining 6? How? With your legs? You think you'll find them? My feeling shrinks like being grabbed tightly towards Sensei, who suddenly speaks normally. Sensei, who saw that, breathe a heavy sigh. Although Sensei has said it before, Sensei has done the very best. From now on, Sensei thinks that making the former students that were found to live properly in this world is the priority. Therefore, Sensei wants to learn various things in this academy and act variously at the same time I understand, although I'm not consent from the bottom of my heart. Sensei certainly have done her best. Besides, I, who didn't contribute to the activity at all, I can't state my opinion. Perhaps Sensei herself might be the most painful. I'm sorry. I said something in a presumptuous manner. Shun Kuan never said anything wrong. However, even if it's not wrong, there are a lot of things that are not correct in this world afterwards. The entrance ceremony was held. Honestly, the contents didn't enter at all. Therefore, I overlooked what kind of face did Sue and Kadia made. Chapter 81 Spider versus Fire Drake Catfish. I wanted to meet you, Catfish. I found you at last. Now, hand over the meat. Hand it over right now. The choices are, only snatch it even if I have to kill you. My heart's desired catfish was found. That guy is swimming calmly in the magma. First of all, I need to lure it out from the magma. By the way, the catfish's skill appraisal also succeeded. There's no great difference with the previous guy in status. The skills that the catfish has were Fire Drake, LV2 Dragon Scale, LV1 Accuracy, LV7 Swim, LV6 Overeating, LV2 Heat Nullity. Heat Clad can be used when Fire Drake became level 2. It's as its name, cladding heat on its body. It's a defensive type technique, or so I thought, but in Appraisal Samus explanation, the most important thing is that moving ability rises while activating a technique. But because its body is heated, if it doesn't have fire resistance, its body itself will receive damage. The catfish has heat nullity, so it's irrelevant. Dragon Scale is a skill that grows special scales on the whole body. If I were to speak of how special it is, then certainly it has high defensive ability and it can obstruct the power of magic to some extent. However, it doesn't protect against it, but it interferes the composition of the magic and weakens the power. Well, either way, I can't use magic, so I think it's okay if I recognize it as a simply hard scale. The rest are skills that everyone have already known. However, although it's something that I thought suddenly, this catfish, is it the seahorse's evolution? It's the same Fire Drake species, and the skills are all the higher rank skills of the seahorse's skills. Compared with the seahorse, the skill level rose and Dragon Scale and Overeating are added. When seeing the species or the skill composition, it seems possible, but then the appearance changed so much just by evolving. The catfish from the seahorse Isn't it degenerating biologically? I don't know the details, so I can't declare it. Although the appearance changed considerably. But, however, if the round mouth is stretched with all strength and the whole body becomes thick, then will it be a catfish? Oh, strange. Well, such thing doesn't matter. My concern is only the catfish's meat. Thus, preemptive attack, poison stone. The poison stone that I threw hits the catfish's back. Oh, as expected, the HP hardly decreases. Here, after all, let's go with the strategy where I hit it with poison synthesis when it rushes towards me. And when I was thinking about that, that catfish shoots out a fireball breath from within the magma. Seriously, it's faster and bigger than a seahorse's fireball. Well, but still it won't hit. I avoided the fireball that came suddenly. The experience time of thought acceleration can only be extended a little at present, but still, the entire world's movement feels slower than usual. Thanks to my absurdly high speed, I can move normally even in the slowly advancing time. Well, when the skill level of thought acceleration rose. This slow condition will get even slower, so I don't know what will happen at that time. Now, it has extended from 1 second to 1.1 seconds, I wonder? Although I don't know such accurate thing because it's an experience, I think that it's roughly that much. The catfish shoots a second shot as it is. This guy, it's doing the same thing as the seahorse. As expected, the catfish is the seahorse's evolution. The previous catfish only came up to the land at the very beginning by chance, and it uses the same strategy as the seahorse. But heat-clad is added, so I might need to deal with it in that situation. Previously, it might attack me because I appeared in front of it suddenly. I avoid the catfish's fireball. It's about time that its MP is exhausted, but how will the catfish come out? Although the seahorse comes up to the land nonchalantly when its MP is exhausted, how about the catfish? If it don't come up to the land, I will be troubled, but seeing that previous escape, it seems to escape if it felt danger. I won't allow such a thing, you know? I will chase you to the end of the earth, you know? Leaving aside my concerns, the catfish stopped spitting fireballs. Oh? You still have a little MP, though? It decreased now. Did it use heat-clad? It's amazing that such thing can be understand. The opponent's information is fully known. Appraisal Sama is a cheat after all. The catfish creeps out from within the magma. It opens its big mouth as it is and rushes towards me. Cuckoo. I waited for it. I attracted enough. And poison synthesis. At the same time, I evade quickly. The catfish swallowed the deadly poison while going straight ahead. I look at that appearance, and the catfish fell. It's twitching. The spider's deadly poison is really effective. The normal powerful poison won't have such effect. And when I match it with the spider poison, the power of poison synthesis skyrockets. This skill's compatibility with me is really good. Well then, I pour additional poison on the suffering catfish. The catfish twitched greatly and dies at the end. Now I need to wait the effect of heat-clad and the magma to cool. Meal. Up until now, it was compulsory to eat the monsters that I have defeated, but this time is different. I can taste deliciously. How wonderful. Cool faster. I'm looking forward to eat it. Chapter 82 Spider vs. Fire Drake the Catfish was delicious. It's a very delicious dish. When doing so, enhanced taste rose to level 7. I want to retort on myself, who concentrated on eating, but it can't be helped. Up until now, I have only eaten unappetizing things. I want to taste delicious things. Incidentally, overeating rose to level 8. The stock is still enough, but if the level rises, the amount that can be stocked will also increase, so there's no disadvantage. It will soon become level 10, and I'm also interested in either overeating derived skill or evolved skill. It's such a convenient skill, so I can expect from it. Besides, there's something that's on my mind. That's the pride skill. Speaking of pride, the 7 deadly sins. And among the 7 deadly sins, there's one called gluttony. Overeating and gluttony. The sound of the word and the meaning are similar. Perhaps, is gluttony the evolution of overeating? I can't help but to feel so. The effect of pride is too extraordinary. So if overeating evolves into gluttony as the same series, it might have an effect rivaling pride. However, in that case, as expected, I will be shadowed by the same uneasiness as pride. Well, it's still level 8. It's still early to be worried. Besides, the skill level rose as it pleases. So it can't be helped even if I worry. Well then, let's search for the next catfish. Catfish. I wander around the middle layer, searching for catfish. But I can't find a catfish. Moo. In the first place, I can't find it if it dives into the magma. During the first time I encounter it, it also appeared suddenly from within the magma. If it usually dives in the magma, then finding it will become difficult. In my opinion, my searching ability without relying on my skills is quite high. Although I'm not aware of it myself, when I think back, it's just that my intuition is good. I never received a surprise attack in the upper layer or the lower layer, and when I feel the dangers, it roughly hits. I think that this might be something equipped originally on a spider. Without being aware of it, feel the flow of the air, I think that it's like that. Come to think of it, even though a catfish was nearby in the magma, I understand that I didn't notice it. If I can perceive it by the flow of air, then it can't be helped that I can't perceive it if it's in the magma. Underwater or underground, I probably won't be able to know if it's a surprise attack from there. Then, it's dangerous to be near to the magma. If it suddenly springs at me and drag me into the magma, then my death is decided. Well, even if it's not like that, because being near to the magma is dangerous, I should keep away from it as much as possible. From now on, 971 red, 57 average offensive ability, 893 average defensive ability, 821 average magic ability, 454 average resistance ability, 433 average speed ability, 582 skill fire Drake LV, 4 dragon scale LV5, enhance fire LV1, accuracy LV10, evasion LV, 1 probability correction LV1 high, speed swim LV2, overeating LV5, heat nullity life LV, 3 agility LV, 1 endurance LV, 3 powerful LV, 1 sturdy LV, 1 crap. This eel is very strong. Elro Genrave, the medium rank monster who belongs to the dragon that inhabits in the Elro Great Labyrinth middle layer. Omnivorous, but it has the habit of eating other monsters by its own choice. This strength is only medium rank. I mean, seeing the skill composition. Is this eel the evolution of a catfish? I have no time to care about such thing now. The distance with the eel is about 15 meters. The other side has already noticed me and lock on me. Although I'm higher in speed, my other status are hopelessly inferior, especially the red stamina gauge. I lost even including the overeating skill stock. Even if I escape, the possibility of it catching up after my stamina is exhausted is high. I hope that it gives up before that happens. And my yellow stamina gauge is low, so I can't maintain my top speed for a long time. The worst possibility is that I will get caught when my yellow gauge is exhausted. Can I get away from it? When thinking so, the eel's appearance blurred. This foresight is activated, and the blurred eel seems to take an action like spitting something. After that, the eel spit out a fireball similar to the blurred image. After all, the basic strategy is the same. But the fireball is fast and big that it cannot be compared with the seahorse and the catfish. I evade in a hurry. Although thought acceleration works, the fireball flies at the speed that I can't feel that favor. The fireball hits the place I was directly together with an explosion. I can only barely avoid it even though I borrowed the power of foresight and thought acceleration. I thought that I was able to avoid it with a little more time, but what's this? Probability correction. Increases the power of the skills that are related to probability. It's because of this skill. The hit rate might rose because of this skill. Then, it might be difficult to keep avoiding it even with my evasion. This might be genuinely dangerous. Chapter 83 Spider vs. Fire Drake. I avoid the fireball spitted by the eel. The following fireball flies towards the point where I avoided. Like this, I can't even escape. My HP decreases a little by the aftermath of the explosion. Although it can be avoided if I use my top speed, my yellow gauge decreases fast. If I keep my best speed, my yellow gauge will be exhausted in the blink of an eye, and I will lose my breath. It will be the end if that happens. I predict the trajectory of the fireball by the power of foresight and thought acceleration. Anticipate it and dodge it. But the eel reads that I will forestall it, and the trajectory is corrected. Which one will outsmart the other party? It's the tension like reading the back until the back. Although it's not a big deal even if the other side misses, I will die if I miss even once. There's a big difference. Skill proficiency reached. Skill thought acceleration LV1 has become thought acceleration LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill foresight LV1 has become foresight LV2. The skill level ups in this timing is very welcome. The movement of the flying fireball can be felt a little slower than before, because my speed also will become slower. I must be careful about it. The fireball is avoided. Then, a different movement from the current eel was seen in foresight. Although there's no difference in the action of the breath, it stores more than the current. I lift off the top speed that I saved. I run through at the speed that leaves the scenery. An intense flame burnt the rear. Flame breath. Breathe out a long breath of flame that burns a wide range. It's the technique that becomes usable at the skill level 4 of Fire Drake. Although I'm sure that I didn't receive a direct hit, my back is hot, even if it's just the remaining heat. My HP also decreases gradually. The situation is getting gradually worse and worse. If I receive even one direct hit, I won't survive. Having said that, I don't have an effective breakthrough solution. I can only continue to avoid now and wait for the chance. There's an uneasiness feeling from my gradually whittling life. A fireball flies again. Because of the eel's accuracy skill at level 10 and the probability correction skill, the aim is unexpectedly accurate. If I don't have the combo of evasion, thought acceleration, and foresight, then it's doubtful that I can avoid it. Skill proficiency reached. Skill evasion LV5 has become evasion LV6 Yash. Although the situation can't be reversed, I want even a little advantage now. The eel's remaining MP is confirmed while I avoided the fireball. Although it decreased considerably, it still remains more than half. The flame breath is only a wide-range technique, and the MP consumption is more intense than the fireball. If it can't be fired continuously, then it's good, but I want it to keep it as it is. Foresight doesn't activate always, so if that happens, I'm not confident that I can avoid it. I must confirm the eel state as long as I can. Just when I thought about it, foresight caught the appearance of the eel breathing out flame breath. I run through at top speed once again. But this time, the eel doesn't breathe out the breath straight. It shakes its head to the side and breathe out sweeping sideways. The already wide flame breath attack range expands more. Good. It grazed me a little. Even though it's just grazed, my HP decreased by 10. The parts that got grazed were a part of my back and one of my hind legs. Although there's a slight pain in my hind leg, it seems to be okay to move. However, there might be a small delay in my speed. This is bad. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fire resistance LV1 has become fire resistance LV2 after coming so far. The fire resistance that never rose finally rose. Good timing. If fire resistance rises, the automatic recovery should exceed the amount of the terrain damage. Although the amount of recovery might be insignificant, there's a wide difference between it exists and it doesn't exist. I see the eel's MP Yash. It reached half. The consumption of MP for Fireball is roughly 10, and the Flame Breath is about 50. Even though it reached half, if the eel thinks to do it, it can breathe out 4 Flame Breath. I don't want that. I move to take distance with the eel. When doing so, the eel spits out fireballs while pursuing me. As planned, I don't think it can breathe out that flame breath while moving. Now, I only need to keep it running while spitting out fireballs until its MP is exhausted. As long as that's overcome, there should be a chance. Now I avoid earnestly, falling back as much as possible, but move with avoiding as the highest priority. I carefully choose the escape route so that I don't get cornered to the edge of the magma. I will die if I make a mistake. Feeling like taking a risk. Skill proficiency reached. Skill automatic HP recovery LV5 has become automatic HP recovery LV6 Yash Yash. As expected, I need to concentrate in a combat, so my skill level rises quickly. The skill that I have waited for it to level, as well as the fire resistance rose in this timing. It's only an instant that I become happy, but that instant is fatal. The eel's neck moves like the action of the breath. It's completely unexpected. Foresight never activated. I can't avoid this. A breath gushes out from the eel's mouth. Immediately, I kick the ground with all my strength and jump up into the air. The breath snatches my legs. While enduring the pain, I extend a thread towards the ceiling. I pull myself in a hurry and land on the ceiling. Skill proficiency reached. Skill 3D. Maneuver LV4 has become 3D. Maneuver LV5I, who look down at the eel from the ceiling. The eel that looks up at me from within the magma. Although I managed to avoid the breath somehow, what should I do after this? Chapter 84, Spider vs. Fire Drake. Enough about the fact that I escaped to the ceiling. This situation is not very good. My movement is slower when I cling to the ceiling than the time I'm on ground. I had to do my best even on the ground, so I can never be able to keep avoiding the eel's attack. If I don't return to the ground quick, I will get sniped. However, it's hard to say that the eel has composure. The eel's MP decreased considerably. If I convert the remaining MP, it will be 3 Flame Breath and 16 if it's Fireball. If I compare it with the beginning, it has considerably decreased, but it has enough strength to shoot me down who's at the ceiling. Either I return to the ground first or the eel shoots me down first. I begin to move, head for the nearest wall, but it looks like the eel anticipated it. A fireball is shot accurately to obstruct my movement. It's difficult to avoid it if I'm clinging to the ceiling. I can't be concerned about my yellow gauge now. I evade the approaching fireball with all my speed. I have no choice but to push through by relying on SP consumption down and SP recovery speed. I must get close to the wall at all costs before my yellow gauge is exhausted. I somehow manage to avoid the approaching fireball, but because of that, I can't reach the wall. Meanwhile, my yellow gauge decreases. This is bad. If my yellow gauge is exhausted, even clinging to the ceiling will be hard. I must evade that alone at all costs. Although I think about that, because of the perfect fireball sniping, it won't advance as I thought. And finally, my yellow gauge was exhausted. Tiredness attacks my body at once. The fireball approaches there without mercy. Cool. I judge that I can't avoid it, and naturally, I jump into the empty air. The fireball bursts nearby, and the blast strokes my body. I somehow manage to control my spinning body, and I fire a thread. The string that sticks on the wall is immediately drawn. A fireball passes through the empty air where I was a little while ago. My body swings like the pendulum, and I succeed in landing on the ground without falling into the magma. A fireball flies towards there without mercy. With the momentum of the landing, I roll to avoid the fireball. It's painful. As the compensation that I kept moving even if my yellow gauge is exhausted, I taste a severe suffocation. The physical weariness that assaults my whole body and pain. I ignore it by force with the power of pain nullity and pain alleviation. Because the eel is preparing a flame breath, I whip my trembling body and run at full speed. The edge of my view is dyed red by the flame. Heat approaches from the rear. I run to shake it off, and I avoided the flame breath. Skill proficiency reached. Skill evasion LV6 has become evasion LV7 after avoiding the flame breath. I breathe out my accumulated breath. My yellow gauge begins to recover. No fideval's flown anymore. Finally, the eel's MP is exhausted. The eel that lost its long-distance attack slips to the land and makes its appearance. Only the face looks like an eel. The one over there has a close resemblance to the Orient dragon. It's a drake that had a long body. Even if its MP is exhausted, my appearance is caught in its eyes as usual. It seems that I have been recognized completely as an enemy. At first, it might want to crush me because I'm an eyesore, but it started to get serious on shooting its fireballs midway. It's completely serious when it breathes out its flame breath. Apparently, it seems that it's not pleased that I kept avoiding. Even if I escape like this, I don't think it will overlook me. Although its MP is exhausted, its SP is still in good health. To compare with that, my SP is considerably scraped, as the compensation to keep moving even if my yellow gauge is exhausted. The amount of my red stamina gauge has decreased to the extent that it can't be ignored. Because there's still the overeating skills stock, I won't be unable to move instantly, but when it comes to a physical strength match with the eel, I will surely lose. It's impossible to get away. Then, there's only one choice. I have no choice but to fight and win. When seeing the numerical value of the status, I don't have a chance to win. But it's not all about numerical value. Although it can be understood if I fight, even if it's unpleasant, skill is the most important element in this world. In the first place, with this much difference in the numerical value, it's a miracle that I'm still alive. The skill is certainly the one that's causing this miracle. The power of the skill is demonstrated to its maximum. And because it fills the difference in the status, thus, I succeeded in making the eel to crawl up to the same arena. Although the difference in the status is certainly a big difference, it's not an absolute difference. It's a difference that's enough to be overturned by the skill. And all of the eel's skills were seen through. Now that its MP is exhausted, the skills that I need to be cautious are accuracy and evasion, and the probability correction combo, and its defensive ability by Dragon Scale, the level 3 technique of Fire Drake, and the simple physical ability from the large build. It's a fairly formidable enemy, even if I see this much. But I still have my trump card, my strongest weapon, Deadly Poison Attack. Defensive ability is useless against this attack. It can even corrode the defense of the scales, and the deadly poison will ruin your body. To the end, I can only rely on my skills. I'm only surpassed in skills, but there's also a possibility to surpass it. Both of us lack of defensive ability. If the attack is decided, the win is decided. A match of a one-hit kill. Then, the one that becomes the winning move of the match is, and the second round on the ground began without a signal. Chapter 85 Spider vs. Fire Drake and the eel wriggle its long body. In the offense and defense so far, the eel seems to be quite cautious of me, although not as much as the monkey. This eel is smarter than other monsters. That alone makes it hard for me to act. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thought Acceleration LV2 has become Thought Acceleration LV3. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Foresight LV2 has become Foresight LV3. The eel moved matching the voice of heaven, wriggling its body and strike with its tail. Of course I evaded, but the eel's attack doesn't end there. Immediately, its tail sweeps sideways to attack me. I fall back further and evade it. This time it pulls back its tail, and it goes towards me. I have been waiting for that. In the somewhat slow world caused by the thought acceleration, I stare at the approaching eel's mouth. I judge that I can avoid it, so I activate poison synthesis at the last moment. I withdraw at once. It's the same strategy used on the catfish, but the effect is tremendous. The eel tastes my deadly poison as planned. The eel's HP decreases rapidly. The painfully struggling eel acts violently in random. I withdraw from the range of its rage. In the end, if both have the offensive ability of the same one-hit kill, then the one who hits first wins. If that's the case, then how to make the attack hits? The one with the great strategy will win. In addition, my evasion ability is better than the eel's accuracy. Even if it has the power of accuracy level 10 and probability correction, it won't reach my evasion, thought acceleration, and foresight combo. Therefore, when I drag the eel out to the ground, my winning percentage increased a lot. But it's not ended yet. Although I said that it's a one-hit kill, the eel probably doesn't die in that hit. Even the catfish didn't die by a hit, so there's no way the higher rank, which is the eel, will die. Besides, the eel still has the power of that skill. The eel's HP recovers rapidly in front of me. Life Transition consumes SP to recover HP, the level 3 technique of Fire Drake. SP is consumed, and HP recovers equivalent to that. Although it's impossible for it to recover its HP fully with its current SP, it can secure enough HP to endure the deadly poison. Furthermore, In the appraisal result of the eel, poison resistance LV1 and automatic HP recovery LV1 are newly added. Still, the poison in its body reduces its HP little by little, but the damage peak ended. Well, there's no way that I will wait for its revival without doing anything. I wrap the eel's body with a thread that's made as strong as possible. Still, it will probably burn out at once, but it doesn't matter. I just needed to stop the eel's movement for a moment. As planned, I succeeded in stopping its movement for a moment. In that moment, I activate poison synthesis, aiming at the eel's face in rapid succession. Many drops of deadly poison hit the eel's face. The eel tears the thread off and rages. The poison that invaded from the mouth and the eyes decrease the eel's HP without mercy. The speed is not on the level that the newly acquired automatic recovery can do something about it. The power is not on the level that the newly acquired poison resistance can endure it. This weapon that I have sharpened in my life as a spider is not easy to protect with just a shield that's made instantly. The eel that don't have the SP to recover its HP can never endure this attack. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small poison Terratect LV7 has become LV8. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill parallel thought LV4 has become parallel thought LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill SP consumption down LV2 has become SP consumption down LV3. Skill points gain experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small poison Terratect LV8 has become LV9. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill agility LV8 has become agility LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill endurance LV8 has become endurance LV9. Skill points gained experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, small poison Terratect LV9 has become LV10. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill calculation processing LV6 has become calculation processing LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill enhanced vision LV8 has become enhanced vision LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill life LV8 has become life LV9. Skill points gain conditions met. Individual, small poison Terratect can evolve I1. Third part completed. Extra bestiary chapter. Extra bestiary author note. To commemorate the total of 100 chapters, Elro Grime LV1 status HP 4545 green MP 1212 blue SP 5252 yellow 5050 red. Average offensive ability 27 average defensive ability 23 average magic ability 9 average resistance ability 11 average speed ability 31 skill poison Fong LV 1 stealth LV 1 night vision LV 8 poison resistance LV 1 also known as mouse. Although its fighting strength is low, its fertility is high, and it's easy to spring in large quantities. Even though it's a mouse, human nature is not dropped. Danger degree E. Fingegoth LV 1 status HP 125 green MP 5555 blue SP 113 yellow 108 red. Average offensive ability 60 average defensive ability 38 average magic ability 28 average resistance ability 31 average speed ability 68 skill poison stinger LV 1 flight LV 3 poison resistance LV 1 also known as B. The soldier who works for the nest where the later mentioned queen is made as the center. Generally, it's led by its evolved species, but there are also those who act independently. The individual that inhabit in the Elro Great Labyrinth has the night vision skill originally. Although the individual danger degree is D, the danger degree of the swarm changes according to the scale. High Fingegoth LV 1 status HP 184 green MP 98 blue SP 180 yellow 169 red. Average offensive ability 98 average defensive ability, 69 average magic ability, 58 average resistance ability, 62 average speed ability, 106 skill poison, stinger LV5 flight LV, 7 cooperation LV, 1 command LV, 1 poison resistance LV3, also known as Captain B. Evolved form of Finjgoth. Newly acquired skills like cooperation and command. The abilities also improves, and it's usually accompanied by several normal species. Danger degree as individual is D. General Finjgoth LV 1 status HP 345 green MP 267 blue SP 333 yellow 322 red. Average offensive ability 175 average defensive ability 136 average magic ability 121 average resistance ability 130 average speed ability 193 skill poison stinger LV8 high speed flight LV1 cooperation LV 4 command LV 4 poison resistance LV5 hasn't appeared in the story. The further evolved form of High Finjgoth, the close aide who protects the queen. Queen Finjgoth LV1 status HP for 465 green MP 322 blue SP for 439 yellow 436 red. Average offensive ability 229 average defensive ability 206 average magic ability 187 average resistance ability 195 average speed ability 234 skill deadly poison stinger LV1 high speed flight LV3 cooperation LV8 command LV8 spawning LV5 poison resistance LV8 hasn't appeared in the story. The queen bee who controls the Finjgoth monsters. Although it has high combat abilities, the most troublesome ability is that it can give birth to soldiers one after another by the spawning skill. While the individual danger degree is C, it's said that the danger degree as Swarm can reach even A. Earth Dragon Alaba LV1 failed to appraise its status, the Earth Dragon that showed off an overwhelming power. The bottom of that power has not been seen yet. Elro Gresgard LV1 status HP 935 green MP 364 blue SP 892 yellow 905 red. Average offensive ability 803 average defensive ability 785 average magic ability 351 average resistance ability 339 average speed ability 779 skill enhanced slashing LV8 flight LV 1 night vision LV10 visible range expansion LV1 enhanced vision LV3 also known as Mantis. It inhabits in the Elro Great Labyrinth lower layer. It hardly has any special skills. A natural-born combat species that fights only with its physique. Although it's simple, it's strong. But still, it's only at the medium level in the lower layer large labyrinth. Danger degree B. Elro Girish LV1 status HP 88 green MP 33 blue SP 55 yellow 55 red. Average offensive ability 4 average defensive ability 4 average magic ability 3 average resistance ability 3 average speed ability 1 skill corrosion attack LV5 corrosion resistance LV5 also known as snail insect. The insect that moves slowly like the snail. Countless of it inhabit in the Elro Great Labyrinth lower layer. It's very weak and easy to defeat. However, if a person were to receive its attack carelessly or eat it carelessly, then that person will receive a powerful corrosion attributed damage. Therefore, the monsters in the lower layer will never try to eat this monster unless it's a critical situation. Danger degree F. Elro Daznach LV 1 status HP 750 green MP 300 blue SP 711 yellow 704 red. Average offensive ability 693 average defensive ability, 668 average magic ability, 277 average resistance ability, 271 average speed ability, 633 skill poison attack LV, 5 poison synthesis LV, 5 shoot LV, 7 night vision LV, 8 poison resistance LV, 5, also known as mysterious creature. It's a fish that has limbs that's transformed into a strange form. With just a glance, it's a mysterious creature, although its main attack is poison. Because it's hard to predict what it will do by its appearance, the pace is easy to be disarranged. Danger degree B. Elrokokoro LV1 status HP. 80-80 green MP. 15-15 blue SP. 68-68 yellow. 71-71 red. Average offensive ability. 44 average defensive ability. 88 average magic ability. 11 average resistance ability. 11 average speed ability. 21 skill poison attack LV1 shell LV1 night vision LV. 5 poison resistance LV1, also known as pillbug. It's a monster that has the head of a mouse and the body of a pillbug. Because there's a lot of legs, it's absolutely not an armadillo. Never. It demonstrates high defensive ability when it's curled up. However, in the story, it has been made into the state that's impossible to talk about without mosaic by the spider. Pitiful. Danger degree E. Author note. Can you believe it? It's already 100 chapters. You know? Side story 13 Saint and Sword and Prayer chapter. Side story 13 Saint and Sword and Prayer. The entrance ceremony ended without trouble. After that, each student's breakup, and most of the students either return to their dormitory where they will live or inspect the school. This academy uses the system where all students live in dormitories. I'm not an exception as well, and it's necessary to live in the dormitory when I attend this academy. A student can't go outside of the academy unless something great happens or a long-term holiday. What shall we do after this? Kadia talks in her Oju-sama mode. As for us, the preparations for the dormitory are already made. If possible, I want to see the school grounds. Because Sensei wants to meet someone, should we go together? Someone you want to meet? Hi, the future Saint and Sword Emperor. Sensei thinks that there's no loss even if you meet them, Saint and Sword Emperor. Speaking of Saint, it's the symbolic existence of the neighboring country, Saint Alias, also called as the hero's pair, and the saint appointed from the country for generations is obligated to act with the hero. Julius and Iisama should be accompanied by the present saint. And the Sword Emperor is the emperor of the Casanova continent's largest human race nation, Rangzin Empire. Because of the Rangzin Empire is close to the territory of the demon race. It's a country where battle doesn't stop. For a person to become the emperor of the country, strength is the first requirement. From that, the emperor for generations are said to be called similar as the first generation emperor, which is Sword Emperor. Although the saint is said to be elected from the candidates who have the qualities. The Sword Emperor is completely by lineage. In other words, the present Sword Emperor's son has a role in this academy. It's the crown prince of the Rangzin Empire. I heard it from rumors. If I'm not mistaken, he is entering this academy this year in the same way as us. I heard that he's a sword genius that has close resemblance of the first generation. Kadia knows it? I don't know such information, you know? Shun, you must learn the ways of the world a little more. Kadia says it with an amazed face, while I wonder did she guess anything with my face. Goo, I can't object her. But, Sensei, the reason why Sensei wants to meet them purposely, is it that? It's that then, we must surely meet them for some reasons. The talk advances among the two. Sue, and I can't follow the talk, and we can only look at the exchange. Now, Shun, let's go. What's with that face? No, I just can't follow the talk. Apart from Sue, why you, Kadia, and Sensei make a disappointed face at the same time. There, no need to make such a face. It seems that we don't have to go. I was attracted by Sensei's words, and if I see there, a boy and a girl are approaching here. The boy has a tough look with brown hair that's close to black and has the same color on his pupil. The girl has blue eyes and wavy blonde hair. There's a mysterious loveliness somewhere. Joe, That tiny elf is Okachan? Not Shumikun. That's impolite towards Sensei. It's been a long time. Sensei the boy and the girl speaks in Japanese. And I finally understand the content of the conversation between Sensei and Kadia. These two person are also the same as us who reincarnated. Long time no see. Sensei is glad that Natsum-kun and Hasebi-san are in good health in Sensei's words. Their former name is known. The boy's former name is Natsum Kengo. He is the man who was the center of the boys in the class. However, I didn't like this Natsum so much. His reflexes are good, and physical strength is strong. Although he didn't actually use violence, he shows his power to make people follow him. He has such a strong pressure character. Therefore, there are those who follow Natsum and those who oppose him in the class. I was a man from the opposing side. Well, although I say that I opposed him, I only did nothing but not getting near him. Although Okachan was originally small, she shrank all the more. How funny. Natsumikun. The one who rebuked Natsum was the former next seat, Hasebi Yuka. Hasebi was unlike Natsum. She was a girl who doesn't have anything good and bad, although she should have the easy to set adrift character. When saying that she has something in her that makes her into a saint candidate, I can't think of it. It can't be helped that elves are small. Besides, Natsum-kun is not a great difference now. I will grow up even more from now on, so it's okay. And the one over there is the prince of this country, right? Who's inside? Natsum's glance turned towards me. Those eyes are like staring at a prey. There's a ferocious light dwelling in it. The dazzling light that seems to be going to attack me soon. Although this guy was certainly a nasty guy in the previous life. Was he a guy who had such dangerous eyes? Yamada Shunsuke Owashima Kanada. Long time no see the me who answers briefly, and Kadia who stepped forward unnaturally to appeal herself. Oshima-kun. That's right. Me, Owashima. Surprised, aren't you? I became a woman after getting reborn. Hasebi gets into Kadia's introduction. The talk rises there, and Natsum's glance was averted from me. Thank you, Kadia. At any rate, I must be cautious of Natsum, whose current name is Yugo van Rangzand. Chapter 86 Dance of Victory. There are multiple choices of evolution. Please choose from the following. Poison taratect zoa a evolution. Evolution. Isn't it early? Although I thought about this at the monkey's case. Isn't it early this time? Well, I can evolve later. Anyway, now I want to taste this excitement. I won. Hiafui. I won. I won against such a strong eel. Isn't it incredible? Aren't I very strong? Yuhi. I hardly use my threads, and I won in a direct fight, you know? I won't let you say that I'm weak anymore. I'm strong. Hi ahoy. The eel was a formidable enemy. It was certainly a formidable enemy. It was a mortal combat. But the one who won is me. I am number one. Yuhi. Cop. The excitement still haven't settled down. Yuhi. After all, it's a drake, you know? It's different from the fake drakes like seahorse and catfish so far. It's a fully fledged drake-like drake, you know? And I defeated it directly, one-on-one, fair and square, you know? This me. The excitement returns. Hi. Please wait for a while. Shay, how? I got too excited and lose my breath. Phew. Well then, let's stop being excited here and think what to do after this. First of all, my level rose a lot all at once. As expected from the eel, the drake species is not just for show. If only the status was seen. It's overwhelming, and there's also the effect of pride, so I can understand that my level rose a lot all at once. My skill also rose considerably in this battle, so it's quite delicious in experience points. However, to be honest, I leave my winning rate to my fate. Actually, if I made a mistake, even a step or a move, I would have become cinders about this time. The eel was a formidable enemy to that extent. I mean, if you see its genuine status, there are no elements that I can win. Same as the monkey's case. Aren't I fighting to the very limit too much? I'm happy that automatic HP recovery and fire resistance rose. Up until now, the automatic recovery offsets the terrain damage, but the damage should be surpassed a little by level up. I can't confirm it now, because I just recover completely by level up. With this, if it's a little damage, it should recover over time. Although I have put a considerably severe condition that I must not receive any damage, it seems that I can ease a little from now on. Well, but still, it doesn't change the fact that I will die if I receive a direct hit. And I became level 10. Now that I became level 10, it's possible to evolve. But what should I do? Is it fine to evolve here? Because evolution is accompanied by danger. First of all, while evolving, I completely lose my consciousness. Because I will become completely defenseless during that time if other monster attacks me. I can't do anything. Last time and the time before last, because I evolve inside the nest, safety was secured, but it won't go like that this time. At any rate, my thread can't be used. If I make a nest in this place, covered with magma, it will blaze up while I'm making it. Evolve in the fire? Impossible, impossible. That's not all. Because energy is used to evolve when evolving, my MP and SP will be emptied. Although my MP is still fine, when my SP become empty, it might be impossible to act because of the hunger. Worst case, death from starvation. Because there's a large amount of food when I evolve so far. I managed to do something about it right after evolving, but there's no such emergency stores this time. Well, although there's this eel, it probably won't recover my SP completely even with its large build. Although I don't have to worry about starvation, I think it's necessary to hunt for praise for a while. But what will happen to the overeating skill stockpile? Up until now, during my evolution, I don't have my overeating skill stockpile. Although it decreased reasonably by the fight with the eel, still, it has an excellent amount remains. If I use this stockpile's energy to evolve, it might not be fully drained. But shouldn't I move by wishful thinking? Although I want to evolve, when thinking about the safety here, isn't it better that I don't evolve? I thought about this before, but I'm also uneasy wondering whether the level will rise as it is or not. Or maybe small stops at level 10. If that's the case, then all the experience points gained will be in vain because the middle layer capture still continues. As expected, I don't want that. When thinking so, it's better to evolve. For the time being, there are multiple choices of evolution, so let's check it with appraisal. Thus, please appraisal Sama. Evolution possible, poison Terratect or Zoa Airm. Leaving aside poison Terratect, what's this Zoa Air? It's not even Terratect. Zoa Air. Evolution condition. Small spider-type monster that has status more than the standard value and the assassin title. Explanation. The small spider-type monster that's feared as the symbol of sinister. It has high combat ability and stealth nature. Appraisal Sama. The evolution condition is added in it. As expected from Appraisal Sama. No blunders at all. FUMO. In other words, it became possible to evolve to it because my status is higher than the condition. That means my status was lower than the condition before. Title is related to evolution. Perhaps I was able to evolve to poison because I have the poison technique user title. The possibility is high. Chapter 87 I'm going to evolve. Part 3 Poison Terratect. Evolution condition. Small poison Terratect LV10. Explanation. The rare species adult of the spider-type monster called the Terratect. It has very powerful poison. I appraise the poison Terratect too. But if I were to evolve, it would be the other one. Zoa Air. It has strict conditions to evolve, and above all, from what Appraisal Sama said, it seems to have a high combat ability. It's also small. Guessing from the name and the explanation, I feel uneasy that I will evolve into a different species from the Terratect species. If I evolve as the Terratect species, it's certain that I will become stronger. After all, I have witnessed the evolution form with my eyes. My mother, which is the super huge spider, the greater Terratect witnessed in the lower layer. Although it's unimaginable from the weak me, I understand that I will reach that area if I keep evolving. Although I understand, I will get bigger if I evolve into it. Although it's said that better too big than too small, I think that miniaturization is the mainstream. Small but highly efficient. I will aim at that. If I get bigger, it's harder to move. How big is the space needed for my mother to act properly? I would like to avoid that I can't pass through the passage that I was able to pass suddenly. Try get bigger in this place, covered with magma. I can picture that I will miss my step carelessly in a thin passage. It won't be pond splash, but it will be magma splash. Evildi. Although I don't know how big I will become when I turn into an adult, in my case, the demerit is big if I grow bigger. It's not only that it will become impossible to pass through passages, but also in the significance of combat. After all, I'm specialized in evasion. If it's big, the target will also be big. If I'm specialized in evasion, then being small is better. Besides, becoming bigger means that I will gain weight. My movement will become slower if I'm heavy. You want me, who has speed as life, to become slower? No way. Thus, I don't want to evolve into the Terratech species. When there's another species that appeared there, of course I would want to choose that. It doesn't mean that I don't have worries. Although it's certain that the evolution of the Terratech species is strong, the Zoa Air evolution is not necessarily strong. Worst case, the evolution of Zoa Air stops it there. In that case, it might be better to work hard to become stronger as the Terratech species. Well, if that happens, it can't be helped. Status can be improved by level up, and it's possible to improve it by training. Even a weak monster will surely become strong someday if it's raised with love. Like me. No, really. When comparing it with my beginning status, I have become quite strong. When I experienced the weakness of me who can die with a strike at the beginning, I think I can somehow do something about most adversities. Thus, let's evolve into Zoa Air. The problem is how to evolve safely. But I have thought about the countermeasures. Although there's still uneasiness when you ask whether it's safe or not, it's better than nothing. Thus, come on, Eel's Corpse-san. Today's 3-minute setting. The thing prepared here is the eel's corpse. It's the finest quality. First of all, this is extended. Next, round it from the tail. Be careful to roll the coil beautifully. This time, it's important to leave some space at the center. When a circle is drawn, make sure to pile the eel's body up. And on top of it, roll the coil again. Don't do it from the outside. Work from the inside of the coil. This is repeated, and it will be completed when the head is placed on the center. The completion of the eel shelter. Yuwa, it's made well. Yash, the eel must be very hard because it has dragon scale. It won't be damaged by just a scratch, so I can expect from it even though it's not as good as my nest. If it's here, it shouldn't be a problem to evolve. Let's steal myself and go. Individual small poison Terratect evolves into Zoa Air, yes. And suddenly my consciousness get distant. Evolution completed became the Zoa Air species. Every basic ability rose level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill MP recovery speed LV3 has become MP recovery speed LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill enhanced destruction LV1 has become enhanced destruction LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Slashing LV1 has become Enhanced Slashing LV2. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Poison LV3 has become Enhanced Poison LV4. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Fighting Spirit LV1 has become Fighting Spirit LV2. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Poison Synthesis LV7 has become Poison Synthesis LV8. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Spider Thread LV9 has become Spider Thread LV10. Conditions met. Skill Spider Thread LV10 has evolved into Skill Universal Thread LV1. Severing Thread LV6 has unified with Universal Thread LV1. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Shadow Magic LV2 has become Shadow Magic LV3. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Poison Magic LV2 has become Poison Magic LV3. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Destruction Resistance LV1 has become Destruction Resistance LV2. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Paralysis Resistance LV3 has become Paralysis Resistance LV4. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Faint Resistance LV2 has become Faint Resistance LV3. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Touch LV6 has become Enhanced Touch LV7. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Herculean Strength LV3 has become Herculean Strength LV4. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Solid LV3 has become Solid LV4. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Protection LV3 has become Protection LV4 Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV4 has become Taboo LV5 Acquired Skill Corrosion Attack LV1 by Evolution Acquired Skill Enhanced Slashing LV1 by Evolution Enhanced Slashing LV1 has unified with Enhanced Slashing LV2 Acquired Skill Stealth LV1 by Evolution Stealth LV1 has unified with Stealth LV7 Acquired Skill Silent LV1 by Evolution Skill Points gain Chapter 88 Zoa Air. Good morning. Though I don't know whether it's morning or not, I was able to wake up safely this time. Thank God. The evolution this time might have been the most dangerous one ever. It's good that I didn't ascend to heaven when I realized it. Yeah, not heaven, but hell. There's no way that I who's a girl of great rectitude will fall into the hell. Ha ha ha. Well then, for the time being, I want to praise my status, as usual. But first of all, I must confirm the safety here. It doesn't seem that the eel shelter had any changes, but it's possible that I'm surrounded by monsters. Then, let's peep the outside quietly. Oh, nothing in particular. Yash yash. Then, while eating the eel, I can't do that. Similar to the snake's case. I need to peel its scales off first in order to eat it. Sheet. Well, fine. I don't feel hungry to the extent that I can't act. So, is it because overeating did its job? Let's confirm my status while peeling the scales off. Zoa Air LV1 No Name Status HP 195 Green MP 1291 Blue SP 195 Yellow 195 Red 43 Average Offensive Ability 251 Average Defensive Ability 251 Average Magic Ability 245 Average Resistance Ability, 280 Average Speed Ability, 1272 Skill Automatic HP Recovery LV6 MP Recovery Speed LV4 MP Consumption Down LV3 SP Recovery Speed LV3 SP Consumption Down LV3 Enhanced Destruction LV2 Enhanced Slashing LV2 Enhanced Poison LV4 Fighting Spirit LV2 Vitality granting LV2 Deadly Poison Attack LV3 Corrosion Attack LV1 Poison Synthesis LV8 Thread Talent LV3 Universal Thread LV1 Thread Manipulation LV8 Throw LV73D Maneuver LV5 Concentration LV10 Thought Acceleration LV3 Foresight LV3 Parallel Thought LV5 Calculation Processing LV7 Accuracy LV8 Evasion LV7 Appraisal LV9 Detection LV6 Stealth LV7 Silent LV1 Hell Heresy Magic LV3 Shadow Magic LV3 Poison Magic LV3 Abyss Magic LV10 Pride Overeating LV8 Night Vision LV10 Visible Range Expansion LV2 Destruction Resistance LV2 Blow Resistance LV2 Slash Resistance LV3 Fire Resistance LV2 Deadly Poison Resistance LV2 Paralysis Resistance LV4 Petrifaction Resistance LV3 Acid Resistance LV4 Corrosion Resistance LV3 Faint Resistance LV3 Fear Resistance LV7 Heresy Resistance LV3 Pain Nullity Pain Alleviation LV7 Enhanced Vision LV9 Enhanced Hearing LV8 Enhanced Smell LV7 Enhanced Taste LV7 Enhanced Touch LV7 Life LV9 Magic Amount LV8 Agility LV9 Endurance LV9 Herculean Strength LV4 Solid LV4 Protection LV4 Iditen LV3 Taboo LV5 W Skill Points 500 Tidal Gross Feeder Blood Relative Eater Assassin Monster Killer Poison Technique User Thread User Merciless Monster Slaughter Ruler of Pride. Wait. See it once again properly. My eyes might have rotted. I'll look at the numerical value of my status properly. Hi. Wah. It increased greatly. This, seriously? Did it really increase this much? Oh, the combat ability is high was really true. Hey, is this really okay? Is it okay for me to be this strong? I will get carried away if I become this strong, you know? Is it okay? It's okay, right? Fool. Foo. My heyday is here. The poor numerical value of my status up until now was settled instantly. Although it's low when it's compared with the eel, I have become strong to the extent that I want die with just a poke from a small fry. Up until now, my state was receive attack death. But with this, I have finally attained a pretty good status. Cool. Cooey. Skill level also rose considerably. Good. What taboo rose? Oi. Level 5. That means another half to max. This, if my expectation is correct. I think that something might happen when it becomes level 10. Crap. Well, there's still half. It's still safe. It should be. Next, there are new skills added. Corrosion attack. Seriously? Corrosion is that corrosion, right? When I appraise it, it was that corrosion that's more dangerous than my expectations, right? Can I use that? I'm so amazing. Another new skill is silent. Although I can expect its effect somehow, let's appraise it just in case. Silent. Generation of sound is suppressed on. As expected, I did it. My ninja level increased. My ambush can only be used once from now on, I wonder. And I'm very interested in the skill. Spider thread and severing thread disappeared. And a universal thread skill is newly added. Perhaps it's the spider thread evolution. But where did severing thread go? Universal thread. Customizable thread is created. Customize field. Viscosity, elasticity, resilience, texture, strength, size, attribute endowment / blow shock, etc. Resistance endowment, the attribute endowment, is added in it. Apparently, slash has the same effect as severing thread, blow is blow attribute, and shock is shock attribute can be endowed to my thread. Blow is like striking. The shock seems to make my thread to generate shock wave for a moment. If someone touches the thread in that state, the person will receive damage from the shock. This will be extremely useful if it's not the middle layer. Cool, I want to get out from the middle layer and use it. When I was confirming my status, the scale peeling finished. Yosh, then let's taste the eel. Itida Kamasu. Delicious. A different flavor from the catfish. They'll say it again. Delicious. My SP was not exhausted in this evolution. My stockpile of overeating decreased completely instead. It's the evidence that overeating did a good job. If that's the case, then I don't need to save up food at each evolution because I could just stockpile in overeating. Therefore, I will eat a lot and increase my stockpile. If I count backwards from the previous numerical value, it's possible to stockpile up to about skill level 100, so it's possible to stockpile up to about 800 now. Skill proficiency reached. Skill overeating LV8 has become overeating LV9 level up came as soon as I said it. With this, the amount that can be stockpiled has increased even more. Chapter 89 changes due to evolution. Speaking of what changed in my status, my skill points increased extremely. Even though it should increase by 20 per level, it increased by 280 from the last time I saw it. Assuming that 60 are from 3 level ups, where did the remaining 220 come from? Is there a bonus when evolving? Then, I'm convinced that the calculation of the skill points doesn't match. Well, if you give, then I will take it. There are 500, so good skills might be found. Let's look at the acquirable skill list carefully later. There's something that caught my eyes now. Although I noticed it since the time when I'm peeling the eel scale off, my body shape has somewhat changed. My 2 forefeet that were sharp claws became the shape of thin sickles. Besides, this sickle is incredibly sharp. The scale peeling that I had a hard time during the snake's case ended in a short time. Although I can't cut the scales, I can cut quickly between the scale and the skin. Is it because of my offensive ability that rose? Or is it because this sickle is sharp? In addition, my body color blackened. Although I was blackish, I'm completely black now. The black that doesn't reflect light at all. It's black. Pitch black. Although it's impossible to confirm my whole body because there's no mirror, I think that these are the great changes. I don't feel that there's any changes in my size, but perhaps I'm not conscious of it that many small parts changed. Up until now, I was the Pterodactyl species, so my appearance didn't change even though I evolved. But my species changed in this evolution. If I compare it, I think that there are surely some differences in some parts. It's inconvenient that there's no mirror at such time. I can't even confirm my appearance. Well, at present, there's no uncomfortable feeling when moving. It doesn't seem that my overall parts have changed, so it seems that I can move the same as always. Before I evolve, I have never thought about body changes. I felt relieved because I didn't change much. However, this sickle is different. How should I say it? A sound seems to be heard if I take stance. I mean, this sickle, no matter how I think, it's image from the god of death, Shinigami. The explanation stated that it's the symbol of sinister and it has corrosion attack, so it should be like that. Although it doesn't change that it's the ninja style, it seems to become the god of death style. Let's confirm the skills that leveled up. I'm happy that Herculean strength and solid rose. With this, the growth correction increases again. Although my status has strengthened considerably, still, it's fairly low if the opponent is like the eel. The others, Poison Synthesis, Poison Magic, and Shadow Magic also leveled up. Because magic can't be used, I leave it. So let's examine Poison Synthesis to see what's added in it. Attribute Endowment Paralysis. Paralysis attribute is added what? THTH this. I might have obtained an outrageous thing. Poison Synthesis that played an active part in the middle layer has evolved further. Yoa, I must try this immediately. Thus, I try to add Paralysis attribute to the Deadly Spider Poison. Let's try how effective it is at the next chance without rushing. But most opponents will die immediately if it's the Deadly Spider Poison. Here, I should add Paralysis attribute to Weak Poison. Okay. Let's strike this Weak Poison added with Paralysis attribute to my next opponent. I'm looking forward to it. Let's appraise the newly added one in Shadow Magic and Poison Magic just in case. Poison Resist. Boost the poison resistance temporarily. A magic that boosts my poison resistance. It's unnecessary for me. I mean, a person who uses poison. Won't most of them have high poison resistance? Isn't this magic not needed? Either way, I can't use it. Wait. Is this something that's used on comrades? If a person used this magic on all comrades when the opponent is a poison user, then it should make the fight advantageous. Because I was a loner, I never thought of such thing. If that's the case, then it's a magic that can be used normally. I mean, this magic becomes a trump card according to the opponent. I see. Well, either way, it's unrelated to me. But wait for a moment. Is it really impossible for me to use magic? The level of parallel thought and calculation processing rose considerably. Isn't it that I can use detection anytime now? Let's try it after a long time. Suha. Yash. Detection on. Gua. Ngugagugu. Cool. Skill proficiency reached.